Blue Star, Dragon Country, Lin City, Lynching University, office. Oh, what a delight. Damn it, those despicable bastards from the beautiful country dare to send troops to attack me. Just watch as I unleash a righteous nuclear strike upon you. Ha ha ha. In the silent office, Gu Chung, lying on the floor, suddenly shouted twice and then burst into laughter. This uproarious laughter startled a stunning beauty nearby. She hurriedly helped Gu Chung up and asked with concern, Gu Chung, are you all right? Gu Chung, a researcher at the clinical university, rose from the ground, surveyed his surroundings, and then shifted his gaze from the bowtie's neck down to her feet, while not neglecting to provide his enthusiastic commentary. Wow, is this paradise? Why does it feel like I've seen this place before? Oh my, there's such an exquisite beauty here. Not bad at all. TSK, those towering assets. I estimate they must be over 36, just my type. And look at those legs, adorned in glossy black stockings. My absolute favorite. Those legs are long and voluptuous, whether bearing weight or being caressed. The sensation must be unparalleled. And those dainty feet in black mid-heels, though I only glimpsed the tops, I could tell they must be splendid. Upon hearing this, the beauty standing opposite Gu Chung went from shy to furious. She stepped forward and said coldly, Gu Chung, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Open your eyes and see who I am. Who are you? Gu Chung, following the voice, shifted his gaze from the bowtie's delicate feet to her face. To be honest, he hadn't clearly seen her features earlier, having been too captivated by her alluring figure. You are the homeroom teacher. Once Gu Chung recognized the bowtie's face, he was taken aback. She was indeed his goddess from a past life, his homeroom teacher. His voice trembled as he stuttered. Teacher, please listen to me. That was all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to say any of that. Homeroom teacher, I am your colleague, Lin Qingyan. Gu Chung, have you truly lost your wits? Ah, you're Lin Qingyan? My apologies, I mistook you for someone else, but you do bear a striking resemblance to a dear old friend of mine. Seeing you made a mistake is inconsequential, but how do you explain your earlier remarks about me? Ah, that was not me speaking. Gu Chung scratched his head, replying sheepishly. Lin Qingyun, upon hearing this, was both amused and enraged. She glared at Gu Chung, her tone frigid. In this office, it's just the two of us. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Although those words came from my mouth, they were not articulated by me, but rather by the former me. Lin Qingyun, hearing this, was further incensed and replied icily, Ah, the former you? Are you trying to engage in sophistry with me? Seeing Lin Qingyun growing angrier, Gu Chung could only brazenly wave his hands and insist. No, I'm not engaging in sophistry. Well, to be frank, I'm a bit of a lecher. When I first awakened, I was dazzled by your beauty, which prompted those offensive remarks. Later, fearing embarrassment, I sought excuses. Thus, I sincerely apologize if my earlier comments offended you, however. You are indeed very beautiful. Upon hearing this, a dangerous glint flickered in Lin Qingyan's eyes. Very well, Gu Chung, one must not judge a book by its cover. I never imagined that a person who usually buries himself in research would be such a lecher. However, considering your compliment, I shall forgive you this time. Next time, should you dare to speak so again. Well, Teacher Lin, I wouldn't dream of it, I promise. Gu Chung hastily vowed. Internally, he sighed in relief. I almost exposed my identity as a system-wielding transmigrator. Indeed, Gu Chung was a transmigrator. The words he had just uttered were a ruse to deceive Lin Qingyan. In his previous life, he too was named Gu Chung, born into an ordinary family in Huagua. Although not affluent, his upbringing was quite happy. However, during his first year of middle school, his mother was seduced by a man, and soon after, his parents divorced and formed new families. Gu Chung became the extraneous one. Ultimately, he lived with his grandfather, but tragically, his grandfather passed away when he was in his second year of high school. After graduating from university, Gu Chung was abducted while vacationing in Nanzhao country and taken to northern Biao country. There, he endured inhumane torment. Fortunately, Gu Chung acquired a task-reward system. By completing various tasks assigned by the system, he garnered numerous rewards. He utilized these rewards to escape from northern Biao country. During his confinement in northern Biao country, Gu Cheng's unfortunate experiences gradually warped his psyche, leading him to contemplate world destruction. Coupled with the firearms he obtained from the system rewards, Gu Cheng established a warlord faction in the chaotic continent of Africa after escaping. With the aid of the system, he spent nearly a decade becoming a top-tier warlord. Finally, the beautiful country made its move. A coalition of Western nations launched an offensive against Gu Cheng's warlord forces. In the looming shadow of annihilation, Gu Cheng retaliated with technologically advanced nuclear weapons obtained from the system that were deemed uncounterable. The nation struck by the nuclear assault, realizing the inevitable devastating losses, boldly initiated a nuclear war. The world was obliterated. Just before the world's end, the system transported Gu Cheng's soul to Blue Star. Upon arriving in this world, he encountered the younger version of himself, and the system conveniently chose him as its vessel. The majority of Gu Cheng's former soul merged with this current incarnation, while a small fragment became the system's vessel, sealed in a state of energy depletion, coincidentally containing the memories of his past life. Thus, for the past 26 years, Gu Cheng remained oblivious to the system's existence. Now, having absorbed high-dimensional energy, the system began to awaken and upgrade. Simultaneously, a significant portion of those sealed memories also resurfaced. The influx of memories overwhelmed Gu Cheng as he entered the office, causing him to faint. Upon awakening, the recently revived memories seized control of Gu Cheng's body, leading him to utter those somewhat flippant remarks. Chapter 2. The neighboring sister Gu Qinging. Upon Gu Cheng's promise, the atmosphere in the office descended into a profound silence. After a brief moment of quietude, a piercing scream erupted from outside. "Ah, help! Zhongli, why did you bite me?" Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun rushed to the window, peering down. They beheld a classmate clad in a JK lowly outfit suddenly lunge at another female student, the latter's scream marking the onset of chaos. A closer inspection revealed that the assailant bore peculiar and grotesque markings upon her body, her once agile form now rendered stiff and lifeless, resembling a zombie. As the scent of living beings wafted through the air, she and others like her descended into a frenzied state, akin to the undead depicted in cinematic portrayals. Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun stood, awestruck, gazing at the tumult below, rendered momentarily speechless. Within mere minutes, all signs of the living had vanished, leaving only a horde of shambling corpses. They wandered aimlessly, their hands dangling at their sides, occasionally emitting unintelligible growls. The number of zombies was staggering. In front of the building where Gu Cheng resided, at least 30 or 40 of these creatures roamed, leading one to ponder the extent of the infestation throughout the entire campus. Lin Sheng University, comprising 2 campuses, housed nearly 15,000 individuals, including students and staff, in the current area designated for freshmen and sophomores. It was estimated that over 8,000 had already succumbed to the infection, not accounting for subsequent attacks that would undoubtedly increase the numbers. It appeared that the surviving population might dwindle to fewer than 3,000. Standing at the window, Gu Cheng murmured to himself when suddenly the phone rang. Turning around, he noticed Lin Qingyun engaged in a call with her family. He hurriedly closed the window to prevent the noise from attracting the attention of the zombies outside. He approached Lin Qingyun and quietly awaited the conclusion of her call. After several attempts, some successful and others not, Lin Qingyun ended the call and stood there, tears streaming down her face. Gu Cheng, unable to bear her sorrow, gently patted her back in a comforting gesture. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. "Ugh, my parents and grandfather are safe, but my beloved aunt, who has cared for me since childhood, has perished. You see, my parents and grandfather were always busy with military duties, and it was my aunt who raised me. I shared a bond with her that surpassed that with my mother. Now she is gone," Lin Qingyun lamented, her voice choked with grief. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed into Gu Cheng's embrace, clutching him tightly as sobs escaped her lips. The unexpected intimacy startled Gu Cheng, a pure-hearted young man who had never so much as held the hand of any girl outside his family. After a moment of hesitation, he resumed patting her back gently, offering words of solace. "Enough now. This is a natural disaster, one that none could foresee. I believe your aunt would not wish for you to grieve so deeply. She would want you to survive and care for your grandfather and parents." After a couple of minutes, Lin Qingyun's tears subsided. As she regained her composure, she realized she was still in Gu Cheng's arms and, startled like a frightened deer, she leapt back, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Suddenly, A thought struck her, and she shyly handed her phone to Gu Cheng. You haven't contacted your family yet, have you? Quickly, call them to check on their safety. Realizing the gravity of her words, Gu Cheng took the phone and immediately dialed his father. With a racing heart, he waited anxiously for a response. After several tense seconds, the call connected. Dad, it's Gu Cheng. Where are you? Are you all right? Ah Cheng, don't worry. Your mother and I were at our grocery store's warehouse checking inventory when we noticed strange creatures outside. We locked ourselves in the warehouse and are safe for now. What about you? Are you in any danger? I went to the office after school and am currently trapped inside with my homeroom teacher. So far, we're unharmed. So don't worry. Be sure to secure the doors and windows and wait for national rescue. I am confident help will arrive. But Dad, the military is overwhelmed and cannot come to our aid. Even if they could, it would likely take weeks. We must find a way to save ourselves. I have just awakened powerful abilities, and there should be food in the warehouse. Stay locked inside, and I'll come to rescue you as soon as I can. Abilities? Is that true? When I spoke to Xiaoying earlier, he mentioned some capability to store supplies, and I thought he was jesting. Dad, it's absolutely true. Why would I lie? Ginging mentioned it was spatial ability, which is quite formidable. Very well. Ah Cheng, do not overexert yourself in dangerous endeavors. If it comes to that, we must resign ourselves to fate. After all, your mother and I have lived a good portion of our lives. We have no regrets. It's unfortunate you faced such calamity in your youth. By the way, I spoke with your sister Qingying. She and the Gu twins are safe at our home. With ample food. You needn't rush back to rescue us. All right, I shall hang up now. I will call Qingying to remind her to stay safe. You and Mom must also take care. Yes, son, you take care as well. After concluding the call with his parents, Gu Cheng dialed Gu Qingying's number. Speaking of Gu Qingying, she was undoubtedly an exceptional individual. At 28, she was a doctoral candidate in physics. Can you believe it? She was the daughter of Gu Cheng's neighbors, both families sharing the same surname. Tragically, her parents died in a car accident when she was but 5 or 6 years old, leaving behind a multi-million-dollar estate and a considerable compensation sum. Lacking relatives, Gu Cheng's parents took it upon themselves to care for her, a bond that had lasted over 2 decades. Initially, they contemplated adopting her, but fearing accusations of coveting her inheritance, they refrained. However, they treated her as their own daughter, attending parent-teacher meetings and inviting her to meals daily. Over time, Gu Cheng and his neighborly sister developed a close relationship akin to that of siblings. From a young age, Gu Qingying was recognized as a prodigy, skipping grades in middle and high school, eventually gaining admission to the prestigious Tsinghua University's physics department. Following her undergraduate studies, she pursued a Master and doctorate in rapid succession. Now, at 28, she had graduated and secured a position at a national key physics laboratory, specializing in quantum mechanics. Recently, she had returned home for a holiday and invited her close friends, the twin sisters Guazixian and Guazijing, over, only to find themselves embroiled in a zombie apocalypse. Chapter 3. The spark system. Suddenly, a cool female voice emanated from the phone, interrupting Gu Cheng's reverie. Hello. Who is this? Qingying Jia, it's me, Gu Cheng. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's voice, Gu Qingying instantly became agitated, her voice trembling as she replied, Cheng, where are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm trapped in the office with my colleagues, but we are safe for now. Qingying Jia, I heard from Mom and Dad that you seem to have awakened an ability to store supplies. Is that true? Yes, Cheng. I can store inanimate objects in a space of millions of cubic meters. Furthermore, I can also perform spatial teleportation and more. That's great, Qingying Jia. Make sure to get familiar with your spatial abilities at home. They will be invaluable in the future. I have awakened a powerful ability as well, and I plan to hunt zombies to grow stronger. You all stay safe at home, and I will return to rescue you soon. I just called Mom and Dad. They are aware of my situation and support my decision. Dad mentioned that we have plenty of food at home, so you must protect yourself and not open the door to strangers, understood? All right, Cheng, you take care too. I won't keep you any longer. Gu Cheng hung up the phone, remaining in a state of shock for a while, clearly astonished by Gu Qingying's awakening of spatial abilities. At that moment, Lin Qingyun, who had been standing by, listening to Gu Cheng's conversation, inquired, Gu Cheng, are the abilities you mentioned real? Of course they are. Why would I lie? If you don't believe me, I can show you. Saying this, Gu Cheng retrieved an FN-45 silenced pistol from the system space and displayed it in his palm for Lin Qingyun to see. Coming from a military family, Lin Qingyun immediately recognized it as a real firearm, exclaiming, Wow, you can conjure real guns. How impressive. But is your ability solely to create weapons? That's just a fraction of my power. The essence of my ability lies in helping others and earning their gratitude, which grants me various rewards. This gun is merely one of those rewards. Gu Qing, with a steady heart and an unflinching demeanor, told a fib to Lin Qingyun. This was not an ability of his own, but rather a function of the system, and the gun was something he had stored in the system from his previous life. He had just discovered this information while examining the system's panel. The details displayed on the system panel were as follows. System upgrade complete. Upgrade details. 1. The system has been renamed from Task Reward System to Spark System. 2. The previous task reward model has been abolished, and random tasks will no longer be generated. 3. A new system mall has been introduced, where the host can purchase goods up to the level of their current civilization. The host civilization is currently level 1, allowing purchases of goods from level 3 and below. 4. Due to the host's severe past actions, the reward mode has shifted to receiving gratitude from others. The quantity of gratitude coins earned varies based on the sincerity of the gratitude expressed. 0 to 10 sincerity yields 1 coin, 10 minus 20 yields 2 coins, and so forth. With a maximum of 10 coins per individual per day for the first 10 expressions of gratitude. 5. A personal template has been added, allowing the host to view their current strength. 6. A civilization template will be unlocked once the host establishes a faction, enabling them to monitor its development and use gratitude coins to illuminate the technology tree. 7. A query function has been added, allowing the host to spend gratitude coins to have the system answer questions within its scope. 8. The system warehouse model has changed to only store items purchased from the system mall, with a maximum storage duration of 1 month, after which items will automatically drop from the system space. 9. Items previously stored in the system warehouse from the host's past life can still be used, but they too are subject to the 1-month storage limit. Oh, I see. Gu Cheng, what should we do with all these zombies outside? After listening to Gu Cheng's explanation, Lin Qingyun's earlier cold demeanor softened, and she gently inquired, embodying a sense of vulnerability. After all, in this apocalyptic setting, as a woman with naturally weaker physical capabilities and no awakened abilities, her reliance lay solely on Gu Cheng, prompting her to adopt a more humble approach in seeking his opinion. Then, you ought to express your gratitude to me, and I will test the extent of my abilities. Make sure your thanks are genuine. Oh, thank you. Ding, you have received gratitude from Lin Qingyun, sincerity level 67. 5. Congratulations, host. You have earned 7 gratitude coins. Current balance, 7 gratitude coins available. Believing Lin Qingyun's expression of gratitude lacked sincerity, Gu Cheng encouraged her to be more earnest. Ding, you have received gratitude from Lin Qingyun, sincerity level 73. 2. Congratulations, host. You have earned 8 gratitude coins. Current balance, 15 gratitude coins available. Seeing an increase in sincerity, Gu Cheng urged Lin Qingyun to continue. Ding, you have received gratitude from Lin Qingyun, sincerity level 75. 6. Congratulations, host. You have earned 8 gratitude coins. Current balance, 23 gratitude coins available. Ding, you have received gratitude from Lin Qingyun, sincerity level 74. 3. Congratulations, host. You have earned 8 gratitude coins. Current balance, 31 gratitude coins available. Why does it only yield 8 coins? If every instance only grants 8, I can only earn a maximum of 80 coins daily, leaving me at a loss of 20. This is intolerable. Each gratitude coin is a matter of life and death for me. By the way, system, come forth and explain why I only received 8 gratitude coins. Did I not ask Lin Qingyun to be more sincere? Why did the sincerity level decline? Response to host. Sincerity is a complex amalgamation of subjective and objective intentions. It cannot be fully controlled by humans and is influenced by the environment, mindset, and thoughts of the person expressing gratitude. Is there no way to enhance it? Response to host. Currently, there is no method available. Fine. If 8 is all I can get, then so be it. With no solution in sight, Gu Cheng resigned himself to the outcome. Subsequently, Gu Cheng had Lin Qingyun exhaust the remaining 6 opportunities for the day, and by a stroke of luck, she managed to yield 9 gratitude coins in one instance, amassing a total of 80 gratitude coins. Chapter 4. Personal Panel. How should I utilize my 80 gratitude coins? Oh right, there is a personal panel. Let me check my current capabilities. With that thought, Gu Cheng opened the system's personal panel. Before him appeared a luminous interface visible only to him, displaying host, Gu Cheng age, 26 height, 178 centimeters ability, duplication, level, S. Description: during the progression from the first stage of transformation to the ninth, for each advancement, one can replicate another's ability. But the replicated ability is of the lowest level F. It can be enhanced by absorbing evolution crystals or utilizing gratitude coins. Current status: unawakened. Will awaken after absorbing one evolution crystal. Ability level classification: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Principle: none rank. First stage of transformation physique: 6 strength, 5 agility, 8 spirit, 14 stamina, 7. The average value of a normal adult male's attributes is 10. Strength evaluation: a mere combat novice, hiss. An S-level ability that allows for the duplication of others and oppos, powers. Although it may seem trivial in the early stages, it is undoubtedly an extraordinary asset in the later phases. Ginging felt immense joy upon discovering the S-level of his ability. However, when he beheld the 5-dimensional attributes and the strength evaluation, he nearly cursed aloud. Hastening to consult the system. Is this a joke, system? While I may not exercise often, I didn't expect my attributes to be so dismal. That evaluation of being a mere combat novice has deeply wounded my tender spirit. Due to a portion of your soul being sealed as a vessel for this system upon your arrival, your soul remains incomplete, resulting in underdevelopment. This explains the deficiency in your 5-dimensional attributes, and is also the reason you suffer from heart disease. This explanation costs 10 gratitude coins, which have been automatically deducted. You now have 70 gratitude coins remaining. So it's your fault, system? How can you deduct my gratitude coins? I haven't even received a comforting gift of gratitude coins from you yet. Host, dream on. Without me, you would have perished in your previous life. Do you still wish to traverse to this realm? What the hell? I am the host. How can you, a mere system, insult me? Seeing that the system was unresponsive to his grievances, Ginging decided to refrain from further arguments, instead voicing another inquiry. System, what does the plus sign next to the 5-dimensional attributes signify? The plus sign indicates that you can enhance those attributes through point allocation or by consuming evolution crystals. The specific ratio is as follows. 1 attribute point at the first stage equals 1 first stage evolution crystal, which equals 10 gratitude coins. 1 attribute point at the second stage equals 1 second stage evolution crystal, which equals 100 gratitude coins, and so forth. This explanation does not consume gratitude coins. Then what about the principal system? Answering that question requires 10,000 gratitude coins. Insufficient gratitude coins detected, unable to respond. 10,000 is quite excessive. Since the rank displays as the first stage of transformation, does that imply there are levels beyond transformation? What are the other ranks? Answering that question also requires 10,000 gratitude coins. Insufficient gratitude coins detected, unable to respond. What the heck? Another 10,000. This system must be created by capitalists, charging exorbitantly for every inquiry. That is somewhat accurate. The creators of this system belong to a higher dimensional civilization, which, in relation to your lower dimensional civilization, indeed plays the role of capitalists. What higher dimensional civilization, lower dimensional civilization? Please elaborate. Answering that question requires 100 million gratitude coins. Insufficient gratitude coins detected, unable to respond. Upon seeing such a price, Ginging's face twitched involuntarily. He decided not to pursue further questions and instead instructed the system to expend 70 gratitude coins to elevate his strength, physique, and spirit by 2 points each, and stamina by 1 point. Consequently, Ginging's personal panel transformed into Host, Ginging, Physique, 8 Strength, 7 Agility, 8 Spirit, 16 Stamina, 8 Strength Evaluation, a slightly stronger than novice combatant, standing nearby. Lin Qingyun observed Ginging's prolonged daze and the sudden twitching of his face, which piqued her curiosity. She inquired, Ginging, are you all right? How is your ability? How effective was your attempt? Hearing Lin Qingyun's question snapped Ginging back to reality. I'm fine. This ability seems quite helpful. It will surely ensure our safety. I'm preparing to hunt zombies to enhance my strength. You can stay here and wait for my return. As he finished speaking and attempted to leave the office, his stomach let out a loud growl, revealing his hunger. After all, it was already past noon, nearing 1 o'clock, and he had yet to eat lunch. Embarrassed, Ginging scratched his head and retrieved a piece of bread he reserved from his backpack, devouring it hungrily. Halfway through, he suddenly realized something and turned his gaze to Lin Qingyun. Are you hungry? Would you like me to share some with you? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands. I just had half a piece of cake before you arrived, so I'm not hungry yet. By the way, there's still half a piece of cake left here. You can have it if you're still hungry after finishing your bread. With that, Lin Qingyun handed Gu Cheng the half-sized cake, and the flush on her face deepened. No need, keep it for yourself. You haven't had lunch either, you'll be hungry later. No, right now, you are the only one among us with abilities. You must eat well to maintain your combat effectiveness. Moreover, there are plenty of food items in the vending machine on the first floor of the teaching building. After we clear out the zombies, we can gather some supplies. All right, Gu Cheng relented. After all, one piece of bread could hardly satisfy him, and he needed more sustenance. He reached out and accepted the cake Lin Qingyun offered. After finishing the bread in just a few bites, he unwrapped the cake, gazing at the faint bite marks on it. Gu Cheng's mind wandered to Lin Qingyun's cherry-like lips that had touched the cake, instantly igniting a sense of excitement within him. He savored the delicious cake as if he were tasting Lin Qingyun's sweet lips. Watching Gu Cheng relish the remains of her cake, Lin Qingyun felt her cheeks flush even more. Having just finished eating, Gu Cheng was momentarily taken aback by the sight. He recalled how Lin Qingyun had appeared shy throughout the day and contrasted it with her previous aloof goddess persona. The stark contrast between her cold demeanor and her current bashfulness was truly endearing. Noticing Gu Cheng lost in thought, Lin Qingyun felt even more embarrassed and turned her head away. The atmosphere between them gradually became more intimate. Chapter 5. Slaying the zombies. I will go hunt the zombies now. Make sure to lock the door in the office and wait for my return. Ultimately, it was Gu Cheng who broke the ambiguous atmosphere. After all, the pressing matter was to enhance one's strength. His parents and loved ones were waiting for him to return and provide rescue. Gu Cheng gripped his FN-45 silenced pistol tightly, maneuvering cautiously along the corridor of the teaching building, keeping his body pressed against the wall. He dared not make any significant noise, fearing it would alert the remaining zombies on the same floor. Although he possessed a weapon with formidable firepower, he could not withstand an overwhelming number of foes. If a horde of zombies surged towards him from this floor, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Thus, Gu Cheng stealthily approached the first classroom adjacent to the office. This was a large auditorium capable of accommodating over 200 individuals, typically used for major courses like advanced mathematics. Reaching the window, Gu Cheng cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain. Inside, it was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of life. As he prepared to withdraw, two feral growls erupted from within the classroom. A male and a female zombie lunged towards his direction, their ravenous expressions reminiscent of starving individuals spotting food after days of hunger. Witnessing their frenzied approach, Gu Cheng unhesitatingly pulled back the curtain, steadied his grip on the pistol, and aimed for their heads, firing 2 shots in quick succession. Both bullets struck true, piercing their foreheads. After all, Gu Cheng had once been a warlord. Proficiency with firearms was essential. With 2 muted thuds, the zombies collapsed to the ground, motionless. Fortunately, the silenced pistol's report was minimal, failing to attract the attention of other zombies nearby. Ah, splendid. My marksmanship has not deserted me, though my body feels somewhat weakened. I nearly struggled to control the recoil just now. Gu Cheng mused to himself as he carefully opened the classroom door to examine whether the 2 zombies bore the evolutionary crystals mentioned by the system. Peering down at the fallen zombies, he observed that the female zombie was disheveled, with a chunk of flesh torn from the side of her mouth, while the male's lips were stained with blood. Clearly, prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, these 2 had been entangled in a romantic encounter within the auditorium. The male had transformed first, while the female had succumbed to infection later. Gu Cheng felt no surprise at this. Some individuals were drawn to the thrill, and a classroom setting often provided an exhilarating backdrop. Retrieving a military dagger from the system's warehouse, he proceeded to pierce the skulls of the 2 zombies, searching for the coveted evolutionary crystal. Both the military dagger and the FN-45 silenced pistol were relics from his past life, now proving invaluable. Aside from these 2 items, the system's warehouse also contained 2 magazines for the FN-45, 8 Glock 19 handguns with 16 corresponding magazines, and 10 military daggers. In his previous life, such items would have been trivial, yet now, in a time of scarcity, they held immense worth. After a thorough search, Gu Cheng finally unearthed a hard, red, diamond-shaped crystal nestled within the male zombie and Oppo's skull. This must be the evolutionary crystal. It seems their drop rate is not guaranteed, he thought. cleaning the crystal with the zombie's clothing before inspecting it closely. It was only the size of a pinky finger and felt remarkably smooth to the touch. Following the system's instructions, he placed the evolutionary crystal against his forehead, and in an instant, it appeared to penetrate his consciousness, vanishing from sight. Opening his personal panel, he noted the following attributes: Constitution, 8, Strength, 8, Agility, 8, Spirit, 16, Endurance, 8. To avoid unnecessary verbosity regarding the system panel data, subsequent chapters will only highlight changes like this one. With the complete attributes revealed upon leveling up, Ginging noticed the previously dormant status in the abilities section of his panel had faded, and his strength attribute had increased from 7 to 8. He was aware that absorbing evolutionary crystals could augment one's attributes, though he was uncertain if the distribution was random. Pondering this, he promptly inquired of the system. System, is the allocation of attribute points gained from absorbing evolutionary crystals random? Response to the host: indeed, it is randomly assigned. Supplementary setting: typically, individuals gain attribute points in a random direction when absorbing purification crystals, usually limited to 2 main directions. Once these directions reach the threshold for their current tier, further points cannot be allocated. For example, if an individual's stats are capped at 20 points for the 5 attributes in the first tier, and their strength reaches 20 after absorbing a first-tier evolutionary crystal, further absorption will not enhance agility, spirit, or endurance until they advance to the second tier and absorb a second-tier crystal. So with the system, I could potentially become a well-rounded warrior. Ginging felt a surge of excitement as he rose, preparing to venture into the next classroom to dispatch more zombies. Adopting the same stealthy approach, he crept along the wall to the entrance of the next classroom, cautiously peering inside. This room was smaller, typically used for 1 or 2 classes, but it was empty, likely vacated during lunch. As he moved to the next classroom, he was suddenly met with the chilling growls of zombies. The sound seemed alarmingly close to the door. He could not afford to peek, lest he provoke danger. He decided to lure them out into the corridor. With that thought in mind, Ginging tapped the wall with his pistol. Before long, a zombie was drawn to the entrance. It was a male zombie, stout and bulky, with a belly resembling that of a heavily pregnant woman. Upon seeing this rotund zombie emerge, Ginging did not hesitate. He steadied his aim at its forehead and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck true, and the hefty zombie collapsed. Perhaps due to its considerable weight, the thud echoed through the corridor, attracting 2 more zombies from the adjacent classroom. As they emerged, sensing the presence of a living being, they hastily advanced toward Ginging. Displaying remarkable agility, he aimed and fired once more. However, given the distance, his first 2 shots only managed to strike one of the zombies in the forehead, while the other continued to rush at him, claws outstretched. Remaining composed, Ginging recalibrated his aim and fired again, successfully bringing down the second zombie. After waiting a moment to ensure no additional zombies emerged, he began to dissect the heads of the 3 fallen creatures, searching for any signs of evolutionary crystals. After a diligent search, he ultimately discovered a solitary red evolutionary crystal among the remains. System, is the drop rate for these evolutionary crystals truly this low? Ginging couldn't help but voice his discontent. The drop rate is approximately between 30 and 80, which is not low. Moreover, evolutionary crystals are not exclusive to zombies. They can also form within high-energy plants and animals, as well as humans, with the likelihood increasing in higher-tier evolutionary beings. Do evolution crystals also have levels? Upon seeing the system's response, Ginging expressed his curiosity once more. Indeed, evolution crystals are categorized into 9 levels, with colors ranging sequentially from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, to white. The red evolution crystal in your possession is classified as level 1. Creatures at the first stage of transformation can absorb it to enhance their attributes, while those at the second stage of transformation or higher can only utilize it to replenish their expended extraordinary energy. Chapter 6. The Jade Feat. After comprehensively understanding the drop rate and level classification of the evolution crystals, Ginging proceeded to absorb the first-tier evolution crystal he had just acquired. Consequently, his physical attributes increased slightly, reaching a total of 9. Following this, Ginging embarked on a methodical mission to eliminate the zombies. The educational building of Ging's school was architecturally designed in a U-shape, comprising 6 stories, with a total of 5 such buildings. The U-shaped structure housed classrooms, restrooms, stairwells, and other facilities along its eastern and western wings, while the central connection served as offices. Gucheng had just cleared the 6th floor on the western side and intended to eliminate all the zombies on the western wing before returning to find Lin Qingyun. In this manner, Gucheng dedicated over an hour to eradicate the zombies from the 1st to the 5th floors of the western wing, successfully defeating 28 zombies and obtaining 17 first-tier evolution crystals. He decided to absorb all 16 crystals, reserving one to take back to Lin Qingyun, in hopes that she might absorb it and awaken her latent abilities. After consuming the 16 first-tier evolution crystals, Gucheng's personal attributes panel transformed to Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 13, Spirit 16, Stamina 10, Strength Evaluation, approximately equivalent to 2.5 agile canines. Disregarding the system's teasing evaluation of his strength, Gucheng spent another hour carefully barricading both stairwells on the western side of the educational building with desks, preventing any zombies from ascending from the open area below. Once he completed this task, he carried a box to the 1st floor where several vending machines were located. Forcefully opening the doors and swiftly filling the cardboard boxes with various snacks and beverages, bread, ham sausages, chocolates, duck necks, duck feet, quail eggs, and an assortment of sodas and energy drinks. After packing 2 large boxes with food, Gucheng effortlessly carried one box in each hand back to Lin Qingyun's office on the 6th floor. For someone with his current strength attribute of 14, the weight was negligible. Upon reaching the office door on the 6th floor, Gucheng gently set the food boxes down. Mindful that the classrooms on the eastern side had yet to be cleared, excessive noise might attract zombies, while 1 or 2 would pose little threat. A swarm of 10 or more would certainly be overwhelming. After placing the boxes on the ground, Gucheng leaned closer to the door and knocked softly, whispering, "It's me, Gucheng. I'm back with food." Upon hearing his voice, Lin Qingyun, who had been standing guard with a broom in a defensive stance beside the door, felt a surge of joy and promptly discarded the broom to open the door. She was acutely aware of Gucheng's precarious situation. After all, the windows of the office provided a view of the corridors on each floor, and she had been silently observing his efforts to clear the zombies for nearly 3 hours. As Gucheng prepared to enter, he realized that the door was too narrow, necessitating him to carry the boxes one at a time. Observing this, Lin Qingyun stepped out to assist him. However, the weight of the box, laden with beverages, proved to be quite burdensome for her. After struggling for a while, she was unable to lift it. As Gucheng placed one box on the office floor, he turned to see Lin Qingyun's predicament. Without hesitation, he rushed over, bending down to offer his help. To his embarrassment, his hands inadvertently brushed against the back of Lin Qingyun's hands. This was not an intentional advance. Rather, the box's size and its open top obstructed his view. Having never been touched by a strange man before, Lin Qingyun felt the warmth on her skin and stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank, as if her CPU had overheated. When Gucheng realized the awkwardness of the situation, he quickly withdrew his hands, stepping back while raising them innocently, exclaiming, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Upon hearing his apology, Lin Qingyun snapped back to reality. She straightened up, casting a flustered yet annoyed glance at Gucheng before striding into the office. Notably, she had removed the mid-heeled shoes she wore that morning. Her delicate feet, wrapped in glossy black stockings, gently touched the floor, as if stepping on Gucheng's heart, causing it to race. Gucheng's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her exquisite feet, and even after they vanished from his sight, he remained momentarily entranced. After a brief wait, noticing Gucheng hadn't followed her inside, Lin Qingyun stepped back to the doorway, only to find him standing there, dazed with a somewhat lecherous expression, nearly drooling. Realizing what had captivated him, she glanced down at her beautifully adorned feet and playfully scolded, "What are you standing there for? You little lecher. Hurry up and bring the food inside. I'm starving." At her playful reprimand, Gucheng snapped back to attention, quickly bending down to lift the box of food and hastily entering the office while ensuring to close the door behind him. He set the box beside the first one and stood awkwardly, scratching his head, unsure of what to say. Observing his discomfort, Lin Qingyun teased, "I never expected that the usually absent-minded researcher would turn out to be such a lecher." To this, Gucheng could only chuckle awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "All right. You've worked diligently for nearly 3 hours and must be exhausted. Come, have something to eat and take a break," Lin Qingyun suggested, handing him a sausage she had just retrieved from the box. Gu Cheng, not one to be polite, accepted the sausage, found a chair, and bit into it with fervor, quickly consuming it. The battle and the labor of moving had taken a toll on him, and he was in urgent need of sustenance to replenish his energy. After finishing the sausage, he pulled out an unopened bottle of soda and a piece of bread, alternating between bites of bread and sips of soda. Lin Qingyun, observing his voracious appetite, remained silent, maintaining her poised demeanor as she took small bites of her own bread. Thus, the two shared a quiet meal, enveloped in a harmonious and warm atmosphere within the office, where words were rendered unnecessary. Chapter 7. Wind system abilities with a satisfying belch after indulging in 3 pieces of bread, 3 sausages, and a bottle of cola. Gu Cheng patted his belly and reclined comfortably in his office chair, closing his eyes. Beside him, Lin Qingyun sat smiling, having already filled her stomach earlier, contentedly observing Gu Cheng as he savored his meal. After a brief respite of 2 to 3 minutes, Gu Cheng opened his eyes, rose, and prepared to continue cleaning the classrooms on the eastern side of the teaching building, as well as the offices below. It was already a little past 4 in the afternoon, and if he delayed any longer, he would not be able to complete the cleaning of the entire building that evening. As he stood up, Gu Cheng noticed Lin Qingyun gazing at him with a smile. Seemingly lost in thought, an idea struck him. He reached into his pocket and produced a red evolution crystal, offering it to her. Qingyun, take this evolution crystal and press it against your forehead. Let us see if it can awaken your abilities. What exactly is an evolution crystal? Lin Qingyun asked. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the red gem in Gu Cheng's hand. It is a type of energy crystal, one that can enhance the powers of humans, zombies, and plants and animals. It can also awaken latent abilities in those who have not yet manifested them. Just follow my instructions and absorb it, Gu Cheng explained patiently. All right. Lin Qingyun replied obediently. She extended her hand, took the red evolution crystal from Gu Cheng, and pressed it to her forehead. After several moments, Gu Cheng observed a layer of greenish-blue light emanating from Lin Qingyun, accompanied by a gentle breeze. It seems she has successfully awakened her abilities. I wonder what level and type they are, he murmured to himself. A minute later, the shimmering light and breeze surrounding Lin Qingyun dissipated. She opened her eyes, excitement radiating from her expression. That and Appo's. Wonderful, Gu Cheng. I have awakened my abilities. It's an A-grade wind manipulation ability, allowing me to control the winds within a 1,000-meter radius for battle, and I can even fly on the wind. Wow, although it's not S-grade, its effects are still quite impressive. Flying on the wind, what a coveted skill for many, Gu Cheng admitted, slightly astonished by the potential of her newfound powers. Suddenly, Gu Cheng recalled that his own ability allowed him to copy others' powers. Since his current abilities lacked combat effectiveness, it would be advantageous to replicate Lin Qingyun's wind manipulation ability to bolster his own combat prowess. With this thought, he set his plan into motion, targeting Lin Qingyun and activating his copying ability. In no time, Gu Cheng successfully replicated Lin Qingyun's wind manipulation ability, albeit at an initial F-grade level. Checking his personal panel, he noted the following information. 2. Wind manipulation, level F. Description: can concentrate abilities on cold weapons or bullets to enhance their sharpness, and can create a wind attribute blade when using cold weapons. However, the blade dissipates beyond a 1-meter range. For instance, if the wind ability is applied to a sword, a swing will generate a wind attribute blade. Law: Wind Law 0. 1 tier, Transcendent First Stage Physique, 12 Strength, 14 Agility, 13 Spirit, 16 Stamina, 10 Power Evaluation. Slightly formidable with the new ability at the first stage. Not bad, though the range of the blade is a bit limited. Where did this wind law come from? Gu Cheng wondered. Forget it. I have no gratitude currency to inquire further with the system, as long as the host understands. Upon seeing the system and Appo's response, Gu Cheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, he decided against engaging in a debate with the system at that moment, returning his focus to reality. He observed Lin Qingyun practicing her wind manipulation nearby and smiled. Qingyun, I'm heading out to clear the zombies from the eastern side of the teaching building. You stay here and practice your abilities. I'll return once I'm done. At his words, Lin Qingyun immediately frowned. No way. I want to go too. I didn't join you at noon because I was incapable, but now that I've awakened my abilities, I feel I can help you clear the zombies. You've just awakened your powers and are still unfamiliar with their use. It's dangerous if you come along. Gu Cheng firmly rejected her request. But you went out alone right after awakening your abilities at noon. If you can do it, why can't I? Are you looking down on me? Lin Qingyun retorted. Her sharp gaze locked onto Gu Cheng. Her expression seemed to convey a silent challenge. If you don't let me go, I'll make it difficult for you. Just as Gu Cheng hesitated, Lin Qingyun changed her demeanor, feigning a shy pout. All right, Gu Cheng, I promise I'll stay close and listen to you. Please let me join. I want to improve my strength to assist you. After all, an A-grade ability needs practical experience. Gu Cheng inhaled sharply at her sweet, coaxing tone. His mind momentarily muddled. It was a striking contrast to see a once-aloof goddess now appearing bashful and charming before him. Who wouldn't he be taken aback by such a transformation? After a brief period of flustered contemplation, Gu Cheng, blushing, finally acquiesced to Lin Qingyun's request, stipulating that should any danger arise, she must immediately retreat at his command to avoid compromising his actions. Gu Cheng wasn't simply swayed by her charm. Having gained an offensive ability, he felt sufficiently confident in his capability to protect Lin Qingyun. Moreover, he recognized that the environment outside the teaching building was far more perilous than within. It was crucial for Lin Qingyun to familiarize herself with combat now, so she would be better prepared for encounters with zombies the following day. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's consent, Lin Qingyun gleefully retrieved her high heels from the side, quickly removing 2 of the heels and putting the shoes on in preparation for their departure. While she was busy with her shoes, Gu Cheng checked the remaining bullets in his FN-45 silenced pistol, discovering only 10 rounds left. The FN-45 has a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, and after slaying 33 zombies in the West, he had expended 35 bullets. As for his Glock pistol, Gu Cheng did not check it, as the one stored in the system warehouse lacked silencers. Firing them would attract all the zombies lurking in the open space below. Chapter 8. The unlucky and the fortunate 10 shots will be 10 shots. Let us hope to hit all. Once the ammunition is expended, we shall resort to hand-to-hand combat with military daggers. Oh, wait. I could affix the military dagger to a stick, transforming it into a long bayonet. Inspired by this brilliant idea, Gu Cheng immediately set about his task. He procured 2 broom handles and some rope, securely binding the hilt of the military dagger to one end of a stick, thus crafting a makeshift long-handled dagger. Subsequently, he fashioned an identical weapon for Lin Qingyun and took out 2 military daggers, one clipped to his waist and the other handed to Lin Qingyun. With their gear prepared, the duo set forth. Gu Cheng gripped the FN-45 silenced pistol firmly, leaning against the classroom wall as he cautiously advanced down the corridor. Behind him, Lin Qingyun followed closely, wielding the modified long dagger. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the first classroom to the east, a spacious room that could accommodate 200 to 300 people. Gu Cheng adeptly opened the window, peering inside through a corner of the curtain. After a few moments of observation, having detected no zombies within, they proceeded to the next classroom. Perhaps the lurking zombies awaited them at the entrance of the next room. As Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun approached, 4 or 5 zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, surged forth, clawing and growling menacingly. You step back. I will handle these zombies, Gu Cheng shouted to Lin Qingyun. He was not particularly afraid of the 4 or 5 zombies. With his marksmanship, he could likely take them down with a single shot each. However, to ensure safety, he instructed Lin Qingyun to retreat first. She complied promptly, not wishing to become a burden. As Lin Qingyun fell back, Gu Cheng had already aimed at one of the zombies and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck true, and the zombie collapsed. The fallen zombie, being the foremost, momentarily obstructed the others, allowing Gu Cheng to fire 2 more shots, dropping another 2 zombies. However, the remaining 2 zombies, having been somewhat distant, were undeterred and continued their advance. Noticing they were now only 4 or 5 meters away, Gu Cheng quickly retreated a few steps, turned, and fired again, hitting another zombie squarely in the forehead. He then stepped back, turned once more, and fired again. With a series of 5 gunshots, the pursuing zombies lay motionless on the ground. Lin Qingyun, witnessing Gu Cheng's impressive display, covered her mouth in disbelief at his extraordinary marksmanship. Turning to her, Gu Cheng waved her over. Once she approached, she exclaimed, Gu Cheng, that was amazing. I had no idea you were such a sharpshooter. It's nothing, he replied. Now, take that military dagger and split open the skulls of those zombies. See if there are any evolution crystals inside, and conquer your own fears in the process. Gu Cheng pointed to the zombies' heads. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingyun grasped her military dagger and complied. She understood that in this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated confronting the undead, and the first step was to face them with composure. After 15 minutes, Lin Qingyun extracted 4 red first-tier evolution crystals from the heads of the fallen zombies. Wow, are the drop rates for evolution crystals this high? Gu Cheng marveled at the discovery. Lin Qingyun wiped the crystals clean and handed them to Gu Cheng. Here, these must be the evolution crystals you mentioned, right? Regaining his focus, Gu Cheng took 2 crystals from her palm, stating, "Let us each keep 2. You must enhance your combat prowess as well." He placed the crystals against his forehead. Upon checking his status panel, he noted slight increases in both physique and endurance. Lin Qingyun, not one to be coy, mirrored his actions and absorbed her crystals as well. Once they had completed the absorption, they continued to the next classroom. Upon reaching the doorway, Gu Cheng skillfully leaned out to assess the situation inside, spotting a solitary zombie in the far corner. Perhaps due to the distance, the creature remained oblivious to their presence, standing with its arms hanging limply. Gu Cheng turned to Lin Qingyun. "Your wind manipulation ability can create wind blades, correct? Stand at the door and see if you can use your powers to eliminate it. Do not worry. If you cannot, I shall intervene." Inspired by his words, Lin Qingyun gathered her courage and positioned herself at the entrance, determined not to be a hindrance to Gu Cheng. Harnessing her mental focus, she commanded the winds within the classroom, and soon, papers began to swirl violently in the air. Suddenly, a half-meter-long azure wind blade materialized, rapidly spinning and gaining speed before soaring towards the zombie's neck. With a sharp thud, the zombie's head severed and fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, Lin Qingyun ceased her powers and turned to Gu Cheng, her expression mirroring that of an eager child seeking praise. "Excellent. You executed that beautifully on your first attempt." Gu Cheng chuckled at her reaction, ultimately offering her the commendation she sought. The once cold Lin Qingyun beamed with pride at his praise, unfazed by her moment of triumph. Gu Cheng approached the severed head, crouching down to dissect it with his military dagger, searching for evolution crystals. After half a minute of rummaging through the gore, having found nothing but a red and white mess, he gave up. Rising, he thought to himself, "Is it possible? Lin Qingyun found 4 crystals from 5 zombies, while I sometimes fail to extract even 1 from 2. Am I truly the unlucky one, while she is the fortunate one?" Feeling disheartened, Gu Cheng joined Lin Qingyun, informing her it was time to move to the next classroom. Noticing Gu Cheng returned empty-handed, Lin Qingyun remained silent and followed his lead towards the next room. Chapter 9. The Kite Strategy. Next, the final classroom on the 6th floor needed to be cleared. Gu Cheng, adhering to his usual practice, leaned in to inspect the classroom and discovered that only a single zombie resided within. He then encouraged Lin Qingyun to practice her skills. 3 minutes later, Lin Qingyun returned to Gu Cheng's side, presenting him with a red first-level evolution crystal she held in her right hand. "Here, Gu Cheng, you should use this first. My wind blade can only be employed once every 5 seconds, and when faced with multiple zombies, it will be necessary for you to take action. Thus, you must become stronger," she stated. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng accepted the evolution crystal without hesitation, placing it against his forehead to absorb its power, which increased slightly. It was not that Gu Cheng was solely focused on enhancing his own abilities at the expense of Lin Qingyun, whose attributes were inferior. Rather, he was acutely aware that his FN-45 silenced pistol had only 5 bullets left. After expending those, he would be forced into close combat, a scenario for which he had little experience. Hence, higher attributes were undoubtedly advantageous. As they proceeded to the 5th floor, Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun encountered several zombies again. In the final encounter, 7 zombies surged forth. Gu Cheng managed to hit all 5 of his bullets, yet 2 zombies remained. At that moment, he found himself without his modified bayonet, armed only with a military dagger. Observing that one zombie was merely 2 meters away, Gu Cheng, in a moment of desperation, drew his military dagger and hurled it at the zombie's head. Fortunately, the dagger found its mark, embedding itself in the creature's eye socket, causing it to collapse shortly thereafter. From her position behind, Lin Qingyun, witnessing Gu Cheng single-handedly dispatch 6 of the 7 zombies, swiftly gathered the wind around her, forming a cutting wind blade that she directed at the last zombie's neck. With a decisive thud, the head severed from the body, eliminating the final zombie on that floor. In the aftermath, Gu Cheng collapsed onto the ground and lay back, gasping for breath. The preceding moments had indeed been perilous, had Gu Cheng not possessed excellent aim. successfully embedding the military dagger in the zombie's eye. And had Lin Qingyun not promptly severed the last zombie's head with her wind blade, he would have surely fallen victim to the remaining 2 zombies. Such a fate would have condemned him to the pillar of shame reserved for traversers. This episode illuminated Gu Qing's momentary lapse in vigilance. Since the commencement of their zombie clearing at noon, the exhilarating rush of dispatching each zombie with a single shot had dulled his senses, leading him to overlook the precarious situation of depleting his ammunition without having eradicated all threats. Thus, he contemplated his strategy for the battles ahead. Noticing Gu Qing's furrowed brow, Lin Qingyun inquired, "Gu Qing, what occupies your thoughts?" "Qingyun, I have exhausted the bullets for the pistol I exchanged for using my powers. I am pondering how to confront the zombies next." "I actually have a plan," she replied. "We can use small pebbles to lure the zombies out into the corridor, and then employ the kite strategy to engage them from a distance. During the process, I can use the wind blade to eliminate them one by one. What do you think of this approach?" "Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that?" "Qingyun, I believe this will work. Let us try it shortly." Having devised a solution, Gu Qing rested on the ground. Lin Qingyun took this opportunity to pry open the skull of a fallen zombie and extract the evolution crystal. Together, they had eliminated 11 zombies on the 5th floor, acquiring 9 first-level evolution crystals in total. This bounty stirred a mixture of emotions within Gu Qing, sourness from recognizing Lin Qingyun as a fortunate one, while he felt himself to be rather unfortunate. However, joy surged through him at the thought of the significant power boost they would gain from assimilating these 9 crystals. They decided to divide the spoils, with Gu Qing taking 5 and Lin Qingyun 4. In no time, both had absorbed their respective evolution crystals. Gu Qing's endurance increased slightly, while his strength and spirit each rose by 2 points. His attributes were now displayed as follows: Constitution, 13 Strength, 17 Agility, 13 Spirit, 18 Endurance, 12 Power Rating, capable of facing 3 opponents. Satisfied with his new attributes, Gu Qing nodded appreciatively. He then picked up a modified bayonet that lay beside him and led the way to the 4th floor. Lin Qingyun hurriedly followed suit, brandishing another modified bayonet. Upon reaching a classroom on the 4th floor, Gu Qing halted and tossed a pebble the size of his thumb into the corridor. The stone struck the ground with a dull thud before coming to rest in the hallway. Moments later, a horde of zombies, as if driven mad, emerged from the 2 classrooms flanking the pebble. Gu Qing counted and noted a total of 8 zombies. Adhering to their previously agreed-upon strategy, the pair resolved to lure the zombies to the stairwell for elimination. Given that Lin Qingyun's wind blade required a 5-second interval between uses, Gu Qing instructed her to first dispatch 1 zombie with her wind blade, then swiftly retreat to the stairwell to await her next opportunity. While he positioned himself a meter away to ensure her safety, once Lin Qingyun unleashed her second wind blade, they both sprinted up to the stairwell on the 5th floor. Just as the remaining 6 zombies reached the 4th floor stairway, Lin Qingyun cast another wind blade, which cleanly dispatched the foremost zombie, causing the 5 trailing behind it to stumble as well. As they regained their footing, Lin Qingyun's subsequent wind blade met them head-on, severing the head of one of the zombies. By the time another zombie finally reached the 5th floor stairwell, Lin Qingyun had already eliminated 7 of its companions. The solitary creature was swiftly dispatched by Gu Qing, who plunged the modified bayonet into its eye socket, sending it tumbling down the stairs, lifeless. Upon witnessing the last zombie fall, Lin Qingyun leaned against the wall of the stairwell, exhaling heavily. The series of 7 wind blades had indeed drained her energy. Beads of sweat formed on her exquisite cheeks, coalescing into droplets that cascaded down her face. Gu Qing observed as a single droplet traced its path down her cheek, continuing down her fair neck, and ultimately disappearing into the shadowed depths of her attire. Chapter 10. Center-parted hair and overalls. Gu Qing found himself captivated by a certain sight. His heart stirred with desire. However, he quickly suppressed these feelings upon considering their current surroundings. After a brief respite of 5 minutes, Lin Qingyun rose to excavate the evolution crystals from the zombie's corpse. Observing his own grim demeanor, Gu Qing had entrusted Lin Qingyun with the task of retrieving the crystals. Ultimately, she unearthed 6 first-tier evolution crystals. In recognition of her efforts, Gu Qing duly praised her, eliciting a joyful smile from Lin Qingyun. This time, Gu Qing refrained from participating in the distribution of the evolution crystals, wishing instead to allow Lin Qingyun to elevate her strength and, in turn, enhance their combat endurance. Lin Qingyun readily accepted Gu Cheng's reasoning. It turned out that witnessing Gu Cheng vanquishing the zombies had ignited a fervent conviction within her that she, being older, should protect him rather than vice versa. This determination spurred her to grow stronger at a swift pace. Thus, the two of them worked in harmonious tandem to eliminate the zombies. When confronted with one or two solitary zombies, Gu Cheng would advance and swiftly dispatch them with his dagger. However, when faced with three or more, they employed a kiting strategy to systematically eliminate each one. Perhaps it was the enhancement of their abilities through combat, or perhaps the adage that teamwork lightens the load rang true. But the two found their task less arduous and their efficiency continually improving. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, they had cleared all the classrooms and offices to the east, having slain 53 zombies and acquired 41 first-tier evolution crystals, including the 14 obtained before implementing the kiting strategy. Gu Cheng claimed 18 of these crystals, not because he could not have taken more, but because absorbing them brought his strength and spirit to precisely 20 points, capping his potential for further enhancement. After this augmentation, Gu Cheng's personal profile transformed to Constitution, 14, Strength, 20, Agility, 15, Spirit, 20, Stamina, 14. Strength Evaluation, an outstanding representative among ordinary first-tier evolved beings. Subsequently, Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun split into two paths. Gu Cheng quietly maneuvered desks from the second floor to block the staircase, while Lin Qingyun began gathering food from the sixth floor to return to their original office. With a strength of 20, Gu Cheng finished in under half an hour what had previously taken over an hour. He commenced gathering food from the second floor, clutching a cardboard box in his left hand while rummaging through desks and bags for provisions with his right. As he reached into a black backpack, a sudden melody interrupted him, center-parted hair and overalls. Startled, he quickly scanned his surroundings for the source of the sound, only to discover it emanated from the backpack itself. Upon opening it, he found a phone lit up, displaying a music clip titled AI Coin. He hastily lowered the volume, apprehensive that the noise might disturb the zombies below and compromise his carefully arranged blockade. Yet, instead of shutting off the video, he uncapped a bottle of soda and indulged in the artistic presentation, pondering the merits of the content. He felt compelled to support the creator but soon realized that this short video app, Douyin, did not allow for a simple like. He settled for giving it a thumbs up before closing the phone, planning to revisit it later during moments of boredom. As dusk approached, he continued his food collection. Finally, shortly after 7, the duo returned to their original office with provisions obtained from a vending machine on the first floor, alongside cushions, neck pillows, and jackets gathered from their previous search. The food was naturally for consumption, while the cushions and jackets would serve to keep warm during the chilly April nights in the south. This time, they had amassed 2 large boxes filled with food, primarily comprising bread, sausages, and beverages, similar to their earlier haul. Lin Qingyun, having absorbed numerous evolution crystals in the afternoon, had significantly bolstered her strength, eliminating any concerns regarding her ability to carry a box of food. Each of them shouldered a box and transported the provisions back to their 6th floor office, where they resolved to spend the night. Though the environment was somewhat austere, laying down textbooks and jackets would suffice for a comfortable rest. Upon returning to the office and securing the door, they each settled into a chair and rummaged through the boxes for their preferred snacks. After 2 hours of intense combat, both were famished. Gu Cheng tore open a bread package and devoured it in mere bites, while Lin Qingyun abandoned her earlier demure demeanor, embracing a voracious eating mode. Within a mere 15 minutes, both were satiated and comfortably reclined in their chairs. They lay quietly for several minutes, with Gu Cheng nearly drifting off to sleep when Lin Qingyun's phone rang. Her grandfather was calling. He inquired about her afternoon, the safety of her location, and the availability of food. Lin Qingyun recounted the events of zombie extermination, prompting a shocked response from her grandfather upon hearing about the abilities. He explained that their military district had also eliminated numerous zombies that afternoon, extracting many evolution crystals from their remains, but had yet to conduct human trials to ascertain whether these crystals could awaken abilities and enhance human capabilities. After concluding the call, it was evident he would inform the military district of the crystal's potential. Gu Cheng saw no reason to intervene. After all, the properties of the evolution crystals would eventually be uncovered. The sooner more individuals became aware of their benefits, the more lives could be saved, thus providing Gu Cheng with additional opportunities to garner gratitude credits. Otherwise, if, in the future, Gu Cheng were to grow immensely powerful and dominate the globe, only to find a mere few 100,000 people remaining. His daily earnings from gratitude credits would be far from maximized. Chapter 11. The System Mall. After Lin Qingyun finished her call, the office once again descended into silence. Although Gu Cheng had indulged with numerous women in his past life, including beauties and stars from various nations, these encounters were largely transactional, driven by their desire for his wealth and power. Similarly, Gu Cheng sought only to satisfy his physical needs through these fleeting liaisons. Fundamentally, he remained a quintessential straight man, utterly devoid of knowledge on how to engage in conversation with women when alone. In his bewilderment, Gu Cheng opted to access his system. Physical condition: 14 strength, 20 agility, 15 mentality, 20 stamina, 14 performance evaluation, an outstanding individual among ordinary first-stage evolved beings. This delineated Gu Cheng's current personal attributes. His strength and mentality had already reached the threshold of the first stage, hence his physical condition, agility, and stamina could only be elevated to the 20-point threshold upon acquiring more gratitude coins in the future. Gu Cheng calculated that he needed an additional 17 points to achieve a perfect score of 20 across all 5 dimensions, which would require 170 gratitude coins. If Lin Qingyun were to be the sole provider of these coins, it would take at least 2 days to accumulate the necessary amount. Consequently, Gu Cheng resolved to seek out survivors within the school the following day to enlist them as his gratitude coin generators. Of course, Gu Cheng could also acquire a second-stage evolution crystal to elevate himself to the second stage. This was conveyed to him by the system earlier that afternoon when he inquired about upgrading. To ascend from an N level to an N1 level, 2 conditions had to be satisfied. 1. At least 2 attributes among physical condition, strength, agility, mentality, and stamina must meet the N-level threshold. 2. One must absorb a crystal of N1 level evolution. The threshold for the first stage is 20, for the second stage is 30, for the third stage is 40, and so forth. However, Gu Cheng was a person with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, always striving for perfection before he would cease his efforts. Moreover, second-stage evolution crystals were exclusively produced by second-stage beings, and given the current capabilities of Gu Cheng and his companion, they were not yet assured of defeating such entities. After reviewing his personal panel, Gu Cheng turned his attention to other functions of the system. In his eagerness to enhance his strength during lunch, he had neglected to thoroughly explore the system's additional features. First was the civilization template, which would only unlock once Gu Cheng established a faction. He then browsed through the system and Oppo's warehouse, which contained 8 unsilenced Glock 19 handguns, 16 accompanying magazines, and 6 military daggers. Finally, Gu Cheng clicked on the long-anticipated system mall. Upon entry, he was dazzled by the multitude of available products. Name: first-generation spaceship, command type price, 8 billion gratitude coins. Ship description: a universal spaceship for first and second-tier civilizations, capable of traversing within 50 light-years. Length: 10,000 meters. Width: 5,000 meters. Height: 3,000 meters. Equipped with 4 M75 controllable nuclear fusion engines, 1 second-generation Star Destroyer cannon, 4 adjudication laser cannons, and 10,000 swarm missile launch ports. Name: first-generation spaceship. Main type price: 5 billion gratitude coins. Ship description: a universal spaceship for first and second-tier civilizations, capable of traversing within 50 light-years. Length: 5,000 meters. Width: 3,000 meters. Height: 1,000 meters. Equipped with 2 M75 controllable nuclear fusion engines, 1 first-generation Star Destroyer cannon, 2 adjudication laser cannons, and 100,000 swarm missile launch ports. Name: controllable nuclear fusion research data price: 100 million gratitude coins. Set description: comprehensive research data on controllable nuclear fusion technology from advanced civilizations, encompassing development plans and basic operational schemes. Name: Little Boy Nuclear Bomb price: 10 million gratitude coins. Unit description: a nuclear weapon suitable for lower-tier civilizations. With a yield of 10 megatons, once detonated, it leaves a scorched earth for hundreds of miles. Name: Type 1 Forward Base price: 200,000 gratitude coins. Unit description: a forward base for colonization by lower-tier civilizations, created by space manipulators compressing a section of space into a small sphere. Once placed at a designated location, which may contain buildings, a square area of 2,000 meters by 2,000 meters will materialize, featuring military tents. 8 MG-08 heavy machine guns, 16 CMG-3 light machine guns, and 4 Type 85 anti-aircraft machine guns, with a total of 200,000 rounds of various ammunition. Name: Toast price: 1 gratitude coin bag. Description: bread made from wheat, with 1 bag providing a meal for an average adult male. Name: mineral water. Price: 1 gratitude coin bottle. Description: ordinary drinking water, net content of 1,000 milliliters. Faced with this vast array of goods, Gucheng felt both elated and troubled. The joy stemmed from having this system at his disposal, ensuring he lacked for nothing in this apocalyptic world. With sufficient gratitude coins, he could even purchase a spaceship. However, the concern arose from the meager daily earnings of gratitude coins, which were insufficient to meet his needs. It became evident that he must swiftly establish a haven for survivors to amass a large pool of gratitude coin-generating talents. He mused that by providing them with 2 bags of bread and a bottle of water each day, while having them express their gratitude 10 times, he could profit immensely. Even if each expression of thanks yielded only a minimum of 10 gratitude coins. This was an exceedingly lucrative scheme. After contemplating his future gratitude coin strategy, Gucheng redirected his gaze back to the system's offerings. He had not forgotten that his task for the evening was to procure weapons that would enable him to swiftly eliminate zombies, all while remaining within an affordable price range. As he meticulously perused various products, his attention was suddenly captivated by a particular canned item. Gucheng's mind raced as he quickly devised an ingenious plan for efficiently dispatching zombies. He spent over 10 minutes refining this strategy before shutting down the system, preparing to lay down for the night. Having toiled throughout the afternoon, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. If he did not rest soon, he might not be able to unleash his full combat potential the following day. Chapter 12. Embracing sleep. As Gucheng rose from his chair, he noticed that Lin Qingyun, seated nearby, had already succumbed to slumber. She lay slightly turned towards him, her lips delicately pursed, hands gracefully crossed over her abdomen, and her long, slender legs elegantly entwined, presenting a subtly curled sleeping posture. Gucheng's heart fluttered at the sight of her innocent, yet alluring visage. Perhaps it was the amalgamation of their souls from 2 lifetimes that had transformed his aesthetic sensibilities. Today, he found himself utterly defenseless against Lin Qingyun, irresistibly drawn to her every smile and frown. In both his past and present lives, Gucheng had encountered numerous beauties, socialites drawn to his wealth and power, downtrodden maidens who feared his might, and campus goddesses enamored by his charm and intellect. Yet none had stirred his heart, lacking that ineffable spark that ignites desire. However, today, Lin Qingyun evoked an unprecedented thrill within him, an intoxicating sensation from which he could not escape, pulling him deeper into its embrace. He gazed at her for several minutes, entranced, before reluctantly preparing a makeshift bed. He laid down a layer of books and papers on the floor, followed by a collection of jackets he had gathered that afternoon, softening the surface for a more comfortable rest. Finally, he placed 2 larger cushions atop the jackets to serve as pillows for both of them. Thus, an exceedingly simple bed was arranged. Returning to Lin Qingyun's side, Gucheng admired her serene slumber. Unable to bear the thought of waking her, he decided to gently lift her and transfer her to the newly made bed. He bent down, sliding his left arm beneath her knees and his right behind her back. Lifting her with care as he made his way to the makeshift bed, he gauged her weight to be approximately 55 kilograms, a perfectly normal range. Neither too heavy nor too light, with a pleasing softness. In no time, he reached the edge of the bed, bending down slowly to lay her down gently. He then retrieved a jacket from beside him and draped it over her. After momentarily admiring her exquisite sleeping face, he leaned down and pressed a soft kiss on her forehead, whispering a wish for her sweet dreams. After this tender gesture, he stood, walked to the switch, extinguished the light, and returned to the bed, lying down fully clothed. Gucheng refrained from taking advantage of Lin Qingyun's slumber. He was aware that after their shared struggles that afternoon, she must harbor a certain fondness for him. Yet, he was uncertain of the depth of her feelings, fearing that any indiscretion on his part might extinguish the warmth of her affection. If she were anyone else, he might have acted without hesitation. But Lin Qingyun was a rare gem that had ignited his heart, and he was unwilling to jeopardize this budding romance. Thus, he chose to wait, waiting for the moment when Lin Qingyun might reciprocate his feelings before taking any further intimate steps. Perhaps wearied from the day's events, Guqing soon drifted into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qingyun, lying beside him with her eyes firmly shut, had awakened. Turning to her side, she gazed at this once dedicated, research-absorbed colleague, the same man who had shielded her from danger that afternoon and had stolen a kiss. A sweet smile graced her lips as she watched him, and soon, she too succumbed to sleep. In truth, Lin Qingyun had awakened when Guqing had lifted her. However, it was her first experience being held so intimately by a male peer, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort, thus opting to feign sleep to mask her feelings. Yet, when Guqing kissed her forehead, she was taken aback, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Had he lingered a moment longer instead of rushing to turn off the light, he would have surely noticed the rosy hue gracing her face. From a romantic standpoint, Lin Qingyun undoubtedly held feelings for Guqing. She admired his remarkable qualities, his composure in the face of adversity, and the sense of security he provided. Women often grapple with insecurities, and in the perilous environment of the apocalypse, a man who can offer sufficient safety will easily capture a woman's heart. Thus, she felt a sweet, romantic connection to him. Yet, having matured beyond the age of youthful infatuation, she was not one to readily surrender her affections. She intended to thoroughly evaluate him first. Moreover, in this world rife with danger, finding a trustworthy partner required keen discernment. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Qingyun drifted back into a peaceful slumber. In mid-April, the southern air still carried a hint of chill, which intensified during the night. Those feeling the cold instinctively gravitated towards nearby warmth. The following morning, Guqing awoke, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Perhaps it was the fatigue of the previous day or other reasons, but he had slept soundly. Although he had briefly felt cold, he unconsciously shifted closer to the warmth. Quickly falling back into a deep slumber, he attempted to rub his eyes and stretch, but as he raised his hand, a tingling sensation coursed through his left arm. Turning towards the source of this sensation, he found Lin Qingyun's head resting comfortably on his arm. Her limbs clung to him like an octopus, clearly treating him as a pillow. Guqing was momentarily dumbfounded, astonished that such an icy beauty would possess such a sleeping habit. Despite the comfort of being embraced by her, his left arm was indeed going numb. In a bid to rescue his arm, he gently lifted Lin Qingyun's long, silky legs off his own. He couldn't help but marvel at the delightful sensation of her legs. After freeing his arm, he carefully repositioned her arms back onto her own body. Then, turning slightly, he supported her head with one hand while slowly extracting his arm from beneath her. Just as he withdrew his hand, she opened her eyes, and their gazes locked, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with unspoken emotions. Chapter 13. More than colleagues. Less than lovers, the two individuals gazed silently at one another, as if time had momentarily come to a standstill. At last, Guqing could no longer contain himself and uttered the words, "Qingyun, I like you. Would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" The sudden confession shattered the tranquil atmosphere that enveloped them, leaving Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Guqing could distinctly sense the tension that gripped her heart at that moment. He too was anxious, fearing that he might hear a negative response from her. Lin Qingyun paused for half a minute before parting her cherry lips to respond. "Guqing, are you still dreaming from last night?" "I am serious, Qingyun. I have liked you for a long time, but I am rather introverted and not adept at expressing my feelings. I feared rejection, which is why I have kept it to myself." Guqing replied with fervor. To speak honestly, his confession did carry a hint of humility, yet he was no mere sycophant. Should Lin Qingyun decline, he could resort to more forceful methods, but that was not what Guqing desired. Having experienced a life of indulgence in his past, he found that his cravings for mere physicality had waned. If he were to force her, he might only attain her body, but not her heart. It was her genuine affection that Guqing truly sought, for in both his past and present, only Lin Qingyun stirred feelings of longing within him. Having never been in a romantic relationship in either lifetime, he hoped to mend the void in his heart. Upon hearing Guqing's earnest words, Lin Qingyun's face turned crimson as she looked at him and said, "All right, I shall grant you a chance. However, this does not mean I agree to be your girlfriend just yet. It is merely an opportunity for you to prove yourself. After all, I do not yet know what kind of person you truly are. When you pass my evaluation, I will consider your request." Guqing felt a wave of joy wash over him at her words, for he had not been rejected. This confession also made it clear that Lin Qingyun harbored feelings for him as well, enabling him to adopt other strategies to expedite his pursuit. Without hesitation, Guqing made his move. He suddenly leaned in and pressed a kiss against Lin Qingyun's cherry lips, caught off guard by the unexpected advance. Lin Qingyun momentarily froze before reacting with indignation. Guqing, I just gave you an opportunity to prove yourself, and you take advantage of it? Ah. But didn't you want to understand me better? Allow me to enlighten you. I am quite the shameless person. He laughed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun was rendered speechless. Blushing fiercely, she grabbed nearby clothes and books, hurling them at Guqing while shouting perverse rogue. Yet, Guqing could sense that her anger was more a product of shyness than genuine fury. This realization guided Guqing's approach moving forward. He would rely on his audacity to gradually probe Lin Qingyun's limits and encourage her to lower her defenses, ultimately winning her heart. After a brief commotion, they noted that it was nearly 8 o'clock and quickly got out of bed. Lacking toiletries, they proceeded directly to breakfast. After their meal, Guqing asked Lin Qingyun to express her gratitude to him 10 times, just as she had done the previous day. Beep. You have received 10 expressions of gratitude from Lin Qingyun, with a sincerity rating of 85. 73. Congratulations, host. You have earned 9 gratitude coins. You now have 9 gratitude coins available for use. Strangely, of the 10 expressions of gratitude today, 7 garnered 8 gratitude coins, while 3 earned 9. In total, Guqing accumulated 83 gratitude coins. Rather than using them to enhance his abilities, he opted to purchase 10 barrels of 20 liters of gasoline from the system's marketplace, with each barrel costing 5 gratitude coins, and a fresh piece of pork for 3 coins, totaling 53 gratitude coins. Indeed, gasoline and pork would serve as his secret weapons for the day. Guqing's plan was to scatter numerous paper products, such as books, across the open area in front of the teaching building, dousing them with gasoline. He would then suspend the pork above the gasoline-soaked papers using a rope and a wooden pole. Once a sufficient number of zombies had gathered, he would ignite the flammable materials below. Since zombies lack the ability to feel pain, they would not flee from the flames, ensuring their demise. After eliminating one wave of zombies, he would repeat the process, allowing for a rapid accumulation of defeated foes. With the gasoline and pork ready, Guqing rummaged through the office drawers for a lighter. It was common for male teachers to carry lighters, so he hoped to find one. After searching through the entire office, he discovered 2 functional lighters. Noticing Guqing's incessant rummaging, Lin Qingyun approached with curiosity. Guqing, what are you looking for? Upon hearing her inquiry, Guqing briefly explained his plan. As for how he acquired the gasoline, that was thanks to his extraordinary abilities. Lin Qingyun was impressed by his ingenious scheme and praised him. Of course, who do you think is your boyfriend? Guqing basked in her compliments. At this, Lin Qingyun's face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, "PSH, shameless." Who agreed to that? Unfazed by her scolding, Guqing replied with a smirk. It's only a matter of time. Not wishing to bicker further, Lin Qingyun urged him to hasten their preparations for the location. Reluctantly, Guqing gathered his belongings and headed toward the door. Just as he opened it, he had a sudden realization. He turned back, grasped Lin Qingyun's hand, and led her down the stairs. Though she blushed and struggled momentarily, she ultimately relented and allowed him to lead her. Hand in hand, they descended to the 2nd floor, selecting a patch of open ground in front of the teaching building as the designated burning point. They spent half an hour transporting a pile of books, test papers, and other combustible materials to the chosen site. Afterward, Guqing retrieved the gasoline from the system warehouse, preparing to pour it over the pile. At that moment, Lin Qingyun stepped forward and said, "Let me do it. I can fly and pour the gasoline from above, ensuring an even distribution." Guqing nodded in agreement, having completely forgotten about her flying ability amidst their busy day. Although he had also replicated the ability to control wind, his F-level wind manipulation was limited to a 1-meter area and was only half as powerful as the wind blade. Overall, it was rather ineffective. As Lin Qingyun soared into the air to douse the gasoline, Guqing took the opportunity to inquire about how to upgrade his abilities. To the host, upgrading abilities requires the absorption of a substantial amount of evolution crystals or the expenditure of gratitude coins. Currently, to advance from F level to E level, one must accumulate 100 first-tier evolution crystals or spend 100 gratitude coins for the system's designated upgrade. Advancing from E level to D level requires 1,000 first-tier evolution crystals or 1,000 gratitude coins, and subsequent upgrades follow this pattern. Alternatively, one can absorb higher-tier evolution crystals, where 1 N1 level evolution crystal equals 10 N level evolution crystals. Current upgrade progress, 36-100, Chapter 14. The upgrade of supernatural abilities upon reviewing the system's response. Ginging finally discerned the method to upgrade his supernatural powers. He estimated that if all went smoothly today, he could potentially eliminate 1 to 2,000 zombies, thus acquiring over 1,000 first-level evolution crystals. These crystals would enable his control over wind to ascend to level D, significantly enhancing his strength. Pondering this, Ginging felt a surge of joy, nearly breaking into a cheerful tune. His spirits elevated. He even found the grotesque zombies below to possess a certain charm. At that moment, Lin Qingyun had finished spreading the gasoline and descended from the sky. Observing this, Ginging retrieved a large piece of pork from his inventory, binding it securely with rope, and then affixed the rope to a wooden stick, fashioning a rudimentary fishing rod. This contraption would serve as a tool to lure the zombies together. He extended the makeshift fishing rod out over the corridor, positioning the pork just a few meters above a pile of gasoline-soaked paper. As the surrounding zombies caught the scent of the blood emanating from the pork, they swiftly converged towards the paper pile. Within 5 minutes, the open space of over 20 square meters was densely packed with 1 to 200 zombies, their crimson eyes glaring hungrily as they reached out, desperate to grasp the pork dangling above. However, the low-level zombies lacked intelligence. They were oblivious to strategies such as stacking themselves to reach the meat, merely flailing and roaring in frustration. The cacophony of their howls attracted even more zombies from the vicinity, causing the number to swell beyond 300. Sensing the opportune moment, Ginging produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited it, tossing it into a corner drenched in gasoline, but devoid of zombies. The flame erupted upon contact with the gasoline, igniting a fierce blaze that quickly expanded into a massive fire, consuming an area of over 20 square meters. Ginging, standing on the second-floor corridor, felt the searing heat wash over him. Yet, the zombies, impervious to pain, remained oblivious to their fiery demise, continuing their futile attempts to grasp the pork while shrieking in agony. Under the intense heat, their flesh began to char and peel away, ultimately reducing them to ashes, leaving behind a grim collection of white bones and the evolution crystals nestled within their skulls. The bones, remarkably resilient, endured the inferno, remaining intact despite the extreme temperatures. Ginging observed the grotesque transformation of the zombies into a heap of skeletal remains, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. During this time, the makeshift fishing rod slipped from his grasp, the heat having melted the rope, causing the pork to fall into the fire, turning to ash. After approximately half an hour, the flames finally extinguished. Ginging surveyed the surroundings, noting that all the zombies within a radius of 200 to 300 meters had vanished, likely reduced to the pile of bones before him. Amidst the ghastly remains, the first-level evolution crystals gleamed enticingly. Ginging vaulted over the railing and leaped from the second floor, confident that his current physical attributes would withstand the fall unscathed. Lin Qingyun, witnessing his reckless leap, was taken aback and immediately employed her powers to fly down and check on him for injuries. Upon confirming his safety, she finally relaxed, albeit with a hint of reproach. Ginging, really, knowing I can fly, you could have just let me bring you down. What if you had hurt yourself? My apologies. Qingyun, I was simply too excited upon seeing all those evolution crystals and momentarily forgot about your ability to fly. Besides, I'm quite sturdy. A fall from this height poses no threat to me. We must hurry and collect the evolution crystals before more zombies wander back, Ginging replied, patting his robust chest. With that, he bent down and swiftly began gathering the red evolution crystals scattered among the bones. The duo spent over half an hour amassing a total of 457 first-level evolution crystals. Ginging surmised that this endeavor had resulted in the elimination of nearly 1,000 zombies. However, the significant gains came with substantial costs. Earlier, he had instructed Lin Qingyun to disperse 2 cans of gasoline from above to maintain the flames, totaling 6 cans consumed in this operation. After collecting all the evolution crystals, they returned to the second-floor corridor. This time, Ginging unashamedly wrapped his arms around Lin Qingyun's waist as they ascended. From the newly acquired crystals, he selected 64 to absorb, resulting in a transformation of his abilities. Wind Control, Level A. Description: concentrate supernatural power onto cold weapons or bullets to enhance their sharpness, utilized supernatural powers and cold weapons to create a wind attribute blade, which dissipates after a 10-meter range. Achieve aerial flight using supernatural powers, currently allowing for 1,000 meters of flight. Rule: Wind System Rule 0. 2. The E-level wind control had enhanced his weapon range to 10 meters and bestowed upon him the ability to fly. This increase in attack distance would allow Gu Cheng to avoid the dangers of close combat, while the flight capability would facilitate his plans for slaying zombies more efficiently. Just moments ago, he had contemplated how to attract the remaining zombies in the school to this spot for a concentrated attack, but had been hindered by a lack of manpower. Now, with his newfound ability to fly, he could orchestrate a larger assault. With the remaining 30 gratitude coins, Gu Cheng exchanged for 5 cans of 5 liters of gasoline and a large piece of pork from the system shop, spending a total of 28 gratitude coins. Subsequently, they dedicated several minutes to consolidating books and papers within the teaching building into a more spacious area. During this time, Gu Cheng also tested his aerial abilities. Lin Qingyun was intrigued by his sudden flight capability. Gu Cheng shared with her the details of how his system allowed the upgrade of supernatural powers using evolution crystals and gratitude coins. Feeling secure in revealing such secrets to her, as he had already regarded her as his partner. Chapter 15. Awakening after relocating the textbooks and other flammable materials. Gu Cheng retrieved 6 cans of gasoline from the system space. He intended to orchestrate a grand spectacle, thus designating an area of approximately 30 to 40 square meters as the combustion zone. He planned to pour the 6 cans of gasoline initially, reserving the remaining 3 for later when the flames began to subside. Working together, the two of them efficiently spread the gasoline. Gu Cheng handed the pork and a lighter to Lin Qingyun, instructing her to ignite the fire when the zombies had gathered sufficiently. Meanwhile, he prepared to take flight, using his phone to play music in the sky above the school, aiming to draw as many zombies as possible into the designated area for annihilation. Once they were ready, they parted ways. Gu Cheng, carrying a backpack filled with over 100 evolution crystals and holding the phone he had found the previous day, soared into the air. Linqing University, where Gu Cheng studied, ranked among the top universities in the province, sprawling over more than 5 million square meters. The campus boasted 5 teaching buildings for laboratories, a comprehensive building, a cultural arts building, an 8-story library, 8 dormitory buildings, 6 faculty apartments, for 3-story cafeterias, a gymnasium, 2 400-meter tracks, numerous basketball courts, badminton courts, volleyball courts, and more. It was a university that could rival any in the entirety of Longhua. As the zombie crisis erupted during Friday lunch hour, Gu Cheng deduced that most students were either in their dormitories or dining halls, while some who had no afternoon classes had ventured outside for leisure or to meet their significant others. Gu Cheng decided to fly directly over the dormitory area to attract the zombies. The teaching buildings were a considerable distance of 2 kilometers from the dormitory area, and his E-level wind manipulation ability was insufficient for a single flight of that length. Consequently, Gu Cheng could only fly a few hundred meters before stopping to absorb a few evolution crystals to sustain his energy. Due to his unfamiliarity with aerial navigation, he was cautious not to fly too swiftly. After 5 minutes, he arrived above the dormitory area. Gazing down, he saw hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies wandering aimlessly below. Without hesitation, Gu Cheng produced his phone and opened the factory-installed music app. Coincidentally, a song titled Awakening began to play. Disregarding its quality, he cranked the volume to its maximum and descended to within 2 or 3 meters of the ground, pressing play. A melodious duet of flute and piano emerged from the device, followed by exquisitely crafted lyrics. Upon hearing the line calling out "brother," Gu Cheng nearly knelt in awe, marveling at the genius behind such profound words, which lingered in his mind. However, the surrounding zombies erupted in fury upon hearing the lyrics, their roars echoing as if demanding to know who dared to insult their brother. Thus, Gu Cheng soared in the sky, pursued by a massive horde of zombies drawn to the music. Thanks to his flying ability, he remained untroubled by the thousands chasing him. He continued to absorb evolution crystals while humming along to Awakening. To ensure the zombies did not fall behind due to his speed, Gu Cheng periodically paused, allowing them to catch up, thereby maximizing the efficiency of his baiting strategy. After approximately 10 minutes, he had successfully lured the horde to the designated location. He estimated that around 1,000 zombies had gathered, along with the 300 to 400 that Lin Qingyun had attracted in his absence. The 30 to 40 square meter area was now densely packed with over 1,000 zombies, who, despite being scorched by the flames, remained oblivious. Fixated on the beautiful figure above, the very embodiment of Lin Xingyun, who was desperately trying to prevent the pork from falling into the fire by circling it in the air. Though her actions preserved the meat, she suffered greatly from the heat. Beads of sweat cascaded down her skin, soaking her completely. Her once elegant waves were now disheveled, and the black stockings clung to her long legs, glistening in the sunlight, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Seeing her in such a state, Gu Cheng's heart ached. He swiftly flew to her side, snatching the partially cooked pork from her hands with an authoritative tone. "You, go back and rest. And drink some water. Leave this to me. Also, we must find another way next time. We do not need to sacrifice ourselves. If you do not care for yourself, I will worry myself to death." Upon hearing his words, Lin Xingyun felt a rush of sweetness in her heart, thinking, "This little man truly cares for me." Despite Gu Cheng's somewhat domineering tone, his concern was evident, and she recognized it instantly. Having long since adapted to her role as Gu Cheng's teacher, she felt a thrill at his commanding words. Without hesitation, she complied, flying to the office where she had stayed the previous night to fetch a drink. Upon returning, she brought a bottle of mineral water for Gu Cheng and even wiped the sweat from his brow with a tissue reminiscent of a devoted wife caring for her husband. Gu Cheng accepted the water without reservation, drinking it while enjoying Lin Xingyun's attentive service. After finishing, he could not help but compliment her. "Xingyun, you are truly considerate. No wonder you are my girlfriend." Lin Xingyun, who had intended to leave, merely shot him a glance without further comment. Since morning, she had corrected Gu Cheng multiple times, urging him not to refer to her as his girlfriend, but his stubbornness prevailed. With no recourse, she resigned herself to his continued use of the term. After quenching his thirst, Gu Cheng took the now sizzling piece of pork and mimicked Lin Xingyun, circling it above the heads of the zombies. This tactic was primarily to draw the remaining zombies outside the fire's radius into the designated area, optimizing their extermination. Thus, while maneuvering the increasingly cooked pork above the zombies, Gu Cheng continued this for another 5 or 6 minutes. Many of the zombies in the inner circle had turned to ash, while those on the outer edge took their places, enduring the flames. Subsequently, Gu Cheng and Lin Xingyun poured the remaining 3 cans of gasoline into the fire to sustain its intensity, ensuring every last zombie would be incinerated. Once the outer ring of zombies had been eradicated, Gu Cheng discarded the now fulfilled piece of pork into the inferno. After waiting another several minutes, the flames finally extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a pile of white bones where the zombies had once stood. Chapter 16. Unknown dangers. As Gu Cheng observed that the great fire had been extinguished, he and Lin Xingyun descended to collect evolution crystals. After spending over half an hour, they amassed a total of 734 first-tier evolution crystals. Including the remaining 376 from the initial wave, they had a grand total of 1,110 first-tier evolution crystals, deducting a few used to restore their supernatural energy. This indicated that Gu Cheng could successfully elevate his wind manipulation ability to level D. Transitioning from level F to E had granted him the ability to soar through the skies. He pondered what new capabilities awaited him upon reaching level D. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Cheng began to absorb the evolution crystals in handfuls. Finally, after assimilating 991 crystals, his personal panel underwent a transformation. 2. Wind manipulation, level D. Description: 1. Can concentrate supernatural energy into cold weapons or bullets, enhancing their sharpness. 2. Can utilize supernatural energy along with cold weapons to create a wind attribute blade, which dissipates beyond 100 meters. 3. Can achieve aerial flight, with the current energy sustaining flight up to 3 kilometers. 4. Can manipulate wind within a 10-meter radius to form a wind blade to attack enemies. Law: Wind System Law 0. 5. With the advancement from level E to D, the attack range of the wind blade had expanded to 100 meters, and the range of aerial flight had also increased. Most notably, the coveted wind blade skill had been added. Although this ability had a casting interval, its utility was undeniable. Boasting greater power than the wind blade, and requiring no physical weapon to execute. Coupled with the ability to fly, it transformed him into a humanoid fighter jet. After allocating his points, 75 first-tier evolution crystals remained. Since Lin Xingyun had also reached the first-tier threshold, Further absorption of these crystals would not enhance her attributes. Thus, the 110 crystals would serve solely as future supplies for supernatural energy consumption. Gu Cheng carefully stored them in his original backpack. Having completed this task, Gu Cheng checked his phone and noted that it was already 10:30 in the morning. Consequently, the two returned to the office to find some food and replenish their energy. While dining, they discussed their action plan. Qingyun, I am currently at the pinnacle of level 1. To ascend to level 2, we must acquire a second-tier evolution crystal. I believe we should clear the zombies within the school to see if any second-tier zombies are present. If so, together we should be able to defeat them, allowing us to promote to level 2 and gain the capability to return and rescue our loved ones, Gu Cheng proposed. Your plan is feasible, but I am soaked and uncomfortable. I would like to return to the faculty dormitory for a shower and a change of clothes. Lin Qingyun agreed with Gu Cheng's plan, but suggested her own idea. All right, I also wish to take a shower. Let us finish our meal and then head straight back to the faculty dormitory. Gu Cheng readily accepted Lin Qingyun's suggestion. As they chatted and ate, they quickly finished their meal. Since yesterday, both had been engaged in intense battles, resulting in rapid physical exhaustion. This had led to the depletion of their food reserves from 4 boxes to merely 2. They had previously discussed that they would stay in the dormitory area that night. Thus, Gu Cheng procured a large backpack, nearly half his height, and filled it with the 2 boxes of food. Thus, Gu Cheng carried the food-laden backpack while Lin Qingyun shouldered the bag containing evolution crystals as they flew towards the faculty dormitory. The distance between the teaching building and the dormitory was substantial, approximately 4 kilometers. They spent a total of 15 minutes flying there. During their flight, they noticed the number of zombies wandering within the school had diminished significantly, likely due to their earlier efforts. However, upon landing in front of the faculty dormitory, an eerie and unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Gu Cheng instinctively sensed the presence of danger, but could not pinpoint its source. He drew closer to Lin Qingyun, grasping her delicate hand, urging her to stay close and be vigilant against any sudden threats. Lin Qingyun too felt the unnatural tension in the air and allowed Gu Cheng to hold her hand without resistance. Cautiously, they ascended the stairs to the 15th floor where Lin Qingyun's dormitory was located. Remarkably, they encountered no unexpected events, no zombies, nor any living souls. This left Gu Cheng perplexed. Had no one returned to the building during the zombie crisis? Upon entering Lin Qingyun's dormitory, Gu Cheng remained on high alert, surveying the surroundings in search of the source of his unease. In contrast, Lin Qingyun appeared unfazed. Once back in her dormitory, she transformed into a confident queen reclaiming her territory, exuding an air of authority and self-assuredness. She poured a glass of water for Gu Cheng before retreating to her room to freshen up. Although the high school Gu Cheng attended was renowned for its strength, the faculty dormitory was a standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2-bathroom layout, spanning approximately 120 square meters, featuring a minimalist design. Fortunately, Lin Qingyun had not been assigned to share accommodations with other single teachers, so the living conditions were relatively pleasant. After about half an hour, while Gu Cheng sat on the couch in the living room feeling drowsy, Lin Qingyun emerged from the bathroom in a soft, pale yellow pajama set adorned with playful puppy patterns. She tilted her head slightly to avoid dampening her freshly washed hair on the fabric, holding a large towel wrapped around her hair as she walked, gently drying her damp locks. Although her pajamas were loose-fitting, they did little to conceal her alluring figure, the fabric accentuating her curves and hinting at a subtle allure. Seeing her struggle with her hair, Gu Cheng quickly got up to assist. Qingyun, come here and sit. Let me help you dry your hair. Lin Qingyun accepted his kindness without hesitation, settling onto the sofa as he tended to her hair. Her hair, styled in luxurious French waves, exuded a sense of relaxed maturity. Perhaps due to the lavender-scented shampoo she had just used, the delicate fragrance enveloped Gu Cheng, intoxicating him. After a while of towel drying, Lin Qingyun fetched a hairdryer and a jar of hair wax for Gu Cheng to continue the task. Having assisted his sister in drying her hair before, he instinctively knew how to proceed. Following Lin Qingyun's guidance, he gently grasped a handful of her silky waves with his left hand while using the dryer in his right, adjusting it to a comfortable temperature. Thus, they relished the tender moment of drying hair together, reminiscent of a couple sharing a warm, intimate experience. Chapter 17 The Talking Cat. After blowing for more than 10 minutes, Gu Cheng finally dried Lin Qingyun's hair. You should take a shower too. You're covered in sweat. However, I don't have any clothes for you boys, so you'll have to figure it out yourself. After finishing her hair, Mingxing hurriedly urged Gu Cheng to wash up. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng instinctively sniffed the clothes he had worn for 2 days. The odor was staggering, nearly overwhelming him. After all, he had been wearing the same outfit for nearly 2 days, absorbing an abundance of sweat, which was to be expected. Gu Cheng quickly stood up, left, and returned to his dormitory to change into a set of sportswear. Stepping into the bathroom, he was greeted by a faint lingering fragrance left by Lin Qingyun. The bathroom was simply arranged, with a small bathtub occupying a space of just 2 to 3 square meters, alongside a shower head and a small rack for bathing supplies. The rack held an assortment of shampoos, body washes, conditioners, and towels. Gu Cheng merely glanced at it before undressing and preparing for his shower. As he took off his clothes, he noticed a laundry basket tucked away in the corner. Inside, he found Lin Qingyun's recently discarded clothes, with a striking piece of black lace lingerie resting on top. Seeing that delicate item lying there stirred an involuntary rush of blood to his lower body. He instinctively wanted to reach out and examine it, but ultimately, reason prevailed over desire, preventing him from committing an act that could easily be misconstrued as perverse. Gu Cheng placed his discarded clothes on the nearby rack and turned on the shower, allowing the cold water to wash away his impure thoughts. Ignoring everything else, he focused on cleansing his body. In less than 10 minutes, Gu Cheng finished washing up and stepped out, clad only in his pants, without a shirt. He intended to showcase his robust physique to Lin Qingyun, hoping to win her favor. As expected, the moment he opened the bathroom door, Lin Qingyun's gaze was immediately drawn to his sculpted abs. After a few seconds, her face flushed, and she exclaimed, "Pervert! Put on some clothes, quickly." Gu Cheng, with a bold demeanor, retorted, "What's wrong with showing my girlfriend my fit body? Who is your girlfriend? Hurry up and get dressed, or I'll kick you out." Lin Qingyun replied, a mix of shyness and irritation in her voice. Seeing her genuinely upset, Gu Cheng decided to relent and obediently put on his shirt. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qingyun changed into her own sportswear, and the two gathered their weapons and some evolution crystals to replenish their abilities before heading out. After spending over an hour searching through all 6 teacher dormitory buildings, they were astonished to discover that not a single living being was in sight. Outside some of the doors, they found claw marks resembling those of a cat. This unsettling discovery sent chills down their spines. Normally, most teachers would remain in their dorms to rest over the weekend. The absence of any human presence in these 5 buildings suggested that something extraordinary had transpired. The only clue left behind at the scene was the cat-like scratches. Had an evolved cat attacked humans? But where were the bodies? The blood? Or had they all turned into zombies, drawn away by the song I released? Gu Cheng pondered various possible explanations in his mind. After a lengthy contemplation without reaching a conclusion, they decided to follow the trail of claw marks. Their pursuit led them to the underground parking lot beneath the teacher dormitories. Upon entering the parking area, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Hundreds of zombies formed a semicircle, cornering over 100 human survivors. Those survivors crouched on the ground, trembling in silence, fearing that any noise might provoke the surrounding zombies into attacking. Strangely, the zombies, which typically charged at any living person, stood still as if commanded. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The entrance of Gu Cheng and his companion shattered this bizarre tranquility. From within the horde, a plump orange tabby cat slowly emerged, its eyes glowing with an orange hue as it regarded Gu Cheng and his companion. More alarmingly, it spoke in a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack. "Heh, 2 first-tier humans, just in time. I'm quite hungry today, so you shall become my meal. Big guy, go take care of them." As the cat's words fell, a massive zombie, towering at nearly 2.5 meters, emerged from the crowd and abruptly charged toward Gu Cheng and his companion. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a tyrant from a zombie game. Noticing this, they immediately assumed a combat stance, pulling their focus back from the shock of the talking cat. Although both had reached the peak of first-tier abilities and stood out among their peers, they were now faced with a second-tier zombie, a foe they had never encountered before. Making it essential to tread carefully, they each unleashed a wind blade to test whether it would inflict any damage on the tyrant zombie. However, the outcome left them frowning. The wind blades only caused superficial wounds, failing to breach the tyrant's defenses. This indicated that they could not rely solely on wind blades and aerial maneuvers to wear down this formidable foe. Alternative attack methods were necessary. Seeing this, Gu Cheng urgently shouted, "Qingyun, let's retreat. The space here isn't suitable for us to fight." Lin Qingyun complied and followed him out into the open area outside the parking lot. The spacious terrain offered them a sense of security. Even if they couldn't win, they could still fly away. Qingyun, this must be a second-tier zombie. Our wind blades are ineffective against it. Do you have any powerful attack methods left with your wind control ability? Gu Cheng asked anxiously as the tyrant zombie pursued them. I do have one, but I need a moment to prepare. You need to buy me some time, Lin Qingyun replied before ascending into the air, a tempestuous wind swirling around her as if she were brewing something formidable. Seeing this, Gu Cheng immediately took to the skies, conjuring wind blades with his left hand while wielding a dagger in his right, striking out with wind-infused slashes toward the tyrant zombie. Though these attacks dealt minimal damage, they did leave a myriad of small wounds on its body, successfully drawing the tyrant's ire. This allowed Lin Qingyun to concentrate on gathering her powerful attack technique. After more than a minute, the wind surrounding her reached a frenzied state, swirling rapidly in front of her before coalescing into a small tornado. Just as Gu Cheng was attracting the tyrant zombie's attention, he sensed the change occurring with Lin Qingyun and heard her shout, Gu Cheng, my attack is ready. Step back. Be careful of the fallout. Chapter 18. Promotion to second tier. Upon hearing the words, Gu Cheng unhesitatingly unleashed a blade of wind aimed directly at the eyes of the tyrant zombie. He then made a swift leap, distancing himself from the tyrant zombie by several meters. After a few more agile strides, he found himself a full 50 meters away. Turning his head, he beheld a towering tornado advancing slowly toward the tyrant zombie. Yet, the lumbering behemoth remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still searching for the audacious human who had dared to attack it. Before long, the tornado, imbued with terrifying force, swept beside the tyrant zombie. The several hundred pounds of the creature were tossed about helplessly by the powerful winds, nearly lifting it off the ground. The flesh of the tyrant zombie was violently torn away, falling in chunks, transforming the once blue tornado into a sickly yellow hue. The yellow remnants were none other than the flesh and blood of the tyrant zombie being ripped from its body. Though this tyrant zombie had reached the second tier, it lacked intelligence, standing dumbfounded as the tornado ravaged it. Thus, Lin Qingyun, controlling the whirlwind from the sky, orchestrated a relentless assault, gradually devouring its flesh. During this time, no other zombies emerged from the garage. Perhaps the evolved cat had an unwavering confidence in its second-tier subordinate. However, overconfidence can lead not only to the demise of humans, but also to that of cats. Once we deal with this tyrant zombie, we shall turn our attention to that cat. Gu Cheng stood by, watching as the tyrant zombie was torn apart, its body reduced to a mere skeleton, while the tornado continued to spin, albeit with diminishing power. Noticing that the tyrant zombie had perished, Lin Qingyun gradually dissipated the tornado, succumbing to exhaustion from the strain on her mental energy and collapsing from the sky. Gu Cheng, preoccupied with her safety, rushed forward and caught her in a princess hold. His voice laced with concern. Qingyun, are you all right? It's nothing serious, just a bit fatigued from controlling the tornado. I just need a moment to rest, she replied weakly. Be cautious of that tabby cat. It might also be second tier. I may not be able to assist you now. Rest well. I will handle it, Gu Cheng assured her. Shortly after, Lin Qingyun drifted into a gentle slumber. As she did, a crystalline orange shard fell nearby with a soft clink. The color and shape unmistakably indicated that it was the second-tier evolution crystal from the tyrant zombie. Gu Cheng hastily picked it up, wiping it clean as he contemplated. Qingyun and Appo's mental energy is severely depleted and she cannot fight anymore. We may still have to confront that evolved cat and hundreds of zombies. So I will consume this evolution crystal myself. After I eliminate that cat, I shall give the crystal to Qingyun. With this thought, he placed the orange second-tier evolution crystal against his forehead. A warm sensation coursed through his body, enhancing his physical attributes significantly beyond his previous peak in the first tier. Additionally, his personal attribute panel displayed several changes. Host, Gu Cheng age, 20 height, 178 centimeters abilities, 1, replication 2. Wind manipulation, level, D. Description, concentrate abilities onto cold weapons or bullets to sharpen them. Utilize abilities to form a wind attribute blade, which dissipates beyond 100 meters. Achieve flight using abilities. Currently capable of sustaining flight up to 5 kilometers. Manipulate wind within a 10-meter radius to create up to 5 wind blades to attack enemies. Law. Wind Law 1. 13 tier. Transcendent second tier physique. 14 strength. 20 agility, 15 spirit, 20 stamina, 14 combat evaluation, inferior among the second tier. The most striking change was in the combat evaluation, which had shifted from being a standout in the first tier to an inferior in the second tier. A disheartening realization, yet it was the stark truth. The five-dimensional attributes were indeed lacking in the second tier, and the only offensive ability remained at a D level, limiting its potential. On the brighter side, he could now condense up to 5 wind blades simultaneously, greatly enhancing both his attack capabilities and strength. Furthermore, his flying distance had increased to 5 kilometers, and he had finally surpassed the 1% threshold in law mastery. Just as Gu Cheng was reviewing his personal panel, the evolved cat hidden in the underground garage suddenly sensed the severed connection with its second-tier zombie subordinate. It immediately recognized that Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun might have dispatched its minion, filled with a mix of anger and dread. It contemplated whether to lead its remaining first-tier zombies into battle for vengeance. After much deliberation, it could not swallow its pride and hastily rallied its first-tier zombies to surge forth. Upon emerging, it spotted Gu Cheng sitting nearby, cradling Lin Qingyun in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Ignoring their actions, the cat roared, "Despicable humans! You dare slay my chief minion! You seek death!" With that, it commanded its horde of first-tier zombies to charge. Startled by the roar, Gu Cheng quickly shut off the system interface and surveyed the surroundings. Quickly grasping the situation, the second-tier evolved cat had led its remaining minions to avenge its fallen comrade. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of first-tier zombies, Gu Cheng remained unfazed, for he could still fly. Whether it was the evolved cat or the first-tier zombies, they posed no threat once he ascended into the skies. Moreover, Gu Cheng was eager to test the strength of the second-tier evolved cat, hoping to defeat it and acquire its evolution crystal for Lin Qingyun. However, he was not one to simply stand still and await the encroaching horde. He summoned the winds around him, forming blades of air that struck down the advancing first-tier zombies. In no time, 5 or 6 of the charging zombies lay defeated. Nevertheless, the remaining zombies had nearly closed the distance to Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun. Swiftly, Gu Cheng lifted Lin Qingyun into the air, leaving behind a throng of first-tier zombies gazing up in confusion. In the distance, the evolved cat, directing its minions, gritted its teeth upon witnessing Gu Cheng's sudden ascent. "So you can fly? No wonder my minion met its demise at your hands. Today, I concede defeat." With that, it commanded all the zombies to retreat back into the underground garage. Chapter 19. The Perils of Affection. At this moment, although it wished to flee, Gu Cheng was not inclined to let it escape so easily. At the very least, he needed to gauge its strength. He gently placed Lin Qingyun on the rooftop of a nearby building, then turned and swiftly propelled himself toward the evolving cat, which was making its way to the underground garage. Soon, Gu Cheng found himself hovering above the evolving cat. With a mere thought, 5 blades of wind coalesced around him and surged toward the creature below. The evolving cat, initially oblivious to the threat from above, was suddenly alerted by its instinctual sense of danger, prompting it to evade the 5 wind blades effortlessly. Upon turning to see the source of the attack, it coldly declared, "Human, do not think that your ability to fly renders you untouchable. You have provoked my wrath. Prepare to perish." As it spoke, it unleashed an invisible mental assault directed at Gu Cheng, who was hovering 7 or 8 meters above. Indeed, this evolving cat possessed extraordinary psychic abilities, which enabled it to control first-tier zombies and even a second-tier tyrant zombie as its subordinates. It had attempted to exert its mental enslavement power on Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun when they first entered the underground garage, but to no avail. The reason for its failure was that its mental attributes needed to be at least double that of its target to succeed in enslavement. With Gu Cheng possessing a mental attribute of 20 and Lin Qingyun 18, even if the evolving cat's mental attribute reached the second-tier threshold of 30, it would still not succeed. However, the mental attributes of lower-tier zombies were exceedingly low, often at 0, allowing it to enslave them with ease. Upon hearing the evolving cat's declaration, Gu Cheng felt a surge of caution, yet he discerned no immediate threat. He pondered whether the evolving cat was merely posturing to intimidate him. Nevertheless, as the psychic attack neared him, within 3 meters of his position, he felt a sudden prickling sensation all over his body. Instinctively, he leaped 10 meters away from his previous location. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to narrowly avoid the psychic strike. Had he been struck, he would have likely succumbed to a brief state of unconsciousness, rendering him vulnerable. After evading this lethal attack, Gu Qing took a couple of deep breaths to steady his racing heart. He gazed at the evolving cat with a serious expression. I did not anticipate that. In addition to controlling zombies, you could launch such a bizarre assault. However, I suspect that utilizing such psychic power must come at a considerable cost to you. Human, you think you can pry information from me? It would be wise for you to retreat while you still can. Once I unleash my true abilities, you shall have nowhere to hide. The evolving cat replied with an air of arrogance. Gu Qing was taken aback by its response. Did it possess other formidable techniques? Truthfully, the evolving cat's previous words had indeed frightened him, leaving him uncertain about whether to continue his assault. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to conjure another set of wind blades to attack the evolving cat, eager to discover the true extent of its claimed powers. However, the evolving cat, feeling a twinge of panic at Gu Qing and Apos' renewed assault, realized it had deceived him. Currently, it possessed only the abilities of enslavement and psychic attack, and, as Gu Qing suspected, these powers required significant mental energy, limiting it to only 2 more psychic strikes. As the wind blades approached, the evolving cat swiftly dodged to the side. Yet, it underestimated the trajectory of the blades. Upon glancing back, it saw the 5 blades curving toward it. Now merely a meter away, it instinctively darted in the opposite direction but was slightly too slow, resulting in its tail being severed by one of the blades. Gu Qing's wind blades were indeed under his control, akin to how Lin Xingyun manipulated her tornado to attack the tyrant zombie. However, such manipulation required substantial mental energy. So Gu Qing typically allowed the blades to strike in a straight line after forming them. Hence, the evolving cat, having only seen him launch linear attacks before, fell victim to his cunning. The pain from its severed tail elicited a heart-wrenching howl from the evolving cat, driving it into a frenzy as it commanded the nearby first-tier zombies to assault the airborne Gu Qing, while it itself fled in a disheveled manner. Observing its retreat, Gu Qing realized it was cornered and quickly pursued, leaving behind hundreds of first-tier zombies standing bewildered. Thus, a chase ensued within the school grounds, one being reliant on wind abilities and the other on agility. Ultimately, the evolving cat was the first to halt, its stamina depleted. In contrast, Gu Qing, who had been replenishing his energy with first-tier evolution crystals, appeared unfazed, mockingly regarding the panting cat. Understanding the principle of seizing the opportunity in a moment of weakness, Gu Qing did not allow the evolving cat a moment and amp Apos' respite. He conjured 5 wind blades once more, launching them toward it with haste. The evolving cat, well aware of the blade's potency, attempted to evade. However, it soon realized that Gu Qing had manipulated the trajectory of several blades. With nowhere left to retreat, the evolving cat resolved to make a desperate gamble, intending to take Gu Qing down with it. While Gu Qing was focused on controlling the wind blades, the evolving cat concentrated its psychic energy into several slender steel-like needles aimed at him. Gu Qing sensed danger only when the needles were 2 or 3 meters away. He attempted to dodge, but ultimately, one needle pierced the area near his right kidney, sending a jolt of pain throughout his body. Simultaneously, the evolving cat was struck by Gu Qing's 5 wind blades, its body cleaved in 2. Clearly, its physical attributes paled in comparison to those of the tyrant zombie. Otherwise, such grievous injury would not have been possible. Even with its body severed, the evolving cat did not perish immediately. It let out a final, defiant roar. I never imagined I would meet my end at the hands of a despicable human like you. But the world has changed irrevocably. Humanity can no longer dominate this realm. The future belongs to us, the magnificent mutated beasts. And you, vile human, I shall await your arrival in hell. Haha. With great effort, Gu Qing approached the dying evolving cat, perplexed. Why do you harbor such hatred for humanity? Especially when you have been keeping those human survivors in the underground garage. Ha, why? It is all because of that self-righteous woman. I was living my life as a stray cat, and she took me in to be a house cat. I longed for freedom and glared at her in anger. Yet she believed my aggression stemmed from my eggs, so she took me to the vet and had them removed. Ah, my eggs. Had she been home yesterday afternoon, I would have been the first to end her life. Ah, that self-righteous woman. With that, the evolving cat fell silent, succumbing to its fate. Chapter 20. Lessons from a spoiled brat. Upon hearing the explanation from the evolved cat, Gu Qing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Indeed, not every cat is inherently inclined to be domesticated. Just as some individuals yearn for poetry and distant horizons, these creatures possess their own aspirations for freedom. We respect the liberty of every individual and should equally honor the freedom of every pet. Stray animals that cannot adapt to human companionship ought to be returned to the wild rather than forcibly altered through physical means. Much like pursuing an unattainable girl. Even if one were to take her by force, it would only result in a lengthy prison sentence, without ever winning her heart. After a moment of reflection, Gu Cheng bent down, preparing to extract the second-tier evolution crystal from the evolved cat's head. However, as he leaned, a sharp pain coursed through his body, evidently a consequence of that mental steel needle. Cursing inwardly, he wondered why a mere prick could be so agonizing, suspecting it might have injured his very soul. Channeling his pain into determination, Gu Cheng plunged the military dagger into the cat's skull with all his might. Fortunately, today, he did not suffer from his usual misfortune and successfully retrieved the orange diamond crystal amidst a jumble of crimson and ivory substances within the zombie's head. After meticulously cleaning the second-tier purification crystal, he rose and made his way back to the location of Lin Qingyun. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure that had been observing from a distance sprang forth to gnaw at the remains of the evolved cat once he had departed. After nearly 10 minutes, Gu Cheng returned to the rooftop where Lin Qingyun lay sleeping. He gently lifted her and carried her back to her faculty apartment. He laid her softly on the bed, tucked her in, and leaned down to plant a tender kiss on her forehead, murmuring, "Rest well, my dear. I shall return after resolving the troubles outside." Once again, Gu Cheng found himself in the open space outside the underground parking lot, confronted by hundreds of first-tier zombies who had lost their control over the evolved cat and now stood aimlessly. To Gu Cheng, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, and dispatching them posed no challenge. Thus, he hovered in the air, conjuring blades of wind that sliced through the zombies below as easily as mowing grass. Half an hour later, Gu Cheng had amassed a total of 235 first-tier evolution crystals, although he had dispatched 546 zombies. Truly, he was unfortunate, achieving less than half the yield expected, yet, given that these were merely first-tier crystals, he hardly minded. After clearing the zombies, Gu Cheng hummed a tune and strode with buoyant steps toward the underground garage. One might wonder why he felt so cheerful. It was because a substantial amount of gratitude coins awaited him there. When Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun had entered earlier, he had estimated roughly 100 survivors inside. If each were to contribute around 70 gratitude coins, that would amount to over 7,000 coins awaiting his collection, a surefire path to sudden wealth. As he stepped into the garage, he overheard a hushed conversation. "Who is the idiot who domesticated that cat, treating us like pets? And that cat is a fool too. Instead of seeking vengeance on its owner, it chooses to torment us. Shoo, Wang Lin, keep your voice down. If that cat hears you, we're done for. What's there to be afraid of? My father is the deputy mayor, and my grandfather is a provincial legislator. They'll send someone to rescue me. Once they arrive, that cat and the zombies will be dealt with in no time. Hey, Lao Zhang, what do you think is happening outside? There was fighting just now, but now it's so quiet. Could it be that Teacher Lin and that student have taken care of those zombies? I've been with you the whole time. How would I know what is happening outside? If you're so curious, go take a look yourself." Haha, I wouldn't dare. They say curiosity killed the cat, and I'd rather live a little longer. I'm so hungry. When will the country come to rescue us? Exactly. When will the nation come to rescue us? The engineers of human souls, the flowers of our motherland? Mommy, Mommy, I want to see Mommy. Why hasn't she come to find me? All right, Nini, don't cry, don't cry. Mommy is busy. She'll come to find you when she has finished. If you keep crying, the monsters outside will hear. And then we'll never see Mommy again. As the group continued their quiet chatter, they suddenly heard rhythmic footsteps and a cheerful humming sound emanating from the entrance of the underground garage. They all turned to see a tall, athletic young man striding in, humming an unfamiliar tune. This was none other than Gu Cheng. Facing the gaze of over 100 individuals, Gu Cheng stood unflinchingly, exuding the commanding presence of a top military overlord from his past life, and calmly declared, "The zombies have all been eliminated. You are safe now." Upon hearing this, dozens among the crowd erupted in exuberant shouts. Seeing this, Gu Cheng and Appo's expression hardened, and he raised his voice to silence them. "Quiet. I have not yet finished speaking. I have saved you, which, under normal circumstances, would be a tremendous favor. However, I do not require repayment in any form. All I ask is for you to express your gratitude 10 times. Most of those present immediately began to voice their thanks, except for one individual who remained silent. As the others expressed their gratitude, Gu Cheng's gaze fell upon a boy in the front row who exuded a spoiled demeanor. Noticing that he had not uttered a single word, ignoring the persistent notifications echoing in his mind, Gu Cheng approached the boy, his tone calm yet firm. "Why do you remain silent?" The boy, confronted by Gu Cheng's inquiry, scoffed derisively. "Why should I say anything? Don't think I don't know who you are. Gu Cheng, you are just a researcher from our school. What is so impressive about that?" "Oh, is that so? Why should you speak? Allow me to demonstrate why you ought to," Gu Cheng retorted with a cold smirk. With that, he seized the boy by the collar and forcefully slammed him against the nearby wall. Gu Cheng was never one to tolerate insubordination. His patience was reserved for those close to him. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of a top military commander in his past life. As the crowd, still in the midst of expressing their thanks, watched in shock, a few individuals who appeared to be male teachers approached to intervene. "Gu Cheng, we're all classmates here. Let us discuss this calmly without resorting to violence. Wang Lin, you should apologize to Gu Cheng and then express your gratitude 10 times. After all, he just saved our lives. A few words of thanks are the least we can do." Chapter 21. My father is Wang Gang. Gu Cheng turned to the approaching male teachers, among whom was a man named Li Jian, who had once taught him advanced mathematics. Li Jian was known for his integrity and consideration for students, earning Gu Cheng's profound respect for genuinely good teachers. Thus, as he regarded Li Jian, he responded in a gentle tone, "Teacher Li, this matter concerns only me and this individual named Wang Lin. I kindly ask you not to interfere, otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our teacher-student bond." Upon hearing this, Li Jian paused momentarily but ultimately agreed to refrain from getting involved in the dispute between Gu Cheng and Wang Lin. The other teachers, upon hearing this, obediently retreated. At that moment, Wang Lin, who had been shoved aside, stood up and glared fiercely at Gu Cheng. "Gu Cheng, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you have any idea who I am?" He spat. "Oh, if I heard correctly, your name is Wang Lin, is it? What of it if I strike you? Are you planning to call for help?" Gu Cheng retorted mockingly, his demeanor unfazed. "Fine, just wait. My father is Wang Gang, and my grandfather is Wang Hai. It won't be long before they send someone to rescue me. I hope by then you can still speak to me with such bravado," Wang Lin declared arrogantly. "Wang Gang, Wang Hai? Who are they? Are they particularly formidable? Why should I not act with arrogance?" Gu Cheng replied, a look of confusion etched on his face. At this juncture, a lanky youth from the crowd stepped forward and timidly remarked, "His father, Wang Gang, is the deputy mayor of our city, and his grandfather, Wang Hai, is a member of the provincial assembly." After hearing the lanky youth's words, Gu Cheng scoffed at Wang Lin. "Is that all? I expected a notorious gang leader or a military general, a deputy mayor, and an assembly member. How could they possibly send troops to deal with me?" Wang Lin, filled with rage, pointed a finger at Gu Cheng's face. "Fine, just you wait. We shall see." With that, he turned to leave the underground garage. However, Gu Cheng had no intention of letting him go. His voice turned icy. "Stop. Did I permit you to leave?" Wang Lin ignored Gu Cheng and continued walking towards the exit. Observing this, Gu Cheng swiftly moved to block Wang Lin's path, gripping his neck with one hand and gazing at him coldly. "I despise when others disregard my words. Furthermore, pointing at someone while speaking is exceedingly rude. I strongly dislike it. Do take heed in your next life." With that, Gu Cheng tightened his grip, and a sharp crack echoed as Wang Lin's neck snapped, his head tilting to one side, lifeless. The onlookers gasped in horror, mouths agape, yet none dared to utter a word. Gu Cheng paid no mind to their reactions. Instead, he cast Wang Lin's body aside and sauntered towards the garage entrance, casually remarking, "The zombies in the school have been mostly cleared, but there remain some areas that require attention. You would do well to remain in the teacher's dormitory. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you met your demise." In truth, Gu Cheng was not a bloodthirsty individual. His act of killing Wang Lin stemmed from a desire to display his iron-fisted methods to intimidate those present, ensuring they did not perceive him as approachable or as someone to be trifled with due to his youth. Additionally, it was to eliminate potential threats. Having once been a top military warlord, he understood well the principle of eradicating weeds by their roots. Given that he had already made an enemy of Wang Lin, it was imperative to extinguish any potential danger at its inception. Of course, Wang Lin's arrogant demeanor and his habit of pointing while speaking were also factors that led Gu Cheng to take such decisive action. His warning to remain in the teacher's dormitory was not born out of a surfeit of compassion, but rather the understanding that these individuals could yield considerable gratitude coins for him daily. Their survival meant more opportunities to collect such rewards. Gu Cheng hummed a tune as he returned to the teacher's dormitory where Lin Qingyun resided. His cheerfulness stemmed from having just checked his system panel, which indicated he had amassed a total of 758 gratitude coins. Such a windfall could be summed up in 4 words. Woohoo! Time to soar. After contemplating how to spend this substantial sum, he ultimately resolved to invest it in enhancing his attributes until all 5 dimensions reached the second-tier threshold of 30 points. With this, he would possess formidable capabilities at the second tier and could hold his own against those of the third tier. Purchasing weapons, however, would not yield significant results, as several thousand gratitude coins would not suffice for acquiring potent weaponry. Moreover, investing in ordinary firearms was unnecessary, given that the power of his wind blade was comparable, and his ability to fly rendered him akin to a fighter jet. Thus, Gu Cheng spent 700 gratitude coins to elevate all 5 attributes to 30. His attribute panel was now as follows. 2. Control of wind, level D. Description: can concentrate abilities on cold weapons or bullets to enhance their sharpness. Can utilize abilities and cold weapons to form a wind attribute blade, but this blade dissipates beyond 100 meters. Can harness abilities for aerial flight, with current energy sustaining flight up to 5,000 meters. Can manipulate wind within a 10-meter radius to create up to 5 wind blades to attack enemies. Law. Wind Law 1. 42 tier. Second tier Transcendence Physique. 30 Strength. 30 Agility. 30 Spirit. 30 Endurance. 30 Strength Evaluation. Top tier among second tier Gratitude coins. 2058. Gu Cheng surveyed his attribute panel with immense satisfaction. With all dimensions at 30 and a slight improvement in his law, his strength evaluation had leaped from mediocre to an invincible existence within the second tier. The remaining 2,058 gratitude coins would not be spent just yet. He aimed to save them to reach a total of 10,000 by the following day, enabling him to elevate his wind control ability from D to C level, thus significantly boosting his strength once more. With his attributes enhanced, Gu Cheng felt an exhilarating surge, transforming his earlier humming into singing. Upon returning to Lin Qingyun's dormitory, he retrieved his keys from his pocket and opened the door. Inside, he found Lin Qingyun still peacefully asleep. He sat beside her on the bed, quietly admiring her exquisite sleeping visage. After 10 minutes of gazing, fatigue began to creep in. He yawned and lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her curvaceous form, murmuring to himself, "I'm merely holding you as I sleep. I am not engaging in any inappropriate actions. Surely, that is permissible? Moreover, isn't it only natural to sleep beside my girlfriend?" As he spoke, he drifted into slumber, his hand instinctively retracting from Lin Qingyun. Chapter 22. Lin Qingyun, you promised me. Time has a way of slipping by swiftly. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, Lin Qingyun gradually awakened from her slumber, stretching lazily in bed. Her flawless figure was fully revealed with each graceful movement. The proud curves of her silhouette, the long and fair legs adorned in over-the-knee black stockings, and the delicate, slender feet encased in the silky fabric painted a captivating picture. The allure of her toes, polished with a hint of purple nail varnish, emitted an enticing shimmer. Any man of sound mind witnessing such a breathtaking scene would undoubtedly find himself utterly captivated. As she stretched, Lin Qingyun suddenly became aware of another presence behind her. A wave of alarm washed over her, and she instinctively turned to confront the intruder, ready to deliver a forceful blow. However, upon catching sight of the familiar face, her fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of sweetness. Her raised hand slowly descended, gently caressing the cheek of the person beside her. Gu Cheng, exhausted from the midday battle, he lay peacefully in slumber, blissfully unaware of her tender touch. Lin Qingyun gazed at Gu Cheng, reflecting on their shared moments, professional exchanges, heartfelt conversations, mutual assistance among companions, and the subtle flirtation of lovers. Memories flitted through her mind like snapshots, clarifying her own heart's desires. She realized she had developed feelings for Gu Cheng, feelings that were on the verge of blossoming into love. Although she had yet to agree to be his girlfriend, she was confident it was merely a matter of time. Even if her grandfather disapproved, she was determined to be with Gu Cheng. Lost in thought, Lin Qingyun leaned closer to Gu Cheng and planted a soft kiss on his forehead. Unexpectedly, the gentle peck roused him from his slumber. Groggy and disoriented, He felt a cool sensation on his forehead, and, upon looking up, was met with the sight of Lin Qingyun and Apos' delicate chin. Understanding the situation, Gu Cheng was astonished to find that the once aloof goddess would initiate such a tender gesture. His mind momentarily blank, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Yet, as Lin Qingyun prepared to retreat to her original position, Gu Cheng had no intention of letting her slip away so easily. With a swift motion, he seized her shoulders and, in one fluid movement, pinned her back onto the bed. Lin Qingyun, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Gu Cheng, what are you doing? Let me up," she protested softly. Hearing her inquire, Gu Cheng instinctively wished to retort, yet he restrained himself, fearing he might overwhelm her with too much intensity. Instead, he wore a smile and replied, "Qingyun, you just stole a kiss while I was asleep. Naturally, I must return the favor, or I would be at a loss." Lin Qingyun blushed at his words, retorting, "Don't think I'm unaware. You also kissed me last night. We're even now?" Before she could finish, Gu Cheng leaned down to kiss her again. This time, it was not her forehead he sought but her lips, which glimmered with a tempting sheen. The unexpected kiss left Lin Qingyun momentarily stunned, her body frozen in place. Ignoring her daze, Gu Cheng continued his advance, and gradually, the initially resistant Lin Qingyun began to succumb to the moment. However, just as Gu Cheng sought to deepen their connection, Lin Qingyun snapped back to reality, firmly halting him with a muffled protest. "Not yet, Gu Cheng, you promised me." Upon seeing the resolve in her eyes, Gu Cheng's heart softened, and he reluctantly ceased his actions, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "But I'm not feeling well today." Lin Qingyun pondered for a moment, then shyly proposed, "Then let me help relieve your discomfort." And so, Gu Cheng began to revel in Lin Qingyun's soothing ministrations, feeling as though he were floating in bliss. Just imagine a once cold beauty now blushing as she tended to him, a delightful contrast of sensations enveloping him. Half an hour later, the two tidied their attire and prepared to venture out to continue their quest against the zombies. Hand in hand, they exited, their earlier awkwardness replaced by an ease born from their newfound intimacy. Next, they resolved to clear the dormitory area of the school and rescue any survivors. As they soared above the dorms, they observed a scattering of zombies wandering the streets, a testament to Gu Cheng's efforts that morning to lure and eliminate the undead. Without hesitation, they unleashed a flurry of wind blades, swiftly dispatching the remaining zombies, while Lin Qingyun gathered the evolution crystals. Within mere minutes, they began their sweep of the dormitory floors, opting to work together to ensure safety. With their combined strength, they could clear a building in half an hour, so their pace was unaffected. Their first stop was a male dormitory. Given the zombie outbreak occurred on a Friday during the peak lunchtime hour, the building was largely vacant. Together, they vanquished 316 first-level zombies and rescued 226 survivors, taking a total of 26 minutes. Gu Cheng earned 17,904 gratitude coins from the grateful survivors, bringing his total to 19,962 coins. Next, they entered a female dormitory. As they stepped inside, Gu Cheng's curiosity piqued, and he began to glance around, intrigued by the unfamiliar environment. Lin Qingyun, noticing his wandering gaze, playfully twisted his waist, her voice laced with mock sternness. "Is it that interesting? Do you like what you see?" Feeling the pinch at his waist, Gu Cheng gasped and quickly replied with a smile, "Haha, not at all. I was merely curious." Chapter 23. A chance encounter. After their playful antics, the two resumed their search through the dormitories. Upon reaching the graduate student dormitory 412 on the 4th floor, Gu Cheng unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. This familiar face was Wang Chun, a former classmate from high school. She was tall and slender, standing at 170 centimeters and weighing approximately 55 kilograms, with shoulder-length hair. Though not stunningly beautiful, she possessed a charm that made her increasingly attractive upon closer inspection, likely earning her a score of around 80 in looks. Her physique was rather average, lacking any significant fitness training, and aside from having a C-cup bust, she resembled an ordinary high school student in form. Personality-wise, she was somewhat timid, having faced isolation during her middle and high school years. Had it not been for her academic prowess, she might have faded into the background of her class. Gu Cheng had a decent impression of her, having shared a desk with her once, which allowed for casual greetings and conversations during their encounters. However, he often noticed a rare, radiant smile gracing her face during these exchanges. As Gu Cheng and his companion pushed open the door to room 412, they found her sitting on the bed, her hands cradling her head as she sobbed. On the balcony floor lay a zombie corpse, accompanied by a blood-soaked iron clothing rack. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Cheng and his companion grasped the situation in the dormitory. A young girl, threatened by her life, had accidentally killed a zombie. Yet, being new to such experiences, she had yet to overcome her fear, resulting in her tears. Seeing Wang Churen weep without acknowledging their entrance left Gu Cheng at a loss. Being a man of straightforward disposition in both past and present lives, he lacked the skills to comfort a crying girl. Resigned, he shrugged and glanced at Lin Qingyun. True to her role as a homeroom teacher, she possessed a knack for soothing others. She climbed onto the bed and gently patted Wang Churen's back, saying, "All right, dear student. No more tears. I understand your fear, but you have shown great bravery. You defeated that monster, saving not only yourself, but others as well. There is no reason to cry." Gradually, under Lin Qingyun's comforting words, Wang Churen regained her composure and descended from the bed. However, upon noticing Gu Cheng leaning against the door with an expression of idle curiosity, her face flushed a deep crimson as she softly uttered, "Hi, Gu Cheng. What a coincidence. Thank you and Teacher Lin for coming to rescue me. It is indeed quite a coincidence, Churen. I didn't expect to find you at Linqing University for your graduate studies." Gu Cheng replied, to which Wang Churen responded somewhat defensively, "I chose Linqing University to be closer to home. As for not running into each other, I suppose it's because we were unaware of each other's enrollment, coupled with the vastness of the campus." Gu Cheng nodded in agreement, then produced a first-grade evolution crystal and handed it to her. "Here, place this crystal on your forehead and see if you can awaken some abilities. If successful, it will grant you a means of protection in this apocalypse." Without hesitation, Wang Churen placed the crystal upon her forehead and instantly felt a warm sensation coursing through her body. Observing her from the side, Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun noticed a crimson glow enveloping Wang Churen, indicating her successful awakening, although the nature of her powers remained unknown. Approximately 2 minutes later, Wang Churen opened her eyes, her expression filled with excitement as she looked at Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun. "Gu Cheng, Teacher Lin, I think I have awakened a powerful ability called God of Killing's Blessing. By defeating an enemy of the same rank, I can permanently increase my strength by 1,000th. At each tier, I can gain rewards up to 1,000 times." Gu Cheng was taken aback by her description. It resembled a simplified version of a power-enhancing system. Killing 1,000 enemies of the same rank would double her strength, and at higher ranks, she would be virtually invincible against her peers. This thought intrigued Gu Cheng. Although he could acquire many formidable abilities through his replication skill at higher tiers, who would refuse an opportunity to amplify their strength? Thus, he contemplated replicating Wang Churen's God of Killing's Blessing. However, the system promptly informed him, this ability is unique and cannot be replicated. Confused, Gu Cheng spent 1,000 gratitude coins to seek further clarification from the system. "Dear host, some fortunate individuals are endowed with abilities related to deities, and God of Killing's Blessing is one such ability. Abilities associated with deities are unique in the world." Upon receiving this explanation, Gu Cheng was left even more puzzled, wondering what precisely a deity was. When he attempted to inquire further, the system informed him that doing so would cost 1,000 gratitude coins. Stunned by this astronomical figure, Gu Cheng decided to bury his curiosity deep within and close the system interface. Meanwhile, outside, the reactions of the two women varied. Wang Churen, noticing Gu Cheng's intense gaze fixed on her after she spoke, felt a surge of delight mixed with shyness, her face flushing once more. Lin Qingyun, on the other hand, deduced that Gu Cheng was likely examining the system. Observing Wang Churen's demeanor and recalling their previous conversation, she surmised the nature of their relationship. Returning his focus to the present, Gu Cheng addressed the two women, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Let us continue to clear out the zombies and help you, Churen, to bolster your strength." With that, Gu Cheng stepped out of the dormitory first, followed closely by the two women. Thus began their journey of clearing out zombies. During the process, Gu Cheng provided Lin Qingyun with a second-grade evolution crystal obtained from defeating an evolved cat, and he spent 600 gratitude coins to procure a sharpened tang knife for each of the three of them as weapons. He realized that as zombies and evolved beasts would grow increasingly formidable, conventional firearms would prove inadequate. Combining abilities with melee weapons could yield more powerful results. As for providing a weapon to Wang Churen, it was not merely a display of affection. He valued their connection as classmates and also intended to incorporate her into the survivor base he envisioned establishing in the future. After all, relying solely on himself for combat would leave little time to cherish sweet moments with his beloved. After more than 3 hours of effort, the trio successfully cleared the remaining 7 unprocessed dormitory buildings. When encountering groups of zombies, they collaborated to defeat them, while solitary zombies were left for Wang Churen to handle. Ultimately, they vanquished 159 first-grade zombies, acquired 268 evolution crystals, rescued 256 survivors, and accumulated 694 gratitude coins. Consequently, Guqing's gratitude coin count surpassed 100,000, reaching a total of 656 coins. Chapter 24. Unrequited love. Upon receiving a plethora of gratitude coins, Guqing suddenly recalled that he had yet to upgrade his abilities. He resolved to spend 110,000 gratitude coins to elevate his D-level wind manipulation to B-level. Consequently, his personal attribute panel transformed to 2. Wind manipulation, level B. Description: can concentrate abilities onto cold weapons or bullets, enhancing their sharpness. Can utilize abilities to create a wind attribute weapon aura, which dissipates beyond a 1,000 meter range. Can achieve aerial flight, with the current level sustaining up to 50,000 meters. Can manipulate wind within a 1,000 meter radius to form up to 5 wind blades to attack foes. Can create a small tornado with a 5-meter radius to assault enemies. Wind Law 2. 62 power evaluation, comparable to a second tier of third tier strength. Gratitude coins, 16,656. Elated by the augmentation of his capabilities, Guqing reveled in the expanded attack range of his weapon aura, the increased flight distance, effectively reducing energy consumption, and the significant enhancement of his wind blades range. An upgrade in ability level boosts range, while personal strength elevation increases quantity. Moreover, he acquired the coveted ability to conjure tornadoes, and his comprehension of the laws surpassed too. With his current prowess, he felt confident in confronting ordinary third-tier adversaries, even capable of dispatching them with ease. After reviewing his attribute panel, he concluded his tasks for the day. Guqing and Lin Xingyun prepared to return to the faculty dormitory. As they departed, Lin Xingyun politely inquired whether Wang Churen would join them. Wang Churen, somewhat taken aback, seemed oblivious to the courteous undertone in Lin Xingyun's words and shyly asked, "Is that convenient? Would it be too much trouble for you?" Lin Xingyun, momentarily stunned by her response, hesitated but, having extended the invitation, could not refuse. With a smile, she replied, "Not at all. I have 3 bedrooms, perfectly accommodating for the 3 of us, and it's beneficial for us to be together for mutual support. Thank you, Teacher Lin." Wang Churen expressed her sincere gratitude. In truth, she had sensed the polite subtext in Lin Xingyun's words. Yet her excitement upon seeing Guqing prompted her to take a bold step. Indeed, Wang Churen harbored feelings for Guqing. This affection traced back to their first year of high school, during which they resided on campus. Their class contained a few socially adept girls who, upon noticing Wang Churen's superior looks and academic prowess, took it upon themselves to ostracize her. Wang Churen, possessing a gentle disposition, chose silence over confrontation, immersing herself in her studies. The girls, emboldened by her passivity, escalated their harassment, even targeting her during a volleyball class, persistently hitting the ball towards her. On that fateful day, feeling unwell yet reluctant to miss class, Wang Churen was struck on the head by a volleyball and fainted. Fortunately, she recovered after a brief 2-minute lapse. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her. Male classmates urged the girls to apologize, but they remained steadfast in their refusal. The physical education teacher, aware of the girls' affluent backgrounds, ceased his attempts at intervention after 2 failed attempts. Unable to stand idly by, Guqing intervened, demanding that the girls apologize. Coincidentally, the ringleader among them was a sycophant of Guqing, leading her to begrudgingly offer an apology. To Guqing, this act seemed insignificant at the time, yet it left an indelible mark on Wang Churen's heart. Determined to remain close to Guqing, she resolutely enrolled in the same university for her higher education. Upon learning that Guqing would remain at Linqing University after completing his studies, she similarly applied for graduate studies there, wishing to stay by his side. throughout university. She longed for the opportunity to confess her feelings, but ultimately succumbed to her own timidity, opting instead to observe him from afar, never daring to approach him directly. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, she had feared their paths would never cross again, yet serendipity granted her this encounter, prompting her to seize the moment and seek more interactions with Gu Cheng, culminating in the earlier exchange. "Shall we depart?" Gu Cheng, growing impatient after their lengthy deliberation, urged them to move along. Thus, the trio soared back to the faculty dormitory. As Wang Churen could not fly, Gu Cheng instructed her to stand between him and Lin Qingyun, each grasping her shoulders as they lifted her into the air. Experiencing flight for the first time, Wang Churen gazed in delight at the nocturnal campus scenery below, nearly exclaiming in joy. Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun, accustomed to flying, remained focused on observing their surroundings. The journey took approximately 5 minutes before they arrived at the faculty building. Upon entering the living room, Gu Cheng collapsed onto the sofa, but moments later, his stomach voiced its hunger. Observing this, Wang Churen volunteered to prepare dinner, with Lin Qingyun accompanying her to assist. However, upon opening the refrigerator, they were met with disappointment, finding only a few fruits and beverages. As Lin Qingyun lived alone and seldom cooked, relying instead on the school cafeteria, it was unsurprising that the refrigerator was nearly empty. Dejected, the two returned to inform Gu Cheng of their disheartening discovery. Gu Cheng, unfazed, remained quiet until, moments later, a plethora of food and cooking supplies suddenly appeared on the tea table before him. The items were all for hot pot, an electric pot, broth base, beef, tripe, shrimp paste, crab sticks, meatballs, mushrooms, baby bok choy, potato slices, lettuce, beer, drinks, and a multitude of other ingredients. Gu Cheng had exchanged over 500 points in the system's marketplace to treat himself and Lin Qingyun. Surprised by the sudden abundance, Wang Churen stared at Gu Cheng in bewilderment, awaiting his explanation. Gu Cheng, still reluctant to fully trust her, attributed it to his abilities without divulging the existence of the system. Lin Qingyun, understanding the situation, chose not to speak further. Thus began their delightful hot pot experience, lasting over an hour. After indulging and consuming alcohol, the trio felt pleasantly drowsy. Eventually, realizing the hour was late, they each took turns showering before retreating to their chosen rooms to rest. Chapter 25. A rainy night's intoxication. Lin Qingyun chose her original bedroom, while Gu Cheng's room was adjacent to hers, and Wang Churen's room was directly opposite, separated by a small living room. Gu Cheng lay on his bed, preparing to rest. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed outside, followed by a fierce wind and torrential rain. Gu Cheng quietly observed the flashes of lightning and thunder outside, lost in thought. Suddenly, his door swung open. In the darkness, a beauty clad in pink cartoon pajamas entered. Gu Cheng, illuminated by the lightning, recognized the familiar waves of long hair. He quickly sat up and inquired, "Qingyun, what is the matter?" Lin Qingyun, without answering, hurried to Gu Cheng's bed. Her face flushed and her voice tinged with the scent of alcohol. "Gu Cheng, I'm afraid of the thunder. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Hearing this, Gu Cheng and Apos' heart soared with joy, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. As a vigorous 26-year-old man, how could he refuse the opportunity to share a bed with the woman he adored? However, upon noticing Lin Qingyun's shyness, he realized she might have misunderstood his intentions. "I merely wish to share the same bed, nothing more. Please do not misinterpret my intentions." Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng's expression soured momentarily. He had indeed entertained some thoughts. Nevertheless, since Lin Qingyun had set her boundaries, he would not press the matter, comforted by the notion that they had plenty of time ahead to explore their relationship further. The two lay in bed together, and Gu Cheng, feeling somewhat deprived of affection, sought minor rewards, such as wrapping his arms around Lin Qingyun as they slept. Lin Qingyun had no objections. After all, they had already shared intimacy earlier that day. However, as they embraced, unforeseen events transpired. The following morning, Gu Cheng awoke and stretched, glancing at the disheveled bed and the beauty nestled within, along with a blossoming flower on the sheets, nodding in satisfaction. Although he had been somewhat disheveled the previous night, the outcome was favorable. Not wanting to disturb Lin Qingyun, who was still asleep, he decided to prepare her a heartfelt breakfast. Last night, Lin Qingyun had exhausted herself alleviating his discomfort and fatigue from their earlier escapades, and he felt it was only right to reward her. After over an hour, Gu Cheng prepared 3 servings of breakfast, oatmeal porridge, egg pancakes, steamed buns, and milk. While simple, it was all he could muster, having only cooked a handful of times in his life. Just then, Lin Qingyun emerged from her slumber. Upon seeing the breakfast laid out on the table, a wave of sweetness washed over her. However, she shot Gu Cheng a reproachful glance for the discomfort he had caused her the previous night. Gu Cheng sheepishly scratched his head and urged Lin Qingyun to wash up before breakfast. They sat at the table, noting that Wang Churen had yet to wake up. They decided not to disturb her, allowing them a moment of intimacy. As they enjoyed their meal, Gu Cheng reminisced about the royal treatment he received the night before, a smile perpetually gracing his face. Lin Qingyun, sensing his self-satisfaction, felt compelled to tease him. Gu Cheng, why did you give in so quickly during our shooting practice last night? Is your stamina lacking? Gu Cheng, taken aback, slammed his left hand on the table in indignation. Had I not been injured by the mutated cat while slaying it, I would have shown you who was truly formidable. Lin Qingyun chose not to retort, as her intent was not to humiliate Gu Cheng, but rather to temper his arrogance and voice her own concerns. She quietly resumed her breakfast, contemplating. This man is quite remarkable, strong and considerate enough to make breakfast. Yet, he might be a tad too hasty. I hope he speaks the truth, otherwise, I might have to consult an old physician my grandfather knows for some remedies. At that moment, Wang Churen emerged from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes and glancing at the two. What was that loud noise I heard from my room? Gu Cheng, unwilling to divulge the private conversation, fabricated a story. I accidentally scalded myself while drinking porridge and slapped the table in surprise, waking you up. Since you are awake, hurry and wash up for breakfast. We need to clear the campus of zombies today. Oh, okay. Wang Churen replied, oblivious to the truth, and rushed to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Qingyun leaned over and playfully pinched Gu Cheng's waist, whispering, You don't think she heard us last night, do you? Surely not. The thunder was so loud, and our rooms are quite far apart. Let go, that hurts. Gu Cheng gasped. Humph. If she heard, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone again. And you wouldn't get another chance with me. Lin Qingyun retorted, releasing her grip. Gu Cheng, anxious, pleaded, Don't say that. I've only just begun to savor the experience. Just then, another voice interrupted their hushed exchange. What experience? Wang Churen emerged from the bathroom, looking puzzled. Aha. We were just discussing how to improve this breakfast. Gu Cheng quickly responded. Yes. Come, try the breakfast Gu Cheng made. Lin Qingyun chimed in eagerly. Upon learning that Gu Cheng had prepared the breakfast, Wang Churen was both surprised and delighted. She pulled out a chair and began to eat heartily, her lips forming an adorable pout as she savored each bite. Gu Cheng, I never imagined you could cook so well. I thought you were merely a studious type. Just average, really. I've only cooked a couple of times at home, he modestly replied. The three continued to chat and eat, and soon it was 8 in the morning. After finishing breakfast and gathering their gear, they prepared to embark on their mission for the day. As they descended the stairs, Gu Cheng spotted Li Jian pacing below, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon noticing Gu Cheng and the others, Li Jian rushed over, his expression troubled. Gu Cheng, many of us survivors are out of food. What should we do? Well, we discovered quite a bit of food while clearing the dorms yesterday, but I presume the survivors have already taken it. Here's what we can do. Have all the survivors from the teaching and dormitory buildings gather. Tell them that I, Gu Cheng, will distribute food. Gu Cheng contemplated before responding. All right, I'll go do that now, Li Jian said. His spirits lifted and hurried off to rally the survivors. Chapter 26. A bountiful harvest of gratitude coins. Gu Cheng was not motivated by an altruistic desire to distribute food for free. Rather, he sought to seize this opportunity to inform everyone about his future plan to establish a survivor base. He intended to utilize some food to encourage them to express their gratitude, thus earning gratitude coins. Although it was possible to acquire a significant number of gratitude coins through coercion, that method would waste each person and oppose as potential. For instance, a person coerced under duress might only generate 30 gratitude coins due to a lack of sincere appreciation. However, under the boon of food, they would undoubtedly produce much more. Gu Cheng aimed to extract their maximum value, thereby swiftly enhancing his own strength to secure a foothold in this post-apocalyptic world, ensuring the protection of his family and loved ones. Half an hour later, over 700 individuals had gathered before Gu Cheng, comprising men and women of various ages. Though the majority were young freshmen and sophomores. Gu Cheng ascended to a raised platform and proclaimed, I trust you all know who I am, so I shall forego a lengthy introduction. Today, I have convened to announce two key matters. Firstly, in a few days, I intend to locate a suitable place within this city to establish a survivor base. Any survivor is welcome to join. Those who join will receive daily rations of food, 2 bags of bread, and a bottle of water, with a simple requirement: to express their gratitude to me 10 times each day. Upon doing so, they will receive their provisions. Secondly, I have heard from Teacher Li Jian that many of you are currently without food. So I will distribute food here today under the same condition. You must say thank you to me 10 times to receive your rations. Shortly, I will have Teacher Li Jian set up several registration tables. Please line up there, and when it is your turn, simply say thank you. Guqing 10 times to receive 2 bags of bread and a bottle of water. Additionally, those who wish to join the survivor base I will establish can register their names and ID numbers with Teacher Li Jian after everyone has received their food. Once the base is established, I will come for you personally. Remember, those who join my base will receive my protection. However, should you betray me in the future, you will face relentless pursuit from me. Upon finishing his address, Guqing conjured a substantial amount of bread and water in front of the astonished crowd. This bounty consisted of 4,000 bags of bread and 2,000 bottles of water, acquired from the system's marketplace for 6,000 gratitude coins. With over 1,700 individuals present, each received their share, leaving a surplus behind. After this, Guqing departed with Lin Qingyun and Wang Churen, casually warning, if you wish to live, do not entertain thoughts of seizing the supplies I have placed here, otherwise. His unspoken threat lingered in the air as he, along with Lin Qingyun, soared into the distance like the previous night, leaving the crowd in astonishment. Guqing's trio planned to clear the school's teaching buildings, where many survivors likely remained, thus enabling them to harvest a significant number of gratitude coins. Once Guqing had left, the stunned crowd soon regained their composure and began lining up to express their gratitude and receive their food. Naturally, upon hearing Guqing's warning, no one dared to cause any trouble. Thus, within half an hour of Guqing's departure, the system accumulated a total of 138,961 gratitude coins. Along with the remaining coins from before, Guqing now possessed a total of 148,817 gratitude coins. He preferred to hoard these for the time being, as his 5 attributes had reached the peak of the 2nd tier and could not be improved further. Additionally, he lacked sufficient gratitude coins to upgrade his wind manipulation ability, and he would soon need a substantial amount to establish the survivor base. The following morning, Guqing and his companions thoroughly cleared several teaching buildings and the library, defeating 2 2nd-tier zombies and 2 362 1st-tier zombies. They collected 2 2nd-tier evolution crystals, 1 304 1st-tier evolution crystals, rescued 1,085 survivors, and earned 89,562 gratitude coins. The 2 2nd-tier evolution crystals were divided evenly between Lin Qingyun and Wang Churen. This opportunity allowed Wang Churen to advance to the 2nd tier, having already fulfilled her requirement of defeating 1,000 1st-tier zombies. Now, her strength surpassed that of Lin Qingyun and was nearly half that of Guqing, whose attributes were at their maximum threshold. It would not be an exaggeration to label her as the 2nd strongest human in Lynching University and even in the entire Lynching City. Of course, during their journey to eliminate zombies, the trio encountered various situations, such as dealing with a few boisterous rich 2nd-generation individuals. Guqing dealt with those who dared to demand his protection as if they were mere ants, swiftly eliminating them. Engaging in conversation with them would have been a waste of time. It was far more efficient to deal with them physically. After completing their tasks, the trio returned to Lin Qingyun's teacher's dormitory at noon. Upon entering the living room, they began discussing what to have for lunch. After an intense debate, they ultimately decided on the most ordinary stir-fried dishes. Following the requests of the 2 women, Guqing purchased a variety of ingredients from the system's marketplace: ribs, Crucian carp, chicken, eggs, tomatoes, potatoes, tofu, and bok choy. Once the ingredients were conjured, Lin Qingyun and Wang Churen busied themselves in the kitchen while Guqing reclined on the sofa. After approximately an hour, a fragrant spread of 4 dishes and a soup was ready: braised ribs, kung pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried bok choy, and Crucian carp tofu soup. Guqing, captivated by the delightful aroma and presentation, quickly washed his hands and sat down to eat. During the meal, the 2 women earnestly requested Guqing and Appo's opinions on each dish. Gucheng realized that they were likely competing to see whose cooking was superior. Aware that any favoritism would offend the other, he cleverly chose to be non-committal, declaring every dish equally delicious, demonstrating his keen desire for survival. Chapter 27. The Good and Evil in Human Nature. The two women, witnessing Gucheng's refusal to comment, eventually ceased their inquiries and began to eat earnestly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the trio set out once again, this time with the intent to clear the 4 cafeterias on campus, should time permit. They would also address the arts building, the laboratory, and the gymnasium. During mealtimes, the cafeterias were naturally bustling with students, and it was fortuitous that the zombie crisis erupted during the peak lunch hour. Consequently, each of the 4 cafeterias was teeming with zombies, with an estimated 800 to 900 undead in each, including several second-tier zombies. After discussing their strategy, they ultimately decided to utilize their aerial advantage for guerrilla warfare, employing wind blades and other means of attack to gradually diminish the horde. They planned to eliminate the first-tier zombies before uniting against the second-tier ones. Due to the need to remain vigilant while attacking from the air, Gucheng resolved to leave Wang Churen on the rooftop of a taller building to launch her attacks from there. With preparations complete, Gucheng flew to the entrance of the cafeteria. 5 wind blades descended, shattering the glass. The cacophony drew forth the zombies inside. As they emerged, they caught the scent of Gucheng's living presence and lunged towards him frantically. Gucheng maintained a safe altitude while flying, ensuring that he was out of reach of the zombies while simultaneously attracting them with his scent. He leisurely followed the predetermined route, continuously conjuring wind blades to strike at the zombies trailing behind. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Wang Churen wielded her tang knife, unleashing streaks of crimson light as she slashed at the densely packed horde below. Lin Qingyun hovered nearby, ensuring Wang Churen's safety while also summoning wind blades to attack the zombies. Their intended path for extermination circled around the building where Wang Churen was stationed, effectively drawing the zombies into a loop around her, allowing the trio to maximize their attacking range and steadily reduce the undead population. After nearly an hour, they successfully dispatched all 876 zombies in the cafeteria, retrieving 507 first-tier evolution crystals and 2 second-tier evolution crystals from their remains. As per custom, Gucheng divided the 2 second-tier crystals between the 2 women before heading to the second cafeteria. The subsequent 3 cafeterias were cleared using the same method, and since the 3rd and 4th were in close proximity, they managed to attract and eliminate the zombies together, saving over half an hour. By approximately 5:30 in the evening, the trio had cleared all 4 cafeterias on campus. Including the first cafeteria, they had eradicated a total of 586 first-tier zombies and 7 second-tier zombies, yielding 2,079 first-tier evolution crystals and 6 second-tier crystals. But, unfortunately, they encountered no survivors and received no gratitude coins. Regrettably, 1 second-tier zombie did not yield an evolution crystal, and it was Gucheng who had attempted to extract it, underscoring his persistent misfortune. The 2 women cast him disdainful glances, vowing to prevent him from extracting higher-tier zombies in the future. After vanquishing the zombies, Lin Qingyun and the other woman prepared to return to the teacher's dormitory. But Gucheng suggested they inspect the food storage in the cafeteria. He intended to gather supplies as a reward for the survivors, thereby reducing his expenditure on food. Upon hearing his plan, the 2 women scorned his capitalist tendencies, yet ultimately agreed to accompany him. Unfazed by their disdain, Gucheng rationalized that it was for the betterment of himself and those he cared for, justifying a touch of ruthlessness. Besides, he had shared food with them. If he were truly a tyrant, he would simply use force to compel their subservience without concern for their lives. The trio examined the storerooms of the 4 cafeterias, discovering approximately 50,000 pounds of rice, over 10,000 pounds of flour, more than 10,000 pounds of various frozen meats, over 20,000 pounds of unspoiled vegetables, 5,000 eggs, 5,000 barrels of cooking oil, over 10,000 packages of salt, and 3,000 bottles of assorted condiments. This bountiful haul brought immense joy to the 3, but their elation was swiftly dampened by a tragic sight they encountered while inspecting the cold storage of the second cafeteria. Inside, they found a harrowing scene, a bare-chested man tightly embracing a woman clad in multiple layers of clothing. Tragically, their bodies were frozen stiff, devoid of any hope for survival. The man appeared to be in his 50s, likely a staff member of the cafeteria, while the woman was merely in her late teens or early 20s, presumably a student. Gu Cheng surmised that they had sought refuge in the cold storage during the outbreak, but as the girl succumbed to the cold, the older man had removed his clothing to keep her warm, ultimately leading to their untimely demise. Whether they had known each other prior or were mere strangers remains unclear. However, the man's willingness to sacrifice his own warmth for the girl spoke volumes of his inherent kindness. Though Gu Cheng believed he could never embody such altruism, he held a deep respect for individuals like him, akin to honoring the vestiges of his own lost compassion. After a period of reflection, the three returned to the teacher's dormitory. On their way back, they passed by an arts building and heard piercing cries echoing from within, likely a female survivor pleading for help. Lin Qingyun and the other woman, stirred by their empathetic instincts, rushed toward the source of the cries, igniting a sense of urgency within them. Gu Cheng, initially reluctant to intervene, found himself compelled to follow suit. However, he harbored no significant concern, as the trio's current strength allowed them to navigate the campus with ease. Rescuing an individual would pose little threat. Yet, should danger arise, he saw an opportunity to help Lin Qingyun and her companion shed their naive tendencies, teaching them the harsh realities of such compassion in a world rife with peril. The arts building stood only 4 stories tall, and after dispatching a dozen first-tier zombies, they arrived at the door from which the cries originated. Lin Qingyun kicked the door open, revealing a stunning young woman stripped of her clothing, suspended by ropes, while a naked man loomed nearby, violating her. Gu Cheng recognized both individuals. The woman was the belle of the Business Administration Department, one of the campus's most admired figures, while the man was notorious for his obsessive infatuation with her. Chapter 28. Wang Churen, Where Shall I Go? Despite having endured the horrors of campus violence, Wang Churen is fundamentally a compassionate individual. How could she remain indifferent upon witnessing a girl being violated? Angrily, she stormed into the room, drew her tang knife, and with a flash of steel, severed the boy's feet from his body, causing him to collapse to the side. She then approached and untied the ropes binding the girl, picking up the discarded clothing from the floor to help her dress. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun stood beside Gu Cheng, covering his eyes with her hands. Gu Cheng complied, fearful of inciting Lin's jealousy and thereby jeopardizing his chances of sharing her bed again. Furthermore, he had no inclination towards the notion of NTR. He held no interest in women who were involved with other men. After ensuring the girl was clothed, Wang Churen furiously confronted the boy, placing her left foot upon his chest while brandishing the knife at his throat. Speak. Why did you assault that girl? If you remain silent, I shall kill you. The boy, now bleeding profusely from his severed limbs, responded with manic laughter. Why? Ha ha ha. It's because this wretched woman treated me like a dog for 3 years. I bought her whatever she wanted, but she neither rejected nor accepted my affections, merely toying with my feelings for 3 long years. On the morning the apocalypse began, I saw her stepping out of a luxury car with a smile. In a fit of rage, I followed her here. After 2 days of waiting for rescue in the apocalypse with no hope of survival, I thought to take my revenge before I died. To make her feel like a dog beneath me. Just once, be my dog. With that, he lunged his neck towards Wang Churen's knife, which pierced his trachea and lodged in the bone. He soon perished. Upon hearing his words and witnessing the blood gushing from his neck, Wang Churen was momentarily stunned. Having devoted herself to her studies throughout her life, she was unprepared for such a sordid yet stark reality, leaving her feeling somewhat shattered. Uncertain whether it was right to have aimed her knife at his throat, she grappled with the possibility of her actions being indirectly responsible for his death. Seeing her in distress, Gu Cheng approached and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Enough of this sorrow. He had already resolved to die. Even had you not killed him, he would have taken his own life. Let us first ascertain the truth from the victim regarding his claims. Wang Churen snapped back to reality and approached the trembling girl in the corner. Observing the bruises on her wrists and ankles, she felt a pang of sympathy but remained resolute. Answer me. Is what he said true? You had better speak honestly. I detest deceit. Why yes, it's true. The girl stammered, shaken by Wang Churen's icy demeanor. Gu Cheng sighed softly at her response, feeling both pity for the girl and sorrow for the boy. Why was she so mercenary, so greedy? If she did not love him, she should have let go, unequivocally rejecting him instead of stringing him along and wasting his time, money, and emotions. And why did the boy cling so desperately to his feelings? In an era where love often devolved into servitude, one should learn to be more detached. Recognizing the futility of unrequited love should prompt a release, rather than an endless pursuit that only inflates the other's sense of superiority. Even if one fulfilled all of the other's desires, their relationship would merely perpetuate an unequal dynamic. Is such a relationship truly the love one yearns for? Well, we now grasp the essence of the matter. Let us depart. However, before we leave, I shall exact vengeance on that boy, Gucheng declared, grasping the still-dazed girls and leading them from the practice room, while simultaneously conjuring a blade of wind to sever the girl's neck. With a dull thud, her head fell, and silence enveloped the room. As they returned to the teacher's dormitory, Gucheng took the opportunity to impart wisdom to the two girls regarding their altruistic tendencies. In this apocalypse, you must abandon such naive notions. Do not rush to intervene at every injustice. Consider your own circumstances first, lest you endanger yourself and those dear to you. Moreover, one cannot discern the true nature of a person merely by appearances. We cannot assume that those we save are virtuous, nor that those we kill are wicked. Therefore, in this world, we must act based on self-interest rather than moral compass, evaluating whether our actions serve our own benefit. After all, we are human too, with people we cherish. Every action we undertake in this apocalypse should aim to ensure our own survival and the well-being of those around us, rather than indulging in a misguided desire to save the world. The two girls listened quietly, recognizing that Gucheng's intentions were rooted in their well-being, guiding them to navigate the harsh realities of their world more effectively. As evening approached, the trio returned to Lin Qingyun's teacher's dormitory. Following Gucheng's guidance, the girls resumed their previous demeanor. Upon entering, they immediately began to debate what to eat for dinner. I think we should have hot pot again, as it was delightful last night, Wang Charan suggested eagerly. No, stir-fried dishes are far superior. Tonight, I will make Gucheng acknowledge that my cooking is better than yours. Lin Qingyun countered passionately. Hot pot, stir-fried dishes. Gucheng, overwhelmed by their bickering, interjected decisively. Enough. I have made a decision. Tonight we shall feast on barbecue. Upon hearing Gucheng's pronouncement, the girls hesitated to object, intrigued by the prospect of trying something new. Thus, Gucheng took charge of procuring the necessary ingredients and cooking utensils from the system and Appo's marketplace, while Lin Qingyun and Wang Charan prepared the barbecue. Seated around the dining table, they grilled, feasted, and shared laughter over amusing memories for over an hour, delighting in their meal. After dining, Gucheng and Lin Qingyun each made a phone call home to check in and inform their families of their plans to return the following day, a decision they had made at the outset of the apocalypse. Wang Charan, however, had lost contact with her family at the onset of the catastrophe and feared they had succumbed to the undead. Hearing the cheerful exchanges between Gucheng and Lin Qingyun brought her sadness, compounded by the realization that they would be leaving her behind. Where would she go if they returned home? Chapter 29. The response of a scoundrel should she shamelessly follow Gucheng home, or return alone to witness whether her parents had transformed into the undead. Alternatively, should she remain at school, hoping for a serendipitous reunion with Gucheng? At this moment, this timid admirer found herself at a crossroads in life. Moving forward meant clinging to Gucheng, which, while allowing her to be near her beloved, could also burden him and diminish her standing in his eyes. To the left lay the path of returning home to check on her parents. But the multitude of missed calls from the day the apocalypse began had already stolen her hope. Returning might only compound her sorrow, and it could mean she would never have the chance to meet Gucheng again. To the right was the option of waiting at school for Gucheng's return. Yet, life is fraught with uncertainties. Who could predict whether Gucheng would indeed return, or if they would ever cross paths again? Wang Charan was at a loss for what to choose, her head bowed in despair. At that moment, Gucheng and Lin Qingyun had just finished their phone calls. Noticing Wang Charan's downcast expression, they sensed something was amiss, especially since she hadn't reached out to her family. Lin Qingyun spoke first, her voice filled with empathy. I'm truly sorry. It's possible that your parents have passed. But, as Gucheng once advised me, you must look ahead. Your parents would surely wish for your well-being from above, for you are the embodiment of their love. They will always hope for your happiness. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's comforting words, Wang Charan felt a flush of warmth. She had long accepted the reality of her parents' fate, and her sorrow had lessened considerably. In this moment, her true distress stemmed from her uncertainty about the future and her relationship with Gucheng. Thank you, she whispered, casting a tentative glance at Gucheng. Her voice trembling as she asked, I heard you say you're going home tomorrow. What should I do? With this question, she fixed her gaze on Gucheng. Ears perked up, longing to hear the words that would allow her to accompany him. She was a fragile soul, unable to make a decision on her own, yearning for Gucheng to guide her. Unaware of Wang Churen's inner turmoil, Gucheng laid out his plan. Lin Qingyun and I will each make a quick trip home. I would appreciate it if you could stay here at school to oversee the supplies and the others. Rest assured, once I finalize a location for the survivor base, I will return to fetch you both. Moreover, the survival of this group at school is crucial for the future development of our base. I have no one else I trust here besides you two, so I must rely on you, Churen. Wang Churen felt a pang of disappointment as she didn't hear the words she longed for from Gucheng. Yet, she understood the importance of these individuals to him and accepted the situation. However, perhaps it was the culmination of 20 years of restraint, or the pent-up emotions from 5 years of unrequited love, or perhaps the fear of never seeing him again that propelled her. In that moment, it was as if a mysterious force within her stirred her emotions, and she spoke. All right, Gucheng, I promise to stay at school. But I have something to tell you. Pausing for effect, she gazed at Gucheng with hope and affection. I like you. Would you consider going out with me? The atmosphere in the living room fell into an uneasy silence. Lin Qingyun glared at Gucheng with a dangerous glint in her eyes, while Wang Churen waited expectantly for his response. Gucheng sat in stunned silence, caught off guard. He had never harbored feelings for Wang Churen, always regarding her merely as a classmate. Yet, given her boldness, he found it difficult to turn her down, for he was, after all, a man. However, she had chosen to confess in the presence of 2 other people. Had it been a private moment, he might have considered accepting, as, aside from her average looks and figure, she was an adequate companion, and her abilities would prove beneficial in the future. Now, with Lin Qingyun present, to accept Wang Churen's confession would inevitably hurt Lin Qingyun's feelings. Although he was confident he could eventually make Lin Qingyun accept Wang Churen, he was uncertain how long that would take. Moreover, he dreaded the potential fallout if Wang Churen learned of his relationship with Lin Qingyun, which could leave him in a precarious position with both women. After careful consideration, Gucheng responded rather callously. Well, Churen, I've always regarded you as a classmate, and your sudden confession has left me a bit bewildered. We hardly know each other beyond our roles as classmates, and relationships require a deeper understanding. Therefore, I cannot agree to this at the moment. Let us take the time to know each other better before we discuss this further. His response was astute, neither affirming nor denying her feelings, thus avoiding an emotional outburst from either woman. He successfully sidestepped a potential conflict, preserving his own well-being. Additionally, he could use this opportunity to navigate between the 2 women, fostering a mutual acceptance of one another, ultimately hoping to win both their hearts. Indeed, neither woman reacted with overwhelming emotion to Gucheng's reply. Wang Churen felt a twinge of sadness, yet the prospect of not completely losing hope somewhat alleviated her distress. She murmured her acknowledgement and fell silent. Lin Qingyun, while disappointed not to hear a rejection of Wang Churen's feelings or a revelation of her own relationship with Gucheng, recognized the value of Wang Churen's abilities to Gucheng's future and chose to remain silent, casting a pointed glance at Gucheng instead. Once again, the living room was enveloped in silence. At a loss for how to break the tension, Gucheng picked up his phone to browse the news online. After 2 days, the world had begun to come to terms with the outbreak of the zombie crisis. The internet buzzed with discussions surrounding the calamity, with entertainment news that once dominated the headlines now conspicuously absent, replaced by urgent announcements from government agencies. The foremost headline was a video released by the Ministry of Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom regarding the response to the zombie crisis. The main points were as follows. 1. A global outbreak of the zombie crisis had occurred. 2. The cause of the outbreak was believed to be a meteor shower that had occurred a month prior, which brought a certain bacterium from space to Earth. This bacterium could parasitize any living organism on the planet, and when the bacterial load within an organism reached a critical threshold, it would mutate into a zombie. However, those who had not turned during the initial outbreak would not transform again unless they came into direct contact with a high concentration of the bacteria. 3. The military was in a precarious situation, making large-scale rescue operations unlikely. Thus, residents were advised to fend for themselves. 4. The weaknesses of zombies and strategies for combat in specific scenarios were outlined. 5. The bacterium was present in both air and water, though the concentration in the air was low enough that breathing it in would not cause transformation. However, drinking water with a high concentration of the bacteria would result in zombification. 6. Once the military regained its combat capabilities, priority would be given to ensuring communication water supply, and electricity at key infrastructure sites in every city. 7. Locations of several large grain depots in each city were announced for those in need of food to seek out. This video has garnered widespread attention, accumulating over 100 million likes, comments, and shares. Readers may take a moment to explore the author's insights regarding the protagonist's characterization in this chapter. Chapter 30. Nocturnal Breaths. Gu Cheng disregarded the comments on the first video, jotting down the locations of the grain depots before opening the second video. This second clip was released by the Dragon Kingdom's military, detailing information regarding zombies, evolution crystals, and individuals with special abilities. The video summarized 4 key points. 1. The strength of a typical zombie is comparable to that of an average adult male, classified as a first-tier zombie. However, in areas densely populated by zombies, some can exhibit strength equivalent to 10 adult males, categorized as second-tier zombies. The evolution of flora and fauna follows a similar pattern, though no method for human ascension has yet been discovered. 2. Within the brains of zombies, there is a probability of producing a diamond-shaped crystal known as an evolution crystal. The likelihood of its occurrence varies among individuals, ranging from approximately 30 to 80. Humans, zombies. And both plants and animals can absorb these crystals, with humans doing so by placing them on their foreheads. 3. Some individuals fortuitously awaken special abilities during the outbreak of the zombie crisis, while others gain such powers after absorbing evolution crystals. These abilities encompass a variety of types, broadly divided into 3 categories: offensive, supportive, and lifestyle. Those who awaken special abilities are collectively referred to as ability users. 4. Individuals who absorb evolution crystals without awakening special abilities can still enhance their physical attributes significantly, surpassing those of ordinary humans. These individuals are known as evolvers. Gu Cheng comprehended the content presented in the second video entirely, yet he still ventured into the comments section. Up to this point, he had only encountered 3 unique abilities and was eager to learn about others. As expected, the comments brimmed with individuals sharing their abilities, often accompanied by a flurry of flattery beneath each post. Disregarding the cacophony of irrelevant remarks, Gu Cheng meticulously cataloged the various abilities described. Since most individuals' awakening powers were naturally gifted, the quality of these abilities was generally high, predominantly offensive in nature, including abilities such as lightning control, fire manipulation, wind mastery, wood manipulation, and water control. There were even those who boasted about acquiring spatial abilities, albeit limited to a mere 100 cubic meters. Gu Cheng hypothesized that the modest effectiveness of these abilities might stem from either their lower rank or the relatively inexperienced individuals possessing them. After perusing several hundred comments, he noted a predominance of elemental abilities associated with the 5 elements, followed by nature-based powers like wind, lightning, light, and darkness, with spatial abilities being quite rare. He did not find anyone with a replication ability similar to his own, leading him to believe his power was exceedingly rare. However, when he inquired with the system about the uniqueness of his ability, he received a response indicating that it was not singular at present. Having gathered sufficient information about these abilities, Gu Cheng intended to close his phone. Yet, he inadvertently stumbled upon the 3rd trending video, which featured himself and the 2 ladies. The content showcased the trio clearing the cafeteria amidst hundreds of zombies. The footage, captured from a nearby building, displayed clear visuals, allowing viewers to admire Gu Cheng's striking visage. This inevitably incited a flurry of adulation in the comments, for individuals of Gu Cheng's caliber, handsome and formidable, were indeed a rarity. Xiao Li, wow, I'm in love. Handsome and powerful, just my type. Hu Kuan Shizhe. What kind of ability is this? He can even fly. How impressive. I'm not Fei Yang Yang. Wow, that hulking zombie must be a 2nd tier. He took it down effortlessly. Please accept my admiration. Neo Grandpa from Flip Garden. Isn't that Chenggu from our neighborhood? He has become so formidable in just a few days. Feng Lu Titang. Hey, why is everyone only focusing on that guy? The 2 girls are stunning too. One has a mature vibe, the other feels like a childhood sweetheart. Gotham Joker, seriously. This guy is infuriating. Good looks and strength are one thing, but he is also surrounded by 2 beautiful women. Upon reading these comments, Gu Cheng couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction, as they primarily served to extol his virtues. After indulging in the comments for a while, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 9:00 and Oppos clock in the evening. He hastily closed his phone, preparing to shower and retire for the night. He stood up and addressed the two ladies. All right, it's getting late. Let us freshen up and get some sleep. With that, he entered his room. The two women followed suit, retreating to their own quarters. After finishing his shower, Gu Cheng lay silently on his bed, awaiting the appearance of a certain someone. However, Lin Qingyun was not particularly pleased with Gu Cheng's earlier response, making it unlikely she would reward him with a visit. After a prolonged wait without a sign of Lin Qingyun, he decided to take the initiative and head to her room. Having just tasted the pleasures of romance, he was not inclined to spend the night alone. Moreover, after being teased by Lin Qingyun earlier that day, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson, proving who was truly lacking. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Cheng knocked on Lin Qingyun's door. He heard footsteps from within, but the door remained shut, followed by a faint voice of curiosity. Who is it? It's me, Gu Cheng. What do you want? Why aren't you looking for your classmate Chu Ran? Qingyun, open the door. I just want to explain. Who needs your explanation? Come on, Qingyun, open the door quickly. If Chu Ran hears us talking, she'll discover our little secret. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun felt a pang of anxiety and promptly opened the door, allowing Gu Cheng to enter. As soon as the door closed behind them, Gu Cheng revealed his true intentions, swiftly lifting Lin Qingyun, clad in her cartoon pajamas, and carrying her to the bed. Startled by his sudden advance, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she protested. Let me go, you big liar. You promised to explain. Disregarding her protests, Gu Cheng gently set her down on the bed, leaning in to kiss her lips while his hands began to explore. Gradually, the initially resistant Lin Qingyun found herself responding to Gu Cheng's kiss, her reluctance giving way to a burgeoning desire. The following content is omitted for brevity. Late at night, Wang Churen lay in bed, contemplating Gu Cheng's words, her heart a tumult of disappointment and anticipation. Perhaps it was the copious amounts of alcohol consumed during dinner that had stirred an urgent need within her. She quickly rose to use the restroom. As this room lacked an ensuite, she had to make her way to the communal bathroom in the living room. Just after finishing her business, while walking back to her room, she was startled by an unusual sound of heavy breathing. Chapter 31. Gu Cheng, from now on, you two shall be sisters. The naive Wang Churen remained oblivious to the implications of the labored breaths echoing nearby. Following the sound's direction, she sought its origin, arriving at a door from which the noises emanated. She recalled that this was Lin Qingyun's room. Hearing the increasingly intense gasps within, she feared for Lin Qingyun's safety and was about to knock. However, a male voice soon followed. Instantly recognizing Gu Cheng's familiar tone, she fell into contemplation. What could Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun be doing inside? Were they merely exercising, or was there something more? As she pondered, voices from within continued. Subsequent dialogues may seem rather crass, yet they reflect the protagonist's character as a romantic yet flawed man. Initially, he genuinely held affection solely for Lin Qingyun, while his connections with the other female leads were mere happenstances, though he would eventually develop feelings for them over time. He would never engage in the callous act of discarding them after their initial encounters. Gu Cheng, what exactly is your relationship with Wang Churen? It's just an ordinary classmate relationship, nothing more. We were classmates in middle school and high school. During our high school years, she was bullied by some girls in our class, so I intervened to help her. Perhaps that sparked some hidden affection in her. However, I truly had no feelings for her back then. We were merely classmates. Then why didn't you reject her today? How should I put it? She may appear timid, but at times she can be quite difficult to handle. If I were to directly refuse her, she might do something foolish. Moreover, her abilities are quite formidable, and when we establish our survivor base, individuals like her will be essential. So, I decided to keep her calm for now, and will clarify things with her later. All right, my beloved Qingyun, don't be jealous. You, being the gentle and understanding one, will surely comprehend my situation, right? I'll let you off the hook for today. Outside the door, Wang Churen was engulfed in tumultuous emotions upon overhearing their conversation. She had not anticipated that Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun shared such a relationship, making her actions today akin to that of an interloper, filling her with shame. Yet, after the initial embarrassment, a wave of anger surged within her. The remark about being just ordinary classmates struck her deeply, shattering her defenses. She could not fathom how Gu Cheng could be so heartless. After years of camaraderie and countless shared laughs, they had at least formed a bond of close friendship. Yet, she was met with such a chilling assessment. Overwhelmed by boundless fury, she could no longer contain herself. Wang Churen forcefully kicked the door open. confronting the two who had just completed a workout, her voice trembling with rage. Gu Cheng, do you truly despise me this much? I know I cannot compare to Teacher Lin in looks or figure. You are free to not like me. But after all these years as classmates, we have always engaged in friendly conversation. Are we not even worthy of being called friends? With that, she prepared to flee, to escape Lin Cheng University and find a place devoid of Gu Cheng, contemplating either suicide or a life of seclusion. Inside, both Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun stood momentarily stunned by the abrupt intrusion and Wang Charen's furious inquiry. Realizing Wang Charen intended to leave, Gu Cheng, despite his usual obliviousness, recognized the urgency of the situation. He swiftly pursued her, hoisting her onto his shoulder and returning her to Lin Qingyun's room, depositing her onto the large bed. He thought to himself, "Little one, my earlier words were merely to placate Lin Qingyun. I never anticipated you would overhear. Now, you cannot escape. Let us practice shooting together." Hereafter, the narrative continues for an extensive length. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, morning dawned. Gu Cheng slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the beautiful figure beside him and the crimson stains on the sheets, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The previous night, the three of them had engaged in shooting practice, with Gu Cheng achieving the top score after 3 hours of diligent effort. His impressive performance astonished Lin Qingyun, who had mocked him the day before, prompting her continual exclamations during practice. Even Wang Charen, a novice, suffered greatly and fainted after a brief session. Reflecting on his valiant exploits, Gu Cheng rose to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for the two women. As a romantic yet flawed man, it was only fitting that he care for his loved ones. After over an hour, Lin Qingyun and Wang Charen, slightly bashful, emerged from the washroom to the dining area. Observing Gu Cheng earnestly preparing breakfast, their earlier feelings of anger and embarrassment began to dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of sweetness. Upon noticing their arrival, Gu Cheng eagerly invited them to sit, assuring them that breakfast would be ready shortly. Before long, he presented 3 modest yet lovingly prepared breakfast plates at the table. Seeing the two women thoughtfully seated on either side, leaving the main seat for him, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Gu Cheng settled into the main seat, adopting a faux authoritative demeanor as he addressed them. "All right, having survived the trials of shooting together, you both are now sisters. By the order of arrival, Qingyun, you shall be the elder sister, and Charen, you will be the younger sister. Together, we must unite in this tumultuous world, building our little sanctuary. Should you have any thoughts or concerns, feel free to voice them openly. Do not harbor resentment or sabotage one another. I have little patience for those who scheme behind others' backs, and I will show no mercy to such individuals. Rest assured, as long as I, Gu Cheng, draw breath, I will never abandon you." Upon hearing Gu Cheng's words, the two women shyly nodded in understanding. They recognized that their futures were now intertwined with Gu Cheng, and thus they would heed his guidance. The trio enjoyed a warm breakfast together, subsequently discussing their plans for the day. The general outline revolved around gathering the survivors within the school, allowing Gu Cheng to accumulate gratitude tokens, after which he and Lin Qingyun would return home, while Wang Charen remained to safeguard the supplies and assist Gu Cheng, all the while training a loyal cadre. After a period of preparation, the three set forth. Each carried a backpack filled with bread, bottled water, and evolution crystals, provisions to stave off hunger and replenish their abilities. Notably, after days of careful sorting, they possessed a total of 278 first-tier evolution crystals. Gu Cheng allocated 700 crystals to Wang Charen for her own energy replenishment and to cultivate her subordinates, while offering 300 to Lin Qingyun. The remaining 278 crystals would be partially reserved as rewards for Wang Charen's selection of trusted aides, with the rest to be taken back home. Chapter 32. The world has changed. A trio of individuals arrived at the base of the apartment building, where supplies had been distributed the previous day. After the distribution, only a scant few portions remained. Despite the scarcity of resources, Li Jian assigned 2 individuals to guard the remaining supplies. He understood that these provisions belonged to Gu Cheng, and without Gu Cheng's directive, he dared not make any unilateral decisions regarding them. Gu Cheng was pleased with this arrangement and approached the 2 guardians, instructing them to summon all survivors from the school to gather at this location. The 2 complied swiftly, racing off to notify the survivors. While awaiting their arrival, Gu Cheng and his companions engaged in a discussion regarding the management of the school's survivors. After several minutes of deliberation, pooling their insights, Gu Cheng ultimately formulated a simple management plan. 1. Establish a contribution-based currency system, announcing the exchange rates between contributions and redeemable supplies. 2. Require everyone to assemble here daily at 8 o'clock, express 10 words of gratitude towards Gu Cheng, and collect 3 contribution points. 3. Adults aged 18 to 60 may register daily for work tasks, earning additional contribution points. 4. From the moment Gu Cheng departs the school, all survivors will relocate to the dormitory closest to the assembly point for easier management. 5. From Gu Cheng's departure onward, meals will be provided at the nearest cafeteria, with each meal costing a fraction of contribution points. 6. Maintain a daily record of the basic information of new arrivals. 7. Wang Churen and Li Jian will select individuals to form a patrol team and an exploration team. The patrol team will ensure the safety of school resources and personnel, maintaining order, while the exploration team will venture out to eliminate zombies and acquire resources and evolution crystals. To facilitate Wang Churen's management of contributions, Gu Cheng invested 5,000 gratitude coins to purchase a complete card system akin to that used in schools, along with a card-making machine, to prevent power outages from rendering the system inoperable. He also spent 2,000 gratitude coins on 2 diesel generators and 1,000 liters of diesel. By the time Gu Cheng completed these arrangements, the survivors had gathered. As he had done the previous day, he ascended to a vantage point and addressed the crowd. He first announced the newly discussed management plan, which garnered the approval of the majority present. Observing this, Gu Cheng declared that he and Lin Qingyun would be departing for a while, entrusting the management of the school to Wang Churen, with Li Jian as her assistant. This news stirred a considerable uproar among the crowd, with some expressing concern that Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun might not return, while others questioned Wang Churen's competence and legitimacy. Seeing the commotion below, Gu Cheng furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Silence!" The crowd immediately fell silent, aware of Gu Cheng's formidable reputation from the video that circulated online the previous night. Once quieted, Gu Cheng spoke with authority. "I understand that some of you may harbor discontent regarding this decision, but that is inconsequential, for I do not care. The world has transformed. It is now one where strength reigns supreme, no longer the realm where moral persuasion holds sway. If you are dissatisfied, you may step forward, defeat me, and we can discuss matters further. However, I question whether you possess the strength to do so." With that, Gu Cheng unleashed a gust of wind, instantly slaying the loudest dissenting voice among the crowd. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, watching as the headless corpse crumpled to the ground, too frightened to utter a word, lest they become the next victim of Gu Cheng's wrath. Seeing that he had effectively quelled their unrest, Gu Cheng continued, "In light of your initial transgression, I shall appeal to reason. Allow me to demonstrate Wang Churen's strength, so that you may be convinced." He gestured for Wang Churen to showcase her abilities. Without hesitation, she summoned 1/5 of her energy, manifesting a blood-red blade of light spanning several meters, which she cleaved towards a nearby hillside. The crimson arc sliced through the trees, uprooting them and disturbing the earth, leaving chaos in its wake. Witnessing the sheer force of this attack, the assembled survivors stood frozen, at a loss for words. Gu Cheng, undeterred by their reaction, maintained his authoritative demeanor. "In a moment, each of you will express 10 words of gratitude to me. From the over 1,700 of you present, I will select 200 individuals with the highest sincerity of gratitude to serve as reserve members for the patrol and exploration teams. These individuals will receive additional contribution points daily, and those who excel may even earn evolution crystals. I trust you are all aware of the benefits of evolution crystals, so I shall not elaborate further. Now, let us begin." Upon hearing of the potential rewards of evolution crystals, the crowd adopted a posture of fervent sincerity, offering their thanks to Gu Cheng. "Ding! You have received gratitude from Ma Fei, sincerity level 85. 72. Congratulations, you have earned 9 gratitude coins. Remaining gratitude coins, 16,665. As the notifications flooded in, Gu Cheng and Apos' heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the combination of a firm hand and a sweet reward maximizes the yield of gratitude coins. This time, he amassed a total of 158,946 gratitude coins, culminating in a grand total of 175,602 coins after accounting for his previous balance. Another bountiful harvest of gratitude coins. After reviewing his gains, Gu Cheng selected the 200 individuals who had offered the most gratitude. With this task completed, it was time for him to depart. Before leaving, he surveyed the crowd and calmly stated, "During my absence with Lin Qingyun, I implore each of you to remain composed and refrain from any underhanded actions. If I return to find any disturbances, your heads may very well be forfeit." With that, Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun, accompanied by Wang Churen, soared into the distance. The trio landed on a deserted rooftop, where Gu Cheng affectionately kissed each of the two women before embracing them. As they faced the prospect of separation, both women offered no resistance to Gu Cheng's affection. After the tender moment, Gu Cheng earnestly instructed them, "It is time for us to part ways. Qingyun, please be cautious on your journey home. Call me to confirm your safety once you arrive. I will seek you out once I establish the survivor base. Churen, take care at the school. Should you encounter any issues beyond your capacity to resolve, don't hesitate to call me. I will come to you as soon as I can. Also, you must adopt a more authoritative demeanor when managing the survivors. At times, you may need to be firm, even ruthless. Otherwise, they may not heed your commands." The two women nodded obediently, as if embodying the essence of dutiful companions, reminding him to travel safely. Observing their tearful expressions, Gu Cheng quickly reassured them. "It is not a matter of life and death. There is no need for tears. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave." With that, he planted a gentle kiss on each of their foreheads and released them, then activated his powers and soared westward. The two women exchanged warm smiles as they bid farewell, each proceeding towards her respective destination, Lin Qingyun to her family in the northern military district of Lin City, and Wang Churen to remain behind and manage the school on Gu Cheng's behalf. Chapter 33. The general of the Emerald Garden. Gu Cheng's residence is situated in an upscale community on the western outskirts of Lin City, approximately 60 kilometers from the educational hub of Lin City University in the east. Given Gu Cheng's current flight velocity, he could reach home in half an hour at full speed. However, apprehensive of potential dangers along the route, he maintains a cautious half-speed flight. On his journey home, he traverses the bustling downtown commercial district. Lin City boasts a permanent population of 1.2 million, with around 100,000 congregating in its central business area. As Gu Cheng soared above the commercial district, he beheld a scene of streets densely packed with zombies, a sight that could send anyone suffering from a fear of clusters into a state of panic. Among these zombies were not only the common variety, but also formidable second and even third-tier zombies. In addition to the undead, Gu Cheng spotted a colossal willow tree in the heart of the city, towering approximately 100 meters high with a trunk diameter of about 2 kilometers, presumably a third-tier mutated plant. More alarmingly, this grand willow was home to hundreds of evolved avian species, including sparrows, crows, and magpies. Were Gu Cheng to fly past with his current strength, he would surely meet a grim fate. Thus, upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, he opted to take a detour. After about an hour, Gu Cheng finally arrived at the entrance of his community. The residential complex, named Emerald Garden, is a prestigious enclave characterized by spacious apartments, inhabited by individuals of considerable means. Gu Cheng and Appo's family occupies a 300-square-meter flat with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, along with a 200-square-meter supermarket. Their total assets amounting to over 20 million. However, in this apocalyptic era, such wealth holds little value. What truly matters now is strength and resources. As Gu Cheng approached the entrance, 3 male zombies in security uniforms abruptly surged out of the guard booth, drawn by the scent of living flesh. Recognizing them as former 5-star generals of the Emerald Garden, robust and once esteemed veterans, he felt a pang of sorrow for their lamentable fate. Realizing the imminent danger, Gu Cheng quickly ascended into the sky using his abilities while conjuring wind blades to strike at the advancing zombies. Among them, one zombie was notably larger and appeared to be a second-tier variant, which, under normal circumstances, Gu Cheng's wind blades could harm. Yet, to his astonishment, the second-tier zombie brushed off the 3 wind blades without a scratch, the impact merely producing a series of resonant sounds. Perplexed, Gu Cheng expended a gratitude coin to inspect the zombie's attributes, a feature he had previously discovered within his system. This function allowed him to examine entities of equal or lesser rank for the modest cost of 1 coin, while higher ranks incurred greater costs. Name: Metallic Mutant Zombie. Rank: Second-tier transformation ability. Metal control, level C, can manipulate metals within a 100-meter radius for attack, possesses defense comparable to metal. Permanently increases physical attributes by 5 points. Physique, 28-5 strength, 25 agility, 14 mentality, 8 stamina, 16 power evaluation, a strong defensive second-tier entity, astounded by the attributes of this mutated zombie. Gu Cheng was taken aback. This was the first instance he had encountered such exceptional 5-dimensional attributes. Yet, before he could fully process this revelation, the mutant zombie began manipulating the surrounding metals, launching an aggressive assault aimed at ensnaring him. His instincts alerted him to the danger, prompting a swift evasion, and he darted 100 meters away from his previous position. Realizing the complexity of the enemy's abilities, he decided to unleash his most potent attack. With a steady gaze, he summoned the tempestuous winds around him, gradually forming a small tornado towering over 10 meters high. As the tornado advanced toward the mutant zombie, the creature, oblivious to the impending peril, lunged recklessly at Gu Cheng. The clash of wind and undead met on the battlefield. Gu Cheng directed the tornado to encircle the mutant, its flesh and sinew violently torn apart until nothing remained but its skeletal frame. Once the mutant zombie lay vanquished, Gu Cheng dissipated the tornado, and the remnants of flesh and evolution crystals rained down from the sky. He picked up 2 first-tier evolution crystals and 1 second-tier crystal before hastening into the community. As he walked, he reflected on the recent encounter. The small tornado had consumed 1/5 of his energy reserves. Although evolution crystals could restore some of this energy, it was often impractical to recuperate during fierce battles. Thus, the tornado remained a trump card. He pondered the necessity of developing new offensive techniques, for some adversaries proved resistant to his wind blade attacks. An epiphany struck him. Zombies, too, possessed vulnerabilities, particularly in the delicate regions connected to their brains, such as the eyes. While wind blades failed to penetrate this area, a direct thrust with a sharp weapon could inflict fatal damage. It became evident that he must practice close-quarters combat with melee weapons to counter enemies capable of ambush. With his plan solidified, Gu Cheng turned his full attention to dispatching the encroaching zombies. With each wind blade unleashed, first-tier zombies fell one after another. Approaching the fallen foes, he collected the evolution crystals from their skulls before swiftly flying to the supermarket where his parents resided. Aware of their vulnerability as ordinary humans, he feared that any bites or scratches could lead to their mutation. Given their age and diminished physical capabilities compared to himself and the zombies, it was prudent to ensure their safety first. Thus, Gu Cheng resolved to confirm his parents' well-being at the supermarket before clearing the path from the supermarket to their home, ensuring a safe return without incident. Chapter 34. A reunion with parents. Gu Cheng resided in the upscale by Yuan community, which sprawled over an impressive area of 4 million square meters. His family's supermarket was situated approximately 1,000 meters from the entrance of the community, and it took him merely 2 minutes to fly there. From above, he observed the supermarket's doors wide open, with several first-tier zombies aimlessly wandering in the construction site at the entrance. As he descended, he conjured a few wind blades to eliminate the zombies before hastily entering the supermarket. Upon entering, a gaunt female zombie, drawn by the scent of the living, lunged at him. Gu Cheng recognized her as the cashier from the supermarket, and also his cousin, coming from the countryside and unable to continue her education. She had been invited by his mother to assist at the supermarket, living with the Gu family. She had always treated Gu Cheng and his sister kindly, and he held deep familial affection for her. However, now transformed into a zombie, Gu Cheng felt compelled to free her from her torment. Wishing to grant her a dignified end, he refrained from beheading her with wind blades, instead waiting until she drew near before plunging his dagger into her forehead. Watching her body slowly collapse, he sorrowfully approached, closed her eyes, and silently wished her a peaceful journey. Having completed this, Gu Cheng moved towards an isolation door within the supermarket, which led to the storage room. Perhaps due to a maternal instinct, as he approached the door, his mother's anxious voice echoed from within. "Cheng, is that you?" "Yes, Mom. Are you and Dad all right?" "Oh, it's good to hear your voice. Your father and I are fine. I'll open the door now." Moments later, with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing his weary parents, who clearly had not slept well in recent days, their appearance reflecting their anxiety. Overcome with emotion, Gu Cheng rushed forward to embrace them. Though he did not weep, his heart swelled with feelings. In his previous life, after his parents' divorce, he had lost his home and the love of his parents. Now, inheriting memories from that life, seeing his parents brought him immense joy, for he had regained a family that allowed him to experience their love once more. The trio exchanged stories about recent events, after which Ginging outlined his plans, advising them to return to the storage room and wait for him to clear the zombies on their way home before fetching them. Aware of their physical condition, his parents readily agreed, but as Ginging prepared to leave, they urged him to exercise caution. Listening patiently to their concerns, he nodded in acknowledgement before heading outside. Ginging's home was located in building number 5, approximately 500 meters from the supermarket. To ensure the path was devoid of zombies, he opted to walk back. As he walked, he continued to summon wind blades to dispatch any zombies he encountered along the way. In an effort to attract more zombies and ensure a thorough clearing, he intentionally made noise. This action caught the attention of survivors in the upper floors, some of whom called out to him for rescue. Ginging chose to ignore the calls of these individuals, maintaining his focus on methodically clearing the zombies in his path. On the balcony of the 18th floor of building number 5, 3 women watched Ginging as he dealt with the zombies. A woman clad in a black long dress spoke first. "Wow, I didn't expect a Chung to be so formidable. TSK, he is so handsome and powerful. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If not, I wouldn't mind considering him." Upon hearing this, Ginging, dressed in Hello Kitty pajamas, narrowed her eyes dangerously at the speaker, Ginging, and retorted with a hint of hostility, "Don't even think about it. A Chung would never agree to that." "Hey, Ginging, why so angry? I know you're protective of your brother. I was just teasing. Besides, he is not the type to attract someone like me. He is too much of a bookworm. I'd prefer someone humorous and charming. Dating a Chung would be rather dull. Don't you think?" Ginging remarked, glancing at Ginging, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Ginging paid no heed to the bickering of the two and continued to observe Ginging and Appo's actions intently. Recognizing this, the 2 women lost interest in their quarrel and resumed watching him. At that moment, Ginging remained oblivious to the earlier exchange between Ginging and Ginging. Had he known, he would have merely smiled it off, for Ginging often teased him about being a dullard and joked that he would have trouble finding a girlfriend. As for Ginging, his feelings were mixed. He both adored and resented her. Since his earliest memories, she had displayed a possessive nature regarding him, always questioning his actions. Whenever their parents assigned chores, she would impose upon him, making him shoulder most of the workload while she did little, sometimes leaving all the tasks to him. Yet, despite her teasing, she possessed a caring side. When he would skip home to play video games after school, she would cover for him. When he faced reprimands from their parents, she would step in to share the blame. Thus, despite their occasional squabbles over the past 20 years, the sibling bond remained strong, transcending typical sibling rivalry. Ginging knew little about Ginging, other than her aloof demeanor and her penchant for reading, as they had exchanged only a few words. Returning to Ginging, he continued to summon wind blades, slaying the encroaching zombies while generating noise to draw more towards him. In the span of a mere 500 meters, he transformed the route into a veritable slaughterhouse, taking half an hour to traverse it. Ultimately, he had dispatched over 500 zombies, including 2 ordinary second-tier zombies. From this gruesome tally, he extracted 1 second-tier evolution crystal and 260 first-tier evolution crystals. Not bad, a nearly 50 yield. He mused as he approached the stairway to the first floor. The reason he opted against the elevator was simple. He was uncertain when the power would fail in the community, and should it cease while he and his parents were inside, it could pose a significant risk. Thus, taking the stairs felt like the safer choice. Chapter 35. The replication of spatial abilities. Meanwhile, outside, as Ginging vanished from the neighborhood street, certain individuals began to stir with anticipation. Some, witnessing Ginging's successful elimination of numerous zombies, felt compelled to venture out in search of precious evolutionary crystals, while others, faced with dwindling food supplies at home, sought to raid the community supermarket. As for Ginging and her companions, they, aware of Ginging's imminent return, stood patiently behind the door, awaiting his arrival. After a tedious wait of 15 to 20 minutes, Ginging finally appeared at the door. Ginging opened it to let him in, while Ginging, puzzled, inquired why it had taken him 20 minutes to ascend a mere flight of stairs. In response, Ginging explained that he had meticulously cleared the corridors up to the 18th floor to ensure the safe ascent of their parents. Upon hearing his reasoning, the 3 women showered Ginging with praise for his attentiveness. He merely smiled at their compliments and continued, "I will rest for 2 minutes before heading down to fetch Mom and Dad. Ginging, you 3 stay at home and await our return." "No, I want to go too." Gu Qingying declared in a commanding tone reminiscent of her childhood. Initially inclined to acquiesce, Gu Cheng abruptly regained his composure and firmly rejected her proposal. No. While I have cleared the path of zombies, this community can accommodate over 6,000 residents. Excluding those at work, there are still over 2,000 zombies within, and I have only dealt with a little over 500. It remains perilous outside for you. Besides, my ability allows me to fly. Even if I encounter a horde of zombies, I can carry Mom and Dad away one by one. However, if you accompany me, I will be unable to do so. Though he made a valid point, Gu Qingying countered, but we have little food at home. With my spatial abilities, I can accompany you to retrieve supplies from our supermarket. Spatial abilities. Indeed, that reminds me. However, as you know, I can replicate others' abilities. I will simply copy your spatial powers, making it unnecessary for you to go. Gu Qing insisted with an authoritative tone. Seeing Gu Qing's unwavering stance, Gu Qingying, frustrated, stormed off to the sofa, pouting and refusing to look at him. Gu Cheng, observing her curled up on the sofa, arms crossed and lips pursed in a cute display of anger, found himself both amused and exasperated. Here was a dignified, scholarly woman. Yet her frustration appeared endearingly childlike, prompting an urge to pinch her cheeks. He hurried over, softening his tone. All right, Qingying. I understand you wish to grow stronger to assist me, but for now, it is paramount that we retrieve our parents. How about this afternoon? I take you out to hunt zombies and enhance your skills? Please do not sulk. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingying turned to gaze at Gu Cheng's handsome face. You promised. No backing out. Agreed, no backing out. Gu Cheng affirmed, then activated his panel, designating Gu Qingying as his replication target. Moments later, another ability and rule appeared on his panel. Abilities. 1. Replication 2. Wind Control 3. Spatial Manipulation, Level, F. Description, can store non-living items in a 100 cubic meter space. Rules. 1. Wind System Rule 6. 32.2. Spatial Rule 0. 01. Upon reviewing the details, Gu Cheng felt somewhat dissatisfied. The F-level ability offered merely a single storage effect, and the limited space of 100 cubic meters was insufficient to accommodate the resources from their supermarket. Consequently, he absorbed 100 first-tier evolutionary crystals and expended 10,000 gratitude coins for an upgrade. In no time, his ability advanced 3 levels, significantly altering his panel. Abilities. 1. Replication 2. Wind Control 3. Spatial Manipulation, Level, C. Description, can store non-living items in a 100,000 cubic meter space. Can utilize abilities and cold weapons to create a space-based weapon, which vanishes after exceeding 1,000 meters. Can confine any space within a 100-meter radius. Can expend energy to move through the air, currently able to travel 100 meters in a single breath. Can establish 5 spatial anchor points, currently 5. Rules. 1. Wind System Rule 6. 32.2. Spatial Rule 2. 13. His satisfaction soared upon witnessing the capabilities of his upgraded spatial ability. The storage capacity had expanded, alongside new offensive and control options, allowing for spatial traversal that significantly reduced travel time. Although he could still elevate his spatial ability to be level, he opted to reserve his gratitude coins for the impending establishment of a survivor base. After reviewing the changes to his panel, Gu Cheng set off to retrieve his parents. With the path cleared of zombies, it took him merely 10 minutes to return to the supermarket entrance. However, upon entering, he discovered several men frantically raiding the food supplies with large bags. Furious, Gu Cheng shouted, "Put everything down. How dare you rob my home? You truly have no regard for your own life." The 4 men, startled by his booming voice, immediately dropped their bags and raised their hands in surrender. As Gu Cheng approached, intent on delivering a severe reprimand to these thieves to assert his authority, the storage room door swung open, revealing his parents. Previously, while Gu Cheng was absent, they had heard commotion within the supermarket. Fearing it was either zombies or intruders, they had refrained from opening the door. However, upon hearing their son's furious outburst, they promptly emerged to investigate. "Oh, Gu, there you are. Tell your son that we are merely neighbors helping each other out by taking a few supplies. Is there any need for such anger?" One of the men implored. "Exactly. We're all neighbors here. Isn't it natural to lend a hand?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, we were just taking some food. We can pay for it," they pleaded, hoping to curry favor with Gu Cheng's father, knowing well that Gu Cheng was not someone to be trifled with. Their earlier fright had nearly paralyzed them. and they were eager to find an avenue of escape. Gu Cheng's father, taken aback by their sudden overtures of camaraderie, was at a loss. While they had exchanged pleasantries in the past, their disdain had always been palpable. After all, these men were CEOs and executives. How could a mere supermarket owner command their respect? Chapter 36. In the world of adults, only interests matter. It is often said that in the realm of adulthood, only interests prevail. For someone like you, who has breached a supermarket, lacking resources and connections, how could one genuinely consider you a friend if your companionship does not yield any benefits? Moreover, in the current apocalyptic scenario, forming friendships bears little fruit. True strength lies within oneself. With this understanding, Father Gu resolutely disregarded their pleas and turned his gaze towards Gu Cheng. Ah Cheng, you may handle these individuals as you see fit. I shall not intervene. You have grown, and your mother and I are aging. This household will soon be entrusted to you or Ginging. Upon hearing his father's words, Gu Cheng felt a surge of joy. He had previously worried that his father might utter something that would complicate matters. However, now that they had come to him, he resolved to make an example of them. He stepped forward and subdued all 4 men to the ground. Spending 20 gratitude coins to purchase 4 pairs of handcuffs from the system stored to bind their hands behind their backs, Gu Cheng did not intend to execute them immediately. The zombies in the neighborhood had yet to be cleared, and many were trapped inside homes, which meant there were not enough monkeys yet. Gu Cheng aimed to gather all the survivors in the community to maximize the impact of these 4 chickens as a warning. As he cuffed them, he lamented, "Alas, I have squandered 20 gratitude coins. How infuriating." Yet, he mused, those handcuffs might prove useful later, perhaps for some sort of police-themed roleplay. With this thought, Gu Cheng proceeded with renewed vigor. After securing the 4, he planned to toss them into a storage room, waiting until he had cleared the zombies before releasing them to fulfill their intended purpose. As he shoved them into the storage room, their curses echoed. But Gu Cheng showed no leniency. He seized a pair of socks from a nearby display and stuffed them into their mouths. Fortunately, they were new socks. Otherwise, it would have been too generous of him to allow them to enjoy a taste of luxury amidst the apocalypse. Having completed this task, Gu Cheng gathered all the goods from the supermarket into his storage space and confidently strolled home with his parents. On the way, they expressed great curiosity about his abilities. Bombarding him with questions, Gu Cheng patiently answered each one, confident that his parents would not divulge his secrets. Should anyone else control them to extract those secrets, it would signify his utter failure to protect even his own family, and he would deserve whatever fate awaited him. Given that his parents were both in their 50s and not in the best of health, it took them over 20 minutes to return home. As they entered, Gu Chenging, clad in a Hello Kitty pajama set, rushed towards her parents, her voice thick with emotion. "Oh, how wonderful. Mom and Dad, you are finally back. I missed you so much." "All right, little Ing. We're fine. No need to cry." Gu Cheng's parents comforted her with warm embraces. Witnessing their heartfelt reunion filled Gu Cheng with warmth and love. However, he soon noticed the sorrowful expressions on the faces of sisters Gu Zixian and Gu Zijing, leaving him puzzled. "Sister Zixian, Sister Zijing, what troubles you?" "It's nothing, just a moment of nostalgia, thinking about our parents," they replied. "Oh, by the way, are your parents safe?" Upon hearing this, the sisters' sadness transformed into quiet sobs. "Wah, they might have perished. Since the outbreak began, we have made countless calls, but no one has answered. We have lost all hope." Gu Cheng fell silent after listening to their account. Indeed, in this apocalypse, losing loved ones had become the norm, and the fact that his family remained unscathed was a remarkable stroke of luck. Yet he understood that luck was fleeting. Only strength could be relied upon. Only by becoming stronger, even the strongest, could he pursue his desires and protect those he cared for, without fearing the misfortunes that might befall him or his loved ones. At that moment, Gu Cheng discovered the most significant goal for his future: to relentlessly grow stronger, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of strength, thereby controlling the destinies of himself and those around him. He consoled the Gu sisters and invited them to stay at his home for the time being, as there was ample space. Before long, Gu Chenging regained her composure. With the time growing late, they began to prepare lunch. As Gu Cheng's parents had spent 2 or 3 days in the supermarket storage room, their clothes had become quite odorous, prompting them to freshen up. While the task of cooking fell to Gu Chenging and the 2 sisters. With nothing pressing to do, Gu Cheng reclined on the sofa, contemplating his plans for the coming days. The plan was straightforward: Clear the zombies from the neighborhood and seek a suitable location to establish a base. An hour later, Ginging and the sisters prepared a simple meal of 5 dishes and a soup, inviting Ginging to join them. The dishes were homely, primarily cooked by Ginging, with the Gu sisters assisting, and the flavors were reminiscent of the meals he used to enjoy. During the meal, Ging's phone rang, drawing the attention of the other 5. Noticing it was Lin Qingyun calling, he assumed she had returned home and was now checking in on him. Please continue eating. This is a call from a colleague who was trapped with me in the office. There might be something important, Ginging explained as he walked towards the balcony to take the call. The others resumed their meal, unperturbed. As Ginging reached the balcony and answered, he forgot to close the door behind him. Hello, darling, are you home? Yes, I am home. Ginging, you must be back as well. Indeed. You didn't encounter any danger on your way, did you? None at all. I followed your advice and took the route that avoided the city center. That's good to hear. Listen, as I passed through the city center, I saw no fewer than 100,000 zombies and many evolved plants and animals, including several of the 3rd rank. You must avoid the city center at all costs. Understood. I informed my grandfather about our situation. He wishes to meet you in person. Of course, we must meet. However, I have some matters to attend to over the next few days. Perhaps I can visit you the day after tomorrow. In the meantime, spend quality time with your family. And if you encounter 2nd-rank zombies, do your best. If you cannot handle them, retreat. I will, and please stay safe. Due to Ging's oversight in closing the balcony door and his relatively loud voice, the others dining inside overheard the exchange. The atmosphere in the dining room shifted dramatically upon hearing the words darling and our grandfather. Chapter 37. The extraordinary abilities of the Gu sisters at this moment. Gu's parents wore benevolent smiles, their hearts brimming with joy. Acheng has finally come to his senses and is looking for a girlfriend. Beside them, Ginging, observing her parents' elation, forced a smile while internally grappling with conflicting thoughts. Acheng has found a girlfriend. We should celebrate his happiness. No, Acheng belongs to me. No one can take him away. Ginging, enough. Your obsession with your brother is becoming increasingly severe, and it is crossing boundaries. So what? Regardless, Acheng is mine. No one shall snatch him from my side. Aside from Gu's parents and Ginging, the Gu sisters displayed varying reactions upon hearing Ging's phone conversation. Gu Zijing delicately pursed her lips and continued to eat, albeit with a firmer grip on her chopsticks than usual. Gu Zixian, on the other hand, appeared oblivious, continuing to eat at a leisurely pace. When Ginging returned after his phone call, he sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the living room and inquired, Hey, why has everyone fallen silent? Weren't we just chatting happily? Gu's mother did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. Acheng, were you truly on the phone with your colleague? Of course. Why would I lie? You can check for yourselves. As he spoke, Ginging displayed the call log to his mother. Seeing that the records corroborated his words, Gu's mother smiled warmly and continued, Acheng, how old is your colleague? What does her family do? She is 28, and her family seems to be in the military. Mom, why do you ask? Just as Gu's mother was about to elaborate, Ginging interjected with a slightly sarcastic tone. Isn't it obvious? Someone was just calling her baby on the phone. Of course, Mom is concerned about her future daughter-in-law. Oh no, you all heard that. Ginging exclaimed, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Please, the balcony door was wide open, and you weren't exactly whispering. We're not deaf. You know, Ginging retorted playfully. Xiaoying, how can you speak like that? It's a good thing that Acheng is finding a girlfriend. Gu's mother chastised Ginging before turning back to Ginging. Acheng, while 28 is a bit older, your father and I are reasonable people. We respect your choices. However, since her family is in the military, we may have to see if they approve, considering our family's modest means. Money is of little use in the apocalypse. Don't worry, Mom. I'm confident I can win her family's approval. Once I establish the survivor base, I'll bring them back for you both to meet. Perhaps captivated by the prospect of a survivor base, Gu's parents did not notice the plural reference, instead pressing Ginging for details about the base's establishment. However, the attentive Gu sisters caught the slip but assumed it was merely a mistake, choosing instead to listen intently as Ginging elaborated on his future plans. Thus, Ginging shared the capabilities of his system with everyone present, explaining the advantages of creating a survivor base. He revealed this information in front of the Gu sisters not out of folly, but because, on the very first day of the apocalypse, they had been informed of his situation during a phone call with Ginging. Furthermore, since the Gu sisters' family had succumbed to the zombie plague, they had nowhere to go. Keeping them close at hand would ensure their safety, especially as they were dear friends of Gu Qingying. Gu Cheng worried that she might feel lonely in this dire time, hence he invited the sisters to accompany her. The meal concluded amidst Gu Cheng's explanations. By then, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Remembering his promise to Gu Qingying to take her hunting for zombies, Gu Cheng prepared to retrieve the first-tier and second-tier evolution crystals to elevate Lin Qingyun to level 2, granting her a measure of self-defense. He also intended to allow Gu's parents and the Gu sisters to absorb first-tier evolution crystals in hopes of awakening their extraordinary abilities. Following Gu Cheng's instructions, everyone began to absorb the evolution crystals. After Gu Zijing absorbed a first-tier crystal, her excitement erupted as she exclaimed, "Hey, I think I've awakened an extraordinary ability. It seems to be something called mental control." Upon hearing the term mental control, Gu Cheng was immediately reminded of the evolved cat he had slain back at school. He quickly used a gratitude coin to check Gu Zijing's status panel. Name, Gu Zijing. Age, 25. Appearance, 90. Ability, mental control, level A. Description, 1. Can launch mental attacks within a 100-meter radius, with a cooldown of 2 minutes after each use. 2. Can probe an area within 1,000 meters using mental energy. 3. Can control individuals with mental attributes lower than her own by a factor of 1/5 to fight on her behalf. The number of controlled entities depends on her own and the target's mental attributes. 4. Can drag targets within a 10-meter radius into a self-constructed mental illusion, the strength of which depends on the mental attributes of both herself and the target. 5. Can convert high-dimensional energy within a 1-meter radius into her own mental energy. Current conversion efficiency, 20. Law, none. Tier, first level transcendence physique, 8 strength, 6 agility, 7 mental, 15 endurance, 8 strength evaluation. A weak first level evolved being with some utility from her ability. Upon reviewing the information about her extraordinary ability, Gu Cheng was filled with admiration. This mental control ability offered both offensive and controlling capabilities, along with restorative potential, rendering it nearly perfect. Alas, he had already exhausted his opportunity to replicate at level 2, and would have to wait until he reached level 3 for another chance. After examining Gu Zijing's panel, Gu Cheng turned his attention to Gu Zixian, who had mentioned her own awakening while he was checking Gu Zijing's status. Name, Gu Zixian. Age, 25. Appearance, 91. Ability, Blessing of the Goddess of Life, level S. Description, 1. Consumes ability energy to heal a specified target within a 10,000 meter radius, restoring 50 of their condition, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. 2. Consumes ability energy to heal up to 5 targets within a 1,000 meter radius, restoring 20 of their condition, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. 3. Can convert high-dimensional energy within a 100-meter radius into her own ability energy. Current conversion efficiency, 20. 4. Can transfer 50 of her ability energy to a designated target within a 10-meter radius. 5. Can heal any target regardless of distance by consuming ability energy, restoring 10 of their condition, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Law, Life Law 0. 1 Tier, first level transcendence physique, 9 strength, 6 agility, 8 mental, 12 endurance, 9 strength evaluation, a healer without any offensive capability. Chapter 38. Accompanying sister in monster hunting. Upon reviewing the panel, Gu Cheng was momentarily rendered speechless. An S-grade healing ability with such terrifying efficacy, he was utterly enamored. The mention of the word goddess evoked thoughts of Wang Charen's god of killing's blessing, leading him to deduce that Gu Zixian's ability was yet another unique one. Shortly thereafter, Gu Cheng spent 1,000 gratitude coins to confirm his suspicions with the system. To be candid, Gu Cheng felt a pang of envy. Why were the women surrounding him endowed with such formidable powers while his own replication ability, despite being S-grade, was so lackluster in the early stages? Had it not been for Lin Qingyun's fortuitous awakening of a particularly potent wind control ability, he would have been thoroughly outmatched before even developing his own skills. However, the prospect of his abilities maturing later on, imagine wielding 10 powers, left him at a loss for words. Indeed, fate appeared to be equitable, strong in the later stages, yet weak initially. This thought led him to consider the formidable abilities of the Gu sisters. If they ever chose to rebel, the implications could be dire. Should he eliminate them now, or Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he had ascended to the third stage and replicated the mind control ability first. After contemplating this, Gu Cheng shifted his focus to Gu Qingying, who had already advanced to the second stage. Name: Gu Qingying. Age: 25. Appearance: 93. Ability: Space Manipulation. Level: A. Description: 1. Can store non-living items within a space of 10 million cubic meters. 2. Can create a space attribute weapon using her ability and melee weapons, though the weapon will vanish beyond 10,000 meters of her range. 3. Can imprison any space within a 1,000 meter radius. 4. Can consume energy to move in the air, currently able to travel 100 meters in one breath. 5. Can create 5 spatial anchor points, currently set at 5. 6. Can expend a significant amount of energy to construct a spatial gate at anchor points, with control over its opening and closing. Law: Space Law 2. 13. Rank: Second Stage. Transcendence. Physique: 12. Strength: 11. Agility: 20. Spirit: 20. Stamina: 13. Strength. Evaluation: a relatively weak second stage capable of both combat and evasion. Gu Qingying's panel was impressive. With 20 agility and 20 spirit, her A-grade ability granted her an additional power to establish spatial gates. This capability would allow her to place anchor points in advance, facilitating a swift escape to safety in dire situations. Just as Gu Cheng was pondering how to relocate the population of the school and the community to their newly established base, Gu Qingying's ability presented a convenient solution. After reviewing Gu Qingying's panel, Gu Cheng glanced at his parents' information. Unfortunately, they were not as fortunate, having not awakened any abilities and destined to remain as mere evolvers. Nonetheless, Gu Cheng had no intention of sending them into battle, so being evolvers was acceptable. In the future, once his rank was elevated, he could hunt zombies and elevate his parents to advanced evolvers, which would not be a bad plan. After examining everyone's panels, Gu Cheng reclined on the sofa for a brief respite, knowing that there were still zombies to clear from the community in the afternoon and that he needed to ensure he was well rested. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Gu Cheng awaited Gu Qingying at the entrance as she changed her clothes. Before long, she emerged in a gray tracksuit. Although the attire was somewhat loose, it still subtly highlighted her curvaceous form. Following her were 2 sisters, also clad in athletic wear, clearly prepared to join Gu Cheng in hunting zombies. Gu Cheng turned to Gu Qingying with a quizzical look, urging her to clarify the situation. "Ah Cheng, they kept pestering me to ask if you could take them along, and I had no choice but to agree. Do you think you could accommodate them?" Initially reluctant to acquiesce, Gu Cheng reconsidered, contemplating the opportunity to gauge their ambitions and whether they might pose a future threat. Thus, he consented. The 4 of them descended to the ground floor of the community, surveying the expansive area as they deliberated on where to commence their cleansing efforts. Gu Cheng and Appo's community spanned 4 million square meters, comprising 5 large flat buildings and 5 high-end apartments. Their residence, Building 5, was situated at the intersection of the flat and the apartments, surrounded by 2 roadways and a park. Across the northern road lay the high-end apartments, while the eastern road faced a shopping area. And to the west was a park spanning several hundred square meters, with the southern side bordered by Building 4. After some discussion, they decided to start their cleanup at Building 1. Located about 700 to 800 meters away, they encountered hundreds of zombies along the way. When faced with a solitary first-stage zombie, Gu Cheng would allow Gu Qingying and Gu Zijing to practice their skills while he stood by to protect the healer, Gu Zixian. However, when confronted with groups or second-stage zombies, he would first weaken them to a few first-stage zombies before allowing the 2 girls to engage. Through their hunting journey, both Gu Qingying and her companion managed to dispatch 4 or 5 first-stage zombies each, gaining a preliminary understanding of their abilities. Upon entering Building 1, they began their ascent, clearing the floors of zombies and rescuing survivors, while collecting usable supplies from the uninhabited floors. The building was unremarkable, with the majority of zombies they encountered being first stage, though there were a couple of ordinary second stage ones, all swiftly dispatched by Gu Cheng. If one strike wasn't sufficient, he would follow up with another. After approximately half an hour, the 4 managed to clear all 33 floors of Building 1, achieving a tally of 2 ordinary second stage zombies, 87 ordinary first stage zombies, rescuing 36 survivors, and acquiring 2 second stage evolution crystals, 45 first stage evolution crystals, and 159 gratitude coins. Since the residents of the flat were generally affluent and often busy with work, Most were absent during the outbreak of the zombie crisis, resulting in their modest haul. The team then proceeded to clear Building 2 following the same method. All was proceeding smoothly until they reached the top floor, where an unexpected situation arose. Gu Chung stood at the doorway of the top floor, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from within. He surmised that there were likely more than 8 zombies inside, marking the first instance of encountering such a concentration on a single floor since their cleanup began. He gestured for the 3 women to retreat before forcefully kicking the door open. Cautiously, he stepped inside, only to find the living room devoid of people and zombies, but rather in utter disarray. Trash littered the floor, beer bottles scattered everywhere, and he even stumbled upon 6 used condoms amidst the refuse, faint white streaks visible within. Gu Chung speculated they had been used the previous night, now dried. The scene suggested a wild night had transpired. He couldn't help but wonder about the individual responsible for such excess, rivaling his own proclivities. However, when Gu Chung opened the door to the master bedroom, the scene within left him utterly astounded. Chapter 39. Group Activity. 12 zombies, 6 men and 6 women, lay naked on the ground, occasionally emitting hissing sounds. Gu Chung recognized 4 of them as 2 couples from his neighborhood. Considering the situation in the living room and the master bedroom, he surmised what had transpired on this floor. It appeared to be the twisted indulgence of wealthy individuals engaging in a sordid game. Gu Chung was taken aback by how extravagant these individuals had been, as he had always perceived the couples as quite ordinary. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances, for they can often be deceiving. For instance, a seemingly aloof and pure school beauty might secretly be easily lured to a hotel. As Gu Chung opened the door, the 12 zombies caught the scent of living flesh and surged forward. He quickly retreated to the living room, drawing his tang knife in preparation for defense. These zombies were unlike any he had encountered before. Aside from their heads, their limbs had mutated into large, sharp claws, resembling the creatures from a biopunk film. Get back, all 3 of you. It's best to retreat downstairs. Gu Chung urged the 3 women as the zombies lunged at him. However, Gu Qingying firmly rejected his plea, insisting, "No, we must stay to help you. Listen, you must leave. I can handle them alone. Your presence will only distract me." Reluctantly, the 3 women complied, hastily descending the stairs while reminding him to stay safe. Once they had left, Gu Chung could finally focus all his attention on the 12 advancing zombies. Previously, he had been forced to adopt a defensive posture. Now, he could seize the opportunity to strike. He conjured wind blades to attack the agile zombies while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. If any zombies approached, he would use his newly acquired spatial confinement ability to trap them, simultaneously wielding his tang knife. Due to the zombies' speed, his wind blades often missed, with only a few striking true, resulting in the demise of a single zombie. It was not that Gu Chung was incapable of hitting them. Rather, concentrating on the trajectory of the wind blades demanded his full attention, leaving him vulnerable to nearby threats. He had no desire to become one of those grotesque creatures that were neither human nor beast. However, focusing his attention on his surroundings allowed the zombies he had been pursuing with wind blades to swarm towards him, even with his mental attribute at 30 points. The simultaneous assault of 8 zombies proved overwhelming. Eventually, his mental confinement faltered due to exhaustion, and during that brief respite, he had only managed to slay 5 zombies, leaving 3 still alive and flanking him. With his hair standing on end, Gu Chung instinctively steadied himself, bending low to evade the onslaught of 3 zombies. He gripped his tang knife tightly, delivering swift slashes that severed the 3 zombies and oppos heads from their bodies. In his moment of focus, he failed to notice one zombie that had evaded his confinement attacking him from behind, resulting in a painful gash on his shoulder. Gu Chung gritted his teeth against the pain, retaliating by slicing the zombie in half before using wind blades to eliminate the last 2 in the living room. Surveying the chaotic battlefield strewn with the bodies of the fallen zombies, Gu Chung let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Turning to inspect his shoulder, he found a deep claw mark and erupted in frustration towards the system. "Damn it, system. Did you not assure me that I was invulnerable to 3rd-tier threats?" Host. Your current strength indeed allows you to contend with ordinary 3rd-tier foes. However, it does not imply you are invincible in the 2nd tier. Furthermore, system evaluations are merely for reference. The system bears no responsibility for any issues. System, you are insufferable. How did you become so akin to rogue software after my upgrade? I preferred the previous version that only assigned tasks and rewards. Alas, I have barely emerged from the novice village only to face demise. How tragic. In truth, sustaining an injury does not necessarily lead to zombification, and there are methods to revert a zombie back to humanity. Why did you not mention this sooner? You made me worry for nothing. You did not inquire. Gu Cheng's face twitched in frustration, momentarily speechless, but after a pause, he directed his gaze at the system. Fine. I shall cease this argument. Quickly inform me of the means to avoid becoming a zombie and how to revert if I do. Ding. This prompt requires a deduction of 2,000 gratitude coins. Will you proceed? Deduct it. Gu Cheng, possessing over 100,000 gratitude coins, readily consented. 1. Current methods to avoid zombification. 1. Utilize Gu Zixian's healing abilities. 2. Purchase a regular purification crystal from the system store. 2. Current methods to revert a zombie to human form. Purchase a high-level purification crystal from the system store. This method can restore a zombie to humanity. However, if the zombie lacks consciousness, it will revert to a mindless state. Upon reading this prompt, Gu Cheng was overwhelmed with joy, astonished that Gu Zixian's abilities held such potential. After reveling in his good fortune for a moment, he opened the system store to check the prices of the regular and high-level purification crystals, set at 10,000 and 100,000 gratitude coins, respectively. Not exorbitant, considering they were life-saving items. Without hesitation, Gu Cheng spent 10,000 gratitude coins to acquire a regular purification crystal and used it immediately. He worried about how long he could withstand his injury before transforming. If he didn't reach Gu Zixian in time, he would need 100,000 gratitude coins to revert, which felt like a devastating loss. The usage of the purification crystal was akin to that of the evolution crystal, requiring it to be placed on his forehead for absorption. After absorbing it, a wave of refreshing comfort washed over him, akin to the relief of a foot massage after a long week of work. Having used the purification crystal, Gu Cheng rested for a while before excavating the heads of the 12 zombies to collect the evolution crystals within, yielding a total of 9 second-tier evolution crystals. Finally, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him, perhaps as a reward for his recent injury. Murmuring to himself, Gu Cheng gathered his belongings and descended the stairs in search of the 3 women. Chapter 40. Testing the Gu sisters. As Gu Cheng stepped out of the stairway entrance of building number 2, he spotted the 3 women anxiously awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing their worried expressions, particularly that of Gu Qingying, Gu Cheng felt a warmth in his heart and quickened his pace towards them. Remembering his intention to test the Gu sisters, he immediately feigned a state of weakness. The 3 women noticed Gu Cheng's presence and hurried towards him. Gu Qingying rushed into his embrace, disregarding the peculiar glances from the other Gu sisters, and began to lament, "Ah Cheng, I was truly terrified. Why did it take you so long to come down? I thought you might be in danger and was about to search for you." Cough, cough. Sister Qingying, please let go of me. I'm injured. What? Ah Cheng, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Gu Qingying quickly released him and began to inspect his body meticulously. After a moment, she discovered the deep wound on his shoulder. Due to the mechanism of the purification crystal, which suppresses and eliminates extraterrestrial bacteria within the body to prevent mutation, it offered no healing for wounds. Thus, Gu Cheng and Appo's injury remained clearly visible, with only faint traces of dried blood. How could this wound be so deep? Did a zombie scratch you? Yes, Sister Qingying, I accidentally got scratched while fighting a zombie. I might turn into a zombie soon, so you should all keep your distance. No, I refuse. Ah Cheng, how can you say that? Are you really going to abandon me? Have you forgotten the promise you made to never leave me? Gu Qingying cried out, her voice filled with anguish. She was recalling a day from their childhood when they were left alone at home. Gu Qingying had a nightmare about being abandoned by her biological parents and cried uncontrollably. Gu Cheng comforted her, vowing that he would never forsake her. It was then that her protective instincts towards him began to awaken, leading her to question his every action. Returning to the present, Gu Cheng felt a pang of sympathy for her distress, yet he steeled himself to continue the charade. Sister Qingying, I wish it were different, but this is the reality, and I have no choice. Wah. Ah Cheng, if you turn into a zombie, I will never live on alone. Sister Qingying, how can you say such things? Even if I become a zombie, our parents still need care. You must take good care of them for me. Gu Cheng glanced at Gu Qingying before shifting his gaze towards the Gu sisters. Sister Qingying, please calm down for a moment. I have a few words to discuss with Zixian and Zijing. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingying fell silent, quietly sobbing to herself. Zixian, Zijing, I might turn into a zombie soon. You both have awakened powerful abilities. If you wish to leave, you may do so. Upon hearing this, Gu Zijing began to weep as well. Ah Cheng, what are you saying? My sister and I will not leave. We have no home left. If you and your family hadn't taken us in at the onset of the apocalypse, we would likely have starved or turned into zombies by now. As long as you don't abandon us, we want to leave. Indeed, Ah Cheng, we want to leave. Gu Zixian chimed in, her eyes red. Moreover, after uttering her words, Gu Zixian used her abilities to begin healing Gu Cheng's wounds. She was uncertain whether her healing powers could prevent him from turning into a zombie, but she wanted to try her utmost. What if it succeeded? Observing the sisters and Appo's reactions, Gu Cheng realized that at this stage, they had no intention of betraying him. It wasn't that Gu Cheng easily trusted others, but rather, drawing from his past life where he had an impeccable eye for discerning character. He could see that the Gu sisters genuinely cared for him, and their words were sincere. In his previous life as a powerful warlord with hundreds of loyal subordinates and tens of thousands of followers, he had maintained his faction until the forces from the beautiful country arrived to eliminate him, never experiencing a single act of rebellion. Such a phenomenon could be deemed miraculous. This miracle arose partly from the material support provided by the system and partly from his keen judgment of character. Thus, Gu Cheng stood quietly, accepting the occasional healing energy released by Gu Zixian. The three women remained by his side, unwilling to distance themselves from him. 15 minutes passed, and Gu Cheng realized this self-directed performance needed to come to an end. He feigned a physical examination and exclaimed with surprise, "Oh, it seems I haven't undergone any mutations after all this time, and my wound appears to be healing. Could it be that Sister Zixian's healing abilities prevent mutations from zombie scratches? Really? That is wonderful." Gu Qingying was the first to express her joy. "It truly is. Your wound has healed." The Gu sisters exclaimed in unison, their eyes alight with happiness as they looked at Gu Cheng's shoulder. Gu Cheng also put on a facade of delight, sharing in their laughter. After another 5 minutes, confirming that he was indeed fine, the four resumed their mission to eliminate zombies. The remainder of their task unfolded without any unexpected incidents. By 7:30, the quartet had cleared all 10 buildings of the residential complex and returned to the 18th floor of building number 5, where Gu Cheng resided. Throughout that afternoon, they successfully dispatched 32 second-tier zombies, 886 first-tier zombies, rescued 472 survivors, and collected 24 second-tier evolution crystals, along with 521 first-tier evolution crystals and 762 gratitude coins. Gu Cheng now possessed a total of 192,339 gratitude coins, nearing the threshold of 200,000. He also had 984 first-tier evolution crystals remaining, while all 24 second-tier evolution crystals had been distributed. Due to his diminished doubts about the Gu sisters, he decided to share the second-tier evolution crystals among the three women, enabling them to enhance their abilities swiftly. Otherwise, if Gu Cheng were to establish a survivor base with only himself as a top-tier combatant, it would pose a danger should he venture outside. As for the first-tier evolution crystals and gratitude coins, Gu Cheng opted not to use them, intending to wait until the survivor base was established. On his way back, Gu Cheng reflected on the day's events. Firstly, things had been progressing too smoothly lately, causing him to feel somewhat overconfident, mistakenly believing that his peak second-tier attributes could easily handle second-tier zombies. He had not anticipated the difficulties he encountered with the liquors, which led to his injury. Secondly, he recognized his own softness. Had he not agreed to the Gu sisters' requests, both they and Gu Qingying could have easily evaded danger, thus avoiding any injuries. Thirdly, as time passed, the zombies were rapidly evolving. Just today, after clearing 10 buildings, they had eliminated 32 second-tier zombies. It was worth noting that during their previous efforts at the university, they had only encountered a handful of second-tier zombies. He must swiftly locate and eliminate a lone third-tier zombie to obtain the third-tier evolution crystal and ascend to the third tier. Chapter 41. The Scoundrel Upon Returning Home. The four of them found a sumptuous dinner prepared by Gu's parents. Seeing them arrive, Gu's mother hurriedly urged them to wash their hands and prepare for the meal. As they stepped inside, the tantalizing aroma of the dishes stirred their appetites. After a grueling 4 to 5 hours of combat in the afternoon, their stomachs growled incessantly, prompting them to wash up quickly and sit down to eat. That evening, Andy had cooked 6 dishes and a soup, featuring Gu Cheng's favorite Coca-Cola chicken wings, Gu Qingying's beloved mapo tofu, along with other delights such as boiled meat slices, spicy pig trotters, garlic water spinach, and a rich chicken soup. The flavors surpassed those of Gu Cheng and Gu Qingying, who seldom cooked. The ingredients for the meal were purchased by Gu Cheng using a few gratitude coins earlier that day, totaling only a modest amount. The six of them enjoyed a harmonious meal that lasted an hour. After dinner, they each washed up and retired to their rooms for the night. At 10 o'clock, Gu Cheng lay in his familiar bed, engrossed in his phone. He intended to download some useful materials while he still had internet access, such as combat demonstration videos and tutorials on knife and firearm techniques. Although he had become quite proficient in ranged attacks, he felt somewhat inexperienced in close-quarters combat and knew he needed to address this shortcoming to survive in the apocalypse. While downloading the videos, Gu Cheng called Wang Churen to inquire about her day. This young lady, who rarely reached out unless necessary, had only messaged him once at noon to check if he had arrived home. Thus, this call was initiated by Gu Cheng himself. They exchanged brief updates on their respective days, during which Gu Cheng learned that Wang Churen had primarily been training the 200 selected members of the patrol and search teams, without engaging in any zombie hunting. Relieved, he cautioned her about the increasing number of second-tier zombies and mentioned that he would come to pick them up the day after tomorrow before ending the call. Unbeknownst to Gu Cheng, his conversation had been overheard by Gu Qingying, who had been outside the door, intending to discuss his relationship with Lin Qingyun. Initially, she thought he was on the phone with Lin Qingyun, but upon hearing the name Churen, she realized her mistake and was filled with anger, contemplating confronting Gu Cheng about his scoundrel behavior. However, just then, Gu Zijing emerged from her room to use the restroom and spotted Gu Qingying standing outside Gu Cheng's door. Flustered, Gu Qingying quickly fled, abandoning her intentions to chastise Gu Cheng for his indiscretions, as she was too embarrassed. Gu Zijing, puzzled by Gu Qingying's sudden departure, dismissed her curiosity due to her urgent need. Back in her room, Gu Qingying could not shake off the thoughts of Gu Cheng's 2 phone calls earlier that day, leaving her restless and resulting in only 4 to 5 hours of sleep that night. The next day, Gu Cheng awoke naturally, realizing it was already past 7. He quickly got out of bed, aware that he had many tasks to accomplish and could not afford to linger. As he stepped out of his room, he saw Gu's mother bustling in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. He refrained from interrupting her and headed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. By the time he finished, Gu Qingying and the other 2 girls had also risen. Noticing Gu Qingying's panda eyes, Gu Cheng inquired, "Sister Qingying, are you all right? What happened to your eyes?" "Humph, it's just that I didn't sleep well. Can't you tell?" Gu Qingying retorted coldly before rushing off to wash up. "Hey, I was just asking. Why are you being so fierce with me? Did I offend her?" Gu Cheng murmured to himself, puzzled by her reaction. After pondering for a moment without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to ignore her and headed to the dining room for breakfast. Upon entering the dining area, Gu Cheng was greeted by an array of breakfast items laid out on the table: congee, steamed buns, rice rolls, xiaomai, wontons, eggs, and milk. Most of these were favorites of Gu Cheng and Gu Qingying, while some were enjoyed by Gu Zijing and her sister. Notably, the 2 sisters had previously stayed at Gu Cheng's home, and Gu's mother, having learned their breakfast preferences, had taken to treating them like daughters, especially after hearing about their family's misfortunes. Unbeknownst to Gu Cheng, his mother had not publicly declared her intention to adopt the 2 sisters, leaving him unaware of why he had tested their reactions yesterday. Gu Cheng eagerly filled a bowl with a generous serving of his favorite rice rolls, complemented by soy sauce and chili paste, and began to indulge. "Delicious. It's the familiar taste of my mother's cooking," he exclaimed, praising his mother's culinary skills with his cheeks stuffed. Gu's mother, delighted by his compliments, chuckled and advised him to eat slowly to avoid choking. Meanwhile, Gu Qingying, having finished washing up, shot him a disapproving glare before serving herself a bowl of her cherished wontons, eating daintily. Soon after, the Gu sisters joined the breakfast table. By the time the 4 of them were ready to leave, it was already 8:30. Gu Cheng could have departed as early as 8, but the 3 girls took an astonishing half-hour to change their clothes. Confounded, Gu Cheng wondered why they needed so long when they weren't even going shopping. Just as he was about to urge them to hurry, he recalled their previous debates and chose to remain silent, sitting patiently on the sofa. Once they finally set out, the group made their way toward their morning objective, to thoroughly clear the remaining shops and parking lot in the neighborhood. Their first stop was the row of shops, comprising a 3-story building with 21 stores, each averaging 200 square meters. These shops included a supermarket, a fruit store, a beauty salon, a coffee shop, a pet shop, a stationery store, a fast food restaurant, and a clothing store. Gu Cheng and his companions decided to begin their cleanup on the first floor, moving from south to north. The first store they approached was the fruit shop located at the southern end of the first floor. The four of them swiftly dispatched the 3 first-tier zombies within, then inspected the shelves and storage for fruit. To their surprise, they discovered over 700 pounds of still edible fruit, including apples, bananas, pears, oranges, dragon fruit, cherries, and grapes. Given that this fruit shop was situated within a residential community, its sales volume was relatively low, and to maintain freshness, the stock was limited. Chapter 42. The glorious moment of the soft rice man. Gu Cheng disregarded everything else and began to pack boxes of fruits from the store into his storage space. As he collected, he felt a peculiar resemblance to the scene before him. Wasn't my current behavior akin to those who raided his supermarket yesterday? Gu Cheng mocked himself internally. Yet, he recalled that the zombies in this store were cleared by them, making his taking of these fruits completely justified. Otherwise, they would rot here in a few days. Moreover, he had personally dealt with the zombies on the roads of his supermarket and neighborhood, and those who came to take supplies had contributed nothing. Why should they be entitled to resources? With this thought, Gu Cheng felt at ease as he stored all the fruits, ultimately even taking the shelves. After all, he intended to establish a survivor base soon, and everything was in short supply. These items could even allow him to open a fruit store at the base. Having completed this task, Gu Cheng and his companions proceeded to their next target. The second establishment was a fried chicken fast food restaurant, which housed 17 first-tier zombies and 1 second-tier zombie, presumably the patrons and staff who had been dining there when the apocalypse erupted. This time, Gu Cheng chose not to intervene, allowing Gu Qingying and Gua Zijing to handle the situation while he stood beside Gu Zixian to ensure her safety. He wished to assess the current capabilities of the two women. However, these zombies posed no threat to them. Within 5 minutes, Gu Qingying and Gua Zijing had eradicated the zombies using their knife skills and the ability to manipulate the undead. Gu Cheng praised them, then entered to collect supplies. The subsequent shops also presented no unforeseen challenges, as the four of them easily dealt with them. During this time, Gu Cheng frequently tested Gu Qingying and Gua Zijing. He shared his personal combat experiences while allowing them to practice in real scenarios, resulting in a rapid enhancement of their combat abilities, as they developed fighting styles suited to their respective powers. Naturally, Gu Cheng did not neglect Gu Zixian. Although her abilities lacked combat prowess, her second-tier physical attributes were substantial. He taught her some close combat techniques he knew and encouraged her to engage in one-on-one bouts with first-tier zombies. Thus, the three women had a fruitful morning. Gu Cheng rarely engaged in combat himself, yet he reaped significant rewards, not in combat experience, but in resources and gratitude coins. They had collectively eliminated 21 second-tier zombies and 425 first-tier zombies, rescued 205 survivors, and collected 15 second-tier purification crystals, 237 first-tier purification crystals, and 17,605 gratitude coins, along with 1,000 cubic meters of various food items and 5,000 cubic meters of assorted useful items. The second-tier evolution crystals were distributed among the three women, while Gu Cheng kept the first-tier ones. Regarding the gratitude coins, the system consistently notified him of their acquisition during the store cleanup, likely provided by survivors from the school, together with those he had accumulated previously. Gu Cheng now possessed a formidable total of 388,753 gratitude coins, nearing the 400,000 mark. He was quite satisfied with this haul and promptly spent 100,000 to elevate his spatial control from C level to B level. His panel underwent a transformation. 3. Spatial control, level B. Description: can store non-living items in a space of 1 million cubic meters, can utilize abilities and cold weapons to form a spatial attribute blade, which will dissipate if it exceeds a range of 10,000 meters, can imprison any space within a radius of 1,000 meters, can consume energy to move in the air, currently able to travel 100 meters in a single breath, can form 5 spatial anchor points, currently set at 5-5. Can expend a large amount of energy to construct a spatial gate at anchor points, with control over its operation. Laws: 1. Wind Law 8. 52-2. Spatial Law 4. 18. His attack range increased, and he gained the ability to create spatial gates, advancing the progress of the wind and spatial laws. Gu Cheng was particularly pleased with the new ability to create spatial gates. which meant he could now establish anchor points and open spatial doors without needing to bring Ginging along to seek suitable locations for the base. After reviewing his system panel, the four of them set off towards their next target, the parking lot. The community where Ginging resided housed two large underground parking structures, located beneath both the high-end apartment and the spacious flat. Having just completed their cleanup of the stores, they approached the underground parking lot beneath the high-end apartments first, before moving on to the one below the spacious flat. Upon entering the first underground garage, they noticed that many parking spaces were vacant. Given that the apocalypse had erupted on a weekday, it was understandable that many vehicles were left unoccupied. The four began inspecting each vehicle from the entrance of the garage, prying open doors to eliminate any lurking zombies. For vehicles devoid of zombies, Ginging instructed Ginging to store them in her storage space for future use once the base was established. As they approached a black Passat, they stumbled upon an intriguing scene. Despite the tightly closed windows, Ginging sensed the presence of zombies inside. With a swift strike, he shattered the door of the Passat. As the door swung open, two naked zombies, a man and a woman, tumbled out. Ginging swiftly dispatched them with two more gusts of wind. As he approached the two fallen corpses, he frowned. He recognized the female zombie. She used to live above Ginging's home, named Zhongli, a full-time housewife married to Li Da, a vice president of a small company. However, the man beside her was not her husband. This implied that Zhongli had come here, betraying her husband, to engage in such activities in broad daylight within the parking garage. As Ginging contemplated this scandalous revelation, Ginging interjected, "Oh, isn't that Zhongli with that cuckolded man? How absurd that they ended up together." "What?" Ginging looked at Ginging in confusion, prompting her to elaborate. "Ah Chung, it's understandable that you're unaware since you weren't home. This man's name is Su Kuan, and he has a popular influencer girlfriend with nearly 1 million followers, residing in the high-end apartment nearby. However, his girlfriend was slept with by Li Da from upstairs. Who would have thought that he would now be entangled with Li Da's wife, Zhongli?" Upon hearing this, Ginging grasped the situation. In essence, Li Da had slept with Su Kuan's girlfriend, and then Su Kuan had reciprocated by sleeping with Li Da's wife, Zhongli. The twist was that Su Kuan was a soft rice man, living off his girlfriend, and now he was engaging in such an audacious affair. This was indeed the pinnacle moment for a soft rice man. Chapter 43. Setting an example after witnessing the thrilling spectacle, Ginging and his companions resumed their task of clearing the zombies from the underground parking garage. Over the course of an hour and a half, the quartet successfully eliminated all the undead within the two garages of the community. Their tally included 2 second-tier zombies, 106 first-tier zombies, the rescue of 31 survivors, and an impressive haul of 3 second-tier evolution crystals, 52 first-tier evolution crystals, 2,612 gratitude coins, alongside 347 intact vehicles. This substantial collection of vehicles was largely due to the affluence of the residents in the high-rise apartments, as each family typically owned 2 or 3 cars, often using only 1 or 2 for commuting. Another noteworthy incident occurred when Ginging and his team discovered Li Da and Su Kuan's girlfriend engaged in similar activities within the parking lot beneath the high-rise. The saying "birds of a feather flock together" truly applied to Li Da and his wife, Zhongli, as they exhibited the same behavior at the same time. A rather amusing coincidence. Ginging pondered whether this was mere happenstance or a deliberate act of retribution, ultimately rating the experience a 6. Through these events, Ginging realized that the wealthy indulged in extravagant pursuits. In their community alone, there had been outrageous incidents involving public gatherings and couples displaying affection, which, when considered on a national scale, was quite alarming. At 11:30, Ginging gathered all the survivors in the community to a small plaza. He then retrieved 4 individuals from his supermarket storage, who were on the verge of fainting from hunger, preparing for his performance of setting an example. This time, Ginging opted not to position himself above the crowd. Instead, he utilized his abilities to hover in the air, surveying the 708 survivors below. "Well, everyone is generally familiar with me, so I shall dispense with unnecessary words. I have 2 announcements to make. First, within the coming days, I will select a location to establish a survivor base. All present are welcome to enthusiastically sign up. The base will provide daily sustenance and job opportunities, with exceptional performance earning evolution crystal rewards. I trust you are aware of the benefits of evolution crystals, so I shall not elaborate further. The second announcement is to make you aware of the New World Order. strength reigns supreme. The 4 individuals bound below are thieves who attempted to rob my home yesterday, but were unfortunate enough to be captured. Were this a time of peace, or if they possessed abilities, they might have escaped unscathed. However, they lack powers and find themselves in a brutal era. Hence their fate is sealed. With that, Ginging conjured 4 wind blades to behead them, continuing. The reason for my second point is to illustrate that this is an apocalyptic world. Your previous social standings have ceased to exist. You are no longer in a position to look down upon others. Without abilities or strength, you are the lowest of the low, subjects to the disdain of those with powers and evolutionary capabilities. If you wish to escape this grim fate, you must strive relentlessly. And I can offer you the chance to transcend your current plight. You have encountered me, and I can provide refuge in my base, granting you the opportunity to gain evolution crystals and grow stronger. This is your chance to break free from your current existence. Having conveyed my message, I trust you grasp my intent. The individuals before me are predominantly intelligent. Otherwise, they would not have attained wealth during peaceful times. They inherently understand that I wish for them to willingly join the survivor base I aim to establish. Consequently, they began to shout their willingness to join. Pleased with their response, Ginging addressed the crowd. Since you are eager to join my base, I will outline the rules. I will reiterate the guidelines I previously set forth at school before directing my gaze at the assembly. Form 4 lines, register your information, and collect your contribution point cards. Each of you must express gratitude to me 10 times before collecting today's distributed supplies. I will select 100 individuals who express the most sincere gratitude to join the future base as patrol and search teams. These individuals will earn additional contribution points daily, and those who perform exceptionally well will be rewarded with evolution crystals to facilitate your advancement. This is your opportunity for empowerment. My intention in setting this example is not to instill fear, but to ignite a fervor for survival within these individuals. It is this motivation that will lead them to genuinely appreciate the favorable conditions I provide, thereby increasing the gratitude coins I receive. Moreover, the future expansion of my base hinges on having proactive and ambitious individuals. A base filled with lethargic individuals has no future. Only with a highly motivated team can we rapidly enhance the overall strength of the base. Once these declarations were made, Ginging flew to the side of Ginging and the others, distributing the card system and identity cards he had purchased from the system, instructing them to distribute these to those registering. After completing the registration of all individuals and distributing supplies, the clock struck 12:30. Ginging dismissed the survivors and returned home with Ginging and the others for lunch. This time, the 708 survivors had contributed 60,056 gratitude coins, significantly boosting his total to 340,000. Upon arriving home, his parents had been waiting eagerly and promptly retrieved the prepared dishes from the food warmer. After washing their hands, the 4 sat down to eat, their morning exertions having left them quite famished. Post-meal, Ginging opened the map on his phone, intent on locating a suitable site for establishing the base. The chosen location needed to be spacious to accommodate future expansion. It had to be distanced from the city center, avoiding clusters of zombies and advanced evolutionary beings. It required ample open land and a sizable river for agricultural pursuits, and it could not be too close to the wilderness to mitigate the risk of attacks from wild evolutionary flora and fauna. After meticulously scanning the city map, Ginging finally identified a suitable area, the Linjiang Villa district in the southern part of the city. As the name suggests, this villa area bordered a river called Lujiang, one of the 2 major rivers flowing through Lin City and a vital waterway for transportation, spanning over 6 million square meters. The villa district boasted 128 standalone villas, along with various upscale recreational facilities such as golf courses and spas. Adjacent to the district were water flows and vast farmlands, positioned over 50 kilometers from the city center and more than 20 kilometers from the true wilderness, perfectly meeting Ginging's criteria. After discussing with his family, they collectively decided on this location as the future site for the base. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Ginging established a spatial anchor point in the community and stored all necessary supplies in his personal space. He also transferred a significant portion of unused supplies from his space to Ginging and procured an array of fresh ingredients to keep at home. Following this, Ginging bid farewell to his family and embarked on his journey to the Linjiang Villa district. Chapter 44. The cashback system in the context of this narrative. The system is not exclusive to the protagonist. However, the protagonist's system is significantly more powerful than those of the supporting characters. Moreover, the systems of these supporting characters primarily serve to enhance the protagonist and Oppo's system, functioning merely as tools. Upon upgrading, new functional modules will be introduced. The journey from Gu Cheng's residential community to the Linjiang Villa area spans over 60 kilometers. To avoid complications, Gu Cheng decided to fly directly, opting not to take anyone with him. As for establishing a spatial anchor point at home, Gu Cheng planned to set one upon his arrival, allowing him to create a spatial portal for his return at his leisure. On his way to the Linjiang Villa area, Gu Cheng passed numerous ordinary residential communities. Viewed from above, many survivors within these communities had already embarked on self-rescue efforts. Some neighborhoods had even formed groups of survivors who banded together to hunt zombies and gather essential supplies. It was now the 5th day since the apocalypse began, and such self-initiated actions were entirely reasonable. In fact, some daring individuals had begun their efforts on the very day the disaster erupted. Previously, Gu Cheng had not encountered such individuals, largely due to the socio-economic identities of those he met. Most were students, teachers, and members of the middle class, who held a belief in the government's eventual rescue and valued their lives more than the lower classes, thus hesitating to risk their safety. In an era where the wealth gap was widening, those at the bottom needed to possess a spirit of adventure and tenacity to improve their circumstances, a quality that allowed them to take the lead in the early days of the apocalypse compared to some from the middle to upper classes. As for the upper echelons of society, they often demonstrated remarkable adaptability and a willingness to fight, albeit not with their own lives at stake. Yet, their efforts could lead to significant breakthroughs in their predicaments. Thus, it can be concluded that the apocalypse might not be particularly kind to the middle class. In times of peace, they lived comfortably within society and Oppo's middle tier, their basic needs met, but opportunities to ascend to the upper class were scarce, leading many to indulge in a life of leisure, which gradually eroded their fighting spirit. When the apocalypse struck, that long-dormant courage to strive would not immediately resurface, rendering them sluggish in the early days of the crisis. A single misstep often resulted in a cascade of missteps. After an hour and a half, Gu Cheng arrived at the Linjiang Villa area. Standing before the grand stone gates of the villa community, he was struck by an overwhelming aura of opulence. Although Gu Cheng's family could be considered middle class, they were merely ordinary members of that demographic, lacking the financial means to acquire a villa valued at 200 to 300 million. Thus, this was his first visit to such an extravagant locale, and he found himself momentarily awed by its grandeur. After a brief observation, he stepped inside. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Cheng had determined to claim this villa area for himself. Once he had secured it, he would have ample time to appreciate the scenic beauty of the villas. To the west and south, the Linjiang Villa area bordered the Lujian River, while the east side faced a road, and the north was adjacent to a garden park. The north and east each had a grand entrance, with the northern gate being the main entryway where Gu Cheng had just stood. As he ventured inward from the northern gate, he encountered a golf clubhouse and high-end shops, with the villas themselves situated beyond these establishments. Gu Cheng began his sweep from the shops in the north, diligently collecting useful supplies into his storage space to prevent others from seizing these resources while he cleared the rest of the villa area. Meanwhile, within the villa complex, an unfortunate soul was engaged in unspeakable acts. His name was Lin Tian, a previously aimless drifter who spent his days idling with dubious companions and watching online entertainers dance. However, on the morning before the apocalypse, he awoke to the chilling sound of a mechanical voice. Ding, suitable host detected. Would you like to bind to the cashback system? Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Tian, a frequent consumer of online novels, instantly became alert and excitedly responded in the affirmative. Moments later, the system was successfully bound, and he learned of its capabilities, a cashback of 1 to 2 times the amount spent on purchases. After grasping these functionalities, Lin Tian began borrowing money from his friends, ultimately securing 3,000 yuan. Undeterred, he leveraged this sum along with his own 3,000 yuan to purchase gold jewelry, which he later resold at another shop. Over the course of a day, he transformed his funds from 6,000 to 300 million yuan. Understanding the critical importance of property, Lin Tian arrived at the Linjiang Villa area on the morning of the apocalypse to purchase a villa. Dressed in unrefined attire due to his lack of time to buy proper clothing, he attempted to present an air of sophistication at the sales office. However, As he reveled in the tour of the villa led by an attractive saleswoman, the zombie crisis erupted. With no food in the new villa, the timid Lin Tian and the saleswoman endured 2 days of hunger. On the third day of the apocalypse, driven to desperation, Lin Tian incapacitated the saleswoman, assaulted her, and ultimately resorted to cannibalism. Unbeknownst to Gu Qing, who was busy clearing the shops, Lin Tian was engaged in his grim feast. Gu Qing, meanwhile, was joyfully inventorying the supplies within a large supermarket in the villa complex. This supermarket, covering over 40,000 square meters, yielded more than 100,000 cubic meters of various essential goods, equating to nearly 300,000 gratitude coins. After completing the supermarket sweep, Gu Chang continued his efforts through various shops, leaving no fast food restaurant or spa unexamined, collecting all edible and usable supplies. By 7 p.m., he had thoroughly cleared all the shops in the villa area and 5 villas. However, as the villa complex had only recently opened for sale, there were few residents, resulting in Gu Chang defeating 5 second-tier zombies and 94 first-tier zombies, rescuing 24 survivors, and collecting 3 second-tier evolution crystals, 51 first-tier evolution crystals, and 2,029 gratitude coins. Noticing that time was running short, Gu Chang established a spatial anchor point and opened a portal to return home. This marked his first experience with spatial teleportation. He felt a sensation of weightlessness as darkness enveloped him. Moments later, he experienced another wave of weightlessness and found himself standing firmly at the location where he had set the spatial anchor point earlier that afternoon. Surveying his surroundings, Gu Chang checked his phone and discovered that the entire teleportation process had taken less than a minute. He was astonished by the speed, contemplating that if he established spatial anchor points around the world, he could traverse the entirety of Blue Star in a single day. This spatial ability, rightly dubbed the foremost ability beneath time, though not yet the pinnacle of offensive power, proved immensely useful for storage and teleportation. Note, in this narrative, it is established that only S, SS, and SSS level spatial abilities possess formidable powers such as spatial annihilation. Chapter 45, Gu Qingying, Gu Cheng, you pervert. You scoundrel. Go to hell. After a moment of shock, Gu Cheng returned home for dinner. After all, he had been out for a while and hadn't yet reported his safety to his family. It was already past 7 in the evening, and he was indeed quite hungry. Upon returning to the 18th floor of building number 5, he rang the doorbell. It was Gu Qingying who opened the door. This devoted sister had been waiting on the living room sofa for Gu Cheng's return. She leapt toward him, executing an illegal charge that knocked hard against his chest. And considering her ample bosom, it was quite a forceful impact. Feeling the softness and elasticity against his chest made Gu Cheng's thoughts wander. But he quickly suppressed those inappropriate ideas. After all, it was truly shameful to have such impure thoughts about his kind-hearted neighbor's sister who had cared for him since childhood. After embracing him for a moment, Gu Qingying circled around him, and upon confirming he was uninjured, she joyfully pulled him inside to prepare for dinner. As they entered, Gu Qingying curiously inquired about the events of the afternoon. Gu Cheng smiled and patiently answered her questions, relishing the warmth of familial concern amidst the harshness of this apocalyptic world. After washing his hands, he joined the others at the table, where they awaited him. Gu Cheng glanced at the sumptuous dinner and encouraged everyone to dig in. During the meal, he recounted the afternoon's events and discussed plans with the 3 women for the following day. The goal was to clear the entire villa area and then bring the residents over to establish a simple base. After dinner and a shower, Gu Cheng lay on his bed, reviewing documents and making calls, just as he had done the previous night. He first called Lin Xinyan to update her on the current situation and apologized for being a day late in visiting her. Lin Xinyan expressed her understanding and urged Gu Cheng to be cautious while clearing the villa, as there could be third-tier zombies or evolved creatures. Following their conversation, they exchanged some trivial matters and sweet nothings before hanging up. After speaking with Lin Xinyan, Gu Cheng, being sentimental and affectionate, could not neglect Wang Charan. They chatted for quite some time on the phone before parting. Gu Cheng learned that Wang Charan had already begun leading the group trained the day before to clear the school and surrounding buildings. He was quite pleased and praised her profusely, while also reminding her about the potential appearance of third-tier zombies. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Qingying was eavesdropping outside the door, having intentionally come to listen in on Gu Cheng's conversation regarding Wang Charan. Once Gu Cheng hung up, without a second thought, she twisted the doorknob and entered. Gu Qing typically left the door unlocked at home, allowing her easy access. Surprised by her sudden entrance, Gu Qing stared blankly for a moment before questioning her. Sister Qingying, is there something you need at this late hour? Who is that Charon? You scoundrel. Gu Qingying stood by the bed, pointing at Gu Cheng, her voice brimming with indignation. Hearing this, Gu Cheng broke into a cold sweat, much like a husband caught in an affair. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to say, Sister, you heard everything? I heard you talking to that Charon last night. You were calling each other baby nonstop. How shameless. And ISNT your girlfriend Lin Qingyan? Why are you getting so cozy with this Charon? Are you cheating on both? Sister Qingying, it's not really cheating since they both know about each other's existence. Gu Cheng fumbled to explain, as openly admitting such matters to family was indeed a test of one's composure. What? Gu Qingying was taken aback, stunned into silence for a moment. Having been raised with modern values, she struggled to accept Gu Cheng's actions. She approached him, gripping his collar with one hand. Scrutinizing his face, and coldly demanded, Tell me everything about the three of you, right now. Gu Qing, intimidated by her furious demeanor, felt like a remorseful schoolboy and promptly divulged all the details about the three women. Gu Qingying remained silent for a long time after hearing it, finally muttering through gritted teeth, Scoundrel. She then reflected on the situation, realizing that had she been in Gu Qing's position, she might have acted similarly. For what genuine man could bring himself to reject a woman who loves him? After berating him, Gu Qingying suddenly sat down on Gu Cheng's bed and began to cry. Gu Cheng, bewildered by this scene, hurried to comfort her. Wu Cheng, do you not want me anymore now that you have them? Upon hearing this, Gu Qing understood that her tears stemmed from the fear of abandonment. Don't worry, Sister Qingying. I promised I would never abandon you. Even if I have them, you will always be my dearest Qingying. No one can replace your place in my heart. He moved closer to her, embracing her as he had in their childhood, patting her back to soothe her. Feeling the warmth and familiarity of his embrace, Gu Qingying's sobs quieted, and she replied, slightly bashful, You scoundrel, always knowing how to cheer me up. Hearing this, Gu Qing chuckled softly. Just as he was about to utter more comforting words, his phone chimed with a notification. Earlier, when Gu Cheng had embraced Gu Qingying, his phone had fallen beside her. Facing her direction, Gu Qingying glanced at the screen, where a notification read, Your download of Teacher Mingli Yu's new work is complete. Click to view. Upon seeing the message, Gu Qingying felt perplexed, but after catching a glimpse of the accompanying image, her cheeks flushed crimson, for it resembled the cover of a certain genre of artistic film. Gu Cheng, noticing the notification, realized it was educational material he had just downloaded using Xuanyu. However, as he reached for his phone, Gu Qingying swiftly seized it first. Being a devoted sister, she was well aware of Gu Cheng's phone lock password. With practiced ease, she entered the password and opened the notification. Transitioning to the download page, she discovered a recently completed video lying quietly within. Gu Qingying pressed the play button and advanced the progress bar. Before long, the room was filled with soft feminine gasps. The atmosphere shifted to one of awkward silence. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Gu Qingying, her face flushed, held the video up to Gu Cheng, her voice a mix of anger and shame, demanding, What is this? Why did you download this video? Don't you already have Lin Qingyun and the others? Chapter 46. If he doesn't act soon, a Cheng will be snatched away. Oh. Well, it seems that their movements were rather uncoordinated, so I'll just share a video for them to study. After all, one never knows when the internet might go down, and this resource could vanish. After hesitating for a while, Gu Qing finally set aside his pride and proudly declared this. After all, being able to teach women such things undeniably reflects the prowess of this man, a fact worthy of a moment of pride. Upon hearing Gu Cheng and Apos' response, Gu Qingying's face flushed crimson as she stood there dumbfounded for a moment before exclaiming, Gu Cheng, you pervert. Scoundrel, go die. She then hurled her phone with great force at Gu Cheng's chest before storming out. Gu Qingying's action of throwing her phone stemmed from her embarrassment and fury, though she deliberately avoided aiming for Gu Cheng's head. However, the phone struck his chest and inadvertently landed in a most sensitive area. The sharp pain caused Gu Cheng to curl up on the bed, gasping for breath. After a while, he managed to rise, close the door, and lie down to sleep. Naturally, Gu Qingying did not witness Gu Cheng's pitiful state. After she burst out of the room, she immediately returned to her own space and shut the door behind her. Lying on her bed, Gu Qingying and Apos' cheeks still flushed as she pondered the events of the evening. Two conflicting thoughts began to battle within her mind. Look, if he doesn't act soon, Chung will be taken away by other women. It can't be. He has promised never to abandon us. Chung cannot be taken from us. Chung once said he would only love us. What about now? Even so, we should congratulate him, as this is his love. Are you really willing to accept this? An update featuring Ginging will be coming either tomorrow or the day after. After all, this is not a story where a man simply collects women. There must be a process of preparation. Thus, Ginging gradually drifted into slumber amidst her inner turmoil. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Chung rose as usual, stretching lazily before beginning his morning routine, which included washing up and having breakfast. During breakfast, he encountered Ginging, who sported dark circles under her eyes. They exchanged awkward yet polite greetings before each focusing on their meal. At 8 in the morning, it was time to depart. This time, Ginging planned to set out with the 3 women to clear the remaining villas in the estate. Concerned about facing third-tier zombies alone, he decided to bring the 3 women along. After all, there is strength in unity, and with a team consisting of control, damage output, and healing capabilities, they were well equipped to handle any solitary third-tier zombies they might encounter. Ginging arrived at the designated spot for the spatial anchor and waved his hand to open a spatial door. The 3 women, witnessing Ginging create the spatial door for the first time, were filled with curiosity and observed intently. Noticing their reluctance to enter, Ginging hurriedly urged them along. Eventually, the 3 women, looking unwilling, stepped through the spatial door. Ginging ignored their hesitance and followed behind them. Once inside, the spatial door vanished, and the area where it had been returned to its original state, as if nothing had occurred. The 4 of them stepped out of the spatial door, arriving at the location where Ginging had placed the anchor the previous day. The 3 women were taken aback by the opulent surroundings of the villas. Ginging, having grown up in the Gu family, was somewhat accustomed to such sights, so her astonishment was understandable. In contrast, the Gu sisters' parents had once owned a company valued at less than 10 billion, with most of their assets tied up in the business, making it impossible for them to afford villas worth 200 to 300 million. They had never visited such places, hence their awe. After half a minute of astonishment, the 4 regained their composure. After all, women generally cherish items like handbags, jewelry, clothing, and cosmetics, while their expectations for housing are relatively modest. A decent place suffices, and there is no absolute need to reside in a villa. Once their initial shock subsided, the 4 began their cleaning operations for the day. Ginging had previously cleared several shops and 5 villas, leaving 123 villas and a couple of parks unaddressed in the estate. Their task for the day was to clear the entire villa area and then relocate Ginging's parents and the surviving residents of the community. The 4 formed a battle formation and commenced their systematic clearing of the villas. When faced with a small number of zombies, Ginging assigned the task to Ginging and Ginging, while they cooperated to deal with larger groups of zombies. With their combined efforts, they cleared the villas at an impressive pace of approximately 3 minutes per villa, aided by the fact that the estate had only recently opened and occupancy was around 30, leaving many villas vacant. By 9:30 a.m., the group had successfully cleared around 40 villas and decided to take a brief respite. During the clearing of these 40 villas, they collectively defeated 572 mutated creatures, including zombies, evolved cats, evolved dogs, and even a specimen of evolved plant life. The mutations occurring on Blue Star were based on probability, and given the vast number of plant and animal species present, the likelihood of encountering evolved specimens was quite low. This was why encounters with evolved flora and fauna had been so rare during Ginging's previous cleanups of schools and communities. However, as Ginging's exploration range expanded, the probability of encountering evolved life forms increased. On this day, the evolved cat and dog they encountered were both first-tier and posed little threat, easily dispatched by Ginging and Ginging. The evolved plant, a second-tier climbing vine, utilized its tendrils to attack and could disguise itself to appear like an ordinary vine. Ginging and his companions encountered it while clearing the garden of a villa. At that moment, they inadvertently exposed their backs to the climbing vine, which seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Fortunately, Ginging's crisis awareness was sharp, and he quickly detected the anomaly. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he trapped the tendrils of the climbing vine, delivering precise strikes to sever them completely. This was Ginging's first encounter with an evolved plant, and unsure of how to eliminate it, he simply dug up the root of the climbing vine. Once separated from its soil, the vine lost its chance of survival. its branches withering rapidly until an orange second-tier evolution crystal fell from its stem. Truth be told, if an ordinary second-tier evolved creature had faced the climbing vine, it would have been quite a challenge, as the sudden assault of the tendrils could be difficult to fend off. Luckily, Guqing's quick reflexes and his spatial abilities allowed them to avoid a potentially dire situation. Following this incident, the four grew increasingly wary of plants, casting aside any notions of cherishing flora and fauna. From then on, they would proactively attack any suspicious flora or fauna, ensuring their backs were never exposed to possible dangers. After all, in an apocalyptic world, lofty morals would only lead to becoming the oppressed. The foremost principle in this cannibalistic era was to safeguard one's own life and strive for a better existence. Chapter 47. Intense battle with the third-order beast and the delicate enjoyment at precisely 10 o'clock, the four individuals who had rested for half an hour resumed their actions. They arrived at the entrance of an unremarkable villa, opened the door, and stepped inside. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, a shadow rushed towards them with astonishing speed. Guqing, sensing the impending danger, shouted, "Form a defensive formation." The three women immediately positioned themselves as instructed. This was a combat strategy devised during their previous practical training. In the event of an emergency, Guqing, Ginging, and Guizijing would form a triangle, protecting Guizixin within, while she remained vigilant of their states, ready to deploy her healing abilities. Standing at the forefront, facing the shadow, Guqing quickly activated his spatial confinement ability in an attempt to trap the creature, simultaneously summoning the system to examine its attributes. Though he succeeded in momentarily restraining it, the shadow broke free with remarkable speed and lunged at them once more. Nevertheless, during the brief period of confinement, Guqing managed to glean its attributes. Name: evolved great wolf dog abilities, enhanced physique, level A. Description: significant augmentation of its five-dimensional attributes, can concentrate its entire strength for a single powerful attack. With a cooldown of 5 minutes, laws: none rank, third-order transformation physique, 38-7 strength, 46 agility, 40-11 spirit, 22-3 endurance, 37-5. The values following the plus sign indicate enhancements from its abilities. Power evaluation: outstanding among third-order beings. Guqing was astonished by this panel. It was his first encounter with a creature possessing 3 attributes exceeding 40 and 1 surpassing 50. He shouted, "Be cautious. This is a third-order great wolf dog with abilities, and its 5-dimensional attributes are exceptionally high." Ginging, use spatial confinement to try and immobilize its movements. Zijing, unleash a mental attack to assess its vulnerabilities. Zixin, keep an eye on our conditions and prepare to utilize your healing abilities at any moment. I will launch a powerful strike in the front, hoping to defeat it in one blow. The three women, responding promptly, did not question how Guqing acquired knowledge of the creature's rank and abilities during this critical moment. They began their coordinated efforts. Guqing initiated the spatial confinement, enhancing the control established by Guqing due to her superior level and spatial abilities, thereby prolonging the wolf dog's entrapment. Seizing the opportunity, Guizijing concentrated her energy into a mental attack, swiftly targeting the immobilized great wolf dog, just as the wolf dog attempted to break free from Guqing's confinement. A powerful mental assault struck its forehead. Despite her spirit attribute being a mere 25, the lowest among the 5 dimensions, Guizijing's abilities significantly amplified the impact of her mental attack. This rendered the great wolf dog in a state of daze for half a minute. During this interval, Guqing successfully summoned his tornado and directed it towards the great wolf dog. The wolf dog, still reeling from its stupor, suffered the full brunt of the tornado's onslaught. Its fur and flesh violently torn away. However, due to its robust physique, it sustained only about a fifth of its total mass being shredded before it regained its senses. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of pain, the wolf dog's eyes turned crimson, and it lunged furiously towards Guqing and the others. With an agility rating of 51, it swiftly closed the distance of 5 meters separating them, now only 7 or 8 meters away. Realizing the limited effectiveness of his earlier attack, Guqing sensed the imminent threat and stepped forward, stabilizing his stance. He retrieved a tang knife from his storage space, gripping it firmly in preparation for the confrontation. The wolf dog, perceiving Guqing's movements with disdain, leapt towards him from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, its jaws wide open, ready to sever his throat. Unfazed, Guqing's mind raced, devising a countermeasure. He steadied himself, altering his knife's trajectory from a slashing motion to a thrust aimed directly at the wolf dog's gaping maw. The wolf dog, realizing the peril too late, was unable to alter its course due to its tremendous speed and inertia, watching helplessly as the gleaming blade pierced through its mouth and emerged from its back. However, although Gu Cheng had successfully impaled the wolf dog, he was not unscathed. The wolf dog's powerful forepaws struck his chest with tremendous force. The sound of cracking ribs echoed in his ears, and as he felt the searing pain, Gu Cheng realized several of his ribs had fractured. The impact caused him to cough up blood, mingling with the blood streaming down the tang knife from the wounded creature, ultimately splattering onto the fallen Gu Cheng. Despite being knocked to the ground, Gu Cheng maintained his grip on the tang knife and the impaled wolf dog, shouting, "Quick, finish it off with your knives. I can't hold on much longer." The three women, jolted back to reality by the shocking scene of Gu Cheng's battle with the wolf dog, hastily drew their weapons from their backs, aiming for the creature's neck and delivering vicious strikes. After a flurry of over 10 blows, the wolf dog's head fell, accompanied by a gushing torrent of blood that drenched Gu Cheng. Seeing the wolf dog lifeless, Gu Cheng swiftly discarded the tang knife, wiping his bloodied face with his right hand and spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, cursing, "Damn it, this wolf dog was truly formidable. I nearly met my end. Ugh, my chest is killing me." After venting his frustration, he turned to Guazixin with a pitiful expression, signaling for her to assist in healing his injuries. Guazixin, standing nearby with concern etched on her face, wasted no time in activating her healing abilities to restore Gu Cheng's health. Gu Qingying and Guazixin quickly approached Gu Cheng, supporting him on either side while casting worried glances at his blood-soaked face. As Gu Cheng savored the warmth of their comforting touch and the rapid recovery from his internal injuries, he reflected that his suffering had not been in vain. For over 5 minutes, he luxuriated in the attentiveness of the three women, entirely unaware that his injuries had fully healed. Seeing that she had expended several healing abilities without any visible reaction from Gu Cheng, Guazixin anxiously asked, "Ah Cheng, how are you feeling? Any better?" The two women beside her waited nervously for his response. Yet, Gu Cheng, lost in the sensation of comfort, merely replied, "So big, so soft, so comfortable." Initially taken aback by his words, Gu Qingying and Guazixin quickly deduced the implications of his statement. They promptly released their hold on him and stepped aside, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they muttered a reprimand. Guazixin, understanding the situation from the reactions of the other two, turned her head away, dismissing Gu Cheng, who had just returned to his senses from the blissful experience. Chapter 48. Ascension to Third Tier and the Slaying of Lin Tian. Upon witnessing the reactions of the three women, Gu Cheng cleared his throat and adopted a facade of a righteous gentleman. He approached the head of the great wolf dog, brandishing his tang knife, and plunged it forcefully. Moments later, he extracted a blue, diamond-shaped crystal from the creature's skull. Gu Cheng meticulously cleaned the red and white substance from the third-tier evolution crystal and held it in his hand, glancing at the three women. "I shall be the first to utilize this third-tier evolution crystal," he declared. The three women expressed no objections, for they regarded Gu Cheng as their cornerstone. Moreover, it was only fitting that he be the one to benefit from the defeat of the formidable third-tier wolf dog. Pleased with their reaction, Gu Cheng wasted no time and placed the cleaned evolution crystal against his forehead. A familiar sensation surged through his being once more. Seizing the opportunity, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Gu Cheng, age, 20, height, 178 centimeters, abilities, 1, replication 2, wind manipulation, level, B, description, concentrate abilities onto cold weapons or bullets, enhancing their sharpness, create a wind attribute blade using abilities and cold weapons, vanishing beyond a range of 2,000 meters, achieve aerial flight utilizing abilities, currently sustaining a maximum elevation of 20,000 meters, manipulate wind within a radius of 2,000 meters to unleash up to 10 wind blades against foes, form a small tornado with a 10-meter radius to assault enemies. 3. Space manipulation, level, B, description, store all non-living items within a space of 10 million cubic meters. Create a space attribute blade using abilities and cold weapons, vanishing beyond a range of 2,000 meters, restrict any space within a 1,000-meter radius. Move through the air consuming ability energy, currently covering 1,000 meters in one breath. Establish space anchor points, currently able to set 8-10, construct spatial gates at anchor points. Controlled by oneself. Laws, 1. Wind Law 9. 72-2. Space Law 5. 38 Tier. Transcendent 3rd Tier Physique. 30 Strength. 30 Agility. 30 Spirit. 30 Endurance. 30 Power Evaluation. Although comprehensively developed, still lacking in the 3rd tier. Gratitude Coins. 546,853. After ascending to the 3rd tier, both abilities experienced remarkable enhancement, and the comprehension of the laws accelerated, much to Gu Cheng's satisfaction. However, leveling up now required 1,000 gratitude coins for each attribute point, amounting to 50 points or 50,000 coins. While somewhat costly, it was still manageable for Gu Cheng, who possessed over 500,000 gratitude coins. Without hesitation, he spent 50,000 gratitude coins to elevate all 5 dimensions to 40. Following this investment, the system and Oppo's power evaluation upgraded him to an elite within the 3rd tier, a fact that delighted him immensely. Nonetheless, after a brief observation, he closed the panel. For the day's objective was to thoroughly clear the entire villa area, a task of considerable magnitude. Turning to the 3 women, who were still maintaining a distant demeanor, he smiled and said, "All right, enough sulking. We must complete the clearing of the villa district, so let us hasten our efforts." The 3 women, being sensible, complied with his words, gathering their gear in preparation to continue their mission. Before setting out, however, Gu Cheng sought a change of attire from a nearby villa, as donning blood-soaked clothing was rather uncomfortable. Once dressed, the quartet proceeded to the next villa. Perhaps due to their previous battle, the team's coordination had significantly improved, leading to an increasingly efficient clearing of the villas. By noon, the 4 had cleared 3/4 of the remaining 123 villas from the previous day. The remaining 30 or so were expected to be completed in just over an hour. As they opened the door to another villa, a shocking sight greeted them. In the living room lay the naked corpse of a strikingly beautiful woman, surrounded by a pool of nearly dried blood. More horrifyingly, the flesh from the corpse's thighs had been completely hollowed out, leaving only blood-stained, hardened bone. Gu Cheng furrowed his brow upon this gruesome discovery. Contemplating, the corpse hasn't transformed into a zombie, so it must have been a human act. But if it was human, what could account for the missing flesh from the thighs? Just as he pondered this, a man descended the stairs, appearing almost deranged. It was Lin Tian. His eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Gu Cheng and the others, rushing towards them as if they were his salvation. "Are you from the government? Have the authorities sent someone to rescue us?" he exclaimed. "Who are you? What happened to this body?" Gu Cheng inquired, disregarding Lin Tian's questions in favor of his own pressing concerns. I don't know. I'm a survivor who came from the neighboring villa this morning in search of food. When I arrived, I was horrified to see this scene and immediately ran upstairs to hide. I only just heard noises downstairs and came down," Lin Tian stammered. Gu Cheng, adept at reading people, immediately discerned Lin Tian's deceit. With a piercing gaze, he admonished, "If you confess the truth, I may consider sparing your life. But if you persist in your lies, prepare to meet your fate at the hands of the approaching zombies." Wait, I'll tell you. Actually, I am the owner of this house. On the morning the apocalypse began, I happened to be here with the real estate agent who lies on the ground. We had just signed the contract when the catastrophe erupted. This house is new, devoid of food. We've been starving for days, and finally, I couldn't bear it anymore, so... Enough. Gu Cheng interrupted sharply before Lin Tian could finish, drawing his tang knife and swiftly severing the man before him. This was the first time in days that Gu Cheng felt disgusted by a person, a fully capable individual. Yet he resorted to such abhorrent acts out of cowardice, an intolerable offense against humanity. The 3 women behind him, having grasped the situation, instinctively covered their mouths, retching at the abhorrent actions of Lin Tian. Just as Gu Cheng contemplated offering comfort to the 3 women, a notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Another unclaimed system template detected. Would you like to merge? Remaining selection time, 50 seconds. Chapter 49. System upgrade. What on earth is this unclaimed system template? Returning to the host, the individual you just eliminated possessed a system. Upon their demise, the system transformed into a system template. Wait, others have systems too? I thought only I, the protagonist, had one. If you can have one, it is only natural that others do as well. Hearing the system's mocking tone, Gu Cheng nearly lost his composure. However, upon noticing that the remaining selection time displayed on the prompt panel was dwindling to around 30 seconds, he suppressed his irritation and inquired about the benefits of merging with the template. Upon merging with the system template, the system will undergo an upgrade. randomly bestowing a new ability upon completion. The prospect of gaining a new ability prompted Gucheng to swiftly click confirm. After all, the system has proven to be exceedingly useful, and this new ability could significantly enhance his strength. After confirming, the system screen displayed a message, System Upgrading. System functionalities will be unavailable during the upgrade. Time remaining, 2 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Seeing this, Gucheng opted to close the system interface and turned his attention to the women. Alright, let's eliminate this scum. If you're feeling overwhelmed, feel free to step outside for some fresh air. I'll inspect the villa for any remaining zombies. Upon hearing his words, the 3 women immediately regained their composure, reminding themselves that they were the elder sisters and could not let Gucheng think less of them due to their discomfort. Gucheng, noticing their renewed spirit, felt quite satisfied. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic world where danger lurked everywhere. If they couldn't overcome such situations, they might face peril or even death in the future. The quartet began to search the entire villa. After completing their inspection, they confirmed that there were indeed no remaining zombies in the villa, and they proceeded to the next villa for clearance. The earlier scene had left the 3 women without an appetite, so they decided to finish clearing the entire villa area before returning home for a meal. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gucheng and his companions finally cleared the last park in the villa area, signifying that they had thoroughly cleaned the entire district. Throughout the villa area, they had eliminated 1 third-tier evolved creature, 54 second-tier evolved creatures, and 1,583 first-tier evolved creatures, rescuing 702 survivors. Their loot included 1 third-tier evolution crystal, 34 second-tier evolution crystals, 837 first-tier evolution crystals, 57,894 gratitude coins, and various usable supplies totaling 1 million cubic units. Moreover, Gucheng successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, raising all his attributes to the threshold, while the other 3 women reached their 2nd-tier thresholds. Gucheng was quite pleased with today and Appo's accomplishments. After taking stock, he returned home with the 3 women through the spatial portal. Upon arriving home, Gucheng's parents were pacing anxiously in the living room. Since the morning, the network in Lin City had gone down, and seeing Gucheng and the others still absent past noon made them fear the worst. Opening the door and witnessing their anxious expressions, Gucheng hurriedly apologized. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. We encountered some unexpected circumstances today, which delayed our return. I hope I didn't worry you. Just glad you're back. Just glad you're back." Gucheng's parents repeated, relieved by his explanation. This heartfelt response touched Gucheng deeply. It was the first time since awakening to his past life's memories that he felt such intense parental love. Hearing her parents' reaction, Ginging was moved to tears, rushing into her mother's embrace. Meanwhile, the 2 sisters from the Gua family also had red-rimmed eyes, likely reminded of their own parents. After a brief chat, they all moved indoors for dinner. During the meal, Gucheng recounted the events of the day to his parents, and afterwards, they discussed plans for after dinner. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Gucheng unusually brought his parents and the 3 women to the community square. They were preparing to relocate, having packed all usable items into Gucheng and Ginging's storage spaces, so his parents naturally followed along. Upon arriving at the square, they found all the survivors from the community gathered. Gucheng had called for them to assemble upon his return, and each carried their belongings. Gucheng soared into the air, projecting his voice to address the survivors below. "All right, I won't waste time with unnecessary words. Shortly, I will open a spatial portal. You will enter it in an orderly manner to reach the site of our future base, where I will outline the next steps." With that, Gucheng opened a rectangular spatial portal 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. The survivors entered one after another in an orderly fashion. Half an hour later, Gucheng was the last to step through the portal. Observing the stunned expressions of those in the open space before him, he remained silent, soaring into the sky to retrieve the pre-purchased Type 1 forward base, aiming carefully before dropping it. Name: Type 1 forward base. Price: 200,000 gratitude coins each. Description: a forward base for low-level civilizations used for colonization, formed by a space manipulator compressing a section of space into a sphere. Once placed at a designated location, even amidst existing structures, a square area of 2,000 meters by 2,000 meters will emerge, featuring military tents. It comes equipped with 8 MG-08 heavy machine guns, 16 CMG-3 light machine guns, and 485 type anti-aircraft machine guns, with a total of 200,000 rounds of various ammunition. As the sphere touched the ground, numerous military tents and weaponry appeared around it. Ginging first stored away the weapons and ammunition, then turned to the crowd. All right, this is our base now. Each family should find a tent to settle in. At this, the crowd erupted in protest, questioning why they should be housed in tents when there were villas available. Ginging did not indulge them. He singled out the loudest protester and swiftly dispatched them with a blade of wind, severing the body. The survivors below were left in shock, unable to fathom Ging's ruthless demeanor, as he had resorted to killing over a mere disagreement. Noticing their stunned silence, Ging's voice turned icy. Heh, do you think you deserve to live in a villa? This villa is reserved for those who make significant contributions to the base. You possess neither merit nor capability. Why should you reside in a villa? If you do not wish to stay in a tent, you are free to leave the base and fend for yourselves. However, I am not entirely heartless. As long as you demonstrate ability, you want to remain in tents forever. Soon, I will bring in a batch of assembly housing materials. Every participant in the assembly will earn 10 contribution points, and once each household accumulates 100 contribution points, they will gain permanent residency rights to a 70 square meter assembled house. Do not perceive this as unfair. This is simply how society functions. Much like in peaceful times, some earn thousands while others struggle to meet basic needs. Do you consider that fair? Enough of my words. Seek your own tents. But I advise you not to stray far from the main group, lest you be attacked by evolved creatures, and no one will know of your demise. Chapter 50. Ginging asked, Achung, is it fun? Would you like to engage in something more thrilling? Upon hearing this, the survivors below ceased their disturbances. Though some harbored lingering dissatisfaction within, they were compelled to bury their grievances in silence, intimidated by Ging's fierce methods and the consensus of the crowd. Having quelled the unrest, Ginging began to browse the system shop to procure the items he desired. His first priority was the materials for assembling a house. In the system shop, the cost for these materials was a modest 50 gratitude coins per square meter. Thus, constructing a 70 square meter assembly house would require a total of 500 gratitude coins. Glancing at his system panel, Ginging noted that he still had nearly 300,000 gratitude coins remaining. Consequently, he spent 175,000 gratitude coins to acquire materials for 50 assembly houses. Given the nascent stage of the base, families capable of amassing 100 contribution points were scarce, making these 50 sets sufficient for the time being. With the remaining sum of over 100,000 gratitude coins, Ginging purchased 10 combat robots and essential supplies such as generators. These combat robots were advanced machines, proficient in wielding various firearms, priced at 10,000 gratitude coins each. Ginging and Appos' primary intention behind acquiring these robots was to oversee the base and Appos' arsenal, to suppress potential insurrections among the survivors and defend against the assaults of evolved creatures outside the base. Ginging had two considerations for his purchase of the combat robots. Firstly, he could not fully trust the recently selected patrol and search teams, hence he was reluctant to assign the crucial task of base defense to them. Secondly, the base's firearms posed a significant threat to lower-tier evolved beings, necessitating that they remain under his control. Once Ginging had organized the patrol duties for the robots, the system upgrade was complete. System upgrade complete. The recent upgrade has introduced a synthesis module. Synthesis module allows for the expenditure of gratitude coins to synthesize high-tier evolved crystals from low-tier evolved crystals, not exceeding one's own tier. The daily synthesis limit for each tier of evolved crystals is finite. Current synthesis recipes: 10 low-tier evolved crystals, 100 gratitude coins, 1 mid-tier purified evolved crystal. 10 mid-tier evolved crystals, 1,000 gratitude coins, 1 high-tier evolved crystal. Today's synthesis capacity: mid-tier evolved crystals 100, high-tier evolved crystals 10. Upon reviewing the system's update notification, Ginging felt a surge of joy. Although this feature might not be of immediate use to him, it significantly enhanced the strength of his family and the base. On one hand, it would allow Ging's relatives to keep pace with his growing power, preventing them from becoming his Achilles heel. On the other hand, it would rapidly bolster the base's strength. In this post-apocalyptic world, unless one and Appos' personal prowess reached a level capable of challenging the entire world, the struggle for dominance among factions would be the prevailing trend. With this panel, Ginging could mass-produce top-tier powerhouses, ensuring that his base maintained a significant advantage in the power struggle, potentially even achieving global supremacy in the future. After reveling in his elation for a moment, Gucheng regained his composure, realizing he had exhausted his gratitude coins and would have to wait until tomorrow to synthesize. Subsequently, he began to patrol the skies above his base, while the other 3 women documented the information of the survivors. Their primary task was to record the basic information of the survivors in the Villa district and the awakened abilities of the members of the patrol and search teams. It was imperative to catalog the types and capabilities of these abilities, lest they find themselves unable to identify the culprit should any misdeeds occur within the base. Once Gu Qingying and her companions completed their documentation, Gucheng's family began to select their living quarters. Initially, Gucheng wished for the family to reside together, but Guma suggested that Gucheng occupy a villa alone, reasoning that it would provide him and Lin Qingyun with privacy. Hearing this, Gu Qingying felt a jolt in her heart, recalling a peculiar ability she had discovered during the registration process. Gritting her teeth, she appeared to resolve herself to a decision. No, I want to live in the same villa as a Cheng. That's absurd. A Cheng has a girlfriend. You shouldn't be a third wheel. I still hope to hold my grandchildren soon, so you should obediently stay with us, your parents. No, I insist on living with a Cheng. The villa is so large. They can have their space, and I will have mine. Guma, observing Gu Qingying's defiant stance, prepared to reprimand her. At that moment, Gucheng quickly intervened as a peacemaker. All right, Mom, Qingying, let's not argue. It's fine for Qingying to share a villa with me. Seeing this, Guma had no choice but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, Guizijing pursed her lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately chose to remain silent, agreeing with Guma's suggestion. As for Guizijing, she retained her aloof demeanor, readily accepting Guma's proposal without further comment. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Gucheng's family and the Guo sisters held a modest celebration dinner in the villa of Gucheng's parents, commemorating the establishment of their base and their new residence. During the festivities, Gu Qingying appeared to be spurred by some unseen force, persistently urging Gucheng to drink. Qingying, are you all right? Gucheng cautiously inquired, observing that her cheeks had turned a rosy hue. I'm fine, keep drinking. Very well. Gucheng had no choice but to accompany her in her revelry. He initially believed Gu Qingying was merely venting her frustrations from the previous night and the early morning. Nevertheless, he felt little apprehension about drinking, as his current physical constitution allowed him to metabolize any amount of alcohol overnight without affecting his activities the next day. Throughout the evening, Gucheng's parents made several attempts to dissuade Gu Qingying from drinking excessively, but to no avail, so they eventually relented. However, this peculiar behavior aroused Guma's suspicions. Observing Gu Qingying's flushed cheeks, she seemed to ponder something, her gaze shifting, but ultimately sighed inwardly and continued her meal. Trusting that both Gucheng and Gu Qingying were adults capable of managing their own affairs. By 8:30 in the evening, the dinner concluded. Gucheng stationed 2 combat robots to guard the villa of his parents, while he escorted the already inebriated Gu Qingying back to his own villa. He carried her to the room she had chosen, gently placing her on the bed, then knelt beside her to assist in removing her shoes. As he carefully slipped her shoes off, he gazed at her dainty feet clad in white socks. Although the socks obscured the intricate contours of her toes and the fair skin of her feet, the mere outline hinted at their allure. Gucheng, feeling a pang of guilt, glanced up at the seemingly slumbering Gu Qingying before daringly extending his hands towards her delicate feet. Just as he began to toy with them, he felt her exquisite little foot stir, followed by a sultry voice whispering in his ear, "A Cheng, is it fun? Would you like to engage in something more thrilling?" Chapter 51. Gu Qingying. A Cheng, you surely do not wish to become Ida Makoto, do you? Upon hearing these words, Gucheng's body jolted, and as he raised his gaze, he found Gu Qingying's cheeks flushed and her eyes hazy, fixed intently upon him. He presumed that this expression was merely a fade before her impending wrath, and with an awkward chuckle, he released her delicate foot and hastily prepared to flee the scene. However, despite his desire to escape, someone was decidedly against such an outcome. With a mere flicker of thought, Gu Qingying instantly confined the space around Gucheng. Absorbed in thoughts of escape, Gucheng had not noticed this shift and consequently found himself ensnared within her confines. Resigned to his fate, he abandoned any pretense of resistance, contemplating merely to allow Gu Qingying to vent her ire. Yet, what awaited him was not her fury. Gu Qingying, adorned in white socks, glided elegantly behind Gucheng. her supple and delicate hand encircling his waist from behind. With a gentle rise on her toes, her rosy lips approached Gu Cheng's right ear, whispering a seductive proposition. Chung, rest assured, I speak sincerely, not merely to tease you. Would you care to indulge in something thrilling? Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng sensed the gravity in her tone and immediately grasped her intentions. He hastily interjected, Qingying Jia, please, if our parents discover this, I shall be in dire straits. While playful interactions with her feet might be deemed innocuous, any escalation would undoubtedly cross a line. After all, Gu Cheng had previously assisted Gu Qingying in trimming her nails and applying polish, making such gestures relatively commonplace between them. However, advancing beyond that threshold would not sit well with their steadfast parents, who had instilled in Gu Cheng a steadfast loyalty to love, detesting infidelity above all. Upon hearing his words, the typically strong and independent Gu Qingying succumbed to tears, her voice trembling. Woo-woo. Chung, do you truly not harbor any affection for me? I have laid myself bare. Qingying Jia, allow me to explain. Gu Cheng attempted to clarify that his hesitation stemmed not from a lack of affection, but from a fear that her intoxication had clouded her judgment, and he did not wish to become a source of regret for her. However, he recognized that articulating this concern would complicate matters further, leading him to silence midway through his response. Gu Qingying, perceiving his abrupt silence, allowed her sobs to amplify. Yet, mere moments later, her cries ceased abruptly. She released her embrace around Gu Cheng's waist and stepped before him, producing a watch emanating an eerie aura. Slowly, she adorned his wrist with it, asserting in a firm yet gentle tone, Chung, whether you wish it or not, you are mine tonight. If you are wise, you shall comply, lest you find yourself transformed from a Chung into Itamakoto. After fastening the watch, Gu Qingying lifted herself on her toes and pressed her lips against Gu Cheng. Perhaps it was the resolve she had mustered, or perhaps the influence of the watch's strange aura, or even the fright instilled by her final remark that compelled Gu Cheng to reciprocate. The two embraced and fell backward onto the plush bed, surrendering to slumber. In dreams, he transformed into a steed, conquered by a female knight, and in another moment, a knight galloping valiantly upon a horse. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 7:45 a.m., in the villa where Gu Cheng's parents resided, Gu Mother had prepared breakfast early, awaiting the arrival of Gu Cheng and Gu Qingying. Even the typically late-rising Gu sisters were ready and waiting in the dining room. Ordinarily, Gu Cheng would arise by 7, while Gu Qingying would at the latest appear by 7:30 for breakfast. However, after an extended wait, the two remained absent. Unable to bear the delay any longer, Gu Mother ventured to the villa where Gu Cheng and Gu Qingying resided. Upon entering, the living room was eerily silent. Uncertain of the exact room they occupied, Gu Mother began her search on the first floor. Upon reaching the second floor, she opened a door, only to be met with a shocking sight. Scattered across the wooden floor were numerous articles of clothing, including men's and women's undergarments. In the center of the room, on the exposed white sheets of a leather bed, a vivid red stain caught the eye. A silk quilt covered two intertwined figures, whose heads were discernible as Gu Cheng and Gu Qingying. After a moment of shock, a surge of indignation welled up within Gu Mother, and she bellowed, "You two, get up this instant." The startled couple awoke to the sight of one another, instantly recalling the events of the previous night. Almost simultaneously, they raised their heads to meet Gu Mother's fiery gaze. Gu Qingying's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her bashfulness rendered her silent, prompting her to look to Gu Cheng for an explanation. Receiving her unspoken cue, Gu Cheng, acknowledging the pleasure he had experienced the night before, steeled himself and said, "Mom, please step outside. I will dress and explain everything." "Humph, you two hurry up." Gu Mother relented, turning to exit. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Gu Cheng broke the stillness. "Qingying Jia, when I go out, I will say it was all my doing, and you need only to corroborate my account." Gu Qingying, sensing the implication, quickly retorted, "No, I, Gu Qingying, am not one to shy away from my actions. But that may not be appropriate. Fear not. As long as a Chung promises never to leave me, I can accept anything. I have come to realize that in this apocalypse, exceptional individuals like you are unlikely to have just one partner. As for me, I consider myself merely a minor fourth. As long as a Chung does not disdain me, I am willing to accept anything." "Qingying Jia, do not speak like that. How could I ever look down upon you? I may be a scoundrel, but I take every relationship seriously. Even in death, I would never abandon my woman. Rest assured, I will never forsake you. Chung, you are truly wonderful. I shall never betray you. Gu Qingying's voice trembled with emotion upon hearing Gu Cheng's vow. Enough, let us hasten to dress. Else, mother shall erupt in fury once more. Gu Cheng comforted the emotionally heightened Gu Qingying and began to dress. During this process, he shyly turned his back to her. Observing this, Gu Qingying let out a playful huff. Humph, what size could you possibly be that warrants such shyness? With that, she rose from the bed, unabashedly shedding her garments before Gu Cheng. The sight of her alluring form ignited a surge of blood to Gu Cheng's head. Chapter 52. Gu Cheng exclaimed, Mother, I am solely considering the continuation of our Gu family lineage. Upon witnessing Gu Cheng's fervent demeanor, Gu Qingying, with a voice dripping with allure, replied, Little one, I am currently pressed for time. We shall attend to your needs later this evening. This remark detonated in Gu Cheng's mind like a bomb, igniting a fervor within him, raising his head even higher. He could hardly believe that this once cold, regal woman had transformed into a married lady who would utter such audacious words. Noticing his elevated spirit, Gu Qingying said nothing further but met Gu Cheng's gaze with an enchanting look. Gu Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to act. Yet he remembered that Gu Ma was waiting just outside. Thus, he swiftly suppressed his desires, dressed himself, and took Gu Qingying's hand as they stepped outside together. Upon reaching the living room on the first floor, they found Gu Ma seated on the sofa, visibly agitated. Fearing her wrath, Gu Cheng hastily spoke, Mother, this matter was entirely my initiative. It has nothing to do with Sister Qingying. I admit, I have been a scoundrel, failing to uphold your teachings and bringing you shame. However, my actions were all in consideration of ensuring the continuation of our Gu family. Gu Qingying had intended to claim responsibility herself, but Gu Cheng, with his somewhat traditional views, could not allow his beloved to bear the blame. Thus, he took full accountability upon himself. Hearing Gu Cheng's initial statements, Gu Ma was ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands, but when she heard the final remark, her words were abruptly stifled. Indeed, Gu Ma had longed for grandchildren. Having given birth to Gu Cheng in her 30s, she and Gu Pa were now approaching their 60s. Throughout Gu Cheng's university years, they had urged him to find a girlfriend, but he had been too engrossed in his studies to entertain such notions. After Gu Cheng completed his doctoral studies and joined Lin Cheng University, his parents had relentlessly arranged blind dates, all of which he declined, citing his busy work schedule. This had infuriated them, as they had grown increasingly lonely with age and yearned for grandchildren to keep them company. Now, having learned that Gu Cheng was dating a colleague, they were elated, hoping he would marry soon and bless them with a grandchild. They had always been devoted to one another, instilling in Gu Cheng the values of becoming a good man. In fact, they had even attempted to match Gu Cheng with Gu Qingying before, but he had shown little interest at that time. Little did they expect that just a few days into the apocalypse, Gu Cheng would become so infatuated, engaging with Gu Qingying despite already having a girlfriend. Observing Gu Ma's hesitation, Gu Qingying gently interjected, Mother, it was I who took the initiative last night, and I have harbored feelings for a Cheng since childhood. We are genuinely in love. Even if a Cheng has someone else, it matters not to me, as long as he does not forsake me. Furthermore, in these apocalyptic times, it is only natural for a man as formidable as a Cheng to have multiple women by his side. Please do not be angry. It would not be good for your health. The way Gu Qingying addressed her as mother felt far more natural than before. Previously, she had called them dad and mom out of gratitude for their care, despite having no formal familial ties. Now, resolved to be with Gu Cheng, and with his acceptance, calling her mother felt entirely appropriate. Xiaoying Yu, sigh, never mind. You are both grown now. Matters of the heart are for you to decide. Gu Ma sighed, turning her gaze to Gu Cheng, her tone stern, You ungrateful child. It is our family that has wronged Xiaoying. If you dare mistreat her in the future, you shall no longer be my son. Moreover, since you claim this is all for the continuation of the Gu family, then you must produce a grandchild soon. Rest assured, mother, I will treat Sister Qingying well. However, regarding the grandchild, well, we shall see, Gu Cheng replied with a teasing tone. What do you mean, we shall see? I will give you 2 years. If I do not see a grandchild by then, do not expect me to recognize you as my son. Gu Ma's temper flared at Gu Cheng's response. All right. I promise to fulfill the task. Gu Cheng could only scratch his head and awkwardly agree. After the explanations, the three of them returned to the villa where Gu Pa and Gu Ma resided to have breakfast. By the time they were seated, it was already 8:10 in the morning. Gu Ma refrained from mentioning Gu Cheng's situation at the table, and naturally, Gu Cheng and Gu Qingying kept silent as well. The breakfast was consumed quickly as the dishes had cooled. By 8:30, Gu Cheng and the three women had arrived at the tents where the survivors of the base resided. Gu Cheng took to the skies, calling out loudly to gather the survivors for an assembly. He intended to establish some guidelines and assign tasks, leaving the three women to defend the base while he went to the school to collect Wang Chuan and others. And then he would fly to the northern military district in the afternoon to meet Lin Qinyan. Once all the survivors had assembled, Gu Cheng soared into the air, brandishing a loudspeaker to address the crowd below. All right, without further ado, I have two main announcements today. First, from now on, every morning from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., you may go to the nearby Villa number 20 to express your gratitude and earn contribution points. There will be robots there to assist you. Second, I have procured more materials for assembling homes, and shortly, we will construct a large cafeteria and a supermarket. You may come to the cafeteria for meals from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., with each meal costing 1 contribution point. For other purchases, head to the supermarket, where transactions will also be conducted using contribution points. Additionally, I will be heading out today. Those from the patrol and search teams should follow the three women for training, while others can assist in building the cafeteria and supermarket. Just like yesterday, there will be 10 contribution points as compensation. And do not worry, I will return swiftly. Do not harbor any ill intentions, and remember, the three women behind me are equally formidable. If anyone among you is considering mischief, think carefully about whether your neck is sturdy enough. With that, Gu Cheng concluded his address and descended back to the three women to outline their tasks for the day. The survivors were divided in their reactions. Some were pleased to have work and earn contribution points, bringing them closer to their goal of residing in assembled homes, while others lamented their inability to resist Gu Cheng and Apos' oppressive rule. Unbeknownst to Gu Cheng, he began by utilizing gratitude coins and first-level evolution crystals to synthesize 3 third-level evolution crystals, elevating the three women to the 3rd tier. He then assigned them their tasks for the day and bid them farewell before opening a spatial door to return to the community where they had previously lived. Given that their former community was closer to Lin Qing University, he flew back there. Chapter 53. The Arena of Azura. Upon returning to his former residential area, Gu Cheng did not linger but immediately took to the skies, heading towards Lin Qing University. With his ascension to the 3rd tier, Gu Cheng and Apos' speed and endurance in aerial flight had significantly improved. This time, he completed the journey in less than an hour, achieving a velocity that was double that of his previous return. During his flight, Gu Cheng once again passed through the city center, where he noted a marked increase in the sophistication of the evolved creatures. He spotted dozens of 3rd-tier evolved beings, and the 2nd-tier ones numbered nearly 1,000. Faced with this alarming situation, Gu Cheng felt compelled to expedite the development of his base, striving to cultivate a cadre of high-tier subordinates before a horde of advanced zombies emerged. As he soared into the campus of Lin Qing University, an eerie silence enveloped the area. No zombies, no survivors, creating an unsettling atmosphere. A sense of dread gripped Gu Cheng as he realized that something might have transpired at the school during the recent internet blackout. Anxious for Wang Chuan's safety, he hastened his pace towards the dormitory he had previously arranged for the survivors. Upon approaching the dormitory, he was met with a harrowing sight. The building was surrounded by a dense throng of zombies, numbering at least 1,000. Among which were dozens of 2nd-tier zombies and even a fearsome 3rd-tier tyrant zombie. On the rooftop of the dormitory, a group of 10 men and women vigilantly observed the chaos below. Gu Cheng recognized them as the members of the patrol and search teams he had selected earlier. After days of combat, they had shed much of their youthful naivety, replaced now by an air of resolute determination. Gu Cheng swiftly ascended to the rooftop, descending cautiously to avoid drawing the attention of the zombies below. The survivors, upon seeing Gu Cheng land, hurriedly moved closer. Though they had recognized him while he was airborne, they refrained from calling out, fearing it might attract the zombies. "Teacher Gu, it's so good to see you back," exclaimed a girl with a high ponytail, the nearest to him. Gu Cheng, however, ignored their greetings and urgently inquired, "Where's Wang Chuan?" "Wang Xuejia was injured by that 3rd-tier Titan zombie yesterday. She is resting in the dormitory below," answered a short-haired girl beside her. Hearing this, Gu Cheng's heart sank. He quickly pressed the girl for details. "Where was she injured? Is it serious?" "It seems quite severe. I saw Wang Shueji cough up blood several times yesterday. That's serious. Where is she? Take me to her. Gu Qing insisted, his anxiety palpable. Although his feelings for Wang Charan had not deepened significantly, he felt a twinge of guilt for what had transpired between them, which fueled his urgency upon learning of her injury. In no time, the fortunate survivors led him to room 408 on the 4th floor of the dormitory. As soon as the door opened, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. Gu Qing's gaze darted around until it landed on Wang Charan, who lay on a bed near the balcony. Her complexion was pale, her expression one of agony, with her right hand trembling against her chest, accompanied by intermittent coughs. The bed linens and floor bore the evidence of her suffering, stained with blood. Seeing her in such a state pained Gu Qing deeply. He rushed to her side, his voice rising in fury as he turned to the survivors behind him. What have you all been doing? She is gravely injured, and none of you thought to care for her. Well, Wang Shueji insisted we not enter yesterday, so we had no choice, one survivor replied weakly. At this response, Gu Qing's anger flared, but before he could retort, Wang Charan coughed softly and spoke, cough. Gu Qing, you're here. I thought I would never see you again. Please don't blame them. After I was injured, I thought I wouldn't survive the night, and didn't want them to witness my demise, so I refused to let them in. Cough. I never expected to last through the night. Now that I see you, I feel as though I have fulfilled my last wish. I can no longer silently watch over you. Promise me, you will survive in this apocalypse. Lastly, cough. I want to say, Gu Qing, I truly like you. If possible, please don't forget me. Is that all right? Her heartfelt words pierced Gu Qing and Appo's heart, especially her humble plea. It was hard to fathom that in this era, where the ratio of single men was ever increasing, a girl of such beauty could find herself in such a subservient position in a relationship. At that moment, for the first time, Gu Qing felt a profound love for Wang Charan blossom within him. He cherished her unwavering affection over the years, her earnestness and love, her obedience and understanding, her somewhat naive demeanor, and so much more. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Qing approached Wang Charan's bedside and admonished her in a serious tone. You silly girl, if you weren't injured right now, I would give you a good scolding for speaking such morbid words. After his reprimand, his tone softened immediately. Just hang in there for a bit longer. I know someone who can save you. I'll take you to her right away. Rest assured, you will recover. I promised I would never abandon you, even in death. I, Gu Qing, do not wish to be a man of dishonor. With that, he scooped Wang Charan into his arms in a princess carry. Cough, cough. Gu Qing. Is that true? Wang Charan asked, her voice filled with surprise. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Gu Qing replied, smiling gently at her pallid face, his voice soothing. Then, Gu Qing created a spatial node, and, with a mere thought, a swirling portal of silver blue light materialized before them, astonishing those who bore witness. Ignoring their stunned reactions, Gu Qing stepped through the portal with Wang Charan, leaving behind a bewildered group. Before long, they found themselves near the spatial node of the Linjiang Villa district. Without hesitation, Gu Qing soared into the sky, calling out for Gu Zixian while searching for her figure. Fortunately, Gu Zixian was training a selected group of patrol and exploration team members not far away. Seeing this, Gu Qing quickly carried Wang Charan to a nearby villa and signaled for Gu Zixian to come in and provide treatment. Upon seeing Wang Charan's critical condition, Gu Zixian wasted no time and employed her abilities to heal her. During the treatment, Gu Qingying and Gu Zijing arrived at Gu Qing's side but remained silent, respecting Gu Zixian's focused efforts. 10 minutes later, Gu Zixian completed her healing, and Wang Charan's complexion gradually returned to a healthier hue. At that moment, the ever-patient Gu Zijing broke the silence. Ah Cheng, who is she? As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming somewhat tense. Chapter 54. The reason behind Wang Charan's injury. Gu Zijing squinted her eyes, awaiting Gu Qing's response. Gu Qingying had already surmised Wang Charan's identity, but was equally curious about how Gu Qing would reply, so she fixed her gaze on him. Even Gu Zixian, who usually showed little interest in such matters, cast a curious glance in his direction. As for Wang Charan, lying in bed, she looked at Gu Qing with eager anticipation, hoping to hear an affirmation of their relationship from him. After all, as someone who harbored a secret crush, nothing was more desirable than the acknowledgement from the object of one's affection. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce her. This is Wang Charan, my woman. Gu Qing met the 4 pairs of eyes directed at him, feeling a twinge of nervousness, yet he mustered the courage to declare his relationship with Wang Charan. After all, What kind of man would hide his woman? Upon hearing Gu Qing's declaration, the four women reacted differently. Ginging, having already guessed the gist, remained unfazed. Guo Zixian maintained her usual icy demeanor, showing no reaction. Wang Churen, however, was visibly ecstatic, her face beaming with joy. The first to inquire, Guo Zijing, upon hearing the phrase "my woman," changed her expression and, in a teasing tone, remarked, "I never expected this, Ah Cheng. You, the bookworm who only dabbles in research, turn out to be a scoundrel." Gu Cheng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. He quickly diverted the conversation, fearing she would linger on the topic, as he had numerous matters to attend to and no time to indulge in a melodrama, especially one that involved him. "All right, Churen, why did you sustain such severe injuries yesterday? And how did that horde of zombies come about?" As Gu Cheng broached the subject, Wang Churen recounted the events in detail. The incident began when she led a team to scavenge for supplies yesterday morning. A group armed with firearms arrived at the school, inquiring about Wang Lin, whom Gu Cheng had previously killed. Most survivors, sensing trouble, refrained from answering their questions. However, a few classmates of Wang Lin hastily approached them to recount Wang Lin and Appo's tragic fate. This enraged the newcomers, leading to a violent confrontation. But they underestimated the strength of the patrol team that remained at the school. Eventually, both sides suffered casualties, and the intruders fled in disarray. Later that afternoon, shortly after Wang Churen's team returned, the assailants lured a horde of zombies to the school. Initially, Wang Churen handled the onslaught of a few second-tier zombies with relative ease. But the battle turned dire when a third-tier tyrant zombie joined the fray, resulting in her severe injuries. Fortunately, her powerful attack had also gravely wounded the tyrant zombie, and the other survivors came to her aid. Otherwise, Gu Cheng might never have seen her again. Afterward, Wang Churen and her team barricaded themselves in the dormitory building, waiting for Gu Cheng's arrival. Upon hearing Wang Churen's account, a wave of guilt washed over Gu Cheng. If he had eliminated Wang Lin's associates after killing him, Wang Churen would not have been injured. He had always advised those around him to avoid being overly compassionate, yet it turned out he was the one exhibiting such behavior. It seemed that a more resolute approach was necessary when dealing with threats. However, Wang Lin indeed had some connections. It was surprising that an ordinary bureaucrat's offspring could summon such a formidable group for rescue. With this thought in mind, Gu Cheng looked at Wang Churen, his tone firm yet gentle. "Rest well, I shall seek vengeance for you." The other three women expressed their desire to accompany him, and after some contemplation, Gu Cheng agreed. After all, they would need manpower to transport the survivors back to the school, and he also required Guo Qingyin to utilize her spatial abilities to retrieve food and supplies from the school. The quartet stepped through the spatial portal, arriving at the dormitory where Wang Churen had previously rested. The room still bore a faint metallic scent of blood, while the other survivors were nowhere to be found. As Gu Cheng exited the dormitory, he found the corridor in disarray, likely due to the survivors believing he had abandoned them. In the lobby on the first floor, a large horde of zombies had been drawn to the commotion, agitatedly trying to climb up, but were thwarted by the blocked path. Seeing this, Gu Cheng instructed Guo Qingyin to remain behind and open a spatial portal to send the survivors back to the base. He and the Guo sisters would handle the zombies surrounding the dormitory. The trio first cleared the zombies on the first floor of the dormitory before proceeding to the rooftop. Gazing at the towering tyrant zombie, which stood at least 3 to 4 meters tall, Gu Cheng summoned its system panel with a thought. Name: Mutated Tyrant Zombie Tier, Transcendent Tier 3 Ability, Metal Manipulation, Grade B, capable of controlling metal within a 1,000-meter radius for attack, its own defense comparable to metal. Permanent increase of 10 points to its physical attributes: Physique, 37-10 Strength, 35 Agility, 19 Spirit, 15 Stamina, 36 Power. Evaluation: a highly defensive Tier 3 creature, another metal manipulator. This could be troublesome, Gu Cheng murmured, observing the tyrant zombie's metallic sheen, then turned to discuss a battle plan with the Guo sisters. Once their strategy was settled, they took their positions. Gu Cheng soared into the air, deftly maneuvering while unleashing wind blades and other minor attacks to draw the tyrant zombie's ire. After nearly 2 minutes of assault, the tyrant zombie, visibly agitated, began to use its ability to attract nearby metal objects in an attempt to ensnare Gu Cheng. Recognizing the opportunity, Gu Cheng shouted for Guo Zijing to unleash a mental attack. An invisible wave of psychic energy struck the tyrant zombie and Appo's forehead. With Guo Zijing having ascended to Tier 3, Her mental attributes and the potency of her attacks had significantly increased, rendering the tyrant zombie momentarily dazed for over a minute. Seizing the moment, Gu Cheng accelerated towards the dazed tyrant zombie, gripping his Tang Dao tightly, channeling his energy into the blade to enhance its sharpness. By the time he reached the immobilized creature, the energy had coalesced significantly. He raised the Tang Dao high and, with all his strength, brought it down upon the tyrant zombie's skull. With a resounding thud, the razor-sharp blade cleaved through the tyrant zombie's tough exterior, continuing its descent unfalteringly. The hardened skull was effortlessly severed, followed by the flesh beneath, ultimately slicing through the body and emerging from the torso. All that remained on the ground was the bisected corpse of the zombie and a pool of yellow-green zombie blood. Chapter 55. The Zhang family of the Northeast paused. Observing the Tang blade in his grasp, now coated with a yellowish-green fluid, and the bisected corpse on the ground. He had not anticipated that the ability to enhance a weapon's sharpness would be so formidable. He had experimented with this power at the first level, but the effect was moderate, only allowing the Tang blade to cleave through metal. Now, its potency rivaled that of his tornado skill. It seemed that the sharpness enhancement scaled with his level, growing more potent with each advancement. However, wielding this technique consumed a significant amount of energy. That single strike depleted 1/5 of total energy reserves. It appeared that this move should be reserved as a trump card, with wind blades and blade auras serving as his primary attacks. With that realization, retrieved a first-tier evolution crystal from his personal space and began replenishing the energy he had expended. Once restored, he and the Guo sisters resumed their battle against the remaining first- and second-tier zombies. After nearly half an hour, the 1,000-plus zombies surrounding the dormitory building were finally eradicated. At that moment, who had escorted all the survivors from the dormitory back to the base, ascended to the rooftop. The four then conferred about their forthcoming plans. Intended for and the Guo sisters to retrieve all the provisions from the school cafeteria's storage, while he would use his flight ability to locate the individuals dispatched by the Wang family. "Are you going alone? That and Oppos is too dangerous," exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. "Indeed, shouldn't we gather the supplies first before searching for those people?" Guo proposed, echoing the sentiment. "It's fine. According to, they shouldn't be too strong. I can fly, so I can escape if I encounter danger. Besides, collecting supplies will take some time. And I need to go to the military region north of the city this afternoon to find, so I don't have time to waste with them." Upon hearing this, the three women displayed varied reactions, felt a pang of jealousy that was so eager to find, and she turned her head away, ignoring him. Guo's eyes narrowed slightly, her thoughts inscrutable. Guo remained indifferent, as if uninvolved. Seeing this adorable display of jealousy, smiled inwardly. He approached her, took her left hand in his right, and gently squeezed it, refraining from any further intimate gestures. Earlier that morning, and had discussed the matter, and preferred to keep their relationship concealed from the Guo sisters for the time being, as revealing to her best friends that she had become the fourth partner was rather embarrassing. Respected her decision and offered no objections. The slight touch caused jealousy to dissipate, replaced by a blush that crept up her cheeks. The Guo sisters exchanged puzzled glances at the interaction, but refrained from commenting in his presence, merely observing his reaction with curiosity. After all, had touched his hand before, but her reaction had never been so pronounced. Disregarded the sister's confusion, released her hand, and soared in the direction of the group's escape route. As described by, with gone, only the three women remained. Guo became more forthright. She approached, peered closely at her flushed face, and inquired with a hint of suspicion. "Has something transpired between you and? You're reacting so strongly to a mere touch, unlike your usual bold, brother-obsessed self. Moreover, since this morning, I've sensed that the way you look at has changed significantly, as if you were looking at a lover. Could it be that you two got drunk last night?" Before Guo could finish, interrupted her, her heart pounding. "What are you saying? Don't overthink it. Already has 2 girlfriends. How could there be anything between us?" Truth be told, a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Guo's conjecture about what had happened between and the previous night startled. "So what if he does? I don't think would mind having another. And are you, this brother-obsessed individual, just going to stand by and watch be snatched away by others? You, never mind. I'm not going to talk to you. Let's quickly gather all the supplies from the school cafeteria's storage, as instructed. Afterward, we still need to help find those people." With that, strode toward the cafeteria with her long legs, disregarding Guo, who was still eager to discuss the topic further. The Guo sisters could only follow after her. Meanwhile, flew slowly through the sky, continuously extending his mental power outward. Wherever his mental power reached, could clearly perceive the scene. This was a capability granted by the mental power manipulation ability he had copied from Gua just before departing. With this ability, finding people or objects would be much more convenient in the future. After copying the mental power control, stats changed to abilities. 3. Mental power control, level, B. Description, can launch mental power attacks within a 10-meter radius, with a 2-minute cooldown after each attack. Can use mental power to scout an area within a 100-meter radius. Can control individuals with mental power attributes 1/5 lower than his own to fight for him. Continuously consuming mental power during the control process. The number of individuals controlled depends on his own and the controlled individual's mental power attributes. Can drag targets within a 10-meter radius into a mental illusion constructed by himself. The strength of the illusion depends on his own and the target's mental attributes. The higher the target's mental attributes, the lower his own mental attributes, the easier the illusion is to break. Can convert high-dimensional energy within a 1-meter radius into his own mental power with a current conversion efficiency of 15. As flew and scouted, he finally discovered a group of suspicious individuals in a residential building outside the school. There were 11 of them, an old man and 10 young, robust men. They were all clad in black combat uniforms and wielded AK-47s. In a country like Long Country, where firearms are strictly prohibited, the presence of AK-47s indicated that their identities were not simple. Comparing their attire to the description given by, concluded that they were most likely the ones who had lured the zombies to Lin City University. Having located their whereabouts, smiled ominously and flew toward the residential building. Upon reaching the wall, he used a spatial teleport to enter the house directly. The sudden appearance of before them caused the 11 men to pale, and they immediately opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. The 11 AK-47s unleashed over 300 rounds of ammunition in a matter of seconds. However, to their astonishment, all 300-plus bullets were suspended in mid-air within a 5-meter radius around, unable to move. Laughed coldly as he approached them, gesturing slightly. The bullets were released from their spatial confinement and rained down on the ground like droplets. The men stared at with expressions of disbelief, ignored their reactions, and walked up to one of the men, who was still standing there dumbfounded with a gun in his hand. He reached out and gently patted the man's cheek, then whispered into his ear, uttering the devil's own words. Tell me, was it you who lured the zombie horde into Lin City University yesterday? You better answer my question truthfully, or I might just twist your head off. Perhaps stunned by the abilities had just displayed, the man remained silent for half a minute. Lost patience. He twisted the man into Oppo's head slightly, and it fell to the ground with a thud, accompanied by a spray of blood. Used spatial confinement to trap the blood that splashed toward him in midair. Turning his head to the side, he addressed another man nearby with the same words. The man, terror-stricken, gazed at the severed head of his former companion on the ground, and then cried out in despair, It and Oppo's, us. It and Oppo's, us. Please Don and Oppo's, kill me. I was merely following the orders of Steward Zhang. It was Zhang who compelled us to lead the zombies to Linqing University. Oh, is that so? And who is this Steward Zhang? Guqing inquired, his curiosity piqued by the man's response. The trembling individual pointed a shaking finger towards an elderly man in the crowd, who also brandished an AK-47. Guqing slowly approached the old man, his piercing gaze fixed upon him, his tone icy. You are here to find Wang Lin, aren't you? Upon hearing Guqing's words, the old man gritted his teeth and spat. You must be that damned Guqing. How dare you kill our young master? I truly wonder who instilled such audacity in you. Do you realize our young master is the grandson of Commander Zhang from the Northeast Army? To provoke the Zhang family is a grave mistake. Even in this apocalypse, you shall not escape unscathed. Chapter 56. The History of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Guqing furrowed his brows, astonished to discover that Wang Lin was actually the grandson of Commander Zhang from the Northeast. To discuss Commander Zhang, one must delve into the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The history of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star is largely akin to the history of Guqing's homeland in his previous life, with the southern Ming ultimately vanquishing the Qing forces and restoring the nation. Subsequently, the Ming dynasty persisted for over 2 centuries. During this period, the government developed firearms. However, due to a lack of emphasis, the new military forces lagged behind those of other great powers. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's neighbor, the Wokou, initiated wars of aggression against it. Bolstered by support from the then dominant empire, the sun never sets. At that juncture, the Ming dynasty's central authority reached its zenith, and the populace languished under feudal oppression, inciting numerous local uprisings. Under such internal and external pressures, the Dragon Kingdom was embroiled in a decade-long war against the Wokou. Ultimately, victory was secured through the decentralization of power, allowing local warlords to form their own militias to resist. However, even after this triumph, the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' crises were far from resolved. The foremost challenge lay in addressing the rampant warlords across various regions. After 10 years of conflict, there emerged a profound war weariness among the military and civilian populace, who were naturally averse to civil war, but equally resistant to continued feudal subjugation. Ultimately, the emperor, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, chose to abolish the feudal system, emulating the West by establishing a constitutional monarchy and instituting councils at all levels nationwide, with local armies directly governed by provincial councils. This action significantly alleviated the discontent of the populace, who had long suffered under the feudal regime. The warlords, predominantly patriots, also acquiesced to the Zhou family's proposals upon witnessing their compromise. Yet, the Zhang family, whose influence spread throughout the northeast and boasted the most formidable military in the Dragon Kingdom, initially resisted. However, seeing that all other regions had consented, they ultimately relented. In response, the Zhou family further compromised by designating the entire northeast as an autonomous region under Zhang family administration, to curtail the Zhang family's expansion. The other major warlords were organized into a military department to guard against potential insurrections. Recognizing the Zhou family and Apos' concessions and understanding that the northeast and Apos' economy could not sustain further conflict, the Zhang family chose to recuperate over the ensuing decades. During this period, the Dragon Kingdom experienced peaceful development, with economic growth on the rise. Nonetheless, internal factions continued to vie for power and external threats loomed, preventing any military campaigns to reclaim the Northeast despite surpassing the Northeast army in overall strength. Conversely, the Northeast languished, as the Zhang family lacked economic prowess, leading to sluggish development compared to southern provinces, resulting in significant population migration southward. At this juncture, the new head of the Zhang family, as previously mentioned, emerged, Commander Zhang from the northeast. With grand ambitions, he grew increasingly restless as the northeast's power waned, prompting a series of initiatives. He established a tax-free zone to stimulate economic activity and then visited the Lighthouse Nation. In recent years, he procured advanced weaponry from the Lighthouse Nation to enhance military capabilities. Had the apocalypse not erupted, civil strife might have erupted before long. Returning to Gu Cheng's perspective, he felt a twinge of anxiety upon realizing he had provoked the Zhang family. After all, they possessed a regular army of 200,000 to 300,000. And even if a significant portion had succumbed to the undead, many still remained, along with their weapons and equipment, far surpassing his newly established base's capabilities. However, given the distance of over 2,000 kilometers between the northeast and the southwest, coupled with the near-total breakdown of transportation in this apocalyptic era, the notion of the Zhang family seeking vengeance against Gu Cheng seemed utterly fanciful. With this thought, Gu Cheng regained his composure. He grasped the neck of Manager Zhang, lifting him with force as he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the man's reddening face, smiling as he uttered the words of a demon. Regardless of your Zhang or Wang family, you will pay a price for provoking me. Your young master has met his end due to his foolishness, and you lot, daring to lure the undead into the school and injuring my woman, deserve nothing less than death. But fear not, for I shall ensure that the entirety of your family joins you in the afterlife, so you need not suffer in solitude. With that, he tightened his grip, and the sound of Zhang's vertebrae shattering echoed, silencing him for good. After dispatching Manager Zhang, Gu Cheng summoned several wind blades, executing the remaining assailants. Having learned his lesson, in this apocalyptic world, he resolved that anyone associated with his enemies, regardless of right or wrong, must be eliminated to avert future troubles. After tidying the scene, Gu Cheng retraced his steps to the school. He intended to bid farewell to Gu Qingying and the others before setting off directly to the military district in the north. After all, he had not been in contact with Lin Qingyun for over a day, and he was anxious to know her situation, whether she, too, had encountered peril like Wang Chuan. Gu Cheng swiftly returned to the dormitory building where he had previously fought. However, upon arriving outside, he was met with a peculiar sight. The remains of the over 1,000 zombies they had just slain had transformed into scattered bones, stained with yellow-green blood. From the traces left behind, it appeared to be the work of animal gnawing. Gu Cheng furrowed his brow at this bizarre occurrence. It was the first time he had encountered such an anomaly. He quickly employed his mental probing abilities to scan for suspicious creatures in the vicinity. 2 minutes later, he spotted a pitch-black dog in the grass about 200 meters away, standing still and gazing intently at him. Gu Cheng recognized it. It was a stray dog that frequented the school and the surrounding area. He had encountered it several times during his evening walks after meals. At that time, it had been timid and emaciated, darting away at the sight of him. Gu Cheng, an animal lover since childhood, felt a pang of sympathy upon noticing its bony frame marred by scars from fights. He had made it a point to visit the area every evening, bringing food in an attempt to feed it. However, the dog would only consume the food after Gu Cheng had left. After 2 or 3 weeks of this routine, Gu Cheng embarked on a month-long cooperative project at another school. Upon his return, he found that the black dog had vanished from sight. Now, unexpectedly, he encountered it once more. Chapter 57. The revealed spring light. The moment of reunion stirred a sense of excitement within Gu Cheng. He promptly accessed the attribute panel of the black dog. Name: mutated dog ability, devour, level A. Description: capable of consuming all substances endowed with higher dimensional energy to enhance its attributes until all 5 dimensions reach the threshold of the current rank. Can absorb higher dimensional energy within a 10-meter radius and convert it into its own ability energy, with a conversion efficiency of 30. Has a 60 chance to devour energy attacks directed at it and convert them into its own energy, with a conversion efficiency of 20. Rule: devouring rule 8. 14 rank. Transcendence level 3 physique, 37 strength, 35 agility, 40 spirit, 32 stamina, 35 strength rating. A powerful being among level 3 creatures. After reviewing the black dog and Appo's panel, Gu Cheng felt a mix of joy and concern. The devouring ability was precisely what he urgently needed. Currently, he possessed control, mobility, and output, yet lacked sustainability. If he were to encounter intense combat alone, he could not afford to divert his attention to absorb evolution crystals for replenishing ability energy. This devouring ability could effectively address that issue. However, having already used his opportunity to replicate level 3 abilities, he could only await his ascension to level 4 to replicate this devouring ability again. Given his current circumstances, it might take a considerable time to reach level 4, during which the black dog might very well escape. Therefore, the immediate priority was to capture this black dog for domestication at the base. Before making a move, Gu Cheng wished to engage in a conversation with the dog, which possessed a spirit score of 32, to see if it would willingly follow him. If successful, he intended to adopt it as a pet. After all, this devouring ability was quite formidable and could cultivate a being with such an ability into a pentagonal warrior, thereby strengthening the base. Thus, Gu Cheng took action. He retrieved a bag of dog food from his spatial pocket and poured it into a bowl. Then approached the black dog slowly, speaking gently. "Do you remember me? I have brought you some delicious treats. Come, give it a try." As if sensing a familiar aroma, the black dog's tail began to wag involuntarily. Gu Cheng noticed this movement and felt hopeful. He continued, "Come eat. Rest assured, I mean no harm." After placing the bowl of dog food on the ground, he stepped back over 100 meters. He understood that the dog was quite timid and would not eat if approached too closely. Indeed, Gu Cheng's retreat lowered the black dog's wariness, and it cautiously approached the bowl, sniffing before beginning to eat. Gu Cheng smiled at the sight of it nibbling on the food and began to close the distance, saying, "See, I didn't to deceive you. I truly harbor no ill intentions. After all, we have known each other for quite some time. However, I must leave this place soon and may never return. If you wish to continue eating, I can take you with me. What do you think? If you agree, give 2 barks." The black dog seemed to comprehend Gu Cheng's words. It raised its head and regarded him with a contemplative expression. Gu Cheng remained patient, smiling as he watched it ponder. After all, if it declined, he could easily utilize his spatial abilities to confine it and forcibly take it back to the base for domestication. However, such an approach would necessitate killing it after he replicated the devouring ability, a course of action he did not wish to take, given their acquaintance and the dog's potential as a significant asset to the base. Finally, after 2 minutes, the black dog looked into Gu Cheng's sincere eyes and barked twice. Delighted, Gu Cheng hurried to the dog's side, crouched down, and gently stroked its back. The black dog, seemingly unfamiliar with such closeness to a human, stiffened momentarily but did not flee. Instead, it gradually adjusted to Gu Cheng's touch and relaxed. After a while, Gu Cheng withdrew his hand, encouraging the dog to continue eating. The black dog obediently resumed its meal. Observing the dog, now noticeably more robust, Gu Cheng declared, "Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you a name for ease of reference. Given your sturdy physique, I shall call you Black Panther." Wong Wong. The black dog, now dubbed Black Panther, appeared pleased with its new name, lifting its head to bark twice while wagging its tail excitedly. "Excellent. I'm glad you like it. Continue eating. We must depart shortly." With that, Gu Cheng urged Black Panther to finish its meal. Subsequently, he utilized his ability to fly, carrying Black Panther toward the school cafeteria's storage to find Gu Qingying and her companions. Upon entering the storage area, Gu Cheng discovered Gu Qingying and her companions engaged in a fierce battle against a swarm of rats. Approximately 50 rats remained alive, with over 30 still active. Among them was a level 3 rat, while the rest were all level 2. Each level 2 rat was the size of a basin, boasting quick speed despite their relatively low attack power, having reached the pinnacle of level 2. The level 3 rat, the size of a barrel, was the leader of the pack, overseeing the coordination of the other rats from a distance. Gu Qingying and her companions, who harbored a considerable fear of such creatures, were valiantly resisting the onslaught of the rat horde. However, the overwhelming numbers made their defense exceedingly difficult, resulting in several rips in their clothing, exposing large swathes of skin. Moreover, after a protracted struggle, their ability energy had nearly depleted, placing them in a dire situation. In this critical moment, Gu Cheng remained aware of the gravity of the situation. He refrained from gazing at the exposed skin and immediately joined the fray alongside Black Panther. He utilized his spatial abilities to teleport beside the trio, ensnaring 2 or 3 level 2 rats within a 3-meter radius using spatial confinement, and swiftly drew his Tang Dao, cleaving each of them in half. He repeated this maneuver, systematically dispatching the remaining rats. As for Black Panther, it initially refrained from pouncing on the ordinary rats, instead charging directly at the Rat King. Realizing the speed and size of Black Panther, the Rat King instinctively fled. Yet, as a newly ascended level 3 creature, it stood no chance against the devouring prowess of Black Panther. After circling around the Rat King to gauge its escape patterns, Black Panther anticipated its movements and leapt onto the path the Rat King was fleeing. Caught off guard, the Rat King crashed into Black Panther. Uninterested in embracing a foul rodent, Black Panther seized the opportunity, lunging forward to bite down on the Rat King's throat. The Rat King, taken aback by the sudden ambush, attempted to retaliate, but the overwhelming force of Black Panther and Apos' bites swiftly silenced it. Gu Cheng watched in astonishment as Black Panther executed its tactics with remarkable intelligence, understanding the principle of subduing the leader first. Elated, he praised Black Panther before returning to the relentless slaughter of the remaining rats. With the Rat King's influence diminished, the horde disintegrated into chaos, allowing Gu Cheng and his companions to systematically eliminate them one by one. Exhausted, the 3 women collapsed onto the ground after vanquishing the last of the rodents. However, once they reclined, Gu Cheng's gaze became fixed. He noticed that the garments of the Gu sisters were torn, revealing several conspicuous gashes. With each breath they took, he could distinctly perceive the formidable weapon concealed beneath the dark lace. Chapter 58. Guazijing. The petite Guocheng is still easily within my grasp. Guocheng assessed the situation and found that the 2 women were around the size of 36, neither too big nor too small, just the right fit, precisely to his liking. Thus, the Guo sisters reclined on the ground, resting, while Guocheng stood nearby, admiring the exquisite scenery before him. After all, he was no paragon of virtue. When such advantages presented themselves, he would certainly seize them. However, unbeknownst to Guocheng, his actions were closely observed by Gu Qingying. Initially, she thought Guocheng was merely daydreaming. Yet, when she turned her gaze in the direction he was fixed upon, everything became clear to her in an instant. Humph, that scoundrel. He just obtained me and is already seeking new affections. However, if it involves Zijing and her sister, it might be worth considering. As they had been close friends for so many years, becoming sisters in the future would not be a stretch. Moreover, I have yet to ascertain what kind of person Lin Qingyun is. If she conspires with Wang Churen to isolate me, I would find myself in quite a predicament. Perhaps I should find an opportunity for Ah Cheng to take both Zijing and her sister as his own? Surely, that rogue would not refuse two stunning beauties, especially identical twins. However, convincing Zijing and her sister to agree is a conundrum. Just then, Gua Zijing's voice interrupted Gua Qingying's thoughts. Ah Cheng, do you find it beautiful? Upon hearing this, Gua Cheng was startled, shifting his gaze to Gua Zijing's face, feigning confusion. Huh? Sister Zijing, what did you just say? What beauty? Stop pretending. You know exactly what I mean. I noticed your eyes were glued. In response, Gua Cheng decided to abandon pretense, brazenly admitting, well, to be honest, it and Apos is quite beautiful. Oh, really? Is it my beauty, or the beauty of your two girlfriends? Gua Zijing teased in return. Ah, they're all beautiful, all beautiful. Gua Cheng hastily chuckled, attempting to deflect. He was no fool. He understood that favoring one over the others would only lead to trouble. Noticing his evasive demeanor, Gua Zijing's tone shifted, becoming flirtatious. Ah Cheng, actually, I like you a lot. If you were to forsake your two girlfriends, I would be willing to be yours. I could even bring Zixin along. This may sound somewhat manipulative, but there is a reason for it, which will be explained later in this chapter. Upon hearing this, Gua Cheng's smile faded, and his fondness for Gua Zijing diminished significantly, his tone turning somewhat frosty. Sister Zijing, please don't joke with me. I, Gua Cheng, may have my flaws, but I am not that kind of person. After saying this, Gua Cheng turned his gaze to Gua Qingying. Well, it's getting late. I should head to the military district in the north. Sister Qingying, you can take Sister Zijing and Sister Zixin back through the spatial portal. I want an amp. Apos, to escort you. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should return to the base directly through the portal tonight. You all can wait for me there. With that, Gua Cheng summoned his black leopard and soared into the sky towards the north, soon disappearing from the sight of the three women. The three women each had differing reactions to Gua Cheng's abrupt departure. Firstly, Gua Zijing stood there, staring at Gua Cheng's retreating figure, clearly stunned. Her earlier comment had been a test for Gua Cheng, yet she had unwittingly provoked his ire. Gua Zijing was an astute individual. She understood that in this apocalyptic era, the advantages for women were virtually non-existent. For a woman to live comfortably in such times, one must either possess formidable strength or rely on a powerful man. Although both sisters had awakened significant abilities, capable of establishing a considerable force independently, she knew that detaching from Gua Cheng was impossible. Given their awareness of Gua Cheng's system, it was evident he would not allow them to leave unscathed. Moreover, she had no desire to part ways with him. The reasons were twofold. On one hand, the Gua family treated them well, and they felt a sense of gratitude. On the other, Gua Cheng had established a force of thousands before the apocalypse. And with his system and formidable powers, he was certain to carve out a place for himself in this new world. It would be advantageous to follow him. Her earlier probing words stemmed from the fact that she had been stimulated by Gua Cheng's recent proclamations about his two girlfriends. That sensation was akin to losing something one had taken for granted, a feeling that lingered close by yet was suddenly snatched away. It left her feeling quite unsettled. In her discomfort, a bold thought emerged. Why not offer herself to Gua Cheng? After all, they had known each other for many years and were quite familiar with one another. Though there was no instantaneous spark of love, given the circumstances of the apocalypse, finding that kind of connection was nearly impossible. Having someone reliable was already a blessing. However, she was not the type to act rashly. She would not simply offer herself without testing Gua Cheng first. The primary test was whether he would abandon her. After all, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Although she had known Gua Cheng for many years, complete understanding was elusive. Just as she once thought Gua Cheng, the bookworm, would eventually marry, only to find he had become a scoundrel. The remark about abandoning Lin Qingyun was her test. The answer she sought was a resounding refusal to abandon Lin Qingyun. To her surprise, Gua Cheng's response had pleased her, yet it had also angered him. She anticipated that for a while, Gua Cheng's fondness for her would be diminished. However, she did not find this particularly troubling. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is merely a veil away. If she put in the effort, the petite Gua Cheng would surely be within her control. But is it truly so? Aside from Gua Zijing, the reactions of the other two women were somewhat distinct. Gua Zixin maintained her customary detached demeanor, seemingly uninterested in anything. Meanwhile, Gua Qingying recognized that Gua Cheng was upset, yet she found joy in his attitude. His anger indicated that he genuinely cared for his women, suggesting he was a man worthy of her trust. With this in mind, Gua Qingying noticed Gua Zijing still lost in thought and approached to rouse her, then led the two back to the base through the spatial portal. Unbeknownst to Gochang, he was currently racing towards the northern military district at full speed. Since morning, he had harbored an unsettling premonition. As he traveled towards the northern military district, that sense of unease intensified. This led Guoqing to realize that Ginging might be in peril. Chapter 59. The current state of the Linqing military district nestled in the northern expanse of Linqing. Approximately 90 kilometers from the city center, the Linqing military district is strategically located amidst the mountains. To the north lies the Grand Nanling mountain range, the foremost in southern Longhua. To the west, the source of the Lujing River. To the south, a quaint village. And to the east, merely 10 kilometers away, is County Ye, governed by Linqing. Despite being classified as a basic military subdistrict, the Linqing military district boasts a substantial army training base, encompassing over 100 million square meters. The district is home to around 30,000 personnel, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, ranking among the top 5 military districts in all of Longhua. However, such formidable strength has not shielded the Linqing military district from adversity. At the onset of the apocalypse, approximately 12,000 individuals succumbed to zombification, including the highest military commander at that time. This catastrophic turn of events plunged the district into chaos, resulting in an additional 2,000 casualties. It was during this turmoil that Lin Qingyun's grandfather, Lin Weiguo, stepped forth to assume command, gradually restoring order and ultimately eradicating the remaining zombies within 5 days. Lin Weiguo was born after the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in Longhua. He enlisted at the age of 18 and achieved the rank of lieutenant at 28, owing to his distinguished service. Shortly thereafter, he was chosen by a senior officer to marry his daughter, thus establishing his family within the military for the next 3 decades. By the time he retired at 58, he had ascended to the rank of general. Nostalgic for his hometown of Linqing, he requested a transfer to the military district's housing for retirees, a request that was graciously granted, allowing the Lin family to settle in Linqing. This serendipitously led to Lin Qingyun's enrollment at Linqing University. On the fateful day of the apocalypse, Lin Weiguo fortuitously evaded zombification and learned of the evolutionary crystal's significance from Lin Qingyun. He promptly reported this intelligence to his superiors, who subsequently appointed him as the commander of the Linqing military district, granting him full authority over its operations. Under his leadership, the district successfully eliminated all zombies within 5 days and welcomed around 4,000 to 5,000 survivors from neighboring counties and villages, bringing the total number of survivors to over 15,000. Yet, a large population can be a double-edged sword, particularly in apocalyptic times. The concentration of life forms emitted a scent that attracted a multitude of evolved creatures from the nearby Nanling Mountains, as well as zombies from the surrounding areas. Approximately 50,000 evolved beings besieged the Linqing military district, the majority being first-tier creatures, with over 4,000 being second-tier. Alarmingly, these evolved beings were under the command of a third-tier evolved eagle possessing psychic abilities. Under its manipulation, the district found itself in a perilous struggle. Despite the presence of tanks and rocket artillery, their ammunition was limited. The substantial depletion of resources during the initial zombie eradication left them vulnerable after they repelled 3 waves of attacks, culminating in the destruction of 30,000 evolved beings. This morning, the evolved eagle orchestrated a 4th wave of assault with the remaining 20,000 creatures. Lacking heavy weaponry, they had no choice but to confront the enemy with firearms and their abilities. After a brutal morning of combat, they succeeded in fending off the 4th wave, eliminating over 12,000 evolved beings, yet suffering a loss of 2,000 personnel and exhausting 80 of their ammunition. However, their efforts yielded rewards. This battle netted them several thousand evolutionary crystals, and among the remaining 15,000 survivors, 500 had advanced to the 2nd tier. As the evolved eagle approached the Linqing military district with nearly 10,000 remaining evolved beings, a 5th wave of attack commenced, featuring not only 1st and 2nd tier beings, but also 33rd tier creatures. Previously, the eagle had underestimated the tenacity of humanity, believing its numerical superiority would ensure an easy victory. Consequently, it had restricted its 2nd tier subordinates from consuming evolution crystals to prevent any threat to its status. Yet, the humans proved far more resilient than anticipated, suffering significant losses during 4 successive assaults. Fueled by arrogance, the evolved eagle, now desperate and blinded by rage from its recent failures, disregarded its own position and commanded its strongest second-tier subordinates to advance to the 3rd tier, seeking to swiftly eliminate the remaining survivors of the lynching military district through overwhelming force. As predicted, these 33rd-tier evolved beings wreaked havoc among the survivors. On the front lines of the lynching military district's defense, Lin Qingyun, clad in green military attire, stood poised in the air, her high ponytail billowing in the wind. She surveyed the oncoming tide of various evolved creatures, her delicate brow furrowed in concern. Upon inspecting her remaining first-tier evolution crystals and the depletion of her energy, her anxiety deepened. With only 15 crystals left to replenish her abilities, and having consumed 50 of her energy, she found herself at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, needing to absorb 10 first-tier crystals to fully restore her energy. This meant that her remaining crystals would only allow for 2 complete restorations. Should her energy be expended again, she would be left to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Faced with the imposing 3rd-tier tyrant zombie among the approaching horde, Lin Qingyun reluctantly absorbed 5 first-tier evolution crystals, unleashing her most potent ability, creating a tornado to fend off the adversaries. Unaware of the true power of her abilities and lacking proficiency in close combat, she understood that amidst this large-scale conflict, any misstep could lead to injury or worse, zombification. As the wind swirled around her, a towering tornado, reaching 20 meters high, manifested before the onlookers. The vortex first swept through the throng of evolved beings, claiming the lives of hundreds of 1st and 2nd-tier creatures. Then, Lin Qingyun directed it to encircle the 3rd-tier tyrant zombie, relentlessly tearing at its flesh. As chunks of yellow-green flesh were ripped away, the once azure tornado transformed into a vivid yellow-green. Witnessing the devastation wrought by Lin Qingyun's display of power, the survivors of the lynching military district, for the first time, felt a glimmer of hope and erupted in cheers. However, their jubilant cries and the chaos unleashed by Lin Qingyun's ability only served to further enrage the already irrational evolved eagle. It commanded 5 other 3rd-tier evolved beings to assault Lin Qingyun, 3 of which were flying creatures that posed a significant threat to her aerial position. The remaining 2 creatures, the evolved tiger and the licker, stood poised and watchful on the ground, eagerly anticipating the moment when Lin Qingyun would succumb to the assault of the 3 evolved birds and plummet to the earth, at which point they would swiftly pounce upon her to rend her apart. As Lin Qingyun was manipulating the swirling vortex, she suddenly sensed an imminent danger. In a flurry, she dissipated the tornado and, with a swift leap, positioned herself several dozen meters away from her previous location. Once she steadied herself in this new spot, Lin Qingyun hastily retrieved the last 10 first-tier evolution crystals to replenish her dwindling energy reserves. The formidable tornado that had raged for over 2 minutes had completely depleted her previously full energy. It was imperative that she recover swiftly. However, the thwarted trio of birds would not relent so easily. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Qingyun absorbed the purifying crystals, they launched a rapid assault from 3 different directions. In this perilous moment, Lin Qingyun teleported to safety once more, and with her remaining strength, she conjured another fierce tornado, akin to the one before, aimed at the 5 voracious 3rd-tier evolved beasts. The 5 creatures, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the tornado's ferocity and began to retreat. Yet, they were a fraction too slow. The towering 20-meter vortex surged toward them, its immense gales rendering their escape impossible. They were swiftly engulfed, subjected to the relentless tearing force of the winds. Ultimately, the flesh and blood of the 5 evolved beasts were completely torn asunder, leaving behind only their stark white bones. After executing this powerful maneuver, Lin Qingyun found herself utterly drained of energy and strength, plummeting from a height of several meters into the throng of zombies below. Chapter 60. The Evolving Eagle. How daring to show affection before me. The survivors below, witnessing Lin Qingyun plummeting from the sky, felt utterly powerless. They lacked the ability to fly and could not rush to her aid. Even if they could soar through the air, the perilous situation below, teeming with a horde of zombies, would deter them from intervening. After all, the risk of failing to save her could result in their own demise. Having endured the most harrowing days of the apocalypse, those who had survived thus far had grasped the grim reality of their existence and learned the fundamental rule of survival in this new world. Preserving one's own life takes precedence. Just as the crowd braced themselves to avert their eyes from the impending tragedy, a gasp echoed through the onlookers. Look, Commander Lin's granddaughter has halted in midair. The others turned their attention, astonished to see Lin Qingyun seemingly suspended in the air, motionless. At that moment, Lin Qingyun sensed a force gently holding her back, preventing her from continuing her descent. Confused, she opened her eyes and scanned her surroundings, only to find nothing but empty air. However, when her gaze drifted into the distance, she beheld the figure of the man she cherished, soaring swiftly toward her. Indeed, it was Gu Cheng's spatial confinement ability that was at work. He had arrived at the Lin City military district just as Lin Qingyun was preparing to unleash her second tornado. However, the vast expanse of the military district had initially obscured his view of her. Upon witnessing the tornado, he immediately recognized her location and rushed towards it. At that time, he was still over 800 meters away from Lin Qingyun, but his spatial confinement could only reach within 1000 meters. Thus, he quickly employed spatial teleportation, closing the distance to just over 900 meters from her. He then activated the spatial confinement, enveloping her in a bubble of stasis, halting her fall, before summoning the wind to carry him to her. By the time Gu Cheng reached Lin Qingyun, he had expended nearly all of his energy. He swiftly adjusted her position, ensuring she was upright, and retrieved a purification crystal to restore both of their energy reserves. The moment Lin Qingyun saw Gu Cheng suddenly by her side, a wave of relief washed over her. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into his arms, savoring the security of his strong embrace. Looking up at his chiseled features, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as a sweet smile graced her lips. Gu Cheng, you're here. I thought I would never see you again. I was just wishing to meet you in the next life. What nonsense. There's no need to wait for another life. We shall be together in this one. Besides, you are mine, and I won't allow anyone to harm you. Gu Cheng gently reassured her, stroking her hair. Indeed, Gu Cheng, having you by my side is truly wonderful. Lin Qingyun replied, her voice choked with emotion. Thus, they lingered in their intimate moment. However, their open display of affection incensed the evolving eagle, observing from above. Proud and solitary, it had remained a single eagle among its kin, intolerant of such blatant displays of affection. Earlier that day, Lin Qingyun had slain 5 of its third-tier subordinates and now dared to flaunt her affection before it. This was an affront it could not bear. In a fit of rage, it commanded 13 of the 25 remaining third-tier evolved creatures that could fly to assault Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun in the air. Gu Cheng, sensing the approach of the 13 evolved birds, remained unperturbed. Instead, he calmly synthesized a third-tier evolution crystal using the evolution crystals and gratitude tokens, allowing Lin Qingyun to level up, thus enhancing her chances of survival in the forthcoming battle. As the first evolved bird drew within a 2-meter radius of him, Gu Cheng immediately activated his spatial confinement ability, ensnaring the creature in a bubble of stasis. With his right hand gripping the tang knife, he concentrated his energy into the blade. Once the energy enveloped the knife, he did not hesitate to strike at the imprisoned bird. The sharp blade effortlessly cleaved through the evolved creature, severing it in two. Gu Cheng coldly observed the lifeless body of the split bird plummet from the sky, casually flicking the blood off his tang knife, awaiting the next wave of foes. The evolved birds, though possessing a measure of intelligence, were under the control of the evolving eagle and merely followed its commands. Despite witnessing the demise of their comrade, they showed no intent to retreat, instead charging relentlessly toward Gu Cheng. This time, 5 evolved birds advanced simultaneously. Gu Cheng remained composed, and as they neared within 5 meters, he employed his spatial confinement ability once more, immobilizing them all. Utilizing spatial teleportation and his tang knife, he systematically dispatched each one. Seeing 6 of its subordinates swiftly slain by Gu Cheng, the evolving eagle regained a semblance of rationality. It commanded the remaining 7 evolved birds to circle Gu Cheng from a distance of 10 meters, refraining from direct assault, attempting to discern the nature of Gu Cheng's ability that had ensnared its minions before engaging. Yet, Gu Cheng had no intention of accommodating its desires. He promptly extended the range of his spatial confinement to 10 meters, trapping the remaining 7 evolved birds. He repeated his earlier tactic, eliminating them one by one. It is worth noting that the energy consumed by his sharp attack was not fixed. The greater the energy concentrated in the blade, the more powerful the strike, and consequently, the more energy expended. Previously, when he had slain the third-tier metal tyrant zombie in Chapter 47, a significant amount of energy had been gathered, resulting in a single strike consuming 1/5 of his energy. In this instance, however, he did not concentrate as much energy, thus the expenditure was comparatively minor. After dispatching all the third-tier evolved birds, Gu Cheng's gaze turned to the enraged, evolving eagle hovering in the sky. Its defiant glare seemed to challenge the eagle. What other tricks do you possess? Show them, for you may not have another chance. Provoked by this challenge, the evolving eagle lost its composure yet again. It commanded the first and second-tier flying evolved creatures attacking the military district survivors to converge, preparing to employ a swarm tactic against Gu Cheng. Observing the gathering of 700 to 800 first and second-tier flying evolved creatures in the sky, Gu Cheng's expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 61. The deal. This was the first time he faced a swarm of 700 to 800 flying creatures. He feared that if this group launched a coordinated attack, his spatial containment abilities would not last long. Consequently, he and Lin Qingyun would be in peril. Realizing this, Gu Cheng resolved not to remain passive. First, he retrieved an evolutionary crystal to replenish the energy he had expended earlier, then turned to Lin Qingyun, urging her to take care of herself. Seizing the opportunity while the evolved eagle was fully focused on controlling the flying evolved creatures with its psychic powers, he executed several spatial teleportations, arriving beside the unsuspecting evolved eagle, prepared to capture the leader first. With his hands firmly gripping the tang knife still enveloped in psychic energy, he struck decisively, severing the creature's head before it even comprehended the threat. Upon the death of the evolved eagle, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 flying evolved creatures that had been circling above immediately scattered like frightened birds. They were indeed evolved animals, unlike zombies. Even at Tier 1 and Tier 2, they possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, which had allowed the evolved eagle to manipulate them with its psychic abilities. Now that the eagle had perished, they regained their freedom. Their basic intelligence enabled them to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Gu Cheng, prompting them to instinctively distance themselves. This was precisely the outcome Gu Cheng desired. His execution of the decapitation tactic was a test to see if the flying creatures would still attack him after their leader's demise. Fortuitously, his gamble paid off. Observing the scattering flying evolved creatures, he paid them no mind and returned to Lin Qingyun. As he approached, she joyfully leaped into his arms. Gu Cheng, when did you become so formidable? You dispatched so many Tier 3 evolved creatures in a matter of moments. Impressive, isn't it? Just average, really. Gu Cheng scratched his head, feigning modesty. Wow, after just a few days apart, and you've become humble? That's not like you, Gu Cheng. Lin Qingyun quipped, playfully chastising him. Noticing her playful jab, Gu Cheng leaned closer to her ear and, adopting a mischievous tone, whispered, "All right, I admit I've grown stronger. But tell me, do you think I'm more powerful now or back then?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun was momentarily baffled. However, understanding the implication behind his tone, she quickly blushed and retorted, "You letcher. I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she turned her head away. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Gu Cheng chose not to provoke her further and smiled, saying, "All right, let us first clear out the zombies and evolved creatures below." Gradually regaining her composure, Lin Qingyun joined him in flying through the air, eliminating the evolved creatures engaged in battle with the survivors below. More than half an hour later, as the last Tier 1 zombie fell, the beast tide assaulting the Lin City military district concluded in victory for the defenders. However, this triumph came at the cost of many valiant lives. The battle spanned 2 days, resulting in the extermination of 52,892 various evolved creatures, including 31 Tier 3, 957 Tier 2, and yielding 28,765 Tier 1 evolutionary crystals, 165 Tier 2 crystals, and 20 Tier 3 crystals, ultimately cultivating 10 Tier 3 and 954 Tier 2 evolved beings. Despite the substantial gains, the losses were equally devastating. A total of 6,053 personnel perished, most of whom were transformed into zombies from injuries sustained, with a couple of hundred others suffering various battle-related wounds. The number of survivors in the military district plummeted from over 15,000 to just 9,106. Furthermore, all military supplies, including ammunition, were completely depleted, rendering the firearms mere decorations as the Lin City military district lacked a military factory for ammunition production. These statistics were relayed to Gu Cheng by the personnel of the Lin City military district. Presently, he sat in the military district's conference room, sipping tea. At the head of the table was a small, square-faced elder with a balding head, adorned in a general's uniform. Indeed, he was Lin Qingyun's grandfather, Lin Weigua. Beside Gu Cheng sat Lin Qingyun, while opposite them were several military district leaders. Gu Cheng was invited for tea by Lin Weigua, ostensibly to express gratitude for his assistance and to learn more about him, perhaps to consider integrating him into the military. All right, Grandpa Lin. Joining the military is not an option for me. Besides, I have already established my own faction. Why would I pledge allegiance to another? Little Gu, the nation is facing a critical juncture, in dire need of exceptional talents like you. Your faction is inconsequential. You could bring it along to join us, right? Rest assured, the military district will grant you ample authority. How about appointing you as a captain? Lin Weigua gazed at Gu Cheng with eager eyes, smiling earnestly. Upon hearing this, the military leaders opposite them immediately changed their expressions, but refrained from speaking due to the circumstances. Gu Cheng disregarded their reactions, instead responding to Lin Weigua with a calm smile. Grandpa Lin, this is not a matter of power. I am accustomed to a free and unfettered life, and I prefer not to bow to others' governance. My apologies. However, for Qingyun's sake, I am open to negotiating a trade with your military district. Oh? What sort of trade? Lin Weigua, initially disheartened by Gu Cheng's rejection, perked up at the prospect of a deal. I can provide your military district with whatever you require, including food, weapons, and ammunition. However, you must agree to 2 conditions. Oh, you can actually procure weapons and ammunition. Do tell me your conditions. Lin Weigua's interest piqued further. Rest assured, the conditions are quite simple. The first is to disclose the locations of any military warehouses or factories you know of that stockpile weapons and ammunition. The second, and most crucial, is that every member of your military district must express their gratitude to Gu Cheng 10 times a day. Upon hearing the first condition, Lin Weigua could comprehend its significance, but the second left him bewildered. What? Thank you? What kind of condition is that? The military leaders across the table shared Lin Weigua's astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun, already aware of Gu Cheng's abilities, was not overly surprised. Seeing their reactions, Gu Cheng hastily clarified his powers as a special ability, explaining, "This is one of my abilities. Whenever I assist someone and receive their gratitude, I gain rewards. And the provisions I offer are derived in the same manner." Upon hearing this, the attendees exhibited expressions of astonishment as they regarded him. They were familiar with abilities, having encountered numerous accounts of them during the apocalypse. Yet, they had never encountered one like Gu Cheng's, where gratitude translated into strength, which piqued their curiosity. However, they recognized it as Gu Cheng's personal secret and refrained from probing further. Instead, they gazed at him with eager anticipation. If we agree to your 3 conditions, how much supplies can you provide us? Chapter 62. The Patriotic Hero, Gu Cheng. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng calculated the potential daily supply of gratitude coins from the military district alongside the prevailing market prices within the system. He proposed his offerings. I can provide you with 2,000 bags of rice, 10,000 boxes of mineral water, 10,000 pounds of pork, 10,000 pounds of vegetables, 200,000 rounds of various firearms and ammunition, 1,000 rounds of tank and rocket launcher shells, and 500 rounds of rockets daily. Although this may sound substantial, the expenditure in gratitude coins is relatively modest. In the system's marketplace, a bag of rice costs 10 gratitude coins. A box of mineral water is priced at 5 gratitude coins. Pork is 3 gratitude coins per pound, and vegetables are 1 gratitude coin for every 4 pounds. For firearms and ammunition, it costs 1 gratitude coin for every 10 rounds, while tank and rocket launcher shells cost 50 gratitude coins per round, and rockets are 100 gratitude coins each. Thus, Gu Cheng's daily offer amounts to a mere 222,500 gratitude coins. However, considering the military district houses 9,000 personnel, each contributing 70 gratitude coins per day, he could amass 630,000 gratitude coins daily. After deducting his expenditures, this results in a profit margin nearing 2/3. This venture is undeniably lucrative. Moreover, should Gu Cheng disseminate the information among the survivors that these supplies were procured through his efforts, their gratitude towards him would likely deepen, thus enabling him to profit even further. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's terms, a fleeting expression of delight crossed Lin Weigua's face, which was promptly replaced by contemplation as he gazed at the conference table, tapping his right index finger rhythmically, producing a drumming sound. The others present also exhibited expressions of surprise, yet remained silent, turning their attention to Lin Weigua in anticipation of his response. Well, young Gu, might you consider adding another 2,000 bags of rice? You are aware that our military district has suffered significant casualties in this conflict. Furthermore, as an official organization, we receive many new survivors daily. I could encourage them to express their gratitude as well, thereby increasing your daily returns. Upon hearing Lin Weigua and Appo's response, Gu Cheng pondered briefly before replying. I am amenable to the addition, but you must assist in promoting my formidable capabilities and the heroic deeds associated with trading these supplies, ensuring they express genuine gratitude. The additional 2,000 bags of rice would only cost 20,000 gratitude coins, a sum Gu Cheng found acceptable. Furthermore, he perceived that expending an extra 20,000 gratitude coins would save him time on self-promotion, a worthwhile endeavor. Those acquainted with advertising know that for an advertisement to be memorable, it typically must be presented 5 or 6 times to an audience. Similarly, to ensure that the survivors in the military district remember Gu Cheng and foster a positive sentiment towards him, regular promotion is essential. However, Gu Cheng lacks the audacity and the time to promote his own exploits daily, making it prudent to delegate this task to the military district. Absolutely. Lin Weigua, seeing how easily Gu Cheng agreed to his conditions, promptly acquiesced. Ultimately, after deliberations, both parties reached a transactional agreement. Gu Cheng would supply the lynching military district with 8,000 bags of rice, 20,000 boxes of mineral water, 20,000 pounds of pork, 20,000 pounds of vegetables, 400,000 rounds of various firearms and ammunition, 2,000 rounds of tank and rocket launcher shells, and 1,000 rounds of rockets every 2 days. In return, the military district would fulfill Gu Cheng's 2 stipulations. Additionally, it was agreed that every 7 days, the quantity of supplies would be renegotiated based on the number of survivors in the military district to prevent one party from suffering ongoing losses. The bi-daily transactions were established to spare Gu Cheng the inconvenience of daily travel. Once the transactional details were finalized, Gu Cheng led the group to an open area outside, and with a casual wave, a mountain of various supplies materialized before them. These were procured using the gratitude coins acquired today, completely depleting Gu Cheng's inventory. Lin Weigua gazed at the amassed supplies with a long-lost smile, hurriedly handing Gu Cheng a note detailing the locations of armories and military warehouses, and then called for all survivors in the district to assemble. He intended to publicly commend Gu Cheng in front of this impressive stockpile, thereby fulfilling Gu Cheng and Appo's request. After all, no matter how many times one hears about it, witnessing the reality firsthand solidifies belief. The survivors of the military district would undoubtedly remember Gu Cheng upon seeing such an impressive array of supplies. Gu Cheng accepted the note containing addresses of several armories and military warehouses from Lin Weigua, glanced at it briefly, and promptly placed it into his spatial storage. The onlookers were astonished as the note vanished, but speculated that it might be due to Gu Cheng's unique abilities akin to spatial powers. Lin Weigua, while saying nothing aloud, mused internally, alas, what a pity. This young man possesses such formidable strength, yet has declined to enlist in the military for the good of the nation. Fortunately, my precious granddaughter Qingyun is here. I trust that, given our connection, should the military district face insurmountable danger in the future, Gu Cheng will not remain indifferent. Furthermore, with Gu Cheng's prowess, I can rest assured regarding Qingyun's future. I just wonder if he is a man of loyalty. If he is devoted, that would be ideal. But if he has 1 or 2 close companions, that is acceptable too. What I fear is that he may be a flirt, surrounded by numerous admirers, leaving Qingyun's happiness uncertain. No, I must find a moment to gently remind Gu Cheng to treat my precious granddaughter Qingyun well. Just as Lin Weigua contemplated how to approach Gu Cheng, a lieutenant rushed to his side, saluting, "Report, Commander. All officers below the battalion level and a total of 9,090 survivors have assembled, awaiting your directives." Return to formation, Lin Weigua replied nonchalantly, then walked with Gu Cheng to a vantage point overlooking the crowd. I now announce 2 matters. The first is to formally introduce the patriotic hero beside me, Mr. Gu Cheng. I believe many of you witnessed Mr. Gu's capabilities during the recent battle. It is no exaggeration to say that his strength positions him at the pinnacle of our human hierarchy. Yet, despite his extraordinary abilities, Mr. Gu has not forgotten his homeland or his fellow citizens. The supplies before us, food, ammunition, and resources, were generously provided by Mr. Gu, and he has pledged to deliver an equivalent quantity every 2 days. Let us express our gratitude to Mr. Gu for his invaluable assistance to our military district with a resounding round of applause. As his words fell, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Hearing Lin Weigua's words and witnessing the survivors' enthusiastic clapping, even the seasoned Gu Cheng felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. He could hardly fathom that Lin Weigua would embellish the truth to such an extent, leading him to feel a twinge of guilt for perhaps not providing enough supplies. Chapter 63. Gu Cheng. All right, I've laid my cards on the table. I am indeed a scoundrel. The applause continued for more than a minute before gradually subsiding. After the clamor had died down, Lin Weigua resumed speaking. Now that the first matter is addressed, let us proceed to the second. In gratitude for Mr. Gu's care for our military district, I hereby announce that from now on, every individual who comes to the cafeteria for lunch must sincerely utter thank you, Gu Cheng 10 times before receiving their meal, as a way to commemorate Mr. Gu's kindness towards our military district. Upon hearing this, the survivors below were somewhat taken aback, yet they refrained from voicing any objections. After all, it was merely a matter of saying 10 words of thanks, which would only take a few seconds. And this hardly compared to the generosity bestowed upon them by Gu Cheng. Noticing the lack of dissent among the survivors, Lin Weigua continued, Mr. Gu will soon be leaving our military district, and since there are no objections, let us now express our gratitude to Mr. Gu by saying thank you 10 times to send him off. With that, Lin Weigua was the first to call out thank you, Gu Cheng. Witnessing this scene, even Gu Cheng, with a facade as thick as a city wall, nearly faltered. The situation was so awkward it threatened to overwhelm him. Nevertheless, he ultimately endured through the delightful notifications from the system. Observing the gratitude currency in his panel surge from 5,216 to 734,671. Gu Cheng could only reflect, what good is a thick skin if it cannot feed me? Is the gratitude currency not more enticing? Gu Cheng roughly estimated that among the 106 people present, each had contributed 80 gratitude coins. This indicated that the sincerity of the crowd's gratitude toward him was predominantly around 80. The unexpectedly high sincerity on the first attempt was largely due to Lin Weigua's embellishments of his character. Realizing this, Gu Cheng's fondness for Lin Weigua soared, and he vowed to treat his precious granddaughter, Lin Qingyun, with utmost care, ensuring she never faced any grievances. Once everyone had expressed their thanks, Lin Weigua arranged for the supplies to be moved to the warehouse for sorting before announcing the dismissal. The survivors of the military district gradually returned to their original posts, while Gu Cheng, who had just been in an awkward situation, regained his composure and, accompanied by Black Panther, made his way with Lin Weigua and Lin Qingyun to their home for dinner. Lin Qingyun's home in the military district was a quaint 2-story villa, adorned in a vintage wooden decor style. These villas were constructed for personnel holding ranks of division level or above, with a total of only 10 such residences in the entire military district. Stepping into the villa, one was greeted by an ancient yet charming ambience that evoked a profound sense of comfort. Within Lin Qingyun's household resided only her grandfather, herself, and a housekeeper. Lin Qingyun's grandmother had passed away from cancer several years prior, while her parents held significant positions in the adjacent Haiqing, her father as the division commander and her mother as the director of the military district's administrative department, jointly leading the military district of Haiqing. Through military satellite communications, Lin Qingyun learned that her parents had not encountered any immediate dangers. Upon entering the house, Lin Weigua first instructed the housekeeper to prepare dinner, then asked Lin Qingyun to remain in the living room while he took Gu Cheng into the study for a more in-depth discussion regarding Lin Qingyun. Seeing this, Gu Cheng had no choice but to obediently follow him inside. Once seated across from each other in the study, Lin Weigua began, "Young Gu, relax. I brought you in here merely to chat, not to discuss official matters, so fear not." Hearing this, Gu Cheng, who had felt a bit anxious, let out a sigh of relief. He had initially thought Lin Weigua intended to request additional supplies and was contemplating how to present his financial constraints, but it turned out to be casual conversation, alleviating his concerns. "Grandpa Lin, please go ahead. Young Gu, I have gathered some information from Qin Yun regarding your relationship. You should have a basic understanding of our family's situation, but I am yet to learn about yours. I brought you in to inquire about your family background to better gauge the future for you too. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng briefly recounted his family's circumstances to Lin Weiguo. Initially, there was nothing amiss, but when Gu Qing mentioned Gu Qingying, Lin Weiguo's brow furrowed. As a man himself, he keenly sensed the affection woven into Gu Cheng's words when discussing Gu Qingying. After Gu Cheng succinctly shared his family background, Lin Weiguo suddenly fixed his sharp gaze upon Gu Cheng, speaking with a tone that carried the weight of authority. Young Gu, can you honestly tell me the true nature of your relationship with that Gu Qingying? This was the first time Gu Cheng felt such an intense pressure from an authority figure, had it not been for his past life experiences. He might have stammered and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Grandpa Lin, I understand your concerns, so I will speak candidly. In addition to Qin Yun, I have other women. One is Gu Qingying, as you inquired, and the other is Wang Churen, a mutual friend of Qin Yun and mine from school. Gu Qing countered, summoning his own confidence to negate Lin Weiguo's imposing presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiguo, who had anticipated this outcome, let out a sigh. Alas, young Gu, given your honesty, I cannot chastise you further. You are exceptional and capable, deserving of Qin Yun's affection. I believe you will provide her with enough security and comfort in the future. Your flirtatious nature, while somewhat infuriating, is something I can accept. My only hope is that you remain sincere with Qin Yun. Having other romantic entanglements should not lead to her heartbreak. I trust that with Qin Yun's love for you, as long as you are true to her, she may come to terms with it. Grandpa Lin, rest assured, even without your urging, I will treat Qin Yun sincerely. Moreover, she is aware of Wang Churen's existence. As for Gu Qingqing, I will explain the situation to her on the way back. Lin Weiguo's anger flared upon hearing Gu Cheng's words. He had been considering Lin Qingyun's well-being, only to discover that she was already aware of Gu Cheng's flirtatious nature and had resolutely chosen to stand by him. This left him introspecting. How quickly young women grow up. After a moment of seething, Lin Weiguo looked at Gu Cheng, his voice laced with ire. Humph. You best remember what you just said. If you dare to let down my Qin Yun in the future, I will do everything in my power to teach you a lesson. Gu Cheng observed the rising and falling of Lin Weiguo's chest, realizing he was genuinely upset. He hastily got up and moved beside him, gently patting his back, speaking timidly. All right, Grandpa Lin, do not worry. While I may have my flaws, I would never abandon my woman. I will definitely treat Qin Yun sincerely. Please do not let your anger affect your health. Lin Weiguo remained silent, taking a moment to steady his breathing before rising and walking towards the door, stating that they would be heading out for dinner. Gu Cheng quickly complied, following Lin Weiguo out of the study. By the time Gu Cheng and the others finished dinner, it was already 6:30 in the afternoon. Gu Cheng had established a spatial anchor point within Lin Weiguo's home. Then, to the astonishment of both Lin Weiguo and the housekeeper, he opened a spatial door and stepped through with Lin Qingyun and Black Panther. Moments later, the trio appeared in the villa district. As they stepped out of the spatial door, Lin Qingyun, like an inquisitive child, incessantly bombarded Gu Cheng with questions about the spatial door. It was her first experience with such a phenomenon, naturally leaving her awestruck. Gu Cheng provided her with a brief explanation and then took her hand, along with Black Panther, soaring into the sky towards the villa where her parents resided. Upon returning, Gu Cheng's foremost task was to introduce his less-than-attractive fiancée to his future in-laws. During their flight, he also took the opportunity to explain the existence of Gu Qingying to Lin Qingyun. Having come to terms with the existence of Wang Churen, Lin Qingyun eventually accepted the presence of Gu Qingying after a brief period of sorrow. After all, what could she do? She had fallen for this insufferable man. Gu Qing soon escorted Lin Qingyun to the villa where his parents resided, and hand in hand, they stood outside the door and rang the doorbell. Chapter 64. Gu Qing's Fury, Announcing Family Rules. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell interrupted the idle chatter in the living room. Upon hearing the bell, Gu Qingying, who had just been slighted by Gu Ma, surmised that it must be Gu Cheng returning home, and she joyfully rushed to open the door. The reason for her earlier neglect was rather simple. Since Gu Ma learned about Wang Churen and Appo's identity from Gu Qingying, she had been holding the hand of this daughter-in-law, engaging in warm conversation, completely overlooking Gu Qingying's presence. "Ah Cheng, you're back." The voice arrived before the person. As Gu Qingying opened the door, she beheld Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun standing outside, hand in hand, accompanied by a large black dog wagging its tail. She narrowed her eyes slightly. But in deference to appearances, a radiant smile immediately graced her face. "You must be Sister Lin. Welcome, welcome." Lin Qingyun, upon seeing that the one who opened the door was a woman of similar age, quickly deduced her identity. She hastily released Gu Cheng's hand and beamed at Gu Qingying with sincere warmth. "Oh no, how could the younger sister dare to call herself sister? It should be I who addresses you as sister." Hearing this, Gu Qingying mistakenly interpreted Lin Qingyun's words as a veiled insult about her age, igniting a flicker of anger within her. Yet, out of respect for Gu Cheng, she refrained from expressing her ire and continued to don a cheerful demeanor, inviting the two inside. In truth, Gu Qingying's assumptions were a result of her overthinking. Lin Qingyun had genuinely engaged her with kindness, and her calling her sister was merely an attempt to show goodwill, indicating her willingness to regard Gu Qingying as the matriarch of the household. After all, having lived with Gu Cheng for many years, she believed that Gu Qingying's bond with him ran deeper than her own, and thus, she had no intention of contesting that position, hoping only for Gu Cheng to treat her well. Gu Qingying's thoughts, however, were influenced by her earlier observations of Gu Cheng surreptitiously watching the Gu sisters, as well as her recent feelings of neglect from Gu Ma, which left her somewhat unsettled, leading her to prematurely assume that Lin Qingyun was mocking her. Gu Cheng, being a straightforward man, was completely oblivious to the nuances of the exchange between the two women. Noticing that they had both recognized each other, he chose not to make further introductions and instead led the black dog, He Bao, into the living room ahead of the two ladies. Upon entering the living room, Gu Cheng gestured for He Bao to find a place to settle and announced, "I'm back." At the sound of his familiar voice, Gu Dad, who was sipping tea alone, Gu Ma engaged in conversation with Wang Churen and the Gu sisters. Dressed in a black and white long dress, all turned their heads toward him. "You're back, so what of it? Is there some grand surprise in store?" Gu Ma remarked lightly, her calm demeanor shifting as she noticed only Gu Cheng standing at the entrance. However, just as her words faded, Lin Qingyun followed Gu Qingying out from the hallway, instantly connecting Gu Cheng's earlier actions to the new arrival. Gu Ma's expression transformed from neutrality to one of radiant delight as she approached Lin Qingyun, taking her hand warmly. "Dear girl, you must be Qingyun. Come, sit with Auntie." This rapid transformation left Gu Cheng astounded, teaching him a lesson on parental affection. A daughter-in-law can easily eclipse a son. After a moment of silent contemplation, he approached Wang Churen, inquiring about her health. "Churen, are you feeling well now?" "I'm fine," Wang Churen replied, touched by his concern, her face lighting up with a smile. Gu Cheng noted her continued timidity and demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly, but he chose to remain silent, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment. Yet, in his heart, he resolved to find an opportunity to bolster Wang Churen's self-confidence, for he wished for her not to feel inferior in this relationship, as it would be utterly unfair to her. Subsequently, Gu Cheng exchanged greetings with the Gu sisters and Gu Dad. When greeting Gu Zijing, he recalled the earlier incident, and his tone lost its previous warmth. The perceptive Gu Zijing immediately sensed a hint of distance in his words, causing her heart to skip a beat. She yearned to say something, but ultimately refrained due to the surrounding circumstances, vowing to seek a private moment to clarify matters with Gu Cheng later. Once Gu Cheng had completed his greetings, Gu Ma and Lin Qingyun wrapped up their brief conversation, prompting Gu Ma to gather everyone for dinner. Although Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun had already eaten, they felt it would be inappropriate to watch the others dine without joining in. So they sat at the table and took a few bites. Of course, Gu Cheng did not forget about He Bao during the meal. He had specifically purchased high-quality dog food, chicken breast, and other treats for him from the system's marketplace. After all, He Bao had put forth considerable effort that afternoon, single-handedly dispatching 3 third-tier evolved creatures, 50 second-tier evolved creatures, and hundreds of first-tier evolved creatures, deserving of such a reward. While the others had initially overlooked He Bao's presence upon Gu Cheng's arrival, curiosity piqued as they noticed the imposing black dog, prompting them to inquire about his origins. Gu Cheng briefly shared He Bao's story, and Gu Dad and Gu Ma readily accepted the new addition to the family. After dinner, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Gu Cheng, accompanied by Lin Qingyun, Gu Qingying, and Wang Churen, returned to his residence under the varied gazes of Gu Ma and the others. As for He Bao, Gu Cheng instructed him to remain at Gu Dad and Gu Ma's villa to ensure their safety. On the way back to the villa, the 3 women remained silent. Gu Cheng presumed their reticence stemmed from unfamiliarity and chose not to comment. However, as soon as Gu Qing entered the villa, she hastily retreated to her room, prompting Gu Cheng to realize that something had transpired. At that moment, Lin Qingyin spoke softly. Gu Cheng, when I greeted Qingying earlier, I called her sister. She must have thought I was implying she is older than me, but that was not my intention at all. Should I go in and apologize to her? Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng's brow furrowed. He detested the scheming ways of women. If Gu Qingying and Lin Qingyun could quarrel over such trivial matters, what future conflicts might arise? Resolving to clarify the family rules and establish who held authority within the household, Gu Cheng instantaneously transported himself to Gu Qingying's room, scooped her up, and reappeared in the living room, seating all four of them. In a commanding tone, he declared, "What is this rebellion? You can create a fuss over such trivial matters? I toil outside daily, only to return to see you plotting against one another?" With that, he slammed his palm onto the table. "Now, I shall announce our family rules. 1. Speak plainly about your thoughts. No more scheming. 2. Before making significant decisions, we can discuss together, but once I make a decision, you must obey my directives unconditionally. These 2 rules shall serve as our family guidelines for now. Anyone who violates them shall face the consequences. A 10-day bed rest." Chapter 65. Gu Cheng. Nothing strengthens sisterly bonds more than fighting together. Upon hearing the harsh family rules, the 3 girls instantly flushed with embarrassment and turned away from Gu Cheng. Unfazed by their shyness, Gu Cheng continued speaking. "Furthermore, in the future, let us arrange our hierarchy based on the order of entry into the house to avoid any further conflicts. Qingyun, since you entered first, you shall be the eldest sister. Churen, you are second, and Qingying, you are third. Is that agreeable?" The 3 girls, recognizing the firmness in Gu Cheng's tone, understood that he was not inviting discussion, and thus, blushing, they consented. Satisfied with their agreement, Gu Cheng nodded, but suddenly an idea struck him, and he looked at the 3 girls with a mischievous smile. "Now that we have discussed the family rules, considering this is your first meeting and some friction is only natural, I shall overlook the incident between Qingyun and Qingying. However, to help you 3 familiarize yourselves with one another more swiftly, I have conceived a splendid idea." The trio, intrigued by Gu Cheng's declaration, gazed at him in anticipation of his announcement. Of course, it involves joining forces in combat. In my view, there is no better method to foster familiarity and strengthen bonds among sisters than to engage in collaborative battles. With that, Gu Cheng waved his hand dramatically, teleporting the 3 girls to the spacious master bedroom on the 2nd floor, ready for practical training. Throughout the session, the girls berated Gu Cheng for his shamelessness. Yet he remained indifferent, continuing to execute his plan to expedite their acquaintance. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the villa's master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Gu Cheng rose, surveying the fruits of his labor from the previous night, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Last night, to facilitate the girls' rapid acclimatization, he had faced them in a 1-against-3 battle. Utilizing his formidable prowess and exceptional physical condition, he easily triumphed over their combined efforts. Although the girls did not succeed in defeating Gu Cheng, they did achieve a deeper understanding of one another through the encounter, fulfilling the objective of the exercise. Aware of their exhaustion from the previous night's exertions, Gu Cheng chose not to awaken them. Instead, he dressed, attended to his hygiene, and settled onto the sofa in the living room on the 1st floor, where he opened the system panel. Today, he suddenly recalled that after establishing his faction, the system had informed him that the faction module was now active. Since he had been too busy to examine it previously, he decided to take a look now that he had the time. Faction name: Starfire. Base level: 1 population, 3,358 abilities, 7 level 3, including Black Panther, 5 level 2, 8 level 1 evolvers, 2 level 3, 25 level 2, 33 11 level 1 technology tree. Click to view details. Military strength: 10 type, 1 war robots, 8 MG-08 heavy machine guns, 16 CMG-3 light machine guns, 4 type 85 anti-aircraft guns, and a total of 200,000 rounds of ammunition. Resources: 100,000 bags of rice, 10,000 pounds of frozen meat. After reviewing the system panel, Gu Cheng finally comprehended the purpose of the faction module. In essence, it serves to swiftly inform him of the faction's current strength and resource status, and he can utilize gratitude coins to illuminate the technology tree and expedite the faction's development. The technology tree resembles those found in traditional strategy games, displaying both the technologies he has unlocked and those available for future unlocking. To activate a technology, one must fulfill certain prerequisites and spend a specified amount of gratitude coins, thus acquiring knowledge related to that technology to enhance the faction's capabilities. Gu Cheng examined the current technological level of his faction and discovered that the highest tier reached merely mechanized warfare. The subsequent technology, information warfare, requires unlocking key prerequisites such as satellites and base stations, along with an expenditure of 100,000 gratitude coins. Since he had not yet unlocked these prerequisites, Gu Cheng simply glanced at the technology tree before exiting. Returning to the system homepage, Gu Cheng pondered over his balance of 734,671 gratitude coins, contemplating how to judiciously utilize this wealth to bolster both himself and his faction's strength. At that moment, he recalled a previous inquiry to the system regarding laws, advanced civilizations, and the origins of the apocalypse, which had been denied due to insufficient gratitude coins. Now, with a substantial sum at his disposal, Gu Cheng unhesitatingly posed questions about laws, advanced civilizations, and the reasons behind the apocalypse. After deducting several thousand gratitude coins, the system duly answered his inquiries. Laws are the governing principles of the universe, constituting one of the forces that form this cosmos. Lower-tier evolved beings typically engage in combat using abilities, while higher-tier evolved beings resort to laws in their battles. I see. So are high-tier beings those of the 8th and 9th ranks? Not quite, host. The classification of personal strength in the universe is divided into 5 categories: transcendence, extraordinary, immortal, sovereign, and divine being. Transcendence encompasses levels 1 to 9 and forms the primary strength of each cosmic civilization, with lifespans still within the realm of mortals. Extraordinary, immortal, sovereign, and divine beings are further divided into early, mid, and late phases, with higher tiers denoting greater strength and longevity. Divine-level beings may even attain immortality. Immortality. How astonishing. What is the true cause of the apocalypse? Host. The outbreak of the apocalypse on Blue Star was instigated by a group of interstellar pirates from the IL civilization who discovered Blue Star's existence. Upon detecting that its inhabitants had not yet begun evolving, they deployed a high-dimensional bacteria via meteorites to accelerate the evolution of Blue Star's humanity. They intended to return a year later, once the population had evolved sufficiently, to colonize the planet and capture its inhabitants for slave trade in the cosmos. This bacteria can parasitize any flora or fauna, primarily functioning to absorb the high-dimensional energy present in the atmosphere. Hosts infected by this bacteria also absorb high-dimensional energy from the universe, resulting in their evolution. However, due to variations in human constitution, some individuals cannot absorb excessive high-dimensional energy. An overload can lead to mutations, transforming them into zombies. So that is how it is, the IL civilization. I shall remember that. By the way, system, how many civilizations exist in the universe? There are currently 284, 693, 572 known civilizations in the universe. Among these, there are 0 level 9 civilizations, 2 level 8 civilizations, 6 level 7 civilizations, 32 level 6 civilizations, 578 level 5 civilizations, over 140,000 level 4 civilizations, over 3 million level 3 civilizations, over 50 million level 2 civilizations, and over 200 million level 1 civilizations. Upon hearing the staggering number of civilizations in the universe, Gu Cheng felt both awe and understanding. After all, the universe is vast, and humanity has explored merely a fraction of it, making the absence of contact with other civilizations rather reasonable. Excluding level 9 civilizations, the scarcity of level 8 civilizations suggests they are the most formidable, correct? What is the strength of level 8 civilizations? Level 8 civilizations have mastered the knowledge to create large-scale wormholes capable of annihilating the universe, and they also harbor semi-divine beings, whose lifespans extend to 100,000 years, capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet with a single attack. Gasp! The response from the system left Gu Cheng breathless. Such beings can extinguish stars at will. They are not to be trifled with. After a moment of reflection, Gu Cheng posed a critical question. How powerful is the IL civilization? This is a matter of life and death for him in the year to come. Dear readers, if you've finished reading, please encourage updates. Thank you. Chapter 66. Gu Cheng. Which of you 3 is ready to have a child? The IL civilization stands as a moderately advanced second-tier civilization, possessing interstellar travel technology that surpasses 10 light-years and wielding immensely powerful weaponry, yet lacking the capability to annihilate entire planets. The most formidable individuals within this civilization attain an extraordinary level of strength. Extraordinary. That's quite a challenge. Ginging mused. It seems imperative to hasten the enhancement of my own strength and the development of my faction. Otherwise, when the extraterrestrial invaders arrive in a year, I might find myself in dire straits. With this thought, Ginging activated the synthesis template, intending to exhaust his synthesis quota for the day. He currently held 986 first-tier crystals, 483 second-tier crystals, and 10 third-tier crystals, the majority of which were obtained during the military district's clearance of zombies, with the remainder stockpiled from earlier efforts. Thus, Ginging spent 20,000 gratitude coins to synthesize 10 second-tier crystals and 10 third-tier crystals. He planned to distribute these third-tier crystals among the women to enhance their capabilities. He also intended to issue tasks within the base that offered first and second-tier crystals as rewards or establish a redemption point for contribution points in exchange for crystals, thereby bolstering the strength of the base's inhabitants. Relying solely on the few principal members to guard such an expansive base would be quite challenging. Moreover, given that Ginging possessed a system capable of augmenting abilities, he was not concerned about subordinates potentially surpassing him in strength. Subsequently, Ginging opened the system store and began to procure weaponry to fortify the military strength of the base. He first reviewed the heavy weaponry available for purchase. Considering the possibility of encountering a massive wave of evolved creatures, the lethality of heavy weaponry could prove significant. Thus, he resolved to acquire some for precautionary measures. Among the heavy weaponry available were tank rocket launchers and howitzers. After contemplating the advantages of each, he decided on the rocket launcher. For its considerable power and rapid-fire capability could inflict substantial damage on hordes of evolved creatures. Name, multiple rocket launcher price, 50,000 gratitude coins. Unit description, equipped with 16 PL, 3 rockets, with a maximum range of 450 kilometers, capable of demolishing a 2-story house with a single shot. Ginging promptly purchased 8 multiple rocket launchers and 500 PL, 3 rockets, totaling 450,000 gratitude coins. He then spent an additional 200,000 gratitude coins to acquire 20 combat robots to serve as the primary defensive personnel of the base. With a few thousand gratitude coins remaining, he decided to purchase some firearms and ammunition to equip the patrol and search teams within the base. After Ginging completed his acquisitions, the 3 women, having finished their grooming, entered the living room. Noticing Ginging lost in thought, they chose to ignore him, settling onto the sofa and engaging in hushed conversations. After fighting side by side the previous night, the 3 women had indeed grown closer. With Ginging and Lin Qingyun no longer debating the titles of sister and younger sister, addressing each other simply by their names. Upon organizing the weapons and equipment in the system warehouse, Ginging opened his eyes to see the 3 women whispering like intimate sisters, occasionally tilting their heads and stifling giggles. This sight brought him great comfort. He approached them, pulling them into an embrace, and mischievously inquired, "What are my dear wives discussing? Is it my valiant 1 versus 3 performance from last night?" At this, the 3 women recalled the events of the previous night, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they turned away from Ginging, yet they did not attempt to extricate themselves from his embrace. Ginging sat down with them on the sofa and broached a topic previously mentioned by his mother. "My mother insisted that I must have a child within 2 years, or she will not let it go. So, which of you 3 is ready to take on that responsibility?" This is too soon, isn't it? I'm not prepared." Lin Qingyun responded shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Exactly. I am still young. How could I possibly think of having a child so early? Besides, who knows if you scoundrel, are genuinely committed to fulfilling our mother's wishes, or if you intend to pursue other women once we become pregnant. If you are so eager for a child, let Chu Ran bear one for you," Ginging added, her tone filled with pride. Upon hearing Ginging's words, Ginging merely smiled and shifted his gaze to Wang Churen, who was sitting on his lap, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. "Churen, what are your thoughts? Would you be willing to bear a child for me?" Feeling Ginging's gaze upon her, Wang Churen's face deepened in color as she shyly nodded. She had always possessed a gentle disposition and had never refused Ginging and Appos' requests. Indeed, She desired to have a child with him. Since the other two women were not inclined to bear children, she would gladly step forward. Seeing Wang Chern's agreement, Gu Cheng felt a wave of relief and affectionately kissed her cherry lips before addressing the other two women. All right. Since you both are unwilling to have children, but Chern is willing, I shall show her a bit more favoritism. Do not feel jealous, okay? Upon hearing this, a twinge of jealousy and regret arose in Gu Qingying and Lin Qingyun, but it dissipated quickly. They reasoned that it was only natural for Gu Cheng to favor Wang Chern a little, and they could expect the same attention when it was their turn to become pregnant. Having settled the matter of succession, the four rose to head to the villa where Gu Cheng and Apos' parents resided for breakfast. At the dining table, Wu Zijing occasionally cast glances at Lin Qingyun and the others. She recalled how, during dinner the previous night, the three women had seemed rather unfamiliar with one another, yet now they appeared as close as sisters, which piqued her curiosity. As she ate, she pondered the events that might have transpired overnight. Suddenly, a shocking thought crossed her mind. With a look of suspicion, she discreetly observed the three women and Gu Cheng, feeling an itch of curiosity that urged her to voice her doubts, yet the inappropriateness of the situation silenced her. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng and the three women were diligently eating, recovering from the exertions of the previous night, oblivious to her gaze. After breakfast, Gu Cheng led the women and the Black Panther to the base's square. He intended to gather the survivors of the base to assess the abilities of the several supernatural beings present and to identify the talents among the inhabitants to allocate them to suitable roles, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the base. Upon arriving at the square, Gu Cheng leapt into the air and retrieved a large loudspeaker from his spatial pocket. Calling out to those below, all individuals, emerge from your tents for assembly. I have important matters to announce. Chapter 67. The Illusory Trial. Upon hearing Gu Cheng and Apos' words, the survivors within the base immediately rushed out of their tents to assemble. In less than 3 minutes, over 3,000 individuals formed a square formation in the plaza. Gazing upward at Gu Cheng, they were well aware of his formidable prowess and dared not disregard his commands. Gu Cheng was quite pleased with their response and spoke calmly. First matter at hand. Those who have awakened their abilities, step forward and form 2 lines by gender at the front of the crowd. No sooner had he finished speaking than 13 excited survivors, 8 men and 5 women, stepped forward. Arranging themselves in 2 lines, their eyes fixed on Gu Cheng as they awaited his instructions. Gu Cheng and Apos' gaze swept over them, assessing both their appearances and their ability panels. The first among the men was a strikingly robust young man, approximately 20 years of age, his well-defined muscles exuding a powerful aura. Gu Cheng had a vague recollection of him. He seemed to be the president of the school's fitness club, often found in the gym lifting weights. Though Gu Cheng could not recall his name. Name: Li Tianze. Age: 20. Height: 185 centimeters. Ability: Body Enhancement, Level B. Description: significantly enhances one and Apos' 5-dimensional attributes. Can concentrate all bodily strength to unleash a single powerful attack. With a cooldown of 7 minutes. Law: None. Rank: second stage of transformation. Physique: 25 strength, 26 agility, 12-6 spirit, 11-2 endurance, 14-4 power rating, mid-level second stage. His attributes are quite commendable. With some training, he may evolve into a formidable asset for the base. However, I wonder about his character? My copied psychic manipulation ability also possesses the power to create illusions. I could use that skill to fabricate an illusion for those ability users and evaluators, testing their loyalty to me within that realm. This would allow me to discern their fidelity. With this thought, Gu Cheng's spirits lifted. Previously, he had been troubled by the decision to cultivate the base's personnel, but now, with this method, he could swiftly identify those worthy of development, thus enhancing the base and Apos' strength expeditiously. With renewed enthusiasm, Gu Cheng turned his attention to the attributes of the individuals behind the first man. The second and third men were also at the second stage, albeit with more common abilities. One possessed a D-grade earth ability, while the other wielded a D-grade fire ability. Their attributes were average. They could be trained, but in the best case, they would only qualify as mid-level personnel within the base. The 5 men following them were all at the first stage, their abilities and attributes even more ordinary. E-grade water abilities, E-grade fire abilities, E-grade wood abilities, and even a corpulent middle-aged man who had awakened an F-grade metal ability. After reviewing these 5 panels, Gu Cheng shook his head in dismay. Their ability levels were too low. Even if they developed further, they would hardly differ from ordinary individuals and would likely remain at the base's lower echelons. Nevertheless, at this stage, the base had few ability users, so with some training, they could still be of use. After examining the men's panels, Gu Cheng turned his gaze to the women. Among the 5 women, 2 were at the second stage and 3 at the first. The 2 at the second stage had commendable abilities and attributes. One wielded a B-grade wood ability, and the other a C-grade electric ability. With proper training, they could potentially rise to high-ranking positions within the base. As for the remaining 3 at the first stage, 2 were unremarkable, possessing E-grade abilities, while the last one was rather unique. Name: Zhao Qingwu. Age: 26. Appearance: 78. Ability: Enchantment, level B. Description: can cast enchantment within a 10-meter radius, potentially gaining control over the target, with success rates dependent on both party spirit attributes. Can apply enchantment to a specific object, increasing the holder's desires for 2 hours, with success rates also dependent on both party spirit attributes. Cooldown of 24 hours. Can exempt a designated target from the effects of enchantment. Law: none. Rank: first stage of transformation. Physique: 13 strength, 12 agility, 16 spirit, 18 endurance, 11 power rating. Mid-level. First stage. It's you. Upon seeing Zhao Qingwu's panel, Gu Qing instantly recalled the peculiar watch that emitted an eerie aura, which Gu Qingying had worn just the other night. No wonder his desires had surged after donning that watch, leading him into a series of half-hearted advances with Gu Qingying. In that incident, it was Gu Qing who ultimately reaped the benefits, and thus he felt no revulsion from being manipulated in such a manner. However, this did not imply that he favored her ability. After all, the base was predominantly male. Should Zhao Qingwu ever decide to use her enchantment to sway a group of men, it could profoundly impact the base's dynamics. As for recruiting her, that was utterly out of the question. Firstly, individuals possessing such abilities are rarely benign. Harboring her would surely invite chaos. Secondly, she had been rescued during the clearing of the villa area, found hiding naked in a bathroom, while 2 male zombies lurked nearby. Gu Cheng held no interest in women who presented themselves in such a manner, and thus he began to contemplate whether to eliminate this potential threat. If he were to kill her without justification now, it might incite panic or dissatisfaction among the other ability users. After all, Gu Cheng was preparing to develop the base vigorously. Instilling fear and discontent in his subordinates at this juncture could prove problematic. Conversely, leaving her alive could pose risks later on. Sighing, he resolved to assign a robot to closely monitor her movements, biding his time for an opportunity to discreetly eliminate her. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qing ultimately decided against immediate execution. This character may have further utility. Rest assured, she will not endanger the protagonist or those around him. Nor is the protagonist a saint overly concerned with nurturing threats. Having reviewed the panels of these 12 individuals, Gu Qing formulated a plan for their development. But they must first pass his loyalty test. Thus, with a mere thought, Gu Qing activated his illusionary ability, drawing their consciousness into a shared illusion. This illusion was distinct for each individual, yet the content remained identical. It depicted a scenario where a 4th-stage creature invaded the base, and Gu Cheng and his companions valiantly resisted, ultimately managing to escape, albeit with Gu Cheng sustaining grave injuries. As they fled, only the designated individual remained by Gu Cheng's side. How would they react? Due to Gu Cheng's significantly higher spirit attributes, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely an illusion, fully immersing themselves in the trial. Soon, the results of the trial emerged. All 5 second-stage individuals passed, while among the 7 first-stage individuals, 4 succeeded and 3 failed. Zhao Qingwu, however, presented a unique case. Gu Cheng could not ascertain whether this peculiar individual had passed the trial. Unlike the others, who either chose to follow Gu Cheng or departed from him, Zhao Qingwu's initial reaction was to disrobe and attempt to seduce Gu Cheng. Chapter 68. The fusion zombie. Gu Cheng was at a loss regarding Zhao Qingwu's thoughts. Did she believe that he still possessed the ability to turn the tides and was attempting to win his heart at this moment? Or was she merely seeking to indulge herself before meeting her demise? Regardless, it ceased to matter. When a vision of radiant light emerged in Gu Cheng's mind, he instinctively expelled Zhao Qingwu from his illusion, for he held no interest in such a licentious woman. Consequently, he was unable to ascertain whether she had passed the test. However, it must be said that Zhao Qingwu's physique was rather impressive. Her curves were enticing, her skin fair and smooth. Although her beauty was not extraordinary, it was still passable, providing Gu Cheng with a fleeting delight for the eyes. Yet, her personal conduct was something he found intolerable. After much contemplation, Gu Cheng ultimately decided to classify her as having failed the test. After all, a person like her was far too perilous. Should she be nurtured and subsequently ensnare the hearts of the men within the base, the consequences could be dire. Among those who had passed the test, Gu Cheng generously offered evolution crystals, elevating the second-tier individuals to third-tier and the first-tier individuals to second-tier. The sole condition was that they must unconditionally lead and execute the base and oppos assigned tasks over the next 6 months. These tasks range from the mundane to the perilous, with some potentially leading to death. As for those who had failed the test, Gu Cheng harbored no intention of executing them. Instead, he would allow them to fend for themselves and grow stronger. After all, everyone generated gratitude currency daily, and even a modest sum of 10 would yield returns. Once Gu Cheng had distributed the rewards, he instructed them to return to their original teams. During their return, Zhao Qingwu was incensed, unable to comprehend why she had been deemed a failure. Surely her physical allure held some merit? This was puzzling, as men had previously been enamored with her body, some even offering exorbitant sums for a single night. However, after a brief period of indignation, she ultimately accepted the verdict, recognizing the harsh reality as a mere first-tier individual. It was folly to challenge Gu Cheng, a third-tier authority. Upon the return of all individuals to their respective teams, Gu Cheng continued. The second matter at hand is for each of you to come forward and register your previous occupations and any specialized skills you possess. In the future, should the base require such expertise, we will specifically recruit individuals with unique skills. Those recruited will receive substantial contribution point rewards akin to a salary. However, it is imperative that you declare your abilities honestly. Otherwise, if it is later discovered that your capabilities do not align with your declaration, you may face the dire punishment of dismemberment. Upon hearing of such a brutal punishment, the crowd involuntarily shuddered, and their ulterior motives dissipated. Gu Cheng paid no heed to their reactions, instead descending to the ground with the women and the Black Panther before departing. As for the registration process, there was no need for Gu Cheng and his companions to concern themselves. He had previously acquired a robot specifically designed to handle the tasks of recording information. The base's survivors merely needed to relay their details to the machine. As Gu Cheng walked along the main road of the base, accompanied by 5 women and 1 dog, he stated, "I will soon be heading into the city with the Black Panther to gather supplies. You shall remain vigilant at the base. Do not worry for me. I possess a spatial door that allows for immediate transportation should danger arise." Qing Yun, having served in the military, you understand how to train troops. You will be responsible for training the patrol and search teams, while also selecting some reserve members from the other survivors to assist in training. Ginging, you will oversee the base and oppos supplies and recruit workers to clear a perimeter around the base. I plan to construct a wall in the coming days. Churen, you are the strongest here aside from myself, so you shall ensure the base's security and assist Qing Yun in training. Zijing, if I recall correctly, you studied management? You will manage the survivors' tasks and plan the land use within the base. As for Zixian, you studied medicine, and since there are currently no injured individuals, you may do as you please. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's assignments, the women nodded in agreement. Observing this, Gu Cheng proceeded to reveal the war robots, rocket launchers, and other equipment he had purchased from the system store that morning. The robots were to be deployed for patrol tasks, while the weapons were entrusted to Gu Qingying for safekeeping. Following this, he transferred a significant amount of items from his spatial storage to Gu Qingying to facilitate her collection of supplies. And then he took flight towards the north with the Black Panther. This time, Gu Cheng intended to first visit the rebar factory, cement factory, and brick factory to procure essential building materials, such as rebar, cement, and bricks, enabling him to commence the construction of the wall the following day. In Lin City, these construction material factories were concentrated in the southeastern region, merely over 30 kilometers from the villa. This distance allowed Gu Cheng, accompanied by the Black Panther, to reach a cement factory in just over 10 minutes. Upon landing, Gu Cheng disregarded the presence of any other living beings and made a beeline for the cement finished product workshop. As he passed through the raw materials area, he encountered a terrifying creature unlike any he had ever seen, an imposing zombie nearly 5 meters tall, its body covered in grotesque tumors. The tumors on its body appeared to shift and writhe, eliciting an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Gu Chung surmised that it had fused with other zombies. Thus he referred to it as a fusion zombie. Upon spotting Gu Chung, the fusion zombie lunged at him with the fervor of a starved beast. In response, Gu Chung gathered wind blades to launch an attack while extracting his Tang Dao from his spatial storage, preparing to confront the foe. The Black Panther, not one to remain idle, swiftly charged at the fusion zombie, circling it and biting at its flesh. With each bite, the blood and meat from the fusion zombie diminished, transforming into an energy that enhanced the Black Panther and Oppos's physical capabilities. Under the relentless assault of the Black Panther, the fusion zombie and Oppos's ire was successfully drawn towards it. The fusion zombie turned its attention to the Black Panther, raising its massive hands to swat down the approaching creature. Yet, the Black Panther was not easily subdued. It nimbly leaped to the left, darting to the fusion zombie's side, then propelled itself off the ground to gracefully land on its right arm, climbing up to its shoulder before delivering a fierce bite to its head. With a sickening sound, a large chunk of flesh was torn from the fusion zombie's cheek, revealing a pale yellow skull and the horrific remnants of zombie flesh within. The intense agony provoked an ear-splitting roar from the fusion zombie as it frantically swiped at its right shoulder, attempting to crush the Black Panther standing atop it. Sensing the imminent danger, the Black Panther executed a deft leap, landing atop the fusion zombie's head before springing down to its left shoulder, repeating its tactic and sinking its teeth into the left side of its face. Chapter 69 was Ginging and Oppos's four-step strategy once again. A sharp tearing sound echoed as the left cheek of the fused zombie was bitten off, leaving a gaping wound. The excruciating pain coursed through the zombie, causing it to lose all semblance of reason, wildly flailing its arms and pounding its own shoulders. Observing the chaos, Black Panther leaped down from its shoulder and positioned itself behind the deranged creature. The fused zombie, noticing Black Panther's descent, halted its self-inflicted assault and turned, its eyes glowing ominously red as it focused on its adversary. With a thunderous roar, the fused zombie unleashed its earth-based abilities, gathering and compressing the surrounding soil until it formed a protective layer of earthen armor around itself. Incredible! Earth-based powers can be wielded in such a manner? Gu Chung furrowed his brow at this unexpected development, having initially intended for Black Panther to test its mettle against the zombie. He had not anticipated the creature's capability to create armor. No longer a mere spectator, Gu Chung concentrated his energy into the Tang Dao in his right hand, which soon gleamed with a vibrant green light. At that moment, the fused zombie remained fixated on Black Panther, oblivious to the impending danger behind it. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chung charged forward, the energy-laden Tang Dao raised high as he approached within 3 meters of the creature. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped into the air, gripping the blade tightly as he aimed for the back of the zombie's head. With a resounding clash, the sharp edge of the Tang Dao sliced through the zombie's earthen armor, cutting through flesh and bone, emerging triumphantly from beneath its body. As the blade broke free, Gu Chung landed firmly on the ground, adopting a horse stance as he gradually eased the downward force of his weapon. The fused zombie, now cleaved open from behind, remained barely intact, with only remnants of its front flesh still connected, clearly on the brink of death. Once the zombie collapsed to the ground, Gu Chung retrieved the evolution crystals and commanded Black Panther to consume the creature and Oppos's remains. Subsequently, the pair ventured into the product workshop of the cement factory, where they began to store bags of cement into their spatial inventory. This factory boasted a daily output of 10,000 tons, with warehouses overflowing with over 200,000 tons of finished product. Gu Chung meticulously collected every last bag, knowing that even if there was excess for wall construction, the base would require substantial materials for future expansion. After securing the cement, Gu Chung and Black Panther proceeded to explore other construction material factories in the vicinity. By noon, they had traversed the entire industrial park, which housed 18 factories. They had eliminated 18 third-tier zombies, 157 second-tier zombies, and 2,842 first-tier zombies, rescuing 852 survivors in the process. Their haul included 10 third-tier evolution crystals, 86 second-tier evolution crystals, and 1,532 first-tier evolution crystals, along with 70,684 gratitude coins. Furthermore, they amassed over 9 million cubic units of various construction materials, filling Gu Chung's spatial inventory to the brim. Gathering the survivors from the entire industrial park, Gu Chung established a spatial anchor in an open area and opened a portal, directing them to form a queue for entry. Among these survivors were several factions, but Ginging easily brought them under his control, ensuring their compliance. Once everyone had entered, he and Black Panther stepped through the portal. Upon emerging, Ginging observed the rescued survivors lining up to register their information, evidently organized by Ginging and her team. Satisfied, he nodded in approval before returning to the villa where his parents resided for a meal. During lunch, Ginging inquired about the progress of the women's tasks that morning. "Achung, I have completed a quarter of the perimeter cleansing task. The pace is satisfactory, though there are certain areas such as hills, bushes, and ditches that are challenging to clear without heavy machinery. Although we have Earth-type ability users at the base, their numbers are insufficient. We still need to acquire some large-scale engineering equipment." Ginging reported promptly. "Very well. I have gathered a substantial amount of construction materials this morning, and I plan to visit the machinery trading market this afternoon to acquire a batch of construction machines," Ginging replied, savoring a piece of succulent braised pork before continuing. "Achung, my training task is progressing well. The members of the patrol and search teams are training diligently. I estimate they will be ready for action in about 5 days. Additionally, I have gathered over 400 reserve members who are currently in training. With about 10 more days of practice, they should be prepared for deployment," Ginging elaborated. "That sounds reasonable. I am not well versed in training matters, so I trust you to follow your plan. Moreover, we can allow the first batch to practice using firearms, but we must ensure to account for all weapons after training to avoid any losses. As for the second batch, feel free to recruit while they practice." Allowing them to train longer to prevent them from becoming fodder, Ginging contemplated before addressing Lin Qingyun's report. His insistence on allowing Lin Qingyun's group to train longer was not born from a sense of altruism, but rather a strategic decision. The loss of these individuals would only serve to diminish his own resources, as they provided a steady stream of gratitude coins. Thus, it was in his best interest to ensure their survival and enhance their capabilities for future missions, facilitating the rapid development of his base. Having concluded his response to Lin Qingyun, Ginging took a bite of the fish-flavored shredded pork and turned his gaze toward Ginging, signaling her to share her updates for the day. "Achung, I assessed the camp situation today and drafted a development plan for the base, which you can review on the sofa after your meal." "Oh, Sister Ginging, could you provide a brief overview now?" "Of course." Ginging set down her utensils and began articulating her strategy with enthusiasm. "I have summarized our base's current status and devised a 4-step strategy. The first step is to amass supplies. Our base currently hosts over 3,000 people, equipped with formidable ability users and powerful weaponry like rocket launchers, granting us a degree of self-defense. However, this is insufficient. As you mentioned, there are no fewer than 100,000 zombies congregated in the city center, including formidable 3rd and 4th-tier foes. Presently, we lack the strength to confront them and must urgently bolster our base's capabilities in anticipation of a potential zombie tide surging from the city center. Thus, one of our primary tasks is to procure various heavy weaponry. You might find something valuable in the military warehouses and armories. Additionally, we need to stockpile food, books, documents, and essential tools. Furthermore, we should actively accept incoming survivors to increase both our population and strength. Chapter 70. Ginging's inexpressible thoughts while stockpiling supplies. Ginging could embark on the second phase of her strategy, addressing internal issues within the base. In this apocalyptic world, the previous societal hierarchy based on wealth and power had collapsed, yet complete equality remained an impossibility. A structured class system, predicated on strength, was essential to ensure the normal functioning of society. Thus, establishing a hierarchy among survivors would facilitate management and motivate them to grow stronger, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the base. Moreover, the base currently operated under a system of public ownership, which could suffice with a limited population. However, as the number of inhabitants grew, this model would become untenable. It was imperative to establish a trading system based on contribution points as currency and to recognize private ownership. Once these 2 steps were accomplished, the 3rd phase of expansive development could commence. Survivors would be allocated to agricultural, industrial, and related sectors based on their previous occupations, allowing for rapid advancement in both agriculture and industry to secure the base's future growth. In addition, efforts must be made to actively seek out surviving high-tech talents, inviting them to join the base to develop advanced technologies that could restore or even surpass the pre-apocalyptic societal technological standards. Upon achieving these objectives, the fourth phase of proactive expansion could be initiated. Utilizing the base and Oppos's formidable armed forces and logistical reserves, they would commence a gradual reclaiming of territories from mutated creatures, eventually liberating Lin City and potentially the entire world. Naturally, this proactive approach might lead to confrontations with other factions, for which they must also be prepared. This outlined four-step strategy elicited commendation from the assembled group at the dining table. Even Gucheng, who had maintained a degree of aloofness towards Ginging for the past 2 days, expressed genuine approval, saying, "Well done, Sister Zijing. Your plan is quite thorough, even more so than I had anticipated. From now on, you shall oversee the base's management. Simply inform me of any significant developments." "Is that really appropriate, Acheng?" Zijing gasped in surprise at his words. "Fear not, Sister Zijing. After knowing you for so many years, I trust your character. To put it plainly, you are astute enough to recognize who the real power is in this apocalypse. Betraying me would yield no benefit and could even spell disaster for you. Thank you for your trust, Acheng. Rest assured, I, Zijing, am not the kind of person to betray your faith in me. I will manage the base diligently." Zijing's heart swelled with gratitude, her affection for him soaring to new heights. Meanwhile, Gucheng nodded externally while internally considering the acquisition of advanced drones to monitor Zijing, as they were not yet true kin and complete trust was not feasible. In truth, his earlier remarks were a test of her character while simultaneously displaying his magnanimity to encourage her cooperation. Gucheng understood that management was a burdensome task. Even overseeing a small research team had left him overwhelmed. The prospect of managing a base of several thousand, soon to number in the tens of thousands, was daunting. If he devoted all his time and energy to managing the base, he would be ill-equipped to level up and enhance his own abilities, rendering him vulnerable when extraterrestrial invaders arrived in a year. Thus, he entrusted the management of this complex situation to Zijing, allowing her to utilize her capabilities. After their discussion, the group finished their meal. Later that afternoon, at 2 o'clock, Gucheng, having emptied his spatial inventory, set out again with Black Panther on a quest for supplies. This time, he aimed for the mechanical wholesale market in the northeast of the city to gather a collection of engineering machinery. The market lay 110 kilometers from the base, but only 20 kilometers from Lin City University, so Gucheng opted to teleport directly to the university before flying to the equipment trading market. In just 10 minutes, Gucheng and Black Panther arrived at the equipment trading market. Encountering little trouble, a couple of third-tier zombies were swiftly dispatched. The duo perused the market, securing over 400 pieces of machinery, including excavators, bulldozers, and dump trucks, while eliminating hundreds of zombies, though no survivors were found. Presumably, they had fled to areas with more resources. Having collected the machinery, Gucheng prepared to return to the base. He intended to bring the equipment back immediately to commence construction of walls, as he could not predict when the base might face a siege from advanced organisms akin to the Lin City military district. Thus, completing the walls sooner would afford an early measure of security. Upon stepping through the spatial portal, Gucheng spotted Zijing standing nearby, surveying the layout. He surmised she was fulfilling the task he had assigned regarding the planning of the camp's land use. At that moment, Zijing turned and spotted Gucheng, her face lighting up with joy. For the past 2 days, she had hoped for a chance to clarify her previous remarks, but Gucheng's busyness had thwarted her efforts. Now, seizing this serendipitous opportunity, she hurried to his side, anxious that he might leave without speaking to her. Noticing her cheerfulness, Gucheng greeted her with curiosity. "Sister Zijing, what brings you such joy?" "Oh, it's nothing. Acheng, you're back so soon?" "Yes, the equipment trading market was devoid of zombies. I wrapped up the machinery collection and returned to expedite the construction of the walls. Since you have no pressing matters, I shall deliver the machinery to Sister Ginging." With that, Gucheng turned to depart. After delivering the equipment, he would set out again in search of more supplies, without anything critical to discuss. He had little time for idle chatter. "Acheng, you're leaving so soon? I have something I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Gucheng assumed she had something significant to convey, retracting his foot and turning back to look at Zijing with curiosity, inviting her to continue. "It's just Zijing, previously frustrated by the lack of opportunity to explain, now found herself hesitating, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After all, she was somewhat shy and unsure how to express herself. Should she voice her jealousy over his apparent admiration for a newly acquainted woman? or brazenly claim her previous comments were merely a test of his character, hinting at her willingness to offer assistance? Chapter 71. The Fourth Order Climbing Vine. Sister Ginging, please feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for hesitation. Gu Cheng, noticing her stammering, quickly offered words of comfort. Ah Cheng, actually, about that matter the other day. Ah Cheng, you're back so soon? Just as Ginging was about to speak, a voice tinged with surprise echoed from the sky nearby. They turned in unison to see Lin Qingyun swiftly approaching. Before long, Lin Qingyun landed beside them, her expression filled with curiosity. Ah Cheng, Ginging, what were you two just discussing? I just returned from the equipment trading market, intending to deliver some engineering tools, and upon stepping through the spatial gate, I noticed Sister Ginging planning the base. I thought I'd say hello, but I didn't expect you to arrive. By the way, Qingyun, why did you rush back? Did something happen at the construction site? Gu Cheng was the first to respond to Lin Qingyun's inquiry. Indeed, we encountered a bit of trouble. A climbing vine of unknown rank was discovered at the site, remarkably resilient. Even my tornado could not completely eradicate it. So, I thought to return and see if Qingying had any gasoline or the like, intending to burn it down directly. How intriguing. I'll accompany you shortly. I have gasoline with me. By the way, Ginging, what was that matter you mentioned earlier? Gu Cheng displayed keen interest, suddenly recalling that Ginging had something to say. Having been interrupted and now lacking the courage to continue, Ginging quickly fabricated a response upon hearing Gu Cheng's question. Oh, it's nothing. Just regarding the recruitment of technological talents we discussed at noon. I believe we should proceed with it now, otherwise, it might be troublesome to recruit them later if they join other factions. Very well. I will head to the university town and research institutions in the city over the next few days to bring back all the survivors. Ginging, if there's nothing else, Qingyun and I shall head to the construction site to assess the situation. Farewell. Let us go. I need to continue examining the layout of the base. Though Ginging felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately watched as the two of them took off together while she returned to her task of organizing the old city. Upon arriving at the construction site, Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun observed a group of workers armed with shovels and pickaxes, standing over 30 meters away, their expressions wary as they gazed at a building engulfed in climbing vines. Surrounding the structure lay an array of plant debris and construction waste. Evidently the aftermath of the tornado Lin Qingyun had unleashed. Despite the ferocity of the tornado, the climbing vine remained lush, a testament to its incredible vitality. Gu Cheng promptly examined the attributes of the climbing vine. Name: Mutated climbing vine rank. Fourth order ability. Vitality restoration. B grade. Can rapidly restore its own vitality using ability energy. Can absorb ability energy in nutrient-rich biological entities or items within a 10-meter radius to enhance itself. Vitality. 3600 restoration rate. 15s attack range. 20m strength evaluation. A fourth order plant with extraordinary vitality and restoration capabilities. Wow, fourth order. After reviewing the climbing vines panel, Gu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. For the past few days, he had been contemplating how to attain the fourth order, unsure whether to storm the city center or search for solitary fourth order beings elsewhere. To encounter one now felt like serendipity. As for why a fourth order creature appeared here, Gu Cheng speculated it was likely due to him relocating the corpses of zombies he had slain within the villa nearby, and this climbing vine, possessing the ability to absorb the energy from corpses, had successfully ascended to the fourth order. Upon hearing Gu Cheng mention fourth order, Lin Qingyun realized why her powerful attack had failed to eliminate the climbing vine. Ah Cheng, can you deal with this fourth order climbing vine? Well, let me first test the damage my attack can inflict. Gu Cheng was hesitant to draw conclusions. After all, this was his first encounter with a fourth order being, particularly a mutated plant with such formidable vitality. He unleashed a blade of wind towards the climbing vine. The vine, sensing hostility from 30 to 40 meters away, attempted to evade Gu Cheng's attack. However, its massive form made evasion impossible. The wind blade struck true, inflicting minimal damage yet igniting the vine's fury. Its tendrils lashed out wildly, as if trying to ensnare Gu Cheng and Lin Qingyun, intending to absorb them as nourishment. Nevertheless, due to the distance, its attack failed to harm them. In the moment of contact, Gu Cheng observed the vine's vitality drop from 3600 to 3599, only to rebound immediately to 3600. This indicated that his wind blade could only inflict a minuscule amount of damage. while the climbing vine possessed an impressive 3,600 vitality and a restoration rate of 15 per second. Thus, to successfully vanquish it, he would need to deal at least 16 points of damage per second for a continuous duration of 60 minutes. Realizing this, Gu Cheng inhaled sharply and commanded, "Qingyun, evacuate all the workers to at least 300 meters away. We will douse it with gasoline and set it ablaze." With that, he promptly purchased 100 barrels of gasoline, each containing 10 liters, from the system store, totaling an expenditure of 10,000 gratitude coins. He resolved to incinerate the vine directly, as his most powerful attack, the tornado, only exceeded the wind blade in potency by a factor of 20, although its damage surpassed the climbing vine and Apos' restoration rate. It would still require an extensive duration to eradicate the creature completely. Hence, Gu Cheng opted for the more straightforward approach of burning it, confident that he could afford the expenditure. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's directive, Lin Qingyun began instructing the onlookers to retreat to a safe distance of 300 meters. She then flew back to Gu Cheng's side, and together they proceeded to pour gasoline onto the climbing vine. 10 minutes later, having completed their task and cleared away surrounding trees within a 100-meter radius to prevent the fire from spreading, Gu Cheng tossed down a lighter. Instantly, flames erupted where the climbing vine resided, engulfing it in a fierce blaze. The roaring fire scorched the air, sending waves of heat radiating outward. Even Gu Cheng, standing 200 meters aloft, could feel the heat wash over him. In the heart of the inferno, the climbing vine thrashed its tendrils against the surrounding structures, attempting to extinguish the flames consuming it. Yet, surrounded by such an abundance of gasoline, extinguishing the fire was an impossible task. Despite its efforts, the flames relentlessly consumed its form, gradually eroding its vitality until it was reduced to mere remnants of ash and charcoal. Chapter 72. Ascension to the 4th tier. After a span of 10 minutes, the raging fire finally extinguished. At this moment, the climbing tiger was left with the ground covered in ash and a dazzling green diamond crystal emitting radiant light. With a mere thought, Gu Cheng transformed his mental energy into small pincers, retrieving the 4th tier evolutionary crystal. This was a method of utilizing mental energy that Gu Cheng had discovered after reaching the 3rd tier, allowing him to gradually materialize his mental energy to manipulate objects, and even convert it into a semi-physical form capable of inflicting genuine physical harm along with mental damage. Gu Cheng was quite fond of this ability and intended to explore its potential fully, preparing it as a surprise tactic for the future. At this moment, Gu Cheng gazed at the 4th tier crystal gleaming in his palm with immense joy, then directly placed it against his forehead. A familiar sensation washed over him as he ascended to the 4th tier. Without a moment's hesitation, he expended 500,000 gratitude coins to maximize his 5-dimensional attributes. Upon doing so, his status panel transformed to Host, Gu Cheng, age, 26, height, 178 centimeters, abilities, 1, duplication 2, wind control, level, B. Description: focuses abilities into cold weapons or bullets to enhance sharpness. Utilizes abilities and cold weapons to form a wind attribute blade, dissipating beyond 4,000 meters. Enables flight utilizing abilities. Currently sustaining up to 40,000 meters. Manipulates wind within a 4,000 meter radius to launch up to 20 wind blades at foes. Creates a small tornado with a radius of 20 meters within a 4,000 meter range to attack enemies. 3. Space manipulation, level, B. Description: stores non-living items in a 50 million cubic meter space. Forms a space attribute blade with abilities and cold weapons, dissipating beyond 4,000 meters. Binds any space within a 2,000 meter radius. Consumes energy for aerial movement. Currently capable of moving 2,000 meters in one breath. Forms space anchor points. Currently able to set 15-20 anchors. Constructs space gates at anchor points. Controllable by himself. 4. Mental control, level, B. Description: launches mental attacks within a 100 meter radius. With a cooldown of 2 minutes, scans a 1,000 meter area with mental energy, controls entities with mental attributes 1/6 lower than his own for combat, consuming mental energy. Draws targets within a 100 meter radius into a self-constructed mental illusion, strength dependent on mental attributes. Converts high-dimensional energy within a 10 meter radius into personal mental energy. Currently at a 20 conversion efficiency. Laws: 1. Wind Law 14. 87-2. Space Law 10. 25 tier. 4th tier transformation physical attributes: 50 strength, 50 agility, 50 mental, 50 endurance, 50 strength evaluation. Capable of defeating 5 at the 4th tier gratitude coins. 506. 843. As a 4th tier individual, Gucheng experienced a significant leap in power, enhanced by his other abilities, allowing him to potentially face 5 or even 10 adversaries of the same tier. He felt entirely equipped to begin exploring the city center. Reflecting on his newfound strength and recalling what Ginging had mentioned earlier, Gucheng decided to venture to the high-tech park in the second ring of the city the following day. It housed several research institutions with many distinguished talents, including several exceptional young scholars and numerous doctors and masters. He also intended to establish a space anchor point there for convenient future access to the city for resource collection. Lost in thought, he heard Lin Qingyun's voice inquiring nearby. "Acheng, how's it going? Have you ascended to the 4th tier yet?" "I have. With my current strength, I should be able to venture into the city center alone." "Really? Acheng, please don't act impulsively. There are so many zombies in the city center. We should think this through. It and Appos, fine. I feel that I can handle at least 5 opponents of the same tier now. Venturing into the city center poses no problem. Besides, the high-tech park in the 3rd ring has numerous research talents that I must bring back to the base." Gucheng affectionately ruffled her hair as he explained his rationale. Seeing that her persuasion had fallen on deaf ears, Lin Qingyun turned to him with a concerned tone. "If you insist on going, there's little I can do. But if you encounter any danger, remember to open the space gate and return immediately. You must remember that we have several sisters waiting for you at the base. I do not wish to become a widow at such a young age." Hearing her words, Gucheng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He gently embraced her, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, inhaling her subtle scent as he spoke softly. "Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to put my beautiful wife in such a position." The two remained locked in an embrace for 2 minutes under the watchful eyes of onlookers, before Gucheng finally released her. Afterward, he entrusted Lin Qingyun with the construction machinery and continued his search for resources. The next few hours were spent traversing the landscape, scavenging for supplies, battling zombies, and rescuing survivors. By the time he returned to the villa where his parents resided, the clock struck 7 in the evening. Throughout that afternoon, aside from acquiring the 4th tier climbing tiger, he had slain 21 3rd tier creatures, 347 2nd tier creatures, and 782 1st tier creatures, rescuing 982 survivors in the process. He collected 10 3rd tier crystals, 162 2nd tier crystals, and 827 1st tier crystals, along with 524 gratitude coins. Additionally, he garnered over 10 million cubic meters of frozen meat and 20 million cubic meters of grain. His focus on gathering food stemmed from a concern that the cold storage facilities might lose power, rendering the meat unfit for consumption. Thus, he prioritized securing these resources as a precaution. During his food collection, a curious incident unfolded. A survivor with spatial abilities boasted about his prowess, swindling others into working for him, which allowed him to ascend to the 3rd tier and seize a grain warehouse as his base. When Gucheng arrived at the warehouse, the survivor attempted to use the same tactics to recruit him. Initially, Gucheng was taken aback by his persuasive rhetoric, believing his spatial abilities were indeed of A or S rank, only to discover upon inspection that they were merely E rank. Remarkably, even after Gucheng exposed him as an E rank ability user, the survivor remained unabashed, shifting to boast about his influential connections. However, Gucheng dismissed his bluster and swiftly eliminated him. Upon entering the villa where his parents resided, the enticing aroma of a meal wafted through the air. Noticing Gucheng's return, his mother promptly gathered everyone to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. After the meal, Gucheng led the 3 women back to the villa where he resided. This time, the 3 women remained silent, not due to unfamiliarity, but rather uncertainty about how to spend the night. Should they sleep apart, or would it be like the previous night? Chapter 73. As Xie Weiniang entered the living room on the 1st floor, Gucheng noticed the 3 girls sitting in silence and shamelessly directed his gaze towards them. "All right, I know what you're thinking. What is there to be shy about? A battle is undoubtedly best with multiple participants. I am known as the man of 7 victories. I have never met my match in a 1v1, can easily handle a 1v2, and only a 1v3 can truly excite me. In order for you to quickly become accustomed to cooperative combat and to fulfill our mother's task, we must engage in a 1v3 practical exercise." Upon hearing this, the 3 girls and Appos, faces instantly flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Shameless, they retorted. Gu Cheng, sensing their reluctance yet noting their lack of outright refusal, was struck by inspiration and feigned anger as he looked at them. How dare you three defame me? It seems I must administer some family discipline tonight. The girls' expressions shifted immediately. They were well aware of Gu Cheng's prowess, having witnessed him triumph in a 1v3 scenario just the night before. Now that he had reached the 4th tier, his physical capabilities were formidable. All right, Ah Cheng, we were wrong. Please forgive us this once, implored Gu Qingying, the least combative among them, as she tightly clutched his right arm. Her slightly pouted cherry lips, coupled with her coaxing tone and the soft sensation of her arm against him, contrasted starkly with her previously aloof demeanor, making it hard for him to resist. Fortunately, Gu Cheng possessed great willpower, otherwise he might have relented. When Gu Qingying realized that her pleas had gone unanswered for over a minute, she signaled Lin Qingyun to join her in begging for mercy. Lin Qingyun, understanding the predicament, readily complied, knowing they were all in the same boat. After all, she was only slightly stronger than Gu Qingying and often fainted during battles. She approached Gu Cheng and, mirroring Gu Qingying, wrapped her arms around his left arm. Her voice sweet as she pleaded, Ah Cheng, you know you care for us the most. Please don't resort to family discipline. Gu Cheng ignored their entreaties, continuing to gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, his arms feeling the softness while he gritted his teeth, unwilling to succumb. Meanwhile, Wang Churen, standing nearby, decided to shed her usual meekness. She stepped forward and planted a kiss on Gu Cheng's cheek, her tone laced with a hint of desperation. Ah Cheng, we sisters understand our mistakes. Please let us off this time, okay? Seeing the girls plead for mercy, Gu Cheng knew his plan had succeeded halfway. Adopting a reluctant expression, he addressed them, I might consider letting you off, but you must agree to one condition. Watching their faces brighten with anticipation, he continued, after your bath, you must dress according to my requirements for the practical exercise. With that, Gu Cheng circled the 3 girls and retrieved 3 outfits from his storage space. A white short-sleeved shirt paired with a black pleated skirt and knee-high black socks for one. A white long-sleeved shirt with a black pencil skirt and black stockings for another, and a white swimsuit for the last. He regarded them with a mischievous grin and said, if Qingyun wears this professional outfit, Qingying dons the swimsuit, and Churen puts on this JK uniform, I will let you off. Furthermore, I am confident that with your charms combined with these ensembles, my strength will undoubtedly diminish tonight, alleviating any worries you may have about family discipline. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's conditions and suggestions, the 3 girls' faces turned even redder, but after a few moments of contemplation, they softly acquiesced. After all, they deeply cared for Gu Cheng and were eager to please him in this manner. They also recognized the low status of women in this apocalyptic world. Yet Gu Cheng had consistently considered their well-being, providing them with the best living conditions. If they could not meet even this modest request of his, it would only sadden him and risk diminishing their bond, potentially leading to abandonment, something they could not bear to witness. Since you are all willing to comply, let us proceed to the bath, Gu Cheng exclaimed, wrapping his arms around their slender waists and instantly teleporting to the villa's grand bathroom. Half an hour later, the 3 girls emerged, freshly cleansed and adorned in the outfits Gu Cheng had chosen for them, entering the battle room where Gu Cheng had been waiting on the bed. He looked at the 3 girls as they entered, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Ah, my judgment is truly impeccable. Now let us commence tonight's practical exercise. Another radiant morning dawned. Gu Cheng awoke as per his biological clock. He gently shifted the arm and thigh that had been resting on him, rising to inspect the battlefield from the previous night. Scattered across the wooden floor were remnants of last night's combat attire, marked with signs of struggle. Gu Cheng nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, the attack speed gear truly lives up to its reputation, making me acutely aware of my own inadequacies. After his musings, he dashed off to freshen up. At 8 o'clock, after finishing breakfast and procuring supplies for Gu Qingying, he bid farewell to his companions and embarked on his journey to the city center with Black Panther. He had informed his family of this decision the night before, and they had accepted it, thus avoiding any dramatic farewells. While Gu Cheng was on his way, a fierce battle was unfolding at the high-tech park. His destination. The combatants consisted of the survivors within the park and external invaders. The invaders, armed with guns, had inflicted heavy casualties on the survivors, leaving only one ability user to hold out. Wang Cheng, you scoundrel! How could you betray us and collude with outsiders to attack us? Shouted Xia Wenying, a sweet-looking matron clad in a white lab coat, as she hid behind a large tree, pointing angrily at a rotund figure below a building. Wang Cheng, you vile creature. When you were expelled from the tech park a few days ago, did you ever consider our past friendship? Now you have the audacity to accuse me of being ungrateful. How laughable. Wang Cheng retorted mockingly, eyeing the beautiful woman across from him. Xia Wenying's fury intensified at his words. You have no shame. If it weren't for your underhanded tactics with my food, attempting to drug me, I would never have had to expel you. As he recalled this incident, Wang Cheng and Apos' expression darkened menacingly. So what if I tampered with your food? Don and Apos, T think I Don and Apos, T no. Even if I hadn't and Apos, T, you would have found a reason to kick me out of the tech park. From the day the apocalypse began and I gained my powers, you have systematically oppressed me, allocating the least amount of food to me. Rather than wait for you to gradually reduce my rations and force me out, I might as well fight back. Who knows? I might even end up dominating you and establishing my own power in this wasteland. Haha. Chapter 74. The resounding cry that turns the tide upon hearing Wang Cheng's response. Xia Wenying felt a surge of fury, her chest heaving with indignation, her ample figure swaying in tandem. With a venomous tone, she retorted, Wang Cheng, you shameless scoundrel. I should have simply ended your life that day. How dare you accuse me of deliberately allocating less food to you? I distribute food based on the effort exerted. You, who lays about all day, have no right to claim equal rations. And even if I were intentionally suppressing you, you would deserve it. Ever since my husband perished in that car accident, you, a married man, have incessantly harassed me, shamelessly seeking to take me under your wing. It is utterly revolting. When I rebuffed your advances, you exploited your position as the head of the research institute to create obstacles for our project team, stalling our funding and leaving our project incomplete to this day. Wang Cheng, realizing his disgraceful conduct had been exposed, wore a more sinister expression and swiftly shifted the topic, refusing to engage further with Xia Wenying. You filthy woman. I advise you to surrender now. We might still grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, we possess over 20 firearms. What can your plant-controlling abilities do against such a barrage of bullets? He then turned to flatter a nearby man, adorned with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder and a scar across his face. Brother Long, this is the Xia Wenying I mentioned. Quite the catch, Isn't. Moreover, her ability to control plants means that once we capture her, we can have her hasten the growth of crops, alleviating our food concerns in the future. Indeed, she is exceptional. Her physique and beauty surpass those I and Apos encountered before. Brother Long observed Xia Wenying and Apos' voluptuous form, taking a drag from his cigarette and releasing a puff of smoke, before suddenly shifting his tone, his sharp gaze locking onto Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, I never expected you to resort to such underhanded tactics as drugging someone, only to be caught in the act. It truly tarnishes our reputation as men. Ha ha ha. Wang Cheng's heart sank at this comment, quickly grasping its implication. He hastily assured, Rest assured, Brother Long, I never laid a hand on her before or after that incident. Despite her being married with a child, my years of observation suggest she has only known her husband intimately. Thus, she is indeed a valuable asset. Trust me, Brother Long. I have every intention of presenting her to you. Naturally, I would never harbor any ill intentions towards a woman belonging to you. Seeing Wang Cheng and Apos' compliance, Brother Long nodded and posed a question. You mentioned her plant-controlling ability is quite formidable. She is currently beside that large tree. How do we capture her? That is simple. I and Apos' already devised a plan. The plants she controls possess a limited attack range. The furthest I and Apos' seen is merely 15 meters. If we maintain a distance of 20 to 30 meters from her and shoot down the branches of that tree, once it is reduced to a mere trunk, what can she do to us then? She will be easily subdued. Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest. Brother Long sanctioned Wang Cheng and Apos' proposal and immediately commanded his 20 or so armed subordinates to aim at the tree and Apos' branches, cautioning them to avoid hitting Xia Wenying beneath the tree. Seeing the sudden gunfire erupting ahead, Xia Wenying instinctively retreated behind the tree, using her powers to manipulate its branches to deflect the incoming bullets. The tree, though not particularly large, had an attack range of merely 10 meters, while Wang Cheng and his group were still over 50 meters away, leaving her in a defensive position. However, Bullets inflicted substantial damage to the tree. Within a minute, the branches had been largely decimated. 2 branches fell during the onslaught, striking Xiao Weiniang, but thankfully, they were not substantial enough to cause her significant harm. Observing the tree's condition, Brother Long ordered his men to cease fire and encircle the tree and Xiao Weiniang in a circular formation, deliberately tightening the noose around her. Standing beneath the battered tree, Xiao Weiniang remained unperturbed, her gaze fixed intently on Brother Long and Wang Cheng. As Brother Long approached within 10 meters, she willed the earth beneath them to tremble. Roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring Brother Long and his men from behind, tightening their grip until they suffocated. This ability was one Xiao Weiniang had never previously employed, reserved as her trump card for a critical moment such as this. As she watched Brother Long and his companions succumb, their firearms slipping from their grasp, she commanded the roots to lower their lifeless bodies to the ground. However, as the corpses settled, her attention sharpened. A portly figure was hastily fleeing in the opposite direction, clutching a firearm. It was Wang Cheng. While Brother Long and Apos' group had surrounded her, Wang Cheng, hindered by his bulk and lagging behind, had managed to escape the impending doom. Upon witnessing the grim fate of Brother Long and his men, he immediately seized a fallen weapon and fled. Xiao Weiniang's line of sight had been obstructed by the bodies, thus she remained oblivious to Wang Cheng's unbound status. By the time she recognized the situation, he had already put 300 meters between them, making pursuit nearly impossible. Yet, following this ordeal, Xiao Weiniang understood that mercy in a world of chaos would only lead to one's own detriment. She resolved to seize this opportunity to eliminate Wang Cheng, ensuring he would not escape. Bending down, she retrieved a firearm from the ground and summoned all her strength to chase after him. As she pursued, she intermittently halted to fire at his retreating figure. Regrettably, her inexperience with firearms rendered her aim woefully inadequate, despite firing over a dozen shots. She did not hit her target. Yet, her erratic shooting did serve a purpose, slowing Wang Cheng's escape, closing the distance between them to a little over 200 meters. Seeing her shots had an effect, Xiao Weiniang pressed on with her pursuit. As the gap dwindled to under 100 meters, a sudden cry shattered the tension, altering the course of events dramatically. "Mommy! Mommy! Where are you?" Wan is so scared. Panic surged through Xiao Weiniang as realization dawned. Wang Cheng was fleeing towards the dormitory, where her child remained. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she quickened her pace. However, maternal love, though noble, can render one foolish. In her haste, Xiao Weiniang discarded her firearm, seeking to lighten her load to catch up to Wang Cheng. Little did she know that eliminating him from a distance would have been her wisest choice. After all, she had already pursued him for over 200 meters, exhausting 3/4 of her strength, while he was merely 20 meters from the dormitory. Catching up to him before he reached safety was nearly impossible. Meanwhile, on the rooftop nearby, Gu Cheng observed the unfolding scene, his intentions to intervene remaining unperturbed. Chapter 75. What pride do you hold before me? In truth, Gu Cheng had arrived when Long Gu and his companions began firing their weapons. At that moment, both sides were engaged in fierce combat, completely unaware of Gu Cheng's sudden presence. He chose to observe from the sidelines, curious to glean the background of the conflict. However, he was taken aback when the skirmish escalated immediately into violence, with the woman swiftly eliminating a significant portion of the adversaries, leaving only a rotund man fleeing in panic. While he watched, Gu Cheng curiously accessed Xiao Weiniang's profile. Name: Xiao Weiniang. Age: 30. Appearance: 90. Ability: Plant Manipulation. Level: A. Description: 1. Can control 2 plants of equal rank and mental attributes not exceeding her own for combat. The plant's abilities are related to their nature. 2. Can manipulate plants to absorb free ability energy within a 10-meter radius, and that within living beings, transferring 15 of the absorbed energy to herself. 3. Can use plant vitality to slowly heal up to 10 designated targets. 4. Can rapidly accelerate plant growth, currently able to shorten the growth cycle by 15. Laws: None. Level: Transcendence Stage 2. Constitution: 19 Strength, 17 Agility, 24 Spirit, 25 Endurance, 18 Power. Evaluation: Quite ordinary for a second stage. Upon discovering her ability of plant manipulation, Gu Cheng felt a surge of excitement. He had been contemplating the establishment of a plantation at the base. With her power, the growth cycle of food crops would be significantly reduced, allowing the base to achieve self-sufficiency without the need for additional resources. After reviewing Xie Weining's profile, Gu Cheng continued to observe, refraining from making his presence known. He understood that given Xie Weining and Apos as considerable advantage, she would not willingly accompany him. Thus, he bided his time, waiting for the opportune moment to seize her. When the voice of the young girl, Nuan, broke through the tension, Gu Cheng maintained his stoic demeanor while internally acknowledging, the moment has arrived. He watched as the corpulent man burst into a dormitory room, brandishing a gun in one hand and gripping the neck of a sobbing little girl with the other. He shouted down at Xie Weining, step back. Let me go, or I will crush her. His thunderous shout sent the 5-year-old Nuan into tears. Woo, mommy, save me. Nuan hurts. Calm down, Wang Cheng. I will agree to any terms, just spare Nuan. Xie Weining, having expended all her strength in pursuit of Wang Cheng, trembled as she pleaded for her precious daughter's safety. Hearing this, Wang Cheng, believing he had the upper hand, leered with a glint of malice in his eyes. Any terms, is it? Then come up here and sleep with me first. Xie Weining, upon hearing Wang Cheng's lewd demand, silently cursed his ancestors, but, realizing there were no suitable plants around to manipulate, reluctantly began to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng recognized that the moment to act had arrived. Focusing his mind, he activated his spatial teleportation, appearing beside Wang Cheng in an instant. He unleashed a mental attack that incapacitated Wang Cheng, swiftly snatching Nuan from his grasp and turning away, shielding her with his body. In one fluid motion, he unleashed a wind blade that severed Wang Cheng's head, blood spraying as it fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Xie Weining, who was just approaching, momentarily stunned. She gazed in disbelief at the decapitated Wang Cheng and the girl cradled in Gu Cheng's arms. It was her first encounter with another ability user, especially one capable of dispatching an armed assailant with such swiftness, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, the instinctual love of a mother jolted her back to reality. She rushed up to Gu Cheng's floor, snatching Nuan into her embrace, her eyes warily scanning the handsome yet formidable man before her. Who are you? Why did you help us? Xie Weining sensed no malice in Gu Cheng, yet after facing a group of nefarious men, her instinct was to remain cautious around this sudden, powerful stranger, causing her to forget to express her gratitude. Gu Cheng, noting her reaction, spoke in a calm voice, I am Gu Cheng. I assisted because I was drawn to your, well, never mind, I know what you desire. Let us proceed to the room. Upon hearing the phrase drawn to you, Xie Weining assumed Gu Cheng's intentions mirrored Wang Cheng's lewdness, interrupting him with a cold tone. Gu Cheng, taken aback by her interruption, gazed at her in confusion. I had not finished speaking. How could you presume to know my thoughts? We are all adults here. There is no need for subterfuge. You wish to sleep with me just as Wang Cheng did, do you not? Xie Weining, perceiving Gu Cheng's pretense, retorted with disdain. At her words, Gu Cheng's expression shifted. Self-proclaimed as a paragon of virtue, he scoffed, puffed. Do you truly believe that everyone desires you? Have you mistaken yourself for a celestial being? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own appearance. Your hair is unkempt, split ends about. Your skin, riddled with pores, lacks smoothness and refinement. While your bust may be ample, it lacks firmness. Your waist is broader than that of many women I've encountered. The places that should be pronounced are not, and those that should be fuller are lacking. I've been with women of far superior form than you, at least 80, if not 100. What pride do you hold before me? With that, Gu Cheng turned his gaze elsewhere, feigning indifference. Naturally, his words were exaggerated. In truth, Xie Weining possessed a commendable figure, surpassing the majority of women he had encountered. Moreover, the count of women he had been with across 2 lifetimes who boasted better physiques than Xie Weining could be counted on one hand. His remarks were merely a matter of preserving face. Xie Weining, stung by his biting sarcasm, found herself at a loss for words. Her chest rising and falling as self-doubt about her physique crept in. Gu Cheng and Apos, as peripheral vision caught sight of her ample curves, and he swallowed hard, maintaining his aloof demeanor while gazing at the clouds drifting overhead. Eventually, Xie Weining steadied her emotions and spoke with a gentle tone. Mr. Gu, I sincerely thank you for rescuing both Nuan and myself. Had it not been for you, I might have fallen victim to that scoundrel, and Nuan could have been harmed as well. Furthermore, I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment of you. I should not have regarded you with the same suspicion I held for other ruffians. However, I would like to inquire why you chose to save us. Chapter 76. The joy of the minotaurs upon hearing Xiao Weiniang's sincere apology. Gu Cheng felt a measure of his discontent dissipate. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor and spoke. I have established a considerable force and am preparing to develop a grain plantation. I have taken note of your unique ability to accelerate plant growth, and I wish to invite you to reside at our base. Hearing Gu Cheng's seemingly genuine words, Xiao Weiniang felt a sense of relief wash over her, though it was quickly followed by a wave of disappointment. She was reassured that Gu Cheng did not harbor any unsavory intentions towards her, unlike Wang Cheng. Yet, she could not shake the feeling of inadequacy regarding her own charm. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Weiniang looked at Gu Cheng and replied, "Please first elaborate on the extent of your force, and I shall consider whether to join you. If your force is substantial, I would be inclined to join. If it is modest, I must decline. Besides, I have a small group of about 100 or 200 individuals here in this technology park, and I must take their welfare into account. My force is also modest, comprising just over 5,000 individuals. It should be sufficient to accommodate you," Gu Cheng jested, still harboring some lingering frustration. At Gu Cheng's playful remark, Xiao Weiniang chuckled, feeling a sense of liberation. "Very well, I shall join your force. After all, I have little desire to manage that small group anymore. However, you must establish an agricultural research institute for me and arrange a separate house for me and my daughter." "That is entirely feasible. I had already planned to establish the Agricultural Research Institute. And as for the housing, how does a villa sound?" Gu Cheng proposed. Xiao Weiniang nodded in agreement, sealing their arrangement. Following this, Gu Cheng sought to understand the current situation within the high-tech park. In summary, prior to Gu Cheng and Appo's arrival, Xiao Weiniang had been in command, overseeing 264 survivors, most of whom were highly educated talents in various fields that Gu Cheng desperately needed. Among them, only Xiao Weiniang had awakened her powers, reaching the second tier, while the rest were predominantly ordinary individuals, with some having never absorbed a single evolution crystal. However, during the recent invasion led by Long Gu and others, over 20 had perished, leaving only 241 survivors. After grasping the situation, Gu Cheng asked Xiao Weiniang to guide him through the high-tech park, ensuring they collected any useful high-tech equipment to store in their spatial inventory. Their final destination was Xiao Weiniang's laboratory, where various biological experiments were underway. Gu Cheng, having previously been engaged in material research, was unfamiliar with biological experiments. So he stationed his daughter outside, observing as Xiao Weiniang organized her data. However, the young girl soon turned her attention from Xiao Weiniang to Gu Cheng, her wide, innocent eyes fixed upon his face. Finding her adorable, Gu Cheng knelt down and inquired, "What is your name, little one?" "My mother says I am called Zhang Ruoshi," she replied. "Well then, little Ruoshi, why were you staring at me just now?" "My mother told me my father died in a car accident. But you resemble him in the photos, and I wanted to see if you might be my daddy." Gu Cheng was taken aback, thinking, could I possibly be a father? Yet, he mused that if the child in question was as charming as Ruoshi, it was a notion worth considering. After all, he had yet to experience the allure of a woman like Xiao Weiniang, and the thought of such an encounter intrigued him. While Gu Cheng was lost in his thoughts about the joys of fatherhood, Xiao Weiniang suddenly rushed over to cover Ruoshi's mouth, apologizing to Gu Cheng. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Gu. Children often speak without restraint. Please do not take it to heart. However, my husband did indeed pass away in a car accident when Ruoshi was just 1 year old. Since then, she has never known her father, which is why she mistakenly thought you were him. I truly apologize. There's no need for concern. I am not one to take offense with a child. And Ruoshi is delightful. Please continue your work. I shall take her outside for a chat." With that, Gu Cheng took Ruoshi's small hand and led her out. "Mr. Gu is quite kind. I misjudged him earlier, yet he treats us with such gentleness." Xiao Weiniang thought, touched, as she resumed organizing her experimental data. However, had she known that Gu Cheng had just been contemplating how to approach her, her feelings of gratitude would surely have been replaced by overwhelming embarrassment and anger. Gu Cheng led Ruoshi to an open space outside, lifting her onto his shoulders to let her experience the sensation of flight, and they conversed for an extended period. Perhaps it was the first time in his life he had been called father by a child, or perhaps it was the innocence of childhood that brought him respite. Either way, Gu Cheng found great joy in their interaction. releasing the psychological burdens he had carried since the outbreak of the apocalypse. After half an hour, Gucheng returned to Xiao Weiniang's laboratory, finding that she had nearly completed her task. He carefully stored all the experimental data and equipment in the spatial inventory before leading the two women away. Outside, the survivors of the high-tech park had gathered in an open area, awaiting Gucheng's directives. As they were primarily researchers, they showed little interest in allegiance or power dynamics. Upon witnessing their former leader, Xiao Weiniang, pledge loyalty to Gucheng, they readily followed suit. As usual, Gucheng established a spatial anchor point and opened a spatial gate for everyone to enter in turn. Upon arriving at the base, Gucheng personally arranged accommodations for the newcomers. Given their status as research talents, their living conditions were naturally superior to those of other survivors. Thus, he assigned them to the newly constructed assembly houses, while Xiao Weiniang and her daughter were placed in a villa adjacent to Gucheng and Appo's own residence. At this juncture, Gucheng harbored intentions towards Xiao Weiniang, but had yet to take any concrete actions. There was no reason to move her into his villa, especially since he would have to explain her presence to Gucheng and the other women. Although he could assertively compel Xiao Weiniang to accompany him and have the others accept her, that was not his desire. The proud Gucheng sought to win a woman and Appo's heart through his own charm rather than through forceful means, aspiring for genuine affection rather than fleeting physical gratification. However, as he escorted Xiao Weiniang and her daughter to their villa, he unexpectedly encountered Gucheng. Seeing her, Gucheng decided to approach with both women in tow, reasoning that they would eventually need to be acquainted. "Sister Qingying, what are you busy with?" "Ah, Cheng, you're back," Gucheng exclaimed, turning around in surprise at the sound of his voice. Upon noticing Xiao Weiniang and her daughter beside Gucheng, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. Who are these two? Chapter 77. Rapid development of the base. The preceding narrative primarily focused on the protagonist's accumulation of strength, with adversaries largely consisting of zombies and evolved creatures. However, from this chapter onward, the story transitions into a power struggle among factions, where the enemies predominantly become human. "Sister Qingying, I retrieved this mother and daughter duo from the high-tech park. This is Xiao Weiniang, who possesses a unique ability to manipulate plants. I intend to appoint her to oversee the plantation in the future. And this little one is Zhang Ruoxi, affectionately known as Nuan, the daughter of Xiao Weiniang." After the introduction, Gucheng turned to Xiao Weiniang to present Gucheng. "This is Gucheng, my partner. She is responsible for managing the supplies within the base and overseeing several administrative tasks. Should you require any resources, you may approach her." Upon hearing the introductions, Xiao Weiniang extended her hand to shake Gucheng and Appo's, then knelt down so Nuan could greet her. "Nuan, say hello to Sister Gu." Nuan, being well-mannered, echoed her mother's words, greeting Gucheng warmly. Seeing Xiao Weiniang prompt her daughter to call her sister, and perceiving no ulterior motives in Gucheng's introduction, Gucheng smiled and responded to Nuan's greeting. "What a sweet child. Here, let me give you something delicious." As she spoke, Gucheng retrieved a collection of milk, cookies, candies, and fruits from her spatial pocket, presenting them in a small bag to Nuan. Having previously witnessed Gucheng's use of spatial abilities, Nuan was not overly astonished by Gucheng and Appo's miraculous capacity to produce items from thin air. Instead, she gazed hungrily at the assortment of snacks, swallowing her saliva as she timidly glanced at her mother. Noticing Nuan's eagerness mingled with trepidation, Xiao Weiniang chuckled lightly. "Take it, and remember to thank Sister Xia." She then turned to Gucheng, expressing her gratitude. With her mother's encouragement, Nuan joyfully accepted the bag, exclaiming her thanks. These were all her favorite treats, and since the onset of the apocalypse, she had scarcely encountered such delights. Thus, the sight of them filled her with delight. Subsequently, Gucheng instructed Gucheng to guide the pair in locating a villa, while he continued his expedition to gather supplies in the city center. Time swiftly passed in this manner. For 7 consecutive days, Gucheng immersed himself in a relentless pursuit of resources. Over this period, he amassed a remarkable total of 500,000 tons of various grains, 10,000 tons of frozen meat, and an additional 200,000 tons of assorted food items, along with over 100 million cubic meters of useful supplies. In terms of weaponry, Gucheng scoured a military warehouse and an arms factory in the city, securing an impressive array of equipment, 500 tanks, 300 rocket launchers, 300 howitzers, 100 anti-aircraft guns, 2,000 mortars, and 5,000 machine guns, in addition to 30,000 handguns and rifles, totaling 2 million rounds of ammunition. Remarkably, he also acquired 5 complete ammunition production lines and over 500 skilled workers from the arms factory. Seizing the opportunity, Gucheng established a munitions factory within the base utilizing these production lines and skilled labor. He even invested 2 million gratitude coins to procure 5 artillery shell production lines from the system, specifically for the manufacture of rockets and shells. However, merely possessing production lines was insufficient for ammunition production, and due to a lack of raw materials at the base, he was compelled to spend 200,000 to 300,000 gratitude coins daily to purchase necessary materials from the system's marketplace. Regarding population resources, the base's population had now exceeded 16,000 and continued to grow rapidly. These individuals had fled from the city and surrounding counties. Gucheng welcomed their arrival with open arms, knowing that an increase in population would yield greater gratitude coin returns, as any losses would not impact him. Following these days of expansion, both Gucheng and Appo's base and the Northern Military District experienced significant population growth, resulting in a substantial increase in Gucheng's daily gratitude coin income over the course of these 7 days. After accounting for expenditures on essential supplies for the Northern Military District, he garnered more than 13 million gratitude coins. Of this, he allocated over 5 million for base construction and approximately 4 million for upgrading his 4 abilities to A grade, leaving him with just over 4 million coins. Gucheng intended to reserve this sum, aspiring to accumulate 10 million to upgrade to an S-grade ability. Given the relentless evolution of the apocalypse, with zombies, evolved creatures, and other survivors rapidly enhancing their powers, it was imperative for him to possess a high-level, formidable ability to ensure his strength did not wane. After experiencing such significant changes, Gucheng and Appo's personal and vision panels transformed to reflect his progress. 1. Mind control, level A. Description: concentrate ability on cold weapons or bullets to enhance weapon sharpness. Utilize abilities and cold weapons to form a wind attribute blade, which dissipates beyond 8,000 meters. Achieve flight using abilities, currently capable of maintaining flight up to 80,000 meters. Manipulate wind within an 8,000 meter radius to generate up to 40 wind blades to attack foes. Create a small tornado with a 40-meter radius to assault enemies. 2. Spatial control, level A. Description: store non-living items within a 100 million cubic meter space. Utilize abilities to form a spatial attribute blade, dissipating beyond 8,000 meters. Constrain any space within a 4,000 meter radius. Move through the air using ability energy. Capable of covering 4,000 meters in one go. Create spatial anchors, currently able to set 25 out of 40. Construct spatial gates at anchor points, with control over their opening and closing. 3. Mental power control, level A. Description: launch mental attacks within a 200-meter radius, with a 2-minute cooldown after each use. Probe areas within a 2,000-meter range. Control entities with mental attributes lower than 1/7 of his own for combat, with energy consumption based on both parties' mental attributes. Drag targets within a 200-meter radius into a self-constructed mental illusion, the strength of which depends on both parties and Appo's mental attributes. Convert high-dimensional energy within a 20-meter radius into personal mental energy, with a conversion efficiency of 25. 4. Devouring, level A. Description: consume all high-dimensional energy substances to enhance personal attributes until reaching the current dimensional threshold. Absorb high-dimensional energy within a 20-meter radius, with a conversion efficiency of 35. Possess a 65 chance to absorb energy attacks directed at him, converting them with a 25 efficiency. Laws: 1. Wind Law 17. 57-2. Spatial Law 13. 55. Strength Evaluation. An existence nearing invincibility among the 4th tier. Gratitude coins. 4. 208. 736. Chapter 78. The Axe Gang. Faction name: Spark. Base level 2. Population: 16. 572. 30,000 psychics. 10 at level 4. 28 at level 3. 157 at level 2, 706 at level 1 evolvers, 12 at level 4, 1, 576 at level 3, 3, 549 at level 2, 10, 534 at level 1 technology tree. Click for details. Military strength, 100 type 1 war robots, 500 tanks of various types, 320 rocket artilleries, 300 howitzers, 100 anti-aircraft guns, 2,000 mortars, over 5,000 various machine guns, over 30,000 rifles, 10 ammunition production lines, totaling over 2 million rounds of various ammunition. Supplies, 500,000 tons of food, 10,000 pounds of frozen meat. In terms of personal strength, Gucheng, possessing the spark system, is undoubtedly the strongest individual on this planet. Although others have risen to level 4, their dimensional capabilities do not surpass his. Nor do they possess as many psychic abilities, rendering them weaker in comparison. Regarding the strength of the base, his faction ranks second in Lin City, only slightly inferior to the Northern Military District, and should also be able to secure a position within the top 100 nationally. This is not mere boastfulness. During his recent resource collection efforts, Gucheng encountered numerous factions led by level 4 psychics, yet their numbers seldom exceeded 1 or 2,000, making them incomparable to his force of over 10,000. It is evident that only military district-established factions possess greater strength than his base across the nation. And with only a few dozen cities hosting significant military districts, his base's ranking within the top 100 is entirely justified. On this particular morning, Gucheng did not rise early as usual, but instead continued to enjoy a deep slumber. He had successfully gathered nearly all available resources in the city over the past few days, leaving him only the time to gradually develop the base and expand outward. Thus, he decided to indulge in a day of respite, seeking to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from his relentless endeavors. Gu Qingying and the other 2 women saw this and chose not to disturb him. Quietly, they arose and unreservedly selected their outfits from the nearby wardrobe, before departing together to attend to their respective tasks. After days of shared combat, they had grown completely accustomed to each other's presence, often bathing together and applying body lotion to one another. Their intimacy had even led Gucheng to momentarily suspect their loyalty, fearing they might have engaged in unmentionable acts. However, he could sense that the affection the 3 women held for him had not diminished. On the contrary, it had deepened, allowing him to let go of his concerns. Each evening, the 3 women received transmissions of Gucheng's combat experiences, enriching their minds and bodies, resulting in a healthier and more radiant appearance. Particularly, Wang Churen, who had absorbed the most combat knowledge, underwent a remarkable transformation. From a somewhat unkempt ordinary graduate student, she blossomed into a stunning beauty, her skin radiant and glowing, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Yet, there were no signs of pregnancy, as Gucheng's procreation plan had only commenced a little over a week ago, leaving more than 2 weeks until any pregnancy symptoms might emerge. At noon, Gucheng finally emerged from his slumber, dressed and ready to leave. He had not enjoyed such a comfortable sleep in a long time. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, his days had been filled with battling zombies and evolved creatures, while his nights were consumed by his endeavors with the 3 women, leaving little opportunity for genuine rest. Though it was true that he could refrain from frequent engagements with them, the changes wrought by his evolution had significantly heightened his desires. Surrounded by 3 beautiful women, Gucheng was hardly a sage capable of resisting temptation. As he reached the villa where his parents resided, he was greeted by the delightful sound of a girl's laughter. With a knowing smile, he stepped into the villa's small courtyard, where he found his daughter, Nuan, kicking a soccer ball on the grass, while his parents watched with warm smiles illuminating their faces. Nuan's presence here stemmed from an afternoon a few days prior when Xia Wanqing had been occupied with matters at the plantation, leaving her alone at home. Unable to contain her restlessness, Nuan had ventured out to play, fortuitously arriving at her grandparents' villa. The elderly couple, fond of children, were instantly charmed by her sweet demeanor, as she greeted them affectionately as grandpa and grandma, melting their hearts. Once they learned of her background, they promptly declared their intention to adopt her as their god-granddaughter. Much to Gucheng's agreement, this arrangement would provide companionship for Nuan, fostering her healthy growth, while alleviating his parents' loneliness, preventing them from languishing in the villa. Gucheng's mother, having discerned Gucheng's character following an incident involving Gu Qingying, was acutely aware of her son's proclivity for romantic entanglements. She surmised that the Goose sisters and Xia Wanqing would eventually fall victim to his charms, albeit at a later date. Thus, she wisely opted to adopt Nuan as a granddaughter, averting potential awkwardness arising from future relationships. Ah Cheng, you're awake. Please keep an eye on Nuan while I prepare lunch, Gu Cheng and Apos. Mother called as she entered the kitchen. Nodding in acquiescence, Gu Cheng joined Nuan on the grass, engaging in a joyful game of soccer. By noon, the women remaining at the base gradually returned for lunch. Due to Nuan's presence, Xia Wanqing had also been dining at Gu Cheng's parents' home these past few days. Together, they enjoyed a harmonious meal. During lunch, Gu Cheng gleaned updates regarding the base's development from the women. In brief, the base's perimeter wall, spanning 20 kilometers, had been completed, alongside numerous new constructions, including an agricultural research facility, a plantation, 10 large warehouses, a research center, a government affairs center, a military camp, a signal tower, a mess hall, a large market, and over 1,000 assembly houses. Additionally, a trading system based on contribution points had been established to encourage free trade among the base's inhabitants. The search and patrol team members previously recruited had been transitioned into professional combat personnel, tasked with safeguarding the base and conducting resource searches, while the responsibility for maintaining security patrols within the base had been assigned to a portion of the combat robots. Having absorbed the situation at the base, Gu Cheng continued to relish his meal. Suddenly, Wang Churen's intercom, placed in the living room, emitted a sound. This was an advanced wireless intercom system Gu Cheng had procured from the system, capable of communication within a range of 100 kilometers. To facilitate contact, he had equipped everyone in the villa, aside from Nuan, with an intercom, as well as the teams stationed at the perimeter and those on missions outside. There may be an urgent matter arising from the station team. I shall take this call. Please continue your meal, Wang Churen remarked, rising to head to the living room. Pressing the connection button. Hello, this is Wang Churen. Panting, Wang Commander, this is Li Tianzi. We require assistance. Li Tianzi and Apos' voice was urgent and breathless. Please explain the situation and your location, Wang Churen responded calmly, her demeanor having matured significantly through recent experiences. My first team encountered members of the Axe Gang while conducting a resource search alongside Zhang Tao's fourth team. Upon discovering our substantial haul, they harbored ill intentions and attacked us. The enemy numbers are estimated at over 500, led by a particularly powerful level 4 leader. We sustained considerable injuries while being besieged by that level 4 and 5 level 3s, with several casualties among our team. Fortunately, we managed to escape and are currently hiding in a budget hotel on Xingfu Road. Very well. I shall promptly gather a team for support and arrive in approximately 10 minutes, Wang Churen concluded, disconnecting the intercom. As she turned, she found Gu Cheng already at her side. Without uttering a word, he grasped her hand and swiftly led her towards the exit, soaring northward to Happiness Road, situated 10 kilometers away. His urgency was understandable. Li Tianzi and Zhang Tao were among the scarce fourth-tier powerhouses within the base, both of whom he had painstakingly nurtured. The loss of even one would be a significant blow. As for the Axe Gang, he had encountered them during his recent resource collection, with their numbers nearing 2,000 and possessing a dozen or so third and fourth-tier fighters. However, at that time, he was focused on gathering supplies and had no intention of squandering time on such trivial adversaries. Yet today, these insignificant foes dared to provoke his base. Thus, he would not hesitate to eradicate the Axe Gang entirely. Chapter 79. Slicing through like vegetables as Gu Cheng made his way, the leader of the Axe Gang, Li Qing, was scouring for traces of Li Tianzi and his companions. Today, he had ventured out with his subordinates in search of food when he fortuitously encountered Li Tianzi and his group. Observing that they had amassed a significant cache of supplies, and noticing the presence of two strikingly beautiful women among them, his greed overcame him. Relying on their numerical advantage, he launched an attack against Li Tianzi and Apos' group. Ultimately, Li Tianzi and his companions were forced to retreat, leaving their supplies behind. However, the two beautiful women managed to escape, compelling Li Qing to relentlessly pursue them. Li Qing's life had been riddled with misfortune. Born in a rural area, he lost his father to illness during his elementary school years, leaving only his mother and himself to rely on one another. Yet, sometimes, adversity seems to favor the most unfortunate souls. At the age of 18, during his final year of high school, Tragedy struck again when his mother was brutally murdered by the notorious local thug, Wang Ergu. On that fateful day, coinciding with Li Qing's return home for the holidays, Wang Ergu, intoxicated, forcibly entered their home, intent on violating Li Qing's mother, who was still alluring despite her age. A fierce woman, she fiercely resisted but ultimately succumbed to Wang Ergu's lethal grip. Upon returning home, Li Qing was horrified to discover Wang Ergu desecrating his mother's lifeless body. Enraged, he seized a kitchen knife and fatally stabbed Wang Ergu. Subsequently, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison for murder but exhibited exemplary behavior and was released after 5 years. Upon his release, Li Qing's first act was to visit his mother's grave, only to find it overgrown with weeds, while Wang Ergu's grave was meticulously maintained, leaving him feeling a profound sense of injustice. This was merely the beginning of his tribulations. Upon returning to his village, the local children branded him a murderer. Under the influence of Wang Ergu's older brother, Wang Dego, who had grown wealthy and had won the villagers' favor through acts of generosity, inciting them to shun and insult Li Qing. It was during this time that thoughts of vengeance began to resurface in Li Qing's mind. However, Wang Degu, ever cautious, had already hired bodyguards for protection. Li Qing found himself unable to confront him directly and resorted to earning money, biding his time until he could afford to hire assassins to eliminate Wang Degu. Yet, making money proved to be a daunting task. Having dropped out of high school and served time in prison, he could only find menial work in the big city. By chance, he stumbled upon a gang conflict in Lin City, where he inadvertently saved the life of Zhao Hu, the leader of the city's second-largest gang. Grateful, Zhao Hu invited him to join the Tiger Gang. Over the following years, Li Qing, with his formidable physical prowess and indomitable spirit, helped the Tiger Gang rise to prominence, becoming its second-in-command and eventually eliminating Wang Degu. He earned the moniker Flying Axe Li Qing for his remarkable skills. After the apocalypse began, Zhao Hu succumbed to zombification, while Li Qing awakened an A-grade ability to manipulate metal. Thus, he officially took command of the Tiger Gang, renaming it the Axe Gang. Now, Gu Cheng had achieved the 4th tier of power, able to traverse a distance of 10 kilometers in merely 5 minutes. He soared above a budget hotel on Xingfu Road with Wang Churen. Below, hundreds of survivors armed with various weapons scoured the shops, with numerous low-tier zombie carcasses strewn across the streets. Recognizing the individuals as members of the Axe Gang, Gu Cheng showed no mercy, unleashing 20 wind blades upon the crowd below. The blades howled as they descended, erupting in a gruesome spectacle of blood, leaving 17 lifeless bodies in their wake. The remains were gruesomely dismembered, blood gushing from their wounds, painting a scene of utter carnage. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The assailants are above. I saw the attack descend from the sky, shouted the survivors, their panic palpable. Indeed, a man and a woman flew above them. As the lifeless bodies fell, a figure clad in a black suit emerged from the crowd. Li Qing, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, casting a menacing glare at Gu Cheng and Wang Churen. To dare harm my Axe Gang members is to court death, he proclaimed arrogantly. With that, the surrounding metal began to tremble and coalesce into a multitude of axes, forming a torrent that surged toward Gu Cheng and Wang Churen. How intriguing, Gu Cheng observed calmly, effortlessly evading the barrage of flying axes with Wang Churen before ascending to the rooftop of the hotel. Li Qing, his expression tightening, summoned more metal from his surroundings, crafting a surround of flying axes aimed at trapping Gu Cheng. Seeing this tactic, Gu Cheng smiled subtly but said nothing. He waited until the axes encircled him within a 10-meter radius before activating his spatial confinement ability, rendering the axes motionless in midair. Seizing the moment, Gu Cheng teleported beside Li Qing, intending to eliminate him in one swift motion. Confining such a multitude of axes consumed considerable mental energy. Prolonged exertion could render him vulnerable to Li Qing. Caught off guard by Gu Cheng and Appos' sudden spatial confinement, Li Qing staggered, unable to react before Gu Cheng delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters away. Drawing his Tang Dao from his spatial pocket, Gu Cheng infused it with energy as he approached the fallen Li Qing. He refrained from using wind blades to finish him off, having noted the metallic quality of Li Qing's skin that rendered conventional attacks ineffective. To defeat him, a more potent technique would be necessary. Realizing he might not be a match for Gu Cheng, Li Qing called upon his loyal subordinates to assist in the assault. He continued to gather metal around him, forming a robust suit of armor and a massive axe to shield himself. His followers, loyal to a fault, rushed to his side, weapons in hand, ready to obey his command. Gu Cheng observed the oncoming horde of Axe Gang members without fear. Though he furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of Li Qing's armor taking shape, he quickened his pace as the gang members surged forth, brandishing an array of weapons in their assault. With a disdainful snort, Gu Cheng dismissed their audacity, conjuring wind blades while wielding his Tang Dao to fend off the assailants. Meanwhile, above the hotel, Wang Charan unleashed crimson blades of energy toward the throngs of gang members below. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed as the Axe Gang members fell one by one. In the span of mere meters, a gruesome pile of over 100 corpses accumulated. Chapter 80. Unconventional discussions. As I gazed upon the lifeless bodies and the blood pooling on the ground like a crimson stream, the members of the Axe Gang surrounding me trembled in fear, their weapons shaking and clattering to the ground. In that moment, their terror shattered their loyalty, revealing the primal fear of death that lay within their humanity. They cast frightened glances at Gu Cheng, who stood amidst the corpses, drenched in the blood of his enemies, their expressions akin to those confronted by the Grim Reaper. At that moment, Li Qing, clad in full armor and wielding a massive axe, quivered as he directed a trembling voice toward Gu Cheng, asking, "Who are you? Why have you attacked our Axe Gang?" "How ludicrous," Gu Cheng retorted. "You and your gang have plundered my base's resources and taken my people's lives. Now you dare question my motives for retaliating against you? Since those 2 squads were your men, there's nothing left to discuss. Let us settle this once and for all." With that, Li Qing raised his giant axe and charged at Gu Cheng. In response, Gu Cheng merely scoffed, "Who wishes to engage in a duel with you? You are merely deserving of my merciless slaughter." With a swift motion, he activated a spatial confinement, immobilizing Li Qing, before teleporting behind him and delivering a decisive strike. However, due to Li Qing's A-grade abilities and the thick armor he wore, Gu Cheng's blow only severed Li Qing's right arm. The iron axe slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, blood gushing forth from the wound. Clutching the injury with his remaining left hand, Li Qing did not turn to face Gu Cheng, but instead raised his head to the heavens and roared in anguish. Why must the heavens be so unjust to me? I have lived in the depths of society since childhood, losing my father to illness, my mother to murder, and seeking vengeance only to find myself imprisoned. After years of struggle in this great city, I finally rose to a position of power, only to confront this wretched apocalypse. The end times are upon us, and despite awakening my A-grade abilities, I am still treated like a mere chicken for slaughter. Why must all calamities befall me? Why can I not have a life filled with brilliance? Gu Cheng fell silent, absorbing Li Qing's lamentations. He saw reflections of his own tragic past, his mother's infidelity, a shattered family, the death of his grandfather, abduction during a trip, relentless torment, and the destruction of the faction he had built, ultimately leading to a despairing choice to perish alongside the world. He had merely wished to live an ordinary life filled with joy, yet fate seemed to delight in tormenting him, forcing him down a path he had never known. Fortuitously, the outcome had turned favorable. He now possessed a system and the power to seize control of his own destiny. Gu Cheng approached Li Qing, placing a tang knife against his throat. A flicker of pity in his gaze, though his voice remained cold and unyielding. "The world is inherently unjust, and I sympathize with your plight. However, since you have crossed me, you must bear the consequences. May you find a more fortunate rebirth in your next life, one that allows you the existence you desire." With that, he raised the tang knife and brought it down, severing Li Qing's head from his body. As Gu Cheng looked upon the fallen corpse, the compassion in his eyes faded, replaced by a resolute determination to master his own fate. The remaining members of the Axe Gang, witnessing Li Qing's demise, discarded their weapons and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. After all, if someone they regarded as invincible could be so effortlessly slain by Gu Cheng, their resistance was futile. Amidst the pleas for mercy, Li Qing found himself momentarily at a loss. He hesitated, uncertain whether to accept their surrender. Accepting their capitulation could harbor dangers, as some among the survivors might remain loyal to Li Qing, potentially posing a threat to his base in the future. Conversely, rejecting them would mean foregoing the gratitude and resources of these hundreds of individuals. Ultimately, Gu Cheng decided to accept their surrender. After all, as he envisioned reclaiming the nation and even the world, he would inevitably encounter friction with other factions. If he were to annihilate every defeated faction, the benefits of reclaiming the entire world would diminish. Moreover, He was confident in his ability to thwart any conspiracies, as long as he remained powerful enough. Facing the world as an adversary would be trivial. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's decision, the Axe Gang members expressed their joy, bowing in gratitude. Gu Cheng, however, disregarded their thanks and instead tossed them a bundle of rope, instructing them to bind themselves together, preparing to escort them back to the base for 10 days of hard labor. During this period, those who performed well would be integrated as civilians within the base, while those who faltered would meet a swift end. As the Axe Gang members complied with Gu Cheng's orders, he retrieved Wang Charan from the rooftop of the hotel and summoned Li Tianzi and the others to gather. They had been aware of the reinforcements since the battle commenced, but were astonished to discover that it was their leader, Gu Cheng, who had personally come to rescue them. They gathered their belongings and rushed downstairs, eager to join the fray and alleviate some of Gu Cheng's burdens. Yet, to their astonishment, Gu Cheng's overwhelming power had decimated the Axe Gang, reducing their numbers from over 500 to merely 300 within minutes. And their formidable leader had been effortlessly dispatched by Gu Cheng. This revelation left them in awe of Gu Cheng's might, significantly bolstering their loyalty and sense of belonging to the base. As for Wang Charan, she was already aware of her partner and Appo's prowess, but approached him with concern, inquiring if he had sustained any injuries during the fray. Gu Cheng reassured her, explaining that the blood on him was solely that of his enemies. Afterward, he entered a room in the hotel, changed into a clean set of clothes, and led everyone, along with their supplies, back to the base. On their return, Gu Cheng held Wang Charan's slender waist as they flew home, while the recently surrendered gang members were escorted by Li Tianzi and the others. Upon arriving at the base, Gu Cheng spent the afternoon in a state of leisure, neither venturing outside nor concerning himself with the affairs within the base. He engaged in chess with Gu Dad, chatted with Gu Mom, and played soccer with Nguyen Nguyen, enjoying a life of tranquility and contentment. Thanks to the presence of the women, the base continued to function smoothly and flourish, with a rapidly increasing population and steadily growing strength. For the next 2 days, Gu Cheng maintained his leisurely lifestyle, planning to venture into the surrounding cities and counties after his rest to assess the situation in Lin City and across the nation, preparing for a future counteroffensive. He also intended to investigate the locations of the military warehouses and arms factories provided by Lin Weigua, aiming to retrieve any useful weapons and production lines to further bolster the base's capabilities. However, on this particular day, after indulging in his leisurely pursuits, he decided on a whim to disguise himself for an incognito visit within the base, only to overhear some peculiar discussions. Chapter 81. Is Guizijing attempting a coup? Hey, have you heard? Recently, all the significant matters at the base have been overseen by that individual named Guizijing, while the former leader seems to have withdrawn from affairs altogether. So what? Wasn't it Guizijing who managed things before? You don't understand. Back when the base had only a few thousand people, the disparity in strength between ordinary individuals and the leader was vast, and there were hardly any heavy weapons that could threaten the leader. But times have changed. The base now boasts over 10,000, nearly 20,000 individuals, with many possessing 3rd and 4th level abilities, not to mention an array of heavy weaponry. If Guizijing continues to manipulate the base, a rebellion on her part would undoubtedly spell catastrophic consequences for the leader. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Given the potential danger, should we inform the leader? That's a joke. How could the leader possibly meet with us? Moreover, we haven't seen him around these past few days. He must be away again. Sigh. The leader is far too trusting of others, especially of a woman who has no ties to him. Indeed, Sai. After all the effort I put into finding this sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, I wouldn't want a rebellion to shatter this fragile peace. Initially, upon overhearing a couple of such conversations, Gu Cheng remained unperturbed, as their concerns were indeed grounded in reality. Nevertheless, he did not fully relinquish control of the base's operations to Guizijing. She was still required to report on significant matters. For several days, Gu Cheng had been employing advanced stealth drones to monitor Guizijing, yet he had not detected any rebellious intentions from her. However, as he continued his rounds, he encountered numerous discussions of this nature, prompting him to sense an undercurrent of conspiracy. Furrowing his brow, he retreated to his villa, where he serendipitously encountered Gu Qingying, who appeared anxious to leave. Sister Qingying, where are you rushing off to in such haste? Ah Cheng, you and Appos, back. I just heard some unsettling discussions within the base and felt something was amiss. I was about to seek you out. Are you referring to the rumors of Ginging plotting a coup? Yes, precisely. The claims are quite serious. What should we do? Should we detain Ginging? This matter is not so straightforward. There must be a conspiracy at play. First, send someone to apprehend all those spreading these rumors and ascertain who is behind them. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. With that, Ginging departed with long strides, leaving Gu Cheng in the villa to await the outcome. Half an hour later, Ginging returned, flanked by two subordinates, escorting a muscular man. Ah Cheng, we've got it figured out. This man has been spreading those rumors within the base. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng looked up at the muscular man. He recognized him as Wang Chuang, a newly recruited 4th-level ability user. Since Gu Cheng was unsure of his loyalty, he had not assigned him any tasks, and Wang had been aimlessly wandering the base. Wang Chuang, is it? Why were you spreading such claims? Why? Of course, it's because as a dignified 4th-level ability user, I possess no authority whatsoever. I eat and drink just like the commoners, so I naturally intend to rebel. I propagate these ideas to incite chaos within the base, seizing the opportunity to overthrow your rule and declare myself king. Ha! Bang! Before he could finish, Ginging delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing against the wall with a loud thud. Seeking death. We took you in, and you dare to rebel. Ah Cheng, should I just kill him now? Hold on, Ginging. He still has a mastermind behind him. Let's extract that information first. With that, Gu Cheng approached the fallen Wang Chuang, placing his right foot upon his chest, his gaze piercing as he inquired, "Tell me, who instigated you?" At this, Wang Chuang was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately wore a perplexed expression as he replied, "No one instigated me. This was my own idea." Seeing his reluctance to divulge, Gu Cheng considered severing one of his arms but thought better of it, realizing that such actions in his own villa would be inappropriate. Instead, he resorted to his mental abilities, a power he had recently discovered. By controlling the degree of his mental attack within a certain range, he could induce a subconscious state in his enemies, compelling them to answer questions truthfully. As the mental assault took effect, Wang Chuang promptly fell into a subconscious state. Who instructed you to spread those claims? It was a seductive woman residing in Assembly House 302 who compelled me to do so. I don't even know her name. One day, I encountered her on the road and attempted to strike up a conversation. After learning of my circumstances, she released a peculiar gas, and I subsequently lost consciousness. Assembly House 302, who resides there? Gu Cheng asked, casting an inquiring glance at Ginging. Uncertain of the answer, she instructed her subordinates to investigate. 2 minutes later, they learned the identity, Zhao Qingwu. Is it her? I see. Gu Cheng murmured to himself. If Zhao Qingwu was involved, everything began to make sense. Gu Cheng surmised that she bore a grudge against him for the results of her recent trial, and coincidentally encountered Wang Chuang a few days prior. She had likely employed her charm and hypnotic abilities to manipulate Wang into secretly spreading rumors about Ginging's rebellion, thereby disrupting the order of the base as a form of retaliation against Gu Cheng. With this realization, Gu Cheng ordered his subordinates to awaken Wang Chuang and escort him to the public square. He also dispatched others to apprehend Zhao Qingwu and bring her to the square as well. Taking Ginging's hand, he soared into the sky, summoning all individuals from the base, except for those guarding the outer walls, to gather in the square. While awaiting the survivors, he shared his suspicions with Ginging. Upon hearing his deductions, Ginging expressed her indignation. "Humph, that woman is truly wicked. I should have eliminated her the moment I discovered her abilities." Gu Cheng chuckled. "Who could forget? You once relied on someone else's powers too. You. Is it not because you were too preoccupied with Qingyan at that time? They hardly paid me any mind, prompting me to resort to such measures. In the end, it only benefited you, and now you mock me. Humph. I shan't oppose to converse with you any longer." Seeing her genuinely upset, Gu Cheng quickly embraced her, reassuring, all right, it and oppose. It's all my fault. Do not be angry. Come now. A kiss." With that, Gu Cheng lowered his head and planted a kiss on Ginging and Appo's cherry lips. The moment he did, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she shyly responded with a soft hum, relishing the warmth of his embrace. Half an hour later, most of the base's inhabitants had gathered, prompting Gu Cheng to speak with authority. "I trust many of you heard the rumors this afternoon concerning Ginging plotting a rebellion. I solemnly declare that these are mere fabrications. The culprits have already been identified. They stand before you, Zhao Qingwu and Wang Chuang. When I established this base, I made it clear that any actions detrimental to its interests would face severe consequences. These two have committed a grievous offense today, and the outcome can only be. Gu Cheng left the final word unspoken, intending to demonstrate through action. He conjured two large blades of wind, directing them toward the necks of the two culprits. With a simultaneous whoosh, the blades struck true, and their heads flew upward before falling to the ground with a heavy thud. The survivors, upon witnessing Gu Cheng's decisive and ruthless demeanor, fell into a hush of trepidation. Gu Cheng, satisfied with their reaction, continued with an air of authority. This matter serves as a warning for you all. As our base expands and the number of survivors increases, I cannot concern myself with the thoughts swirling in your minds. However, should you wish for death, feel free to rebel. With that, a sincere yet chilling smile graced his face. The survivors, upon seeing this smile, trembled in fear. Observing their reaction, Gu Cheng prepared to depart, but suddenly recalled something and continued. Let me clarify. Ginging is the manager of the base whom I personally appointed, and I have complete trust in her. The orders she issues are essentially my own. Having spoken, he gracefully descended to the ground, taking Gu Cheng with him. Meanwhile, Ginging, who was situated somewhere on the ground, felt her eyes moisten upon hearing Gu Cheng's words. Simultaneously, Gu Cheng, who was being flown back to the villa by Gu Cheng, contemplated his earlier statement, her eyes swirling as if she had resolved something significant. Later that evening, after dinner, Gu Cheng, as was his custom, returned to his villa accompanied by the three women. Upon entering, he intended to exercise with them as usual, but to his surprise, Lin Xingyun and Wang Charan both claimed they had other engagements. Trusting their words, he allowed them to be, shifting his gaze to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng flashed a gentle smile before heading straight to her bedroom. Gu Cheng, believing he had received her consent, retired to his room to shower, humming a little tune as he made his way to Gu Cheng's chamber. As he entered, he found a beautiful woman in a bathrobe lying on the bed. Oh, do women bathe this quickly? He mused lightly, but gave it little thought as he leapt onto the bed. It was only when he landed that he realized the woman in the bathrobe was Ginging. Ah, why is it you, Sister Ginging? Where is Sister Cheng? He quickly attempted to clarify the misunderstanding. However, the moment he spoke, Ginging burst into tears. Why do you dislike me so much, Ah Cheng? What I said last time was merely a test. I did not genuinely wish to come between you two. If you find me so unbearable, then I shall take my leave. With that, she began to rise from the bed. In that moment, Gu Cheng comprehended the feelings of the girl before him. He then gently pressed her back down, leaning close to her ear, whispering, Ah, how could I, Gu Cheng, ever let go of prey that has come so willingly to me? Since you, my little lamb, have presented yourself, do not blame this great wolf for being voracious. And with that, he began to indulge in the evening's delights. Chapter 82. My sincere apologies. It is with a heavy heart that I must convey some unfortunate news. This book will be discontinued. This chapter will provide a brief overview of the events that transpire thereafter, along with some reasons for this decision. For those interested, I invite you to read on. For those who are not, I shall not intrude further. On the following day after Ginging's heartfelt confession, Gu Cheng set forth to neighboring cities and counties, first encountering several mid-sized bases, which he subsequently annexed and established as outposts. He then engaged in trade with a large base in a nearby city. During this period, he also vanquished a system owner, resulting in another upgrade to the system, which granted him a loyalty module that allowed him to assess and enhance the loyalty of his subordinates. Upon his return, Gu Cheng continued to venture into adjacent provinces, repeating his previous endeavors. A month after the outbreak of the apocalypse, through a combination of annexation and trade, Gu Cheng amassed a substantial amount of gratitude currency, significantly bolstering the strength of his base, which ascended to become the foremost base in the province. The Linqing military district, recognizing the formidable power of Gu Cheng's base, willingly pledged allegiance. Subsequently, Gu Cheng's influence entered a phase of rapid expansion, as he reclaimed several major provinces in the southern region of Longhua, establishing a three-way stalemate with the Royalists in the northwest and the Zhang family in the northeast. The Royalists were an alliance formed by the conservative factions of Longhua, led by the recently adult future empress, Zhu Yuejun. In an attempt to disrupt the equilibrium, the Zhang family launched an assault on the weakest faction, the Northwest Royalists. Just as the latter faced imminent destruction, Gu Cheng executed a surprise attack on the Zhang family stronghold and, seizing the moment of weakness in the Northwest Royalists, swiftly annexed them, capturing Zhuyiwejun and accomplishing the restoration of Longhua. Following this, Gucheng commenced a campaign to cleanse the surrounding nations. When confronting the island nation, the unpredictability of its inhabitants tested Gucheng's patience, leading him to deploy a hydrogen bomb. For months after the apocalypse erupted, Asia was restored. 10 months later, the entire globe was reclaimed. Subsequently, Blue Star entered a phase of advanced technological development. By the 1-year mark following the apocalypse, as extraterrestrial invaders threatened, Gucheng issued a command, unleashing a barrage from dozens of spacecraft procured from the system's marketplace, obliterating the alien assailants in an instant. Thereafter, Blue Star embarked upon an era of space exploration, ascending to a Level 2 civilization. The journey into the cosmos commenced, with colonization of other planets and further advancement in civilization. A century after the apocalypse began, following a series of monumental battles, Gucheng successfully attained divine status. Meanwhile, Blue Star civilization achieved the illustrious rank of Level 9, governed by Gucheng's progeny. Thus, Gucheng, accompanied by Ginging and his numerous companions, set forth into higher dimensions of the universe in pursuit of exploration.